This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Su Wenqing woke up and found herself crying in the arms of an old woman. The old woman's wrinkled hands gently stroked her hair, and her kind and loving voice sounded above her head. Wenqing, be good. Grandma believes in you. And Grandma will definitely seek justice for you. Whether it was the reassuring feeling of the old woman's slightly wrinkled hands touching Su Wenqing's head, or the old woman's kind voice and tone, they all looked like Su Wenqing's grandmother, who had depended on each other since childhood, but had passed away many years ago. If it weren't for the rich and pungent sandalwood scent on the old woman, Su Wenqing felt that the old woman was like a human-shaped sandalwood stick. She buried her head in the arms of this human-shaped sandalwood stick, and was enveloped by the incense in all directions. Although she didn't want to destroy this warm atmosphere, she couldn't hold back the physical stimulation. A shocking HU made the whole room quiet, and you could hear a pin drop. Su Wenqing sadly found that this overly forceful sneeze caused the diaphragm, which was originally tense due to sobbing, to spasm directly. In human terms, her sudden sneeze caused her to hiccup. Hiccup. The old woman nervously pulled Su Wenqing up from her arms and asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did you catch a cold when you fell into the water? Where's the ginger soup? Hurry up and bring it to Miss San." Hiccup. Su Wenqing was stunned when he looked up. The old woman in front of him was wearing a dark red satin top with dark cloud patterns and a brown pleated skirt. Her silver hair was piled up in a big bun behind her head. She looked kind and noble, and dressed like an old lady from a big family in a costume drama. And didn't she sleep in a 9-square-meter plywood rental house with a shared bathroom? Whose bed was this Nanma bed with light pink curtains and exquisite orchid patterns? And the girl standing in front of the dressing table, wearing a moon-colored cloud silk skirt, had dark eyebrows and almond eyes, and was dignified and beautiful with an unconscious charm. Su Wenqing had never seen such a noble and cold beauty. Even those actors in costumes were slightly inferior to her. Of course, if the look in her eyes was not so cold, she would be more beautiful. Su Wenqing could bet her Taobao balance that had just reached 5 figures. She saw contempt and disdain in the eyes of this beauty, as well as a flash of hatred. God and heaven are my conscience. She didn't even know this ancient costume beauty. "Wenqing, are you okay?" The voice of a middle-aged man sounded behind her. Su Wenqing then realized that there was a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting in the room, wearing a navy blue rayon silk gown. Although he was over 40, he was well-maintained, with bright eyebrows and bright eyes, and he could vaguely see the shadow of his elegant youth. "If you feel uncomfortable, you must tell Daddy. Don't force yourself." The middle-aged man showed a trace of concern between his eyebrows. "Yes. It is said that keeping warm in spring and cold in autumn will prevent you from getting sick. It has only been the beginning of spring, so you must not take the drowning incident lightly," the old woman said as she wrapped her quilt tightly around her. Su Wenqing was so confused. Didn't she just take a nap? How did this world become unfamiliar to her? The old woman looked at Su Wenqing's dull expression and hugged her again with heartache. She angrily said to the middle-aged man sitting beside her, "Do you still need to ask this?" The wife of the Duke of Hugua saw with her own eyes that it was Su Jinsheng who pushed Wenqing into the lotus pond. Fortunately, it is the beginning of spring now. Otherwise Wenqing would have suffered so much. Su Jinsheng is so vicious at such a young age. If he is not severely punished, who knows how much trouble he will cause in the future. Today he is destroying the family tradition of the Su family, and tomorrow he should be disobeying the emperor. The middle-aged man glared at the girl standing in front of the dressing table with a gloomy face, and then said to the old woman respectfully, "Son, I know you care about Wenqing." But Jinsheng insisted that she didn't push Wenqing, and Wenqing also said that she fell in by herself. Son must ask clearly. What if Jinsheng is wronged? The old woman was so angry that her hands began to tremble. Wenqing is kind-hearted and doesn't want to make a big deal out of it. Can't you see that as a father? Wait. Why does this conversation sound more and more familiar? The Su family? The wife of the Duke of Hugua? Su Jinsheng? Isn't this the character and plot of the novel Rebirth of the Splendid Country that became popular because it was adapted into a TV series some time ago? If she remembered correctly, this was the first major event that happened to the heroine Su Jinsheng after her rebirth. The grandmother of the Su family celebrated her 80th birthday and invited half of the dignitaries in Anjing City to the Su mansion. Su Jinsheng's half-sister Su Wenqing framed Su Jinsheng for deliberately pushing her into the water, and gave Su Jinsheng a savage an overbearing image in the hearts of all the people in Anjing City. So she was in the book? And she was in the book as the pseudo-White Lotus Su Winching, who had the same name as herself, who looked weak but was vicious inside, and cried for sympathy at every turn? The Su Winching in the book was the one who died the most miserably among all the villains. So you can't play with her like this. The name was given by her parents. Why should she take the blame? Winching, you don't have to worry so much. Tell the truth to your grandmother. Was it Su Jinsheng who pushed you? The old woman looked at Su Winching's eyes with concern, and her face was full of genuine heartache. Su Winching didn't have time to think about her situation in the blink of an eye. There was only one thing she knew very well. That is, she must not offend the heroine Su Jinsheng. Burp. Su Winching was horrified to find that she suddenly couldn't control her body. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't make any sound, and even her facial expressions and fingers couldn't move. It's okay, Winching. With your grandmother here, no one can bully you. Just tell the truth. The old woman patted Su Winching's back calmly, in the eyes of the other three people in the room. Su Winching just lowered her head delicately and tried to think of something to say. They waited patiently without urging her. The room was silent for a while. Su Winching was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Hey! Who will hit me? Didn't anyone notice that I can't move? Is this your love for me? The air in the room seemed to be condensed, so quiet that you could hear the breathing of four people. Su Winching's mouth opened slightly uncontrollably. Her voice was soft, and she sounded pitiful. Maybe something I said offended my elder sister, and my elder sister was angry for a while, so she acted like this. I believe my elder sister must not have done it on purpose. Grandmother, father, you must not blame my elder sister. Su Winching was disgusted by her own delicate voice, and her scalp was numb. She was indeed the fake White Lotus despised by everyone in the book. Not only did she frame him, but she also forced herself to have a kind and generous image. And what kind of setting is it that she can't control her body? So others travel through the book to experience the plot, but she travels through the book to watch? At least give the heroine's perspective. What's the situation of giving the most miserable female supporting role? Where's the system? Where's the system? If you don't come out, I'll give you a bad review. The old woman hugged Su Winching in her arms with heartache, pointed at the ancient costume beauty standing in front of the dressing table, and said angrily, Look at your sister. She is still trying to help you get away with it. How cruel are you? You pushed your own sister into the water. You are deliberately trying to kill her. Su Winching's heart skipped a beat. It turned out that this cold and beautiful ancient costume beauty was the heroine Su Jinsheng. She remembered the hatred that flashed across her eyes when she looked at her just now, and her heart sank. Help! What should I do if I offend the heroine who kills gods and Buddhas in a Mary Sue rebirth revenge novel? Waiting online. Urgent. Su Jinsheng's thick and long eyelashes moved slightly. From Su Winching's angle, she could just see a sneer at the corner of her mouth. But the moment she raised her head, she was respectful and gentle. Grandmother's words should not be refuted by Jinsheng. But Winching's words really don't make sense to Jinsheng. It's true that Winching and I talked privately in the pavilion in the pool this afternoon, but we didn't quarrel the whole time. So how can there be a collision in anger? The middle-aged man frowned slightly. What did you talk about? Su Jinsheng deliberately showed a trace of embarrassment. This? The old woman thought Su Jinsheng was lying, and reprimanded him mercilessly. What? Haven't you finished making up your story yet? Do you want to give you another half an hour to make up your story before you reply? Su Jinsheng pretended to apologize and looked at Su Winching, and then seemed to have made up his mind. It's about Winching's daughter's thoughts. I should have kept it a secret for her, but since my grandmother has spoken, I can't help but answer. Winching took me to the pavilion today and told me that she liked the third prince and wanted me to help her think of a way to create an opportunity for an encounter. But I didn't agree. I think this matter is related to the reputation of women. If she likes him, she should report it to her father and grandmother first, and let her father and grandmother come forward. How can we meet with a man outside alone? The old woman and the middle-aged man were both shocked when they heard this, and looked at the obedient Su Winching wrapped in the quilt in disbelief. The middle-aged man looked very bad. He slapped the Nanma table next to him with one hand and asked Su Winching angrily, Is what Jinsheng said true? The third prince was Su Jinsheng's husband before rebirth. In the end, he abandoned his wife and children and married Su Winching. Su Winching felt sad. The heroine Su Jinsheng deserved to have the golden finger to know the plot after rebirth. It is true that Su Winching in the book has loved the third prince since childhood. But with her venomous and vicious nature, it is naturally impossible for her to confide in Su Jinsheng that she likes the third prince. In the original novel, Su Winching accidentally heard the wife of the Duke of Protectorate and several other ladies praising Su Jinsheng for her courtesy and magnanimity behind the rockery during a banquet, saying that the emperor was just choosing a concubine for the third prince. And Su Jinsheng had a good family background and good looks, so she might be the third prince's concubine. Su Winching was jealous when she heard this, so she designed to trick Su Jinsheng to the pavilion on the pond, and deliberately pulled her so that the wife of the Duke of Protectorate would think that Su Jinsheng pushed her into the water, in order to ruin Su Jinsheng's image in the hearts of the nobles in Anjing City. Su Jinsheng now turned the tables and directly told her about her love for the third prince. If she denied it, she would have no chance to be with the third prince in the future. If she admitted it, wouldn't she be portrayed as someone who was dreaming and disobeying her reputation? It was really a one-trick pony. However, Su Winching could only sigh in her heart and cast a few fangirl-like glances at Su Jinsheng with her mind, because she still couldn't control her body. She could only watch herself step by step towards the abyss of her own death in grief and helplessness. Su Winching's body widened her almond eyes and looked at Su Jinsheng after hearing this. 2 lines of aggrieved tears slowly flowed from her watery almond eyes. The pitiful look made the old woman want to take out her heart. Su Jinsheng, don't talk nonsense. You pushed your own sister into the water first, and then slandered your own sister's reputation. Your heart is really as cruel as a snake and scorpion. Su Winching threw herself on the old woman, her fair cheeks wet with tears. Her crying was miserable and pitiful, as if she had suffered a great injustice. Grandma. I didn't. Hiccup. Watching herself committing suicide but unable to stop it. Su Winching was desperate and painful. She could only stand in the perspective of God and spit out a trace of sad pleasure from her pitiful sobs and hiccups. Su Jinsheng lowered his eyes and glanced at Su Winching coldly. Then do you dare to say in front of Daddy and Grandma that you don't like the third prince? Su Winching sobbed even louder and seemed to be out of breath. Grandma. Hiccup, I didn't. Hiccup, I really didn't. The old woman's heart was pulled by Su Winching's sobbing. She pointed at Su Jinsheng and interrupted angrily. Enough. You are an unmarried girl, and you always talk about love. Do you have no shame? You? Su Winching's sobbing gradually weakened. Grandma. Grandma. Hiccup, I feel so painful in my heart. The old woman hurriedly put aside the matter of scolding Su Jinsheng and patted Su Winching's back with concern and anxiety. Don't scare Grandma. What's going on? The middle-aged man sitting next to her also showed a worried look on his face. What's going on? Come on. Come on. Call the doctor back. The old woman took care of Su Winching with heartache and vented her anger on the middle-aged man. What's going on? Winching was already frightened after falling into the water. Not only did you not let her rest well, but you also asked questions. If Winching has any accident, I will never let you go. The middle-aged male protagonist did not dare to contradict his mother, and could only say yes repeatedly. Jinsheng, go back first. Let's talk about this matter after your sister is well. The old woman was furious. Say? What else is there to say? Do you not believe me, or the wife of the Duke of Hugua? The middle-aged man choked and said helplessly, Mother, what are you talking about? You raised your son with one hand. How could your son not believe you? The old woman's heart was tied to Su Winching, and she was unwilling to talk to him. If you still recognize me as your mother, you should believe what I say. The middle-aged man hesitated and looked at Su Winching, who was holding her chest in the old woman's arms with her eyebrows slightly frowned, and then looked at Su Jinsheng, who was standing beside her with her eyebrows lowered and meek, and sighed heavily. Jinsheng, no matter what, you are responsible for this matter. You should kneel in the ancestral hall first and reflect on how you should be a sister. Su Jinsheng's thick eyelashes fluttered slightly. She was silent for a while, and her red lips moved slightly. Father. Su Winching felt sad for Su Jinsheng for a moment. She knew that her grandmother and father were partial, but she couldn't help but struggle meaninglessly. The middle-aged man interrupted with a tone that did not allow for argument. Okay. Don't you see how messy this room is? Your sister has been weak since she was a child. Today she fell into the water and was frightened. Do you really want your sister to be well? Su Jinsheng's fair face did not fluctuate at all. She lowered her eyes, and her thick and long eyelashes covered the few fluctuations in her eyes. She was silent for a while, walked to Su Wenqing's bed, and helped her pinch the quilt. Her tone was full of apology. In the eyes of the old woman and the middle-aged man, she looked like a sister with deep affection. Only Su Wenqing could see the coldness and hatred in her eyes. Wenqing, it's my fault today. I will make up for it tomorrow. Su Wenqing was about to kneel down to her. What do you mean by I will compensate you someday? I will pay you back someday. Sisters, don't leave. Look at me! I'm being controlled. This is not me. Give me another chance. Su Wenqing hid the hatred in her eyes as she stood up. She bowed respectfully to the old woman and the middle-aged man. Wenqing, take your leave. The old woman said impatiently, go quickly. Don't disturb the doctor from checking Wenqing's pulse. If Su Wenqing could move, she would kneel down and kowtow to this old ancestor immediately, begging this old ancestor not to bring her hatred anymore. Su Wenqing didn't say anything. She retreated respectfully to the side and let the maid lead the doctor in. When she went out, she glanced at Su Wenqing vaguely. The two met in the air, and Su Wenqing saw the side of the god of death in her eyes. Su Wenqing was sad and desperate. At this time, she needed a Prince Charming to kiss her and let her return to her original world. Chapter 2. Su Wenqing was imagining what her Prince Charming would look like. In front of her, a tall and slender figure in a wide-sleeved green dress led a handsome white horse. She was delighted and waited with bated breath for him to turn around. The man seemed to sense something and slowly turned his head. He had a high nose, a sharp face, and a thin lip that smiled before he spoke. The man slowly turned his head back little by little. Suddenly, a face with dry skin and wrinkles enlarged in front of her. Su Wenqing's pupils shrank suddenly, and a sound of grass came out in her heart. Why is her Prince Charming an old man with a white beard? Tens of thousands of alpacas ran through Su Wenqing's heart. She shed 2 lines of tears in the rolling dust, and closed her eyes in despair. As a result, before she could mend her broken heart with needle and thread, her eyelids were held open by a pair of wrinkled hands. The god of fate did not allow her to ignore the song of fate she had worked so hard to write, and forced her to open her eyes and watch how the Whitebeard prince she had carefully selected would kiss her unconscious. The wrinkled face was getting closer and closer. Su Wenqing made up her mind. Kiss him. 30 years later, he is a brave man again. The turbid eyes of the Whitebeard prince stared at her eyes without blinking, and his concentration made Su Wenqing feel that she was not a princess who needed to be kissed, but a corpse that needed to be dissected. Su Wenqing watched his face getting closer and closer, and finally when the two faces were close enough to see the eye boogers in each other's eyes, she could no longer bear it, and pushed the Whitebeard prince away with a palm and sat up. Enough. I don't need it anymore. I choose to be cut into pieces. After Su Wenqing yelled, she looked at her raised hands, and was stunned for a moment. She touched herself from head to toe excitedly. She could move. She could speak. She could control her body. Hey, Dr. Liu. Dr. Liu. Are you okay? Hurry up and help Dr. Liu up. The old woman anxiously directed the maid to help the white-bearded prince up from the ground. Dr. Liu? So he was the doctor? This is a bit embarrassing. Wenqing, don't scare Grandma. What's wrong with you? The old woman's voice was full of concern and fear. What did you say just now? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Wenqing immediately threw the prince, the god of destiny, behind her and held the old woman's hand tightly. Su Wenqing. No. Where is my elder sister? The old woman comforted, don't worry. Your father has punished her to kneel in the ancestral hall to reflect on her past. Su Wenqing said anxiously, what do you want to reflect on? She is innocent. I jumped down by myself. The house was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop, and the maids and servants all lowered their heads to minimize their presence. The middle-aged man's face was slightly gloomy, and his voice was mixed with anger. Wenqing, how did you talk to your grandmother? The old woman turned around and wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes with heartache while scolding the middle-aged man. Don't be mean to her. Wenqing is obviously frightened by falling into the water. Do you want her to become like the crazy girl in the Li family? Get out. Get out. You, as a father, don't feel sorry for her. But let me, an old woman, feel sorry for her. The middle-aged man was scolded and looked embarrassed. Mother, I didn't mean that. She is a junior, and she can't say anything rude to you. The middle-aged man saw that the old woman was so angry that her hands were shaking. He was afraid that she would get sick. So he hurriedly said respectfully, "Okay, Sun will go out now. I'll trouble you to take care of Winching." The old woman gave the middle-aged man a cold look and didn't even look at him until he went out. Su Winching also found something wrong after she said that. Su Winching in the book was two-faced and always obedient in front of her grandmother. She would never speak to her grandmother in such a tone. She hesitated for a moment, pinched her throat and said delicately, "Grandma, my elder sister is really innocent. I really jumped down by myself. Please let my elder sister out." The old woman sighed. "Grandma understands. Grandma knows you are obedient. But everyone needs to be responsible for what they have done. You don't have to say good things for your elder sister. If you don't teach her a lesson this time, she will get worse in the future." Su Winching said anxiously, "It's really not her." The old woman comforted her and winked at the maidservant next to her. "Grandma knows you are tired too. Take a rest first, and we will talk about it tomorrow if there is anything." Take a rest for a night? Doesn't this mean that Su Jinsheng should kneel in the cold ancestral hall for a night first? The dark and windy night is the best time for evil. Su Winching shuddered fiercely. "Grandma, Grandma, Miss, go to sleep. We'll talk tomorrow if there's anything." Su Winching watched Xingji leave the room with her grandmother under the force of the two maids beside her. She looked back at her affectionately from time to time. Su Winching glared at the two maids who were holding her down. They were the bad guys who broke up her and Xingji. The old woman walked out of the room and looked inside with worry in her eyes. She asked Dr. Lu, who followed her, "Dr. Lu, please tell me, what happened to Winching? I can bear it." Dr. Lu touched his snow-white goatee and shook his head with a heavy face. The gallbladder is one of the 6 internal organs, which is connected to the liver among the 5 internal organs. My granddaughter fell into the water suddenly, was too frightened, and her liver and gallbladder qi were out of balance. She now has mild hysteria. I'm afraid it's not good. The old lady's heart skipped a beat, her voice trembling. Could it be like the 4th young lady of the Li family? Lu Tai comforted her. You are worrying too much. Although your granddaughter sometimes talks nonsense, I think she is still sane and should not be crazy. Let's do this. First take the medicine according to my prescription, and I will come to see her again in 3 days. The old lady thanked Lu Tai profusely and personally sent Lu Tai to the door of the Su mansion. Sun Ma, who had served the old lady all her life, comforted her. The 3rd young lady has your blessing to protect her body, and she will definitely get through this safely. The old lady looked at Lu Tai's carriage with a sad face. Didn't the 4th young lady of the Li family do the same thing back then? She fell into the water, had hysteria, talked nonsense, and then went crazy. The old lady sighed and continued. Give orders to the servants that the 3rd young lady fell into the water and was frightened, and tell them to be careful and serve her, no matter what the 3rd young lady does. No one is allowed to show any abnormality in front of her. If anyone offends the 3rd young lady, the Su family will not be able to keep him. Xianlan Pavilion. Su Winching tried to get up from the bed for the 37th time, and was pushed back by the 2 maids guarding the bed for the 38th time. She tried every possible way, including coercion, inducement, and throwing a tantrum. She tried every method she could think of from ancient and modern times, including holding her stomach and saying painfully that she might have miscarried. As a result, she performed hard here, and these 2 bed gods did not smile at all, and could only say one sentence from beginning to end. The old lady asked the 3rd young lady to have a good rest. Su Winching fell heavily on the pillow, looking at the tassels on the edge of the light pink curtain above her, swaying in the wind, and felt a kind of despair of being forced into prostitution. Rebirth of the Splendid Country is a refreshing novel about the heroine's rebirth and revenge that conforms to the current trend. Su Jinsheng, as the heroine who came back after rebirth, has a golden finger all the way, conquering the 1st man, the 2nd man, the 3rd man, the 4th man, the 5th man, the 6th man, the 7th man, the 8th man. Finally, she successfully ascended the throne of the Empress Dowager and took control of the world. What is the core principle of Mary Sue novels? All men in the world, whether they are villains or decent, as long as they are handsome, will fall at the feet of the heroine. And all women in the world, whether they are married or unmarried, as long as they have any intersection with her, will hate her to the bone. And the closer they are, the more they hate her. Su Winching in the book has lived with the heroine Su Jinsheng since childhood. She is inferior to Su Jinsheng in appearance and talent. Jealousy is like a vine, breaking out of the ground in Su Wenqing's heart, growing and entwining, and finally covering the entire heart. The mothers of Su Jinsheng and Su Wenqing both died when they were 6 or 7 years old. The two grew up together in the Su mansion, supporting and caring for each other. Before Su Jinsheng was reborn, he sincerely regarded Su Wenqing as his closest relative. As a result, this sister, who was so weak that even ants were reluctant to step on, eventually killed her son, robbed her husband, and finally had someone cut off her flesh with the sharpest knife. Su Jinsheng died with hatred after her sister, who she had protected since she was a child, and her bedmate put her to death. After her rebirth, Su Jinsheng used the same method to treat her. She had people cut off 1,000 pieces of Su Wenqing's feet and fed her flesh to dogs in front of Su Wenqing. When I stayed up late to watch this part, I screamed with pleasure, tearing the white lotus and abusing the mistress. I felt so comfortable all over. But now I just want to say, we are all women. Why do we have to suffer as women? Knock, knock, knock. Su Wenqing's ears moved slightly, and she saw Bed God One take small steps to gently open the door, and then close it from the outside. The person who came seemed to be an old nanny. Su Wenqing vaguely heard some words, such as old lady and Miss 3. The conversation ended not long after. Bed Goddess One. Before she left, she was the evil stepmother queen in Snow White. And when she came back, she was the smiling wolf grandmother. Su Wenqing shrank into the quilt, revealing only a pair of big black eyes, looking at her cautiously. What are you going to do? Your smile makes me feel scared. Isn't it too early to settle the score? It's not summer yet. Wolf grandmother. The smile was as warm as the spring breeze. Didn't the third lady want to go out just now? Do you need me to dress up for you? Su Wenqing looked at the dusk outside the window and swallowed her saliva. Dress up at this time? Are you going to pack me up and send me out to meet guests? Wolf Granny and Bed God Two looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Wolf Granny shook her head silently at Bed God Two and said with a smile on her face, Miss San is joking. But if you want, we can also ask the old lady to help you arrange it. Su Wenqing was shocked. If she remembered correctly, she was wearing a serious Reborn Mary Sue novel. Why was the plot developing in the direction of pornographic novels? She tentatively asked, if I heard correctly. You just said if I want. Right? It means that if I don't want to, I don't have to go. Right? Wolf Granny smiled, of course. Miss San can do anything. Su Wenqing hugged the quilt and smiled awkwardly. What if I say I want to be alone? Wolf Grandma nodded, pulled Bed God Two, and bowed to Su Wenqing with a smile and left. His decisive speed was completely different from the bed god, who just guarded her bed and refused to leave. Su Wenqing waited for the door to be completely closed before she got up from the bed. She slept for a while and somehow got into the book. There were too many things she needed to figure out, such as why she couldn't control her body before, what was going on in this world, whether there was such a thing as a system, whether there were any tasks, and whether there were props like portable space in other novels. Among all the things, the most urgent, and the one she needed to verify immediately, was what she looked like now. She pounced on the dressing table beside the bed like a wolf. The bronze mirror reflected a small oval face, with tender eyes like a pool of autumn water, willow leaf eyebrows that seemed to be frowned but not frowned, as if she had infinite sorrow, thin and pale lips that made her look even more delicate, and long straight black hair scattered on both sides, which made people feel pity. Su Wenqing sighed. What a miserable face. Fate played a joke on her, and she couldn't strangle fate by the throat. She could only put down the bronze mirror and think of a way out for herself. Chapter 3. It is unwise to fight with the protagonist Mary Sue in a Mary Sue novel. So the most urgent thing for her is to find out whether this world can really do whatever she wants. In other words, whether there are really no systems and tasks that are bad. She lowered her voice and said to the empty room, System? System? System. Are you there? The only response to her was the awkward silence. Is there really no system? Or does silent recitation not work? Su Wenqing coughed twice to clear her throat and shouted, System. Is there a system? The two maids outside the door trembled with fear. The maid on the left turned around and wanted to knock on the door. The three of the third lady. Before she could finish her words, the maid on the right covered her mouth and stopped her. Hush. Have you forgotten the old lady's instructions? No matter what the third lady does, We must not show any abnormality in front of her. People who are half crazy can't stand stimulation the most. Su Wenqing didn't know how much panic her active survival behavior caused to the maids outside. The lack of system response made her secretly happy. In this way, can she rely on the golden finger of understanding the subsequent plot and the excellent contemporary socialist core values to be the most obedient salted fish here? Eat and drink until the end of her life? She patted her stiff face and tried to calm her brain that was overheated due to excessive excitement. If there was no system and no task, why did she suddenly lose control of her body before? Was it because a certain sentence triggered this setting? Or was it because her body was not used to it when she just came in? As an excellent successor of socialism, Su Wenqing has been implementing the principle of practice as the only criterion for testing truth since she was young. She rolled up her sleeves and got to work. She went through the scene in her mind, played 4 roles, and recreated the scene in the empty room with passion and emotion. She sat on a wooden chair nearby and lowered her voice. Son knows that you care about Wenqing, but you have to ask about it. What if Jinxing is wronged? She immediately got up and sat back on the bed, pointing at the empty wooden chair with trembling fingers, and shouted angrily, Wenqing is a kind-hearted child who doesn't want to make a big deal. Can't you see that as a father? Wenqing. She hugged herself with her backhand, her voice affectionate and concerned. Tell the truth to your grandmother. Was it Su Jinxing who pushed you? The maids outside the door were desolate. They looked up at the bright moon in despair. What should they do with a crazy master? They were afraid that they would go crazy one day. Su Wenqing went through the 4-person scene from beginning to end, and finally found that she was still the same. A real and positive fairy. So it's really just that you're not used to it when you first come in. This setting is really a mother. There is no system and no tasks. It seems that the only thing left is to plan a feasible way to hug thighs. There are countless legs in this book, and the important male characters will be taken into Su Jinxing's harem later. Let a straight woman who has been single since birth compete with Mary Sue, who has a hormonal halo. For men in Mary Sue's text, this is the most cruel request she has seen in her life for more than 20 years. No one. So the safest way at present is to hold on to Su Jinxing. Based on Su Jinxing's character, Su Wenqing quickly planned 3 ways to make amends for herself. The first is to let Su Jinxing know that she has changed her ways and plans to turn over a new leaf. The second is to send warm condolences to Su Jinxing, who is currently isolated and helpless in the Su mansion, and slowly repair the precarious sister relationship. The third is to use her golden finger that knows the whole story to help Su Jinxing successfully ascend to the throne of queen. In the original novel, although Su Jinxing remembers grudges, she remembers favors even more. She treats her enemies in the same way, and she repays her benefactors with a spring of gratitude. Therefore, considering Su Jinxing's character, these 3 ways are still very feasible. When Su Jinxing becomes the queen in the future, will she be able to use her status as the queen's sister to walk around in Anjing City, sitting in 4 luxurious carriages, and asking the government to take back anyone she dislikes and beat them with a stick? Can she also keep a few little wolf dogs at will? Wenqing laughed secretly in the quilt, and was so happy that she wanted to roll over. Miss San. The voice of the maid sounded outside the door. Su Wenqing cleared her throat and sat up from the bed. What's the matter? The door was gently pushed open, and a little maid in a light green cross-collared luo shirt walked in. Miss, you haven't had dinner yet. The kitchen has made your favorite crispy sugar cake. Do you want me to bring it to you? Su Wenqing looked at the little maid for a few times. Why aren't they the 2 bed gods just now? No. The 2 sisters guarding my bed? Suedia was stunned. Miss, are you talking about the 2 sisters outside the door? They are the people around the old lady. Miss fell into the water and was frightened. The old lady was worried that we didn't take good care of her, so she specially sent them to take care of Mrs. Body. Su Wenqing nodded. Then who are you? Suedia's expression switched back and forth between surprise and sadness. Miss, what's wrong with you? I have been serving you since I was a child. Miss, don't you even remember me? Suedia's accusing expression was so heartbroken that Su Wenqing had the illusion that she was a scumbag. She quickly flipped through the names of the supporting characters in the book in her mind. How could it be? I was kidding you. You are Tsuehua. We grew up together. How could I not remember you? Tsuehua. Hearing this, her expression was as if she had overturned a soy sauce shop. She bit her lip and said aggrievedly, Miss, my name is Tsuedia. Su Wenqing has not yet graduated, but she has already experienced the sorrow of dying before her body. She smiled awkwardly to make up for it. You look so sad when you come in. I am just trying to make you happy. Suedia looked at Su Winching with her big watery eyes. Her innocent eyes made people feel that if you lied to her, you would be a scum. Really? Su Winching abandoned her conscience in a second. Scum is scum. She smiled in the tone of abducting underage girls. Of course it is true. Would I lie to you? Suedia smiled with relief. Patted her chest. Miss, you scared me to death. Su Winching smiled. Suedia, I'll bring the crispy cake to you. Su Winching hurriedly grabbed Suedia, who was about to run out. She was about to die. Why should she eat? I don't have an appetite for the moment. Please find a food box for me to pack it up and bring it in. Suedia was puzzled. Miss, if you want to eat later, just ask me to bring it up. Why do you need a food box? Su Winching's skill of snatching men has not been lit up yet. But as a woman, her skill of teasing girls has been maxed out. She pinched Suedia's face and raised a teasing smirk. What? You don't listen to me? Suedia's face suddenly turned red. And she said I'll go right now, and ran out shyly with her face covered. Su Winching laughed happily behind her. It was night. Su Winching came out of the room alone with a food box. Looking sly. The night in ancient times was beautiful and soft. The bright moon disk hung in the quiet night sky as if it was within reach. And the stars were like silver beads, inlaid in the dark blue night sky. Shining. The Su mansion was very large, with a winding corridor in the backyard. Stones under the steps forming a corridor. 3 hanging flower gates. Green willows hanging around the wall. Roses all over the garden. More than 10 meters high rockery towering. Lotus pond winding paths under the mountain. Small bridges and flowing water. The whole courtyard building was ingenious and exquisite. But Su Winching obviously had no intention of appreciating the scenery of the Su mansion. She walked along the corridor, and stood under a plaque engraved with Qin Chong, and wanted to cry, but had no tears. If she remembered correctly, this was the 6th time she stood here. This sad realization made her once again sure that she was lost. And given the complexity of the Su mansion, she could believe that this situation would definitely happen again in the future. She didn't want to think about it anymore because she was afraid of shaking her confidence in life. In desperation, she could only ask the servant in the mansion for help. Of course, the reason could not be that she was lost. The third lady of the Su mansion got lost in the backyard where she had lived for more than 10 years. It was terrifying to think about it. So when she asked the servant softly if he could take her to the ancestral hall because she was afraid of the dark, the servant did not doubt it at all and took her to the ancestral hall without saying a word. The Su family is one of the 5 great families in the Southern Dynasty. 3 prime ministers were born in the family. A large red gold plaque with 9 dragons and green ground was hung on the ancestral hall, which was bestowed by the previous emperor. The couplets on the gate are ebony couplets inlaid with silver. To be honest, if Su Winching was not worried that Su Jinsheng would kneel alone in the ancestral hall and become evil in silence due to hunger and cold, she would never want to come to such a gloomy place at night. After Su Winching went over what she was about to say in her mind, she pushed open the door of the ancestral hall lightly. She first poked her head out, but was shocked by the wall of spirit tablets that suddenly came into her sight. Su Winching is not a staunch atheist. She believes in evolution and also fears ghosts and gods. She looks at the black and gold inlaid spirit tablets on the wall and always feels that there are pairs of eyes staring at her. She gritted her teeth and walked in. Su Jinsheng was wearing a moon-colored cloud silk skirt, with 2 hanging buns on her head, an emerald flower glass with small diamond tassels on both sides. Her back was noble and graceful, and she was as tall as a winter plum even when kneeling on the cold stone slab. Su Winching showed a kind smile and tried to make her voice full of concern. Big sister, you must be hungry. I brought you some food. Su Jinsheng knelt on the cold stone slab with his back to her and did not speak. Even the tassels on the glass hairpin on her bun did not shake. Su Winching touched her nose awkwardly. She tiptoed to close the door and gently opened the food box and placed it in front of Su Jinsheng. Smiling, big sister, you haven't eaten all day. Eat something. Su Jinsheng's dark and deep almond eyes revealed a bit of sharpness. What do you want to do now? Well, with so many criminal records, it seems that this relationship has to be repaired slowly. Su Winching showed a guilty expression and confessed, Sister, I came here to apologize to you today. Su Jinsheng's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly on her oval face, and her eyes, like cold mist, were full of vigilance and disbelief. Su Winching lowered her head slightly. Sister, do you know? In fact, I have always been jealous of you. You are beautiful, and you are proficient in everything. People in Manan capital only know the eldest daughter Su Jinsheng when they mention the Su family. No matter how hard I try, no matter how I catch up, I can't compare to you. No one has ever noticed me around you. So I am unwilling and jealous. Full marks for flattery. Perfect first step. Now I think this idea is really childish. You and I are blood relatives. We are sisters who are connected by blood. Sisters share the same fate. If we fight to the death in the same room, it will only make others laugh at our Su family. The decline of a large family has always been from the inside out. If we sisters can't support each other, who else can we trust in the vast sea of people? Full marks for family affection. Perfect second step. In the past, my sister had a narrow vision and did many stupid things. But Confucius once said that jealousy. What is jealousy? Forget it. Jealousy makes people ugly. So my sister has come to her senses today. I hope that my sister will be generous and forgive my sister. I haven't read much, so I barely got 99 points in the third step. Su Jinsheng's red lips curled up with a mocking smile. If I remember correctly, 2 hours ago, you falsely accused me of pushing you into the water in front of half of the dignitaries in Anjing City, and gave everyone the impression that I was unruly and domineering. Su Winching said nonsense with a sincere face. Today's incident is all my fault. It was only through today's incident that I woke up. My sister made such a fuss. And others will not only think that you are making things difficult for me, but also that the daughters of the Su family are ignorant of etiquette. After returning to my room, I learned from the pain and felt more and more guilty. So I came here to ask for your forgiveness first, and then explain the situation to my father later. Su Jinsheng frowned slightly, as if trying to tell the truth from Su Winching's words. In her last life, she treated Su Winching as her closest sister, and talked to her about everything. She even believed her one-sided story when the third prince took her as a concubine. She really thought that the third prince forced her to do it. She had a big fight with the third prince for her own sake, which led to the miscarriage of the fetus in her belly. In the end, she realized that all this was just a trap set by Su Winching. Su Jinsheng will never forget the look of her own sister standing in front of her and letting people cut off her flesh one by one. She swore at that time that if there was an afterlife, she would make her pay for her blood debt with blood. But the current Su Winching is obviously not the Su Winching in her memory. The Su Winching in her memory would rather die than say I'm jealous of you. Could it be that because of his rebirth, many things are also changing? Su Winching saw the hesitation in Su Jinsheng's eyes and knew something was going to happen. My sister used to have a bad record. I know it's hard for you to trust me all of a sudden, but a journey of 1,000 miles will reveal a person's true character. I will let you see my sincerity in my decision to change. Su Jinsheng was suspicious, and was not sure what Su Winching wanted to do. In his memory, Su Winching always looked weak in front of others, making people want to protect her involuntarily. But the Su Winching in front of him was different. And when did Confucius say that jealousy makes people ugly? Su Winching pushed the food box in front of Su Jinsheng with a sincere face. Even if sister can't believe me for the time being, you don't have to ruin your body. I'll leave the food box here for you. Sister, I'll go and admit to father that I deliberately framed sister today. Su Jinsheng's suspicion became even more intense. This was the first time she felt that things were out of control after her rebirth. Was Su Winching different after her rebirth, or was she trying to play some tricks again? Su Winching stood up from the ground and thought happily in her heart that after she explained to her father, Su Jinsheng would initially believe her. The most critical first step would make the rest easy. She could already see the 4 carriages and the little wolfhounds waving at her. Su Winching was happy, and her tone was a little lighter. Then I'll go. Sister. As soon as Su Winching finished speaking, the door of the ancestral hall was pushed open with a bang. Su Winching was suddenly shocked to find that her body was out of control. She watched her body fall flat on the ground gorgeously. And when she fell to the ground, she tripped over the food box with 1 foot. Her body covered her chest uncontrollably. Her eyes were full of tears, and her voice was weak and trembling. Why do you have to do this? Sister? I really came to bring you food with good intentions. Su saw the scene as soon as he pushed the door open. The little bit of pity in his heart was immediately dispersed by anger. He was furious and said, Su Jinsheng, is this how you reflect on your mistakes? The little bit of doubt in Su Jinsheng's eyes disappeared, and she returned to the coldness when Su Winching first came in. She lowered her eyes and glanced at Su Winching coldly. That's it. Su Winching roared in her heart. I'm not. I didn't. Listen to my explanation. Chapter 4. Su Jinsheng was suspicious. What happened today was within her expectations. She knew that no matter how she argued, her father would eventually side with Su Winching. So she asked Li Ma, who was in charge of tidying up her father Su Yu's study, to place Xiang Jixianji in a prominent place on Su Yu's desk. Gui Yogwang recalled his late wife in Xiang Jixianji. She knew that Su Yu would definitely think of her mother after reading this book. Su Yu would definitely choose to come to the ancestral hall to see her with a heart full of mourning and nostalgia. Su Jinsheng knew that Su Yu was not a person who could not distinguish right from wrong. She had planned to wait for Su Yu to come and tell him what happened today in detail. She believed that without the pressure from her grandmother, Su Yu could distinguish who was right from who was wrong. But why did Su Winching come here by chance? Nanny Li was brought from her mother's home when she got married. Before she was reborn, she was beaten to death by Su Winching for protecting her. Nanny Li's loyalty is beyond doubt. She would never tell Su Winching about it. So why did Su Winching know her plan? Su Yu carefully helped Su Winching up and asked with concern, "Did you fall anywhere?" Su Winching stood up with tears in her eyes, pretending to be struggling. She limped and held Su Yu. "I'm fine. Big sister must have misunderstood me." "Father." "Don't blame big sister." Su Yu saw that Su Winching sprained her ankle and still helped Su Jinsheng to get rid of it. The little doubt in his heart about Su Winching had long disappeared, and he scolded Su Jinsheng with anger on his face. "Look at you. Where is your awareness and responsibility as an elder sister? Sisters should support each other. Even if your sister said something wrong, you as an elder sister should not hurt her. First you pushed her into the lotus pond, and now you hit her. Where did you read all the books in your room? I think it's too light to punish you to kneel in the ancestral hall. You kneel down and copy the ancestral precepts 10 times tonight. If you still can't reflect on your mistakes, you can copy them again tomorrow." Su Jinsheng's fair face was like a calm lake, and she couldn't tell whether she was happy or angry. She said yes in a light tone, and never looked at Su Winching again from beginning to end. Su Winching knew that her tricks not only failed to achieve the set goals, but also made Su Jinsheng hate her. Big Thigh. Becoming a strong enemy. Sadness spread in the heart. Tears flowed from the eyes. Su Yu asked nervously, "What's wrong? But do you feel uncomfortable? Did your sister hurt you when she pushed you? Can you walk?" Su Winching looked at the man in front of him, who was blinded by lard and despair. "Uncle, it's time to put ophthalmology on the agenda." Su Winching's body struggled to support Su Yu's hand, and his voice was soft and weak. "It was my own carelessness. It has nothing to do with my elder sister." Su Yu helped Su Winching out with heartache. "I know you are kind. Don't worry about this matter." After Su Yu finished speaking, he instructed the nanny outside the door, "Be careful to help the third lady back, and then send someone to invite Dr. Lu to see the third lady." Su Winching was unable to move or speak. Despair spread in her heart. This was a sad moment. Su Winching was taken back to her room in a sedan chair. She fell on the bed and hit the quilt with her head. Ah! She was going to cry because of herself. No! Not herself. It's this body. She raised her fist and wanted to hit herself a few times to relieve her hatred. But in the end, she hit the quilt. Although this body is hateful, it is still herself who is in pain. Forget it. She buried her head in the quilt and saw her 4 carriages, the 10-meter bed, and the 40-layer duck-down quilt smiling and waving at her. There are also the little wolf dogs who look like so-and-so. So-and-so and so-and-so. If the plot goes on as normal, Su Jinsheng will immediately design a plan to help her marry the scumbag of the third prince. Today's birthday banquet at the Su mansion is her first step. The third prince's name is Xiaoyan, the son of concubine Xu. Before Su Jinsheng's rebirth, he used the power of the Su mansion and the heroine's grandfather, General Jing Yuan's mansion, to repel foreign enemies, and finally ascended the throne of the emperor with the help of Su Jinsheng. This man is passionate, fickle, and loves the new and hates the old. He almost gathers all the characteristics of scumbags in all literary genres, with love as the theme for 5,000 years. It can be said that he is a scumbag. Before Su Jinsheng's rebirth, he married Su Jinsheng but had an affair with Su Winching. After Su Jinsheng's rebirth, he married Su Winching but couldn't forget Su Jinsheng. Most of the bloody plots in the original novel were contributed by him, such as sending people to kidnap Su Jinsheng regardless of the overall situation, and the male protagonist arrived when she was forced to do so. Su Jinsheng finally chose the male protagonist from her many suitors. 99% of the credit should be attributed to him. And the reason why Su Winching in the original book hated the heroine so much later was also attributed to him. If it weren't for him, Su Winching in the original book would have done something. But he wouldn't have done it to death. The original novel describes Su Winching's death in a particularly horrifying way. In a cold dark room, Su Winching was tied to a cross wooden frame with disheveled hair. A woman took a knife from the wall that could cut iron like mud. She took off Su Winching's shoes and skillfully cut off the flesh on her feet with 4 knives. The bright red blood dripped on the ground, and the white bones were looming in the blood. Su Winching screamed and fainted, and then was ruthlessly awakened by ice water. Su Winching's toes shrank suddenly. She took off her shoes and rubbed her feet vigorously. It doesn't hurt. It doesn't hurt. It's all fake. It hasn't come to this point yet. She fell on the bed with despair. But she was just a baby. She was a little fairy who grew up peacefully in a stable socialist environment and had no desires. How could she fight against these house-fighting monsters who grew up in the venom of feudalism? Baala, the little magic fairy, couldn't beat Gunala, the dark god. Su Winching was at her wit's end and lived a secluded life. She slowly figured out the rules of her uncontrolled body. At present, this setting only happens in front of Su Jinsheng. And this situation will not occur when she gets along with people other than Su Jinsheng. If you can't afford to offend her, you can always hide from her. The only solution she can think of is to stay as far away from Su Jinsheng as possible. She can't stay in the Su mansion anymore. She doesn't want to die at such a young age. In the days that followed, she planned her escape route while packing up the valuables in her room. Although the Southern Dynasty seemed peaceful now, she had read the original novel and knew that this was just superficial comfort. Now the 3 older princes have begun to fight openly and secretly. In a few years, the Hu people will invade and the North and the South will go to war. Su Winching studied the map she got for 3 days. The North is full of Hu people, and it is said that they eat people. She must not go there. The people in the Southern barbarians are fierce, and there may be Miaojiang witchcraft. What if they see that she looks good and make her into a medicine man? Su Winching shook the goosebumps on her body. In fact, she wanted to go to the Qinhuai area the most, with beautiful mountains, rivers and scenery. But it was right at the junction of the North and the South, and she would be the first to encounter it when the war broke out. So she had to give up for the long term. So after looking around, Shuya, that is, Hainan Island, was her only option. Shuya's production technology was relatively backward. Could she go there with the drawings of labor tools and modern wisdom to help improve the lives of local residents? By then, she would be Su Wangjiao Jun Winching in the hearts of the people of Juya. Maybe the local prince saw that she was beautiful and smart, and couldn't help but marry her as the prince's wife. Su Winching thought shyly. If he was handsome, she could also agree reluctantly. After Su Winching decided on the route, she had nothing to do. Every day, she either ate or lay in bed, and had a dream about the domineering prince and the beautiful peasant girl. On this day, she dreamed that the domineering prince hugged her from behind, and told her that he would not let her go no matter whether she agreed or not. Before she could refuse, she was shaken by the maid Suedia. Suedia wiped the corners of Su Winching's mouth with a silk scarf. What did the third lady dream about? Why are you drooling? Su Winching looked at her confusedly, and then looked out the dark window. What's wrong? Is there a fire? Suedia had been serving Su Winching these days, and she was no longer surprised by her young lady's occasional shocking remarks. It was also possible that she had subconsciously accepted the fact that her young lady's brain was damaged. Suedia pulled Su Winching up from the bed. Miss San, have you forgotten? Today is the 15th day of the lunar month. According to tradition, the whole family has to go to the old lady's place for breakfast. Su Winching responded listlessly. This setting is really inhumane. Is it because lunch cannot be eaten or dinner is not delicious? Why must breakfast be eaten? Isn't it good to eat dinner? Drinking wine, tasting food and appreciating the moon. How to promote the love of the family. Su Winching sat in front of the dressing table with her hands supporting her head and eyes closed, letting Suedia help her dress up. Suedia, Miss San has been sleeping these days. Are you feeling unwell? Su Winching covered her mouth and yawned. Talking nonsense. Life has dealt me a fatal blow. I have lost the courage to face life, and can only seek physical and mental comfort in my dreams. Suedia, what delicious food did the third miss dream of? Why are you drooling in your dream? Su Winching narrowed her eyes and smiled meaningfully. Well, beauty is a feast for the eyes. When Su Winching arrived at the old lady's room, she found that Aunt Zhao and the second sister Su Jining were already waiting on her left and right. After Su Jinxing's mother died, Su Yu never remarried, and all matters in the Su mansion were managed by the most favored Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao had a daughter and a son, and always pleased the old lady and Su Yu. She was a smiling tiger with a sweet appetite, and was considered one of the half-brain patients in the suicide squad. The second sister Su Jining was Aunt Zhao's daughter. She had an impatient personality, did things without thinking about the end, and her likes and dislikes were all on her face. She did not inherit Aunt Zhao's smiling tiger characteristics at all, and was considered one of the brainless patients in the suicide squad. Su Winching looked around the room and saw that there were only 4 of them in the room. She was happy in her heart. Oh! The Su Mansion Suicide Squad had its first regular meeting this month? Chapter 5. The old lady wore a dark red double-breasted Confucian robe today, with a pleated skirt of the same color. Her silver-white hair was neatly combed and tied behind her head. She waved to Su Winching with a kind look. Winching is here. Let Grandma see if you look better. Although the old lady's eyesight was not good, and she was a little confused, she was really kind to her. Su Winching followed the old lady's hand and sat down beside her. Grandma, don't worry. I'm fine. The old lady took Su Winching's little face and looked at it carefully. Your face is ruddy. It seems that the prescription of Dr. Liu is really good. The medicine of Dr. Liu was too bitter, and it was all offered to Jasmine in the room. Sister Jasmine, unable to bear the pain, he had passed away before her. As for the ruddy complexion, it might be due to a wet dream. Su Winching lowered her head and looked down. Lu Tai is indeed a miraculous doctor. Annie Zhao deliberately mentioned it casually. I heard from Lu Tai that your foot was sprained because Jin Sheng pushed you. Is it better now? Su Winching sighed quietly in her heart. She should have pretended to be sick today. Why did she let the domineering prince come to interfere with their suicidal dinner? Su Jinsheng will be here soon. Isn't it clear that Annie Zhao is using her as a gun to provoke the anger of the old lady by mentioning this at this time? Su Winching's brain was working fast. She pulled the old lady's hand and said, that day was not what my father saw. My elder sister didn't push me. We were playing role-playing. That is, acting. Grandmother, have you ever seen a play? We just found 2 roles to play. Old lady. 4th aunt. Su Jining. Su Jining's eyes widened in disbelief. Su Jinsheng would play games with you. Role-playing? 3rd sister. Are you okay? 4th aunt covered her mouth with a silk scarf and sighed. You defend Jinsheng so much, but Jinsheng still treats you like this. It's really wrong. Old lady hugged her with one hand, patted her a few times, and comforted her. Grandma knows that you are kind-hearted and always care about sisterhood. You don't want to make a big deal. But Su Jinsheng has gone too far in this matter. Again and again. Grandma will help you to teach her a lesson. Why can't everyone be more simple and kind? Why can't you believe that a sentence only has a literal meaning? Why do you have to add so many personalities to her? Really not. Su Winching's words stopped abruptly when Su Jinsheng came in. She prayed and prayed to the 3 pure ones in her heart. She would be gone in 3 days. Could they please stop causing her hatred and let her go smoothly? Creating a harmonious society requires the joint efforts of everyone. Su Jinsheng bowed to the old lady and Aunt Zhao in a dignified and generous manner. Grandmother, Aunt Zhao. Perhaps the 3 pure ones were moved by her sincerity. And this time, they really did not cruelly take away the control of her body. Su Winching almost cried with joy. The moment Su Jinsheng saw Su Winching looking at her with tears of gratitude, an alarm sounded in her heart. Her first reaction was that Su Winching was going to do something weird again. She immediately forced herself to be alert and looked at Su Winching in full alertness. Su Winching showed the biggest smile from the heart since she had traveled through the book. Big sister, you are here. Su Jinsheng nodded vigilantly. She was sure that there was no such scene before her rebirth, because the Su Winching she knew was lovable in every move, and she would never smile so silly. The last time Su Winching acted abnormally, she intended to make her father misunderstand. What was she going to do this time? The old lady was very dissatisfied with Su Jinsheng's lukewarm attitude. Why? You could pretend to be kind to your younger siblings in front of me, but now you don't even want to pretend in front of me? For the first time in this situation, Su Winching was able to control her body. She had an illusion that her fate was in her control. And even her back straightened up. She held the old lady's arm and explained, "Grandmother, you misunderstood Big Sister. Big Sister is usually very good to me. She always lets me choose first when there are good things." The old lady didn't believe it at all. "I don't know what kind of curse she cast on you to make you defend her like this." The old lady turned to Su Jinsheng and said, "I really don't know if your heart is made of stone." Su Winching pulled the old lady and pretended to be coquettish and said, "Grandma, I'm hungry. When are we going to eat?" When the old lady heard that her precious granddaughter was hungry, she didn't care to scold her, and hurriedly asked someone to bring breakfast. Su Winching was refreshed. Holding the old lady's arm, and walked past Su Jinsheng, raised her eyebrows and winked at her. "I helped you once. Don't be too touched. Anyway, I plan to leave. Just treat it as a good meeting and parting. I don't need your repayment." Su Jinsheng understood the meaning of Su Winching's smug look. "Who do you think you are? The old lady still listens to me." Su Jinsheng narrowed her eyes slightly. Su Winching was going to tear her face openly. This was strange. Before her rebirth, Su Winching was used to hiding behind the scenes. She was best at killing people with borrowed knives. Whether it was the deliberate frame-up in the ancestral hall or the show of force today, the means were too naive and unlike her usual style. Su Jinsheng looked up and looked at Su Winching, who was feasting. Could it be that Su Winching had seen through her plan in Beishan? But only she and Ling Xiao knew about this. Ling Xiao was a gangster she accidentally saved some time ago. He had nothing to do with Su Winching and had no reason to betray her. But Su Winching also got the news about Li Ma's incident last time in advance. Could it be that there was an informant around her that she didn't know about? An Zhao helped the old lady to serve the dishes respectfully and virtuously, while secretly observing the smiling Su Winching. Su Winching was a little abnormal today. It was easy to understand that Su Winching said good things for Su Jinsheng. Anyway, the old lady would not believe it. The more good things Su Winching said, the worse the old lady's impression of Su Jinsheng would be. The key point was why Su Winching jumped out to interrupt when the old lady was about to scold Su Jinsheng. Su Winching's move made her confused. The original Su Winching would not miss any opportunity to see Su Jinsheng embarrassed. An Zhao suddenly understood Su Winching's intention. She wanted Su Jinsheng to lower her guard and successfully implement their plan in Beishan. An Zhao received the hint and pretended to be concerned about Su Jinsheng. "I see that you seem to have lost some weight recently. But the food in your small kitchen is not to your taste. Do you need Ant to arrange a few new cooks for you?" Su Jinsheng's heart sank slightly. It is said that it is easy to avoid an open attack, but difficult to prevent a hidden attack. They plan to put people in her kitchen? Su Jinsheng politely refused. "I'm sorry to bother you, Aunt. Maybe I'm a little sleepy in spring. It's okay." An Zhao didn't really want to help her change the cook. She was even more happy to hear the words. "Maybe it's too boring to stay in the room every day. The Beishan Spring Banquet will be held in a few days. Maybe going out for a walk will make you feel better. Come. Lotus soup is your favorite. And we'll serve you a bowl." Su Jinsheng's thick and long eyelashes hid the few fluctuations in her eyes. She smiled and took the bowl handed over by Aunt Zhao. "Thank you, Aunt Zhao." Su Winching had no idea about the speculation caused by her words. Nor did she pay any attention to the confrontation at the dinner table. She was concentrating on fighting with the food in front of her. There were too many kinds, and she thought each one was delicious. But she only had one stomach, so she needed to plan well. And according to her plan, the women in the mansion would go to Beishan for the spring banquet in 3 days. They would definitely take half of the Su mansion with them. She planned to leave the Su mansion at that time. She had thought of an excuse for not going. She would say that she had fallen into the water some time ago, and her body had not recovered. The old lady always cared about her, and would definitely agree. By then, the sky is high and the sea is wide. And you can be free and unrestrained. What Su Jinsheng? What the third prince? Can all have fun by themselves. This fairy is leaving. Goodbye to you. Su Winching's smile became even stronger when she thought of this. She put 2 more pieces of osmanthus cake into her bowl. She was about to leave the Su mansion. And she didn't know if she could eat so many delicious foods outside. The old lady didn't have a big appetite. She stopped eating after 2 bites. She wiped her mouth and asked Aunt Zhao, "The spring banquet will be in 3 days. Are all the things almost packed?" Su Winching pricked up one ear. While listening, she was thinking about how to say that she would not go. Aunt Zhao put down the bowl and chopsticks in her hand and replied respectfully, "Everything is packed. Princess Jean has surrounded the entire North Mountain to hold the summer banquet this time. Are you really not going to see it? The old lady shook her head. I am old and can't stand the tossing. I have taught you everything I should have taught you in the past spring banquet. This time, you should take the younger generation with you. Although the people attending the spring banquet are the families of princes, nobles and ministers above the 4th rank. Each mansion will also bring a lot of maids and servants. And there are all kinds of people. So you still have to pay attention to what you should pay attention to. Especially the safety of the girls. Aunt Zhao nodded and said yes. I also brought a lot of guards from the mansion. If the girls want to go out, I will let the guards follow them. Please rest assured. Old lady. The old lady nodded with satisfaction. She looked around the 3 girls of the Su mansion at the dinner table. And finally her eyes fell on Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing has been acting abnormally from time to time, since she fell into the water some time ago. Although Dr. Lu said that she was fine. There were many people at the Beishan spring banquet. If she was stimulated again. The old lady hesitated for a moment and said, Wenqing. In fact, there is no essential difference between the Beishan spring banquet and the previous spring banquets. It's just a change of name. You haven't fully recovered yet. So why don't you stay in the Su mansion to accompany your grandmother this time? Su Wenqing was delighted and really wanted to rush over and kiss the old lady on the face. How could there be such a considerate and amiable old lady in the world? Just when I was about to fall asleep. She sent me a pillow. Su Wenqing hurriedly said. Grandma is right. Su Wenqing's tongue froze. She was really going to curse. Her body is out of control again. Chapter 6. Su Wenqing lowered her head and said softly, Grandmother is right. I should not travel far after recovering from a long illness. But Auntie handed the list of Su mansion attendees to Princess Jean a month ago. If my illness is not yet cured, it would be fine. But now my illness is almost cured. If I don't go, I'm afraid Princess Jean will be unhappy and think that our Su mansion despises her. Aunt Zhao just heard that the old lady wanted to keep Su Wenqing in the Su mansion. And her heart was shocked. What if Su Wenqing doesn't go? Who will carry out the key step at that time? Aunt Zhao quickly agreed. Princess Jean has always been arrogant. And it is no secret in Anjing City that Dr. Lu diagnosed Wenqing's pulse a few days ago and said that Wenqing is already well. I'm afraid that the Jean mansion and our Su mansion will have a rift because of such a small matter. The old lady showed some hesitation when she heard this. She had dealt with the Jean Wenfei before. She was narrow-minded and vengeful. This matter would not be a big deal for others. But for Jean Wenfei, she would remember it for the rest of her life. Su Jinsheng naturally did not want Su Wenqing not to go. The play she had arranged had not yet been staged. If the protagonist did not go, how could the play be performed? Su Jinsheng put down the bowl and chopsticks and wiped his mouth with a towel. In fact, going out to relax is also very helpful for recovery. Wenqing told me a few days ago that she was a little bored staying in the Su mansion every day. Su Wenqing raised her head from her knees in a heart that was drowned in tears. Although I said before that you don't need to repay me. Isn't this the courtesy of our Chinese nation? Is this how you treat your benefactor? Doesn't your heart hurt? Aunt Zhao continued to add fuel to the fire. The old lady is just worried about Wenqing's health. In fact, I am worried too. So I have asked someone to invite the doctor from Shanhui Hall to accompany you. The old lady pondered for a moment. Since Wenqing wants to go, then go. But you must be careful about everything. Su Wenqing squatted in her heart to protect her weak self. Wenqing doesn't want to go. Grandma, don't compromise so quickly. Can the relationship between our grandparents and grandchildren be defeated by the Princess of Jean? Su Wenqing nodded gently and said softly, Grandma, don't worry. I will take care of myself. This time, the time when the body was out of control lasted for an unusually long time. It was not until Su Wenqing came out of the old lady's room after dinner that he regained control of his body. As soon as Su Wenqing regained control of her body, she rushed to the old lady's room. As soon as she opened her mouth, she lost control again. This happened 3 times. And she finally confirmed. This pitfall setting is not only effective in front of Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing returned to her room in a daze and despair like a zombie. She closed the door and chanted sadly to the empty room. My strength is as strong as the mountains and my spirit is as great as the world. The time is not right and my horse will not move. What can I do if my horse will not move? Yushi, what can I do? Note, Ah, Su Winching grabbed the feather duster on the table and put it on her neck. Heaven wants to kill me. What can I do? After saying that, she took the feather duster and cut it on her neck. Turned around on the spot. Thump. He fell to the ground with a thud. Bang. Cui Dai pushed the door open and entered. Su Winching, holding a feather duster in her hand, lay on the ground in an S shape and looked at Cui Dai. Silence spread in the air. Full of embarrassment, Su Winching sat up and rubbed his nose, and asked with a sound, "What's wrong?" Everything in front of her was beyond Cui Dai's cognition. She searched for a long time before finding her tongue. Her brain was temporarily on strike because of shock. She followed her instinctive reaction and said blankly, "I thought you had something to tell Miss San." Su Winching coughed awkwardly twice. "It's okay. You can go down." Suigia nodded, turned around and bumped into the door with a bang. Su Winching laughed. "Oh my god. It hurts to hear that. Go find some medicine, or it will be swollen tomorrow." Suigia's tears came out from the bump. She covered her head and looked at her young lady, who was laughing so hard that she almost got a stitch in the side. If there is a crazy young lady, her future is as bleak as the weather today. After Suigia went out, Su Winching lay on the floor with his arms and legs spread out. Beishan's Spring Banquet is the first climax of the original novel, where Su Jinsheng met the reborn true love, the fifth prince Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun has great strategic plans and great talents, but he is in an awkward situation because his mother is a princess of the previous dynasty. Before Su Jinsheng was reborn, he did not show his talent and lived a lazy prince for a lifetime. After Su Jinsheng was reborn, he fell in love with Su Jinsheng at first sight, and then found that it was not enough to be rich and pretty, but also to have power. Otherwise he could not hold on to the Mary Su heroine that all men wanted. So he finally fought for the throne for Su Jinsheng. But these are not the points. The point is that at the Beishan Spring Banquet, Su Jinsheng designed to make the third prince Xiaoyun have to marry her. In other words, she is still 3 days away from being betrothed to Xiaoyun. The scumbag. Su Winching lay on the ground and pointed angrily at the lantern hanging above his head. Why can she get love by going to Beishan? But I can only be betrothed to a scumbag. Tell me if you are blind. Why don't you kill me and put an end to it? Bang. The lantern fell from the eaves. Su Winching turned half a circle to the side in a flash, and then flipped up from the ground. She put her hands together and bowed 3 times to the smashed lantern. I am outspoken and offended the lamp god. Please forget what I just said. Scumbags are good. Scumbags are also men. We can't discriminate by labels. 3 days later, Su Winching was unwilling to go out because she would rather die than go out. In the end, she was carried out by 2 servants under the command of Aunt Zhao. The 2 servants probably didn't have the word gentle in their dictionary. They threw her into the carriage like firewood, and she was facing the ground. Su Jinsheng raised his head from the book and glanced at Su Winching lying on the floor of the carriage. His thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly, and there was a complicated look in his eyes. His red lips opened slightly, then closed again. In the end, he said nothing and put his eyes back on the book in his hand. Su Jining didn't have so many concerns. She asked straightforwardly, "Why do you suddenly don't want to go? Haven't you always been looking forward to it?" Su Winching got up from the ground and sighed quietly. Beishan is too beautiful. I'm afraid my free soul will stay there forever. The body will be carried into the grave of marriage. Su Jining was confused. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you say. Are you okay? Su Winching shook her head, pretending to be deep, and propped up her head to look out the window. Summer insects cannot talk about ice. You, a conservative ancient person, cannot understand the lofty ideal of freedom pursued by a poet who represents new modernism. Su Jining slapped Su Winching on the back with a slap sound. She put her hands on her waist and said angrily, I'm asking you a question. Yes. 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 Su Winching covered her back and was about to cry because of this young lady's beating. Isn't she a lady from a noble family who can't lift her hands or shoulders? Is this iron sand palm? Su Winching made up a story with a bitter face. I just suddenly felt unwell and didn't want to go out. Su Jining looked at Su Winching suspiciously. Are you shy because of the crowd? Su Winching was afraid of this woman who would fight over a disagreement. She nodded like pounding garlic, and whatever you said was what she meant. Su Jining was very satisfied with her sharp words. She sat beside Su Winching and comforted him. I know you are always timid, but you have to think positively. All the families of officials above the 4th rank have received invitations to this spring banquet. Half of the dignitaries in Anjing City will go. Don't you want to meet the second son of the Wang mansion, who is as handsome as Panin in the rumor? The third son of the Li family, who is as gentle as Jade? The handsome 5th prince? And the youngest champion of our dynasty, who was personally appointed by the emperor at the age of 17. The brilliant and talented son of the Xie family? Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. Su Jinxing added lightly, and the third prince, who is both civil and military, and handsome and elegant. The flame that had just risen in Su Wenqing's eyes was ruthlessly blown out, and sadness spread in his heart. This is an inevitable sad topic. Chapter 7. Su Wenqing leaned against the car window with a gloomy look. In fact, she had tried to escape in the past 3 days. She walked around the wall of the Su mansion more than 10 times. There were 6 doors in the Su mansion, and each door was always guarded. She could go out, but she had to report to the old lady first, and at least 2 maids and 4 servants had to follow her. She was confident that she could knock out the 2 maids and escape, but she would only be caught and beaten by Su Yu for the 4 servants. The design of the trees planted by the wall of the Su mansion was also not friendly to all the thieves who wanted to come to the Su mansion for a night tour. The weeping willows by the wall were 4 meters away from the wall. If you want to jump from the tree to the wall, you have to break a world record for standing long jump. They are just little thieves who work diligently during the day and night. Do we really have to ask such high standards of a thief? The most outrageous thing is that there is not even a dog hole in the huge Su mansion. Su Wenqing really couldn't figure out how the author designed the scene in the original book. The place where the heroine Su Jinsheng lived didn't even have a dog hole. How could Su Jinsheng and the hero Xiaoyun date without a dog hole? Wouldn't it be too boring to just climb over the wall all day long? If she was the author of the original book, she would design a dog hole. Xiaoyun couldn't bear not seeing Su Jinsheng for a few days, and finally climbed into the Su mansion on a dark and windy night. When Xiaoyun and Su Jinsheng were reluctant to leave by the wall, Su Yu came with people. Xiaoyun didn't have time to climb over the wall. Su Jinsheng hurriedly took him to the dog hole. Xiaoyun hesitated for a long time and leaned over to get in. At the critical moment, Xiaoyun's but was stuck in the hole. Su Jinsheng used the Foshan Shadowless kick in a hurry. After being kicked out of the dog hole by Su Jinsheng, Xiaoyun limped back to his mansion with the mark of Su Jinsheng's love. Su Wenqing couldn't hold it back for a while, and laughed out loud in the carriage alone. The laughter seemed very strange in the quiet carriage, and Su Jinsheng and Su Jining looked at each other. Su Jining rubbed the goosebumps on her body. What are you laughing at? Are you okay? Su Wenqing was about to speak, but when she looked up, she saw Su Jinsheng's dignified and beautiful face like a flower on the mountain. She thought of the Foshan Shadowless kick and laughed so hard that she fell forward and backward. She might never look directly at Su Jinsheng and the 5th Prince Xiaoyun again. In the next hour, Su Wenqing laughed strangely from time to time. Su Jining cried out awe, lifted the curtain and screamed, I can't stand it. Stop the car. I want to change cars. Su Wenqing couldn't stop laughing and pulled Su Jining. I won't laugh anymore. Don't change cars. I really won't laugh. Su Jining ignored her, and as soon as the carriage stopped, she stepped on the small steps and ran straight to Aunt Zhao's carriage. Oh! My third sister bullied me. She always pretended to be possessed by a ghost to scare me. Su Wenqing laughed when he heard it. In fact, Su Jining's nature was not bad, but she was straightforward and simple. In the original book, she was always used as a gun by Su Wenqing in the book. It is estimated that Su Jinsheng also knew this. So Su Jining's final ending was not bad. It seems that she married the second son of the Wangfu, who was as handsome as Panin, whom she had been thinking about, and she was whitewashed at the end. Su Wenqing sighed. Why could other villains just whitewash themselves? But her road to whitewashing must be so bumpy and difficult. She just wanted to be a grain of sand among the masses, and didn't want to shoulder the great responsibility given by heaven. Wouldn't it be better for her to be a small salted fish who eats and waits for death and peace? Why must she be hardened and exhausted first? After Su Jining left, she and Su Jinsheng were the only ones sitting opposite each other in the huge carriage, and the air was awkwardly quiet. Su Wenqing has always been an expert at warming up the audience. 7 or 8 topics are lined up in her throat, but she is more worried about the setting that pits people than being surrounded by an awkward atmosphere. What if she loses control of her body before she can say a few words? Nothing is more desperate than watching herself swimming in the sea of death. So she chose to be as quiet as a chicken. The carriage bumped forward on the gravel road in the suburbs. Su Wenqing took a pillow and leaned on the window to enjoy the scenery along the way. It was good in ancient times without industrial pollution. The mountains were mountains. The water was water. And even the clouds were pure white. Su Jinsheng was not feeling well sitting opposite. She was almost sure that Su Wenqing deliberately sent Su Jining away. But she really couldn't figure out what Su Wenqing was going to do. Su Wenqing was clearly going to say something just now. She was extremely cautious and held her breath. But Su Wenqing didn't say anything. Su Jinsheng secretly observed Su Wenqing for a long time, but couldn't see anything from the environment outside the window on Su Wenqing's side. So why did she smile so complacently? Su Jinsheng replayed her plan 3 times in her mind, but she couldn't think of any flaws. Finally, she decided to take the initiative to test it. Why did you deliberately send Su Jining away? Su Jinsheng's cold voice sounded behind her. Su Wenqing was stunned for 3 seconds before she realized that Su Jinsheng was talking to her. Alas, she was forced to add another personality. Su Wenqing explained palely, I didn't deliberately send my second sister away. You saw it. She wanted to leave on her own. Su Jinsheng's suspicious look did not diminish at all. If you didn't deliberately laugh so weirdly from time to time, why would she leave? Su Wenqing's expression was complicated. It was unfair. She was really wronged. But the key is that this matter can't be explained. She can't say, I'm sorry. I just imagined the scene of you and your future lover having a tryst under the moon. And I laughed because you kicked your lovers, but with a Foshan shadowless kick? Su Wenqing laughed awkwardly twice. I didn't mean it. I just suddenly remembered some things from my childhood and couldn't help it. Su Jinsheng frowned slightly. When I was a child. What? Su Wenqing's smile froze. How could I know what it was? The author didn't write it. And can't you tell that this is a polite refusal? Where is your delicate mind? However, she had to continue to make up the lie she had told even if she had to kneel down. Su Wenqing got into the role in a second, revealing a few traces of nostalgia. My mother died early, and I was born out of wedlock. When I was young, my brothers and sisters didn't want to play with me. Only you, my big sister, always protected me. Su Jinsheng's thick and long eyelashes trembled slightly. Su Wenqing, you taught me to read and write, shared charcoal with me in winter and ice with me in summer. At that time, I really regarded you as my closest relative. I even thought that if something happened to you in the future, I could even repay you with my life. Su Wenqing's eyebrows showed a trace of melancholy and regret. Tell me, how did we get to this point now? Su Jinsheng curled the corners of his mouth, revealing a bit of self-mockery. Yes, I also want to know why. Su Wenqing plopped, and fell on Su Jinsheng's knees, holding her hands, looking up at her eyes sincerely and honestly. If I say that I was cursed, would you believe it? From time to time, I can't control my body, and many things are not what I want to do. Su Jinsheng lowered his eyes and looked deeply at Su Wenqing. After a long time, he opened his red lips and said in a voice like the sound of nature, I believe it. Su Wenqing was dizzy and dazzled by these 2 words. Happiness came too quickly and caught her off guard. She felt that Su Jinsheng at this moment was like an angel who came to the world to save her from suffering. And he was the kind with a halo on his head. Su Wenqing choked with a smile and said, I knew you believed me. Su Jinsheng withdrew his hand lightly. I believe that you are under a spell now. The fireworks in Su Wenqing's heart were bang bang bang, and were suddenly stopped halfway through. Then paper scraps that rushed into the air shwa shwa fell and hit her face. Su Jinsheng's face remained calm. It's true that your brothers and sisters didn't want to play with you when you were young. And it's also true that they taught you to read and write. But I never shared charcoal and ice with you. Su Wenqing was confused. Ah. Su Jinsheng, do you know why Aunt Zhao, as a concubine, was able to manage the Su mansion for so many years? The brightness of the Mary Su heroine was so dazzling that Su Wenqing couldn't help but become the supporting role. She shook her head very cooperatively. Su Jinsheng, because she can talk and do things. And most importantly, she has never deducted money from the people in the mansion. Su Wenqing took 5 seconds to react. Aunt Zhao didn't deduct money. What kind of fresh and unconventional setting is this? Isn't it better to be ordinary? Why do you have to do these things that are different? Chapter 8. Silence is the main theme of this carriage. After Su Wenqing's story to ask for forgiveness failed, the two had nothing to say. In fact, it was not that Su Wenqing did not want to seize such a good opportunity, but she knew that after the last time in the ancestral hall, No matter how much she explained to Su Jinsheng, it would be useless. No matter how touching her words were. Su Jinsheng only needed to say how did you explain the last time in the ancestral hall to make her speechless and kill her with one move. The carriage slowly bumped forward. After another 2 hours, the Su family finally arrived at the foot of Beishan Mountain. Almost as soon as the carriage stopped, Su Wenqing hurriedly pulled open the curtain and jumped down. Su Wenqing was indeed very excited when she first sat in the carriage. She felt fresh about both the carriage and the scenery outside. But after being shaken for 3.5 hours, all the freshness disappeared. Su Wenqing felt like she was falling apart. After landing, she staggered 2 steps before she stood up completely. She twisted her waist and patted her back with her backhand. In fact, if there were not so many unfamiliar servants guarding around, she would have wanted to rub her buttocks the most. The carriage had only stopped for less than 3 minutes when Princess Jean came over with a group of followers with a smile on her face. She took Aunt Zhao's hand warmly and enthusiastically. Why did you come just now? You made me wait for a long time. Su Wenqing followed Aunt Zhao and sighed silently. In the original book, Princess Jean looked down on Aunt Zhao because she was a concubine, and even despised her to some extent. Aunt Zhao also complained about Princess Jean because she was arrogant and stingy. So who are these 2 close friends, who seem to have been friends for a long time? They are indeed experienced house-fighting monsters. If their acting skills were to be judged, all the best actresses and best actors would have to stand aside. Aunt Zhao apologized with a smile. The 3rd girl has just recovered from a long illness. I am worried that she will not be able to bear it if I walk too fast. I am sorry to have troubled the princess to wait for a long time. It's me again? Su Wenqing suddenly took the blame and could only step forward and bow to apologize. Princess Jean was very satisfied with this attitude. After Su Wenqing finished her greetings, she pulled Su Wenqing over affectionately. We were really scared when you fell into the water at the old lady's birthday banquet last time. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Are you feeling unwell now? Su Wenqing lowered his head and drooped his eyebrows, and replied respectfully, Thank you for your concern, Princess. I am fine now. Princess Jean gently patted Su Wenqing's hand. I am glad that you are fine. But I see that your complexion is better than before you fell into the water. You were beautiful before, but people always felt that you were a sick beauty. Now it is different. It seems that Dr. Lu's medical skills are indeed superb. I have to call him over tomorrow to take good care of him for me. Su Wenqing lowered her eyebrows and showed a trace of embarrassment. Then she praised the Princess of Jean with all kinds of flattery, saying that she was so beautiful that fish could be subdued, geese could be dropped, moon could be ashamed, and people who didn't know her would think she was only 18 years old. The Princess of Jean was so flattered that she couldn't stop smiling with her silk scarf covering her lips. The Princess of Jean said ouch and said, Look at me. I forget everything when I start talking. Come in. Come in. Don't stand outside. Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. If it doesn't end, I really have nothing to praise. Su Wenqing's physical and mental exhaustion caused by the long journey, the shock and the excessive flattery disappeared the moment he saw the place where he lived. The Beishan Spring Banquet, to put it nicely, was a 5-day picnic. No matter how good the accommodation for the picnic was, how good could it be? She was ready to squeeze into a tent with her aunt brothers for 5 days. But she never expected it. After all, poverty limited her imagination. She underestimated the degree of feudal corruption and luxury. The green tiles and white bricks, the small bridges and flowing water, the clusters of flowers. This is a Suzhou garden built on the mountain, according to the size of the Forbidden City. But this little surprise turned into a shock when Su Wenqing followed the Su mansion's large group and walked for half an hour to reach the private courtyard arranged by the Princess of Jean for them. Su Wenqing forced her feet, which had already walked to the point of insensitivity, to continue working, while thinking with a vicissitude in her heart. Their courtyard is said to have an excellent geographical location. If it takes half an hour to walk to an excellent location, then why would those with a bad geographical location attend the spring banquet? Just walking out and walking back would consume most of the day. After waiting for the Princess of Jean to leave, Su Wenqing rubbed her stiff face and was about to go back to her room to lie down for a while. Before she could turn around, she was grabbed by Aunt Zhao, who whispered in Su Wenqing's ear, Everything is ready. You should act according to the plan when the time comes. After saying this, Aunt Zhao walked away with lotus steps. She took Su Jinxing's hand affectionately. Come! Jinsheng, and will take you to see your room. Tell me if you are not satisfied. Su Wenqing? What the hell is ready? What is the plan? Can you not take me with you when you commit suicide? Su Wenqing thought over the plot of the original book at the Beishan Spring Banquet over and over again. The only thing that was related to the three of them, and could be worthy of Aunt Zhao's sneaky behavior, was to ruin Su Jinxing's reputation. Su Jining has liked the second son of the Wang mansion since she was a child. This is no secret in the Su family. The Wang mansion and the Su mansion are well matched. And Aunt Zhao also wants to fulfill her daughter's girlish thoughts. Aunt Zhao asked the old lady to test it out and learned that the Wang mansion also intended to marry the Su family. This should have been a happy thing. But the problem was that the second son of the Wang mansion was the legitimate son of the Wang mansion. The mother of the second son of the Wang mansion looked down on Su Jining's status as a concubine and wanted her son to marry Su Jinsheng, the legitimate daughter of the Su mansion. Aunt Zhao's lobbying was sent back by the eldest lady of the Wang mansion with a neither soft nor hard attitude. In the book, Su Wenqing seized this opportunity and instigated Aunt Zhao to damage Su Jinxing's reputation during the spring banquet. The third son of the Wen family is well known for his romanticism in Anjing City. In the book, Su Wenqing asked Aunt Zhao to bribe the servants around the third son of the Wen family and let the servants give him a drug. And Su Wenqing was responsible for bringing Su Jinsheng over. Before Su Jinsheng was reborn, her reputation was ruined because of this incident. Later, in order to get the support of the Su family, the third prince Xiaoyan had to marry Su Jinsheng. Xiaoyan was also accused of picking up a slut because of the incident between Su Jinsheng and the third son of the Wen family. So although he married Su Jinsheng, he never liked her. After Su Jinsheng was reborn, she played along with the trick. She had someone knock the third son of the Wen family unconscious and gave the drug to the third prince Xiaoyan. So the protagonists, who did something shameful in public, became Su Wenqing and Xiaoyan. In the end, Xiaoyan had to marry Su Wenqing in the book under the pressure of the Su family and the emperor. Su Wenqing bit her finger at the rockery. In fact, this was an opportunity. If she could stop Aunt Zhao's plan, Su Jinsheng would not be able to take advantage of it. Su Wenqing suddenly felt that she was a genius. She solved the problem from the source and directly solved all the difficulties. If she didn't have to marry Xiaoyan, she wouldn't have to find ways to escape from the Su mansion. Who would be willing to be a peasant girl who worked hard in the fields when she could be the second lady of the Su mansion? But what was Aunt Zhao's plan? Su Wenqing was confused and didn't figure it out until she returned to her room. The original novel was from the perspective of the heroine, and only told how Su Jinsheng used her intelligence to get out of danger. There was no mention of how the two sides planned. However, with her reading speed of 70,000 to 80,000 words per hour, it is possible that she didn't pay attention. Alas, if you are not careful when you are young, you will regret it when you are old. However, it is better to have a direction than to fly around like a headless fly. This matter does not include her, involving a total of 5 people: Su Jinsheng, Xiaoyan, Aunt Zhao, Wensan Gongzi, and the bribe servant. Su Jinsheng and Xiaoyan are the big guys, and they can't afford to offend them. So they still have to start with the last 3 people. Su Wenqing did what he said, and set 2 small plans for himself. First, go to Aunt Zhao to test the waters, and then find out who Wensan Gongzi is. If he is lucky, he may be able to find out who the bribe servant is. Su Wenqing laughed twice. And then it would be a question of whether to solve it with a sack or a stick. Chapter 9. Su Wenqing waited in Aunt Zhao's room for half an hour before Aunt Zhao arranged everything inside and outside. Aunt Zhao laughed before she arrived. I heard from the maids that you have been waiting for me for a long time. But are you not satisfied with the place you live? Su Wenqing poured a cup of tea and handed it to her obediently. Aunt, what are you talking about? Aunt's arrangements are always the best. I am so happy that I can't wait to be satisfied. Aunt Zhao took the tea and took a sip with satisfaction. Wenqing's mouth is always so sweet. If Xining is half as sensible as you, I don't have to worry so much. Su Wenqing hurriedly flattered her. Second sister is innocent and straightforward. There is no one I don't like whoever I meet. Aunt Zhao was very pleased to hear this. She smiled and said, Wenqing, you are a good talker. I wonder why you came to see me. Su Wenqing smiled on the surface, but she was relieved in her heart. Oh, my dear, if I don't get to the point, I really can't make up any more stories. I wonder what you are going to do about Mr. Wen's matter. I said you are going to say something mysterious. Everything has been planned. Don't worry. You should tell me what the plan is. That's why I can't rest assured. I went back and thought about it carefully. I think this matter is too risky. It is really not appropriate to act rashly. Why don't we plan it in detail again? Aunt Zhao took Su Wenqing's hand with a smile. And there was a hint of threat in her eyes. Aunt knows that you are kind-hearted and worried that Jin Sheng will be wronged. But Jin Sheng is your sister. And Jining is also your sister. You are both flesh and blood. Wenqing, you can't be partial to one over the other. Besides, it was you who stood up for Jining at the beginning. I saw that you and Jining had a deep sisterly relationship. So I deliberately used your name when arranging this matter. Now that you suddenly hesitate, and has nothing to do. But I am afraid that the truth will be exposed in the future, and you will suffer. Su Wenqing shed 2 lines of tears in her heart. What evil did she do? She forced a smile and wanted to make a last struggle. Aunt, if you think so, you really blame me wrongly. I have always been of the same mind with Aunt and second sister. I wonder if Aunt can tell me the detailed plan. I want to prepare in advance to prevent any mistakes. Aunt Zhao smiled and patted Su Wenqing's hand. These are all trivial matters. Not worth your trouble. You just need to bring Jin Sheng here. Don't worry. Aunt will take care of everything. Su Wenqing died before she could accomplish her mission. She held Aunt Zhao's hand and wanted to leave her last words. Aunt Zhao ruthlessly pulled off her claws. You have been tired from traveling all day. Tomorrow is the spring banquet. Be obedient and go back to rest early. Su Wenqing was led out of the courtyard by the maid. And she looked back at Aunt Zhao every 2 steps reluctantly. However, Aunt Zhao, a cruel woman, was as hard-hearted as a rock, and she never looked at Su Wenqing again after issuing the order to expel her. Su Wenqing walked sadly in the hanging flower corridor. Since Aunt Zhao's side didn't work, she had to start from the 3rd son of Wen. She forced the little universe in her body to ignite, and set out on the journey of self-rescue again. However, reality is always more cruel than expected. Su Wenqing's blazing little universe was extinguished before she met the 3rd son of Wen. She walked through every corner of the residential area and carefully studied the signs in front of each courtyard. But she couldn't find where the Wen family lived. Going further out is the woods. Aunt Zhao said that everything has been planned. So it is impossible for the Wen family not to come. Su Wenqing rubbed her legs that had long lost consciousness and found a stone to sit down and rest. Perhaps the god who wrote the Song of Fate for her was worried that she would explode in silence. So he mercifully sent a peace dove to comfort her loneliness. The peace dove landed on the stone table in front of her, tilted its head, and looked at Su Wenqing innocently with its round black eyes. Su Wenqing poked the dove's round head. You don't have to look at me with such sympathy. It's better to live a miserable life than to die. What's more, now it's not just a miserable life, but also a life of a rich lady with food, clothing, and shelter. Coo, coo, coo. The peace dove's little head walked in front of Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing sighed. In fact, if she could choose, she still wanted to go back to her original place, without being in a state of panic all day long, and without having to worry every day that saying something wrong would lead to the disaster of killing. Even if she lived in a rented house with plywood, she would feel more at ease than the luxurious life she has now. You know what? Su Wenqing lay on the stone table. I'm actually very unsure in my heart. I feel like I'm always floating in the air, and I can't touch the ground no matter how hard I try. Everything around me doesn't belong to me. I don't dare to confide in anyone, so I can only try to make myself think more positively. Coo coo coo. White dove flapped its wings a few times. Oh! Stop! 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 Su Wenqing fanned the dust and feathers in the sky. I'm just complaining. I'm not desperate. And I'm not discouraged. You don't have to cheer me up like this. The white dove proudly used its beak to tidy up the feathers under its wings. Su Wenqing stood up and patted his clothes. Okay. You are a carrier pigeon. You can wander around with a letter hanging on your feet. And you're not afraid of losing the letter. Thank you today. Do you want to shake hands and say goodbye? Peace dove, quick brain and quick beak, pecked at Su Wenqing's outstretched hand, flapped its wings, left 2 pieces of bird droppings and feathers flying behind Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing, forgive it for its courage. What else can you do? Catch it and stew it in soup? Goo. The pigeon's cry was interrupted. Su Wenqing turned around suddenly, and saw a tall and handsome man, wearing a light blue wide-sleeved brocade casual clothes standing next to the moon gate with a faint smile on his lips. His clear starry eyes were smiling before he spoke, which made people feel close to him. and the white dove was being held in his arms very obediently. Sorry. The pigeon is ignorant and offended you. The visitor nodded apologetically. His voice was as clear as the spring water in the mountains. Su Wenqing shook his head hurriedly. Don't blame it. I should be offended. I teased it without permission. Xie Xian touched the secret report tied to the pigeon's foot calmly to confirm. With a warm and friendly smile. Why are you here alone? Girl? Are you lost? Su Wenqing saw that this person had a gentle temperament and a sense of being a modest gentleman. Not a bad person. I guess so. Do you know where the Wen family is? Xie Xian touched the white feathers of the pigeon. Although he was not familiar with the third lady of the Su family, he had met them several times. It seemed that he was not mistaken when she looked back at him. Xie Xian's expression remained unchanged. Still with that elegant smile. The residence of Beishan Chunyan is divided into 4 parts, east, west, south and north. The Wen family is in the west. Go west from here, and you can see it through the woods. He deliberately tried to test. I wonder what the lady wants to see the Wen family for. Do you need me to take the lady there? I have always known the young master of the Wen family. And maybe I can help the lady. Through the woods? Su Wenqing's mind was full of these 4 words. And she didn't pay any attention to what Xie Xian said afterwards. It's not that she didn't see the woods, but she always returned the same way. The problem is that there are no small woods in the middle of the residence. The author is too thoughtful to make it convenient for the hero and heroine to meet. Su Wenqing was crying in her heart. But she could only smile on the surface. Thank you for your kindness, young master. Xie Xian looked at Su Wenqing without leaving any trace. With a polite and gentle smile. In this case, I will not delay you. Young lady, be careful on the road. Su Wenqing bowed and thanked with the etiquette she had learned in the past few days, and then walked towards the right road that she had passed by countless times with a sad step. Isn't that the third lady of the Su family? A leisurely young man, wearing a tea-white silver-rimmed robe, came from the side. His black hair was tied casually behind his back, and his lazy eyes followed Xie Xian's gaze. Xie Xian retracted his thoughtful gaze and took the secret report off the pigeon's foot. I didn't expect that the 5th prince, who has always been only in love with the prostitutes, also knew these ladies. Xiao Yun didn't care about his teasing at all and laughed. The Su family is one of the 5 great families in the Southern Dynasty. They have 3 daughters, each of whom is a hot commodity. Even if I have no intention of becoming the emperor, I still need to know this common sense. Besides, that little girl has loved to hang around the 3rd prince since she was a child. It's hard for me not to know her. That's a pity, Xie Xian said indifferently after releasing the pigeon. Xiao Yun was stunned for a moment, then skillfully put his arm around Xie Xian's shoulders and exclaimed, No way. Our eldest son Xie has fallen in love? Alas. I can already imagine the scene of Anjing City being drowned in the tears of the girls. Xie Xian took his hand off his shoulder indifferently. The Su family is a must-win for the 3rd prince. But for the 3rd prince, if he wants to get all the help from the Su family, he can only choose the Su family's legitimate daughter. TSK. What if my 3rd brother is willing to give up the world for a beauty? Xie Xian said, as he opened the secret report. Don't go to the tea house to listen to those unreliable plays about princes and beauties. If he can't even protect himself by giving up his power, how can he protect his family? Given the current situation of the 3rd prince, if he can't successfully ascend the throne, he will only be beheaded. Xiao Yun said again with great disdain. If those ladies from famous families knew that under the elegant and humorous appearance of Mr. Xie, there is such a rational and boring heart, I don't know how many beauties would be sad. It doesn't matter. As long as I am still the legitimate son of the Xie family, I won't worry about being lonely all my life. Xie Xian added. But it's a bit hard to say for you. Most people are not willing to marry their daughters to a powerless prince. Not only is there no investment value, but it may also cause resentment from other princes. Xiao Yun. In order to continue the conversation, Xiao Yun chose to change the subject. He glanced at the note in Xie Xian's hand. Is this a secret report from the north? Didn't the emperor suppress the proposal to use troops against the north? Are you still paying attention to this matter? Xie Xian said without raising his head. The barbarians have been more and more active in the past 2 years. Sooner or later, the north and the south will go to war. It is better to be prepared in advance than to be caught off guard. Xiao Yun smiled. You won the top 3 in the palace examination that year. After you left, the emperor once said to us with emotion that the Southern Dynasty could continue for another 100 years with you. At that time, I was happy for you, and thought that the old man was blind. Now you have been in the court for less than 4 years. And you are really doing this. Xiaxian heard the slight melancholy in Xiao Yun's joking tone. He put away the secret report and said seriously, if you are good at civil and military affairs, you will not be inferior to anyone. If you rule the southern dynasty, it will last for more than 100 years. Xiao Yun shook his head helplessly. I am different from you. The Xia family is the head of the 5 major families in the southern dynasty. You are the legitimate son of the Xia family. Even if you don't rely on any side, you are also the object of flattery and wooing by the princes. No matter which prince ascends the throne in the end, you can be a high-ranking official and realize your ambitions. And I was born in the royal family, and my mother is a princess of the previous dynasty. So I am in an awkward situation. My identity is destined to have no chance of the throne. Do you think any of my brothers can tolerate a brother who threatens them? Every family has its own problems. Xiaxian did not comfort me, but said with a hint of meaning, if I meet a wise ruler, I may be able to realize my ambitions. Now I am just muddling along. Xiao Yun looked at Xiaxian deeply. They have known each other since childhood, and many things can be understood without being said. He patted Xiaxian on the shoulder and joked, in fact, if I hadn't pretended so well over the years, given our relationship, the Xia family would definitely be the primary target that other royal brothers would want to eliminate. Xiaxian was not interested in making meaningless assumptions with him here. He asked, what do you want to talk to me about? Xiao Yun then remembered the business. Oh, if you hadn't said it, I would have forgotten it. They said they wanted to go to the horse farm together and asked me to come and call you. Come on. They must be scolding me. How did we get into a conversation? Yes, Miss Su. How did you go together? I ran into her when I was looking for pigeons. She asked how to get to Wen's house. Xiao Yun looked at Xiaxian suspiciously. It's not like you to talk for so long just to ask for directions. Chapter 10. After Su Wenqing said goodbye to Xiaxian, she walked through the woods carefully. It was not because she had any prejudice against the public security here, but there was no such thing as public security in this book. In the original book, the heroine Su Jinsheng was robbed and kidnapped in various ways. But the reason why the heroine was called the heroine was because no matter what the circumstances, whenever the heroine was in danger, there would always be heroes who stood up. But she was just a female supporting role, so she should not have such a wishful dream. Su Wenqing listened to all directions and looked in all directions, while thinking about how to find the bribed servant next to Master Wen San. Master Wen San was just a cannon fodder villain in the book. Cannon fodder did not deserve to have a name, not to mention the little Luo Luo next to such cannon fodder. But Aunt Zhao has always been thorough in her work. If she wants to successfully drug Wen San, she will definitely find someone close to him. The most likely person is his personal servant. So we just need to find out who Wen San's personal servants are, and then eliminate them one by one. But this way, we might come into direct contact with Wen San. The book describes Wen San in 8 words: lustful and frivolous. With frivolous behavior, how should we deal with such a person? Beauty trap? Su Wenqing rubbed the goose bumps on his arm. Flattery is a small matter, and losing one's chastity is a big matter. A pervert is not as strong as a scumbag. Have you done everything? Su Wenqing paused. Why does this voice sound so much like Su Jinsheng? Don't worry. Nothing will go wrong. A low and hoarse male voice followed. Yeah. Su Jinsheng seemed to be in deep thought. What are you worried about? Su Wenqing's recent behavior is often unexpected. And even I often can't see what she wants to do. What do you mean? Su Wenqing looked in the direction of the voice, and saw Su Jinsheng and a man in tight clothes walking side by side from another road. Judging from the man's dress, he should be a martial arts hero. The man deliberately stood to the west of Su Jinsheng to block most of the sunlight for her. When he looked down at her, the tenderness in his eyes was like an arrow that pierced Su Wenqing's young heart. Su Wenqing hugged the lemon tree beside her and shed a tear of a single dog. She searched for the identity of this person in her mind. There should be many chivalrous men related to the heroine, but he must be the one who is so handsome and worthy of a name. Ling Xiao promised to do 3 things for Su Jinsheng because he was saved by her. Later, he fell in love with Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing bit her fingers resentfully. Why didn't she have the opportunity to be rescued by such a hero in trouble? Doesn't the female supporting role deserve a knight who goes through life and death for her? She sighed and planned to turn around and leave. The prince and the knight can be found slowly. But if her life is gone, it can't be found again. Ling Xiao is a stranger. and it is not in accordance with etiquette for Su Jinsheng to meet him privately. If they find out, and she accidentally sees this, it is a small matter to be knocked unconscious and locked up. What if Su Jinsheng is cruel, and lets Ling Xiao kill her? Love is precious, but life is more precious. It is better not to take such a risk. However, the god of destiny does not allow her people to retreat in the face of suffering. She put a dead branch on the road that Su Winching must take to retreat. Su Winching carefully retreated while observing the surrounding environment. Crack. Who is it? Come out! Ling Xiao shouted in a deep voice. The forest was silent, with only the breeze blowing through the leaves and making a slight rustling sound. Su Winching stepped on the tree branch, holding the trunk tightly with both hands. She buried her head in the leaves with embarrassment. God can see that she didn't want to climb the tree. This was just a subconscious emergency reaction after being frightened. Clang. Ling Xiao drew his sword from his waist, and he walked towards the tree where Su Winching was. Su Winching's heart was about to explode with regret. There was a world of difference between being on the tree and being under the tree. Meeting under the tree. Hi. What a coincidence. Big sister. You are also taking a walk in the grove. Meeting on the tree. Hi. What a coincidence. Are you also here to rob bird nests? Oh my god. Su Winching grabbed the tree with her head. She might be killed by them for being crazy. Just when Ling Xiao was about to swing his sword, Su Jinsheng stopped his arm. There are all kinds of things in the woods. Maybe squirrels and other animals. Don't make a fuss. Let's go. The hot sweat of surviving the disaster flowed down Su Winching's forehead. She didn't know whether she should be thankful that Su Jinsheng was blind or thank Su Jinsheng for being blind. Although this body was petite, it was not enough to be completely blocked by a few leaves. You know, she had already thought of 1,000 ways to cry for mercy. Ling Xiao followed Su Jinsheng through the woods for a while, and only asked after he was sure that Su Winching couldn't hear him. Is it Su Winching? Su Jinsheng lowered her eyes slightly, and her thick and long eyelashes covered the emotions in her eyes. Yeah. Just let her go. She didn't have any evidence that I met you privately. If she said it out of thin air, not only would no one believe her, but she would also be known as a gossiper. But if we just exposed her hiding place, it would give her a chance to make a big deal out of this matter. And then attracting others would only make things more difficult to resolve. Does the plan need to be changed? Su Jinsheng shook his head. No. I'll leave the third prince Xiaoyan to you. Ling Xiao's unruly face showed a few doubts. Aren't you worried that even if Su Winching found out that it was the third prince who was drugged, she would still choose to leave? Su Jinsheng's red lips flashed a sneer. My sister has always liked to compete with me since she was a child. Not to mention that the third prince is her sweetheart. Just considering the popularity of the third prince in the court now, she would not be willing to make this wedding dress for me. On this side, Su Jinsheng and Ling Xiao chatted while returning to the original route. While on the other side, Su Winching fell into a very embarrassing situation. Yes, she couldn't get down. Sometimes, the body's memory is so strange. It can't remember the English words memorized 3 months ago, but it can remember the tree climbing that was suddenly opened up by the Ren and Du meridians when it was chased by a wolfhound when it was a few years old. Su Winching looked at the ground more than 5 meters away from her in despair. She estimated that if she jumped directly, she would either break her bones and disfigure her face. On the opposite hillside, a group of young men from aristocratic families were walking towards the horse farm in groups. Someone with sharp eyes suddenly shouted, "Hey! Look over there!" Everyone stopped and looked in the direction of his finger. They saw a girl wearing a light lotus-colored brocade skirt and a well-behaved and delicate appearance, just like a caterpillar, slowly crawling from the top to the bottom of the tree trunk. During the crawling process, she stopped from time to time to look down. This innocent-looking girl vividly demonstrated to everyone what it means to move like a worm and be still like a mountain monkey. Su Winching took a deep breath when she was still 2 meters from the ground. She looked at the best landing point she had obtained after continuous adjustments. She slowly loosened her legs stuck on the tree, kicked, jumped, and landed perfectly. She lifted her skirt, which was torn by the branches, and turned 3 times on the ground. She bowed forward like a ballet dancer taking a curtain call. Then she played 2 roles and played the audience, giving her wonderful performance a tearful applause. Deathly silence permeated the opposite hillside. That's the third daughter of the Su family, someone exclaimed. What is she doing? Everyone was confused. Maybe she was robbing a bird's nest? Someone guessed. What about the last turn? Bow and applause? Someone asked. Maybe she was very excited after robbing a bird's nest? Someone was not sure. Everyone. Xiao Yun whispered in Xie Xian's ear, women are as good as men. Miss Su San is really a wonderful woman. Xie Xian. After that, what is Miss Su San doing? It became a hot topic for this group of children from aristocratic families on the way to the horse farm. As they walked, Xiao Yun hooked his hand on Xie Xian's shoulder and whispered, Master Xie is always able to see through people's hearts. In your opinion, what is Miss Su San doing? Xie Xian did not answer him, but asked an irrelevant question. What kind of person do you think Miss Su is? Xiao Yun thought for a moment and said, I have not had direct contact with her, but it is rumored that Miss Su is talented, delicate and kind. Xie Xian nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Yun whispered teasingly, You seem to pay special attention to Miss Su? Xie Xian calmly took Xiao Yun's arm away. I was just wondering if people will really change their temperament and lose their memory after being stimulated. Xiao Yun chased after Xie Xian in a daze. Lost her memory? I have never heard that Miss Su lost her memory. Chapter 11. Su Wenqing knew nothing about what happened on the opposite hillside. After wandering around, she finally realized that wearing this dirty and tattered skirt, whether it was a beauty trap or a self-torture trap, it might fail. She was undecided between going or returning. She bit her finger. If she remembered correctly, the incident between Wen San Gongzi and Su Jinsheng should have happened on the second day of the spring banquet, which means she still had one day to prepare. Tomorrow was the big banquet of the spring banquet, and Wen San Gongzi would definitely be there. She would see if he would accompany her. Su Wenqing, who understood this, temporarily bowed to fate and decided to go home and fight again tomorrow. In front of the courtyard gate arranged for the Su family, Suedia was as anxious as an ant carrying food. She paced back and forth, scratching her head and stamping her feet. The moment she saw Su Wenqing was like the sun suddenly appearing after 10 years of rain. Where did the third miss go? Aunt Zhao was so anxious that she was about to report to the Princess of Jin. Su Wenqing was dragged inside by Suedia and was a little confused. Didn't I tell you to tell others that I went to bed? Suedia was almost killed by this careless master. She said aggrievedly, I told you. But the second miss insisted on getting you up to go to the lake to watch migratory birds. She opened the bed curtain and found that you were not there. When she asked me, I couldn't tell you where you were. She led Aunt Zhao here while she was making a fuss. Aunt Zhao was worried that something happened to you, so she sent servants from all the mansion to look for you. Wenqing, where did you go? Aunt Zhao stepped forward in small steps and wiped away tears that she didn't know whether they were real or fake. How did it become like this? It's okay. I was just wandering around when I was free, and I ended up falling on the hillside. Aunt Zhao looked at Su Wenqing's tattered skirt and messy hair, and a trace of suspicion flashed in her eyes. She asked with concern, Did you really just fall? Su Wenqing looked sincere. It was really just a fall. Jumping down from a tree is also considered a fall. It's all down. Don't ask me any more questions. I can't explain why I climbed a tree. Since you're just wandering around, why don't you bring some maids with you? If something happens to you, it will cost the old lady her life. Su Wenqing pulled Aunt Zhao's arm affectionately. Aunt, I was wrong. I was just bored today. I won't dare to do it again next time. Don't tell the old lady to save her from worrying. Aunt Zhao sighed helplessly. Okay. You are the only one who is good at talking. Go in quickly. Xining has been waiting for you for a long time. Su Wenqing's smile froze. To be honest, she was a little afraid of this aunt who would iron sand palm at the slightest disagreement. But life always needs all kinds of fake smiles. Such as now. Oh, the second sister is here. Aunt, why didn't you tell me earlier? I like playing with the second sister the most. You just talk nonsense. Then why did you refuse every time I asked you to go out these few times? When the lie was exposed, the fake smile still couldn't be overcome. Second sister, you misunderstood me. I just recovered from a serious illness a few days ago and have been feeling a little unwell. Su Wenqing explained while sisterly love and walked forward to take Su Jining's hand. Su Jining pouted. Tell me honestly, did you secretly go to see the third prince? Su Wenqing almost tripped over the threshold. What? Su Jining analyzed seriously. I heard that they were going to go to see the horses together, and they needed to go through the woods to get to the horse farm. She picked up a dead leaf stuck in Su Wenqing's hair. And you just came back from the woods. Su Wenqing was wrong. Second sister. You are too worried. I really just went for a walk, Su Jining pouted. Can't you bring maids and servants with you for a walk? Do you need to go out alone for a walk? Relax. But it's hard to be with others. Look. Big sister. Su Wenqing shut up in a flash. Damn. Did she almost become a villain just now? Su Jining asked in confusion. What's wrong with big sister? Well, big sister. Don't you want to go see the migratory birds together? You want to ask her to go? That's fine. Su Jining turned around and ordered. Send someone to ask Su Jinsheng if she wants to go together. Su Wenqing's no. The word stuck in her throat and almost choked her to death. She stared in amazement as Su Jining sent people out in a swift and decisive manner. The price of making up lies is that you have to not only pretend to be silent on the way, but also be on guard all the time, for fear that you will trigger the passive White Lotus skill of this body if you are not careful. Su Jining was not in a good mood. She happily invited the two to come and see the migratory birds. But it turned out to be, wow, look, that's a pond heron. Its dark brown feathers are so beautiful. Yeah. Oh my god. There are also wild geese. Yeah. Su Jining sighed to express her inner depression, turned back and put her hands on her waist and looked at Su Wenqing angrily. I won't talk about her. What's wrong with you? It was you who wanted to invite her to come. But you behaved like this when she came. Does she want to eat you, or what? Are you so afraid of her? Su Wenqing's awkward smile froze under Su Jinsheng's scrutiny. She said with a stiff face, Second sister, what are you talking about? I was just dazzled by the spring scenery of willow warblers and swallows here, and I was too obsessed for a while. Su Jining was suspicious and unconvinced. Is that so? Su Wenqing nodded hurriedly, pretending to be intoxicated. Yes. Look at the sparkling lake. It's so beautiful. Su Jinsheng's red lips were lightly hooked. More beautiful than spring. The duck-head spring water is as thick as dye, and the peach blossoms on the water are playing with spring faces. This place is indeed a rare beauty. Su Wenqing silently shed tears and bowed to the intellectuals. That's natural. How could the place I chose be bad? Su Jining finally rekindled her passion under the face-giving singing of the two people, and she jumped and ran to the lake. Su Jinsheng and Su Wenqing walked slowly side by side, with an indistinguishable smile on her lips. Based on past experience, whenever you take the initiative to invite me out, you will end up getting hurt because of my carelessness. Sister, you must be careful this time. Su Wenqing laughed awkwardly twice. The past cannot be retrieved. The road to redemption is long. Bang. Su Jining, who was by the lake, suddenly kicked the stone at her feet and sighed deeply. Su Wenqing knew that Su Jining was a person whose emotions were all on her face, so she was not surprised that Su Jining was excited and happy one second and suddenly depressed the next. What did you suddenly think of? Second sister? Su Jining kicked another stone depressingly. Do you think that legitimate and illegitimate children are so important? Just because I am a concubine, they look down on me? But Wang Urge obviously likes me too. Humph. Su Jining turned around and bared her teeth at Su Jinsheng. If you are not allowed to marry Wang Urge, just say that you will never agree. If they want you to marry, just say that you would rather become a monk than marry into the Wang family. Su Jinsheng raised her eyelids calmly. Before her rebirth, Aunt Zhao ruined her reputation because of the palace affairs. In fact, she had never thought of marrying into the palace. If they had talked to her nicely, how could she not agree? Speak up. Did you hear me? Su Wenqing wanted to be a quiet bystander, but she was really worried that when the two sides quarreled, her body would suddenly go out of control and run to attract hatred. So she immediately extinguished the war in the flames. Second sister, calm down. Big sister didn't mean that. Big sister has a lone personality and has always looked down on the behavior of those legitimate and illegitimate children. Even if you don't say it, she won't marry into the palace. Su Jining, then why doesn't she express her feelings now? Su Wenqing smiled. Big sister is thin-skinned. How can you let her say whether to marry or not? Su Jining was suspicious and unbelieving. Really? Su Wenqing, really? You believe me? Big sister doesn't like the second son of the Wang family. Why does she have to marry into the Wang mansion? Okay, I believe you this time. Su Jining pouted and walked forward a few steps. Just when Su Wenqing's heart had just settled down, Su Jining suddenly stepped back and took her hand intimately. Wenching. Su Wenching was immediately alert in her heart. And she hesitated and said, "Second sister. What's wrong? Tell me honestly. Do you really like the third prince?" Chapter 12. Su Wenching knew this young lady. It must be bad news when she got a flash of inspiration. It's just gossip. Why touch the minefield? The woman next to her was the legitimate wife of the third prince before her rebirth. Go ahead, Su Jining said coquettishly. Father and the others are not here. There are no outsiders here. Su Wenching laughed twice. What do you mean there are no outsiders? There are no insiders here. Su Jining pulled Su Wenching to stop her from moving forward. Her clear and innocent big eyes were full of threats. Are you going to tell me? Su Wenching saw this and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She instantly had the illusion of returning to kindergarten. You tell me or not. If you don't tell me, I will break up with you. Su Wenching smiled helplessly and said, I really don't like the third prince. It's all a misunderstanding. Su Jining didn't believe it. Since you don't like the third prince, why do you always approach him every time you meet him? Su Wenching was speechless. She really couldn't explain this question clearly. Can't everyone just think that she is mentally ill? Do you need to ask so much of a mentally ill person? Su Jining thought Su Wenching was shy. She shook Su Wenching's hand as she walked. Oh, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. I heard that the third prince's mother is looking for a princess for him. How about I help you talk to your grandmother? Your grandmother loves you so much. If she knows, she will definitely help you fight for it. Su Wenching wanted to kneel down to this aunt. Her tone was earnest and sincere. And she was almost crying. I know that my second sister is beautiful and kind. And she really loves me. But the matter of the third prince is indeed a misunderstanding. I have someone in my heart. And it's really not the third prince. If my second sister asks grandmother to help me propose marriage to the third prince, it will really harm me. Su Jining's eyes lit up. She automatically filtered the context, and only noticed the sentence, I have someone in my heart. Who is who? I don't know anything at all. Come on. Tell me. Which family is he? Su Wenching looked at the gossip fire burning in Su Jining's eyes, and swallowed her saliva. Gossip is indeed the nature of women, regardless of age or ancient or modern times. Su Wenching pretended to be about to cry. She lowered her head. Second sister. Don't ask. Su Jinsheng watched Su Wenching's acting coldly. Her red lips curled up a sarcastic smile, and said lightly, We are all sisters. What is there to be shy about? Is it just an excuse made up by the third sister? Su Jining pouted when she heard it. Yes. If there is such a person, what is there to be embarrassed about? Su Wenching wanted to go back 2 minutes ago and knock herself out, and make up excuses. Now she is in a dilemma. All the men in this book whose names she can remember are related to the heroine Su Jinsheng. She doesn't want to compete with a heroine who is shining for men. She just wants to stay as far away from this Buddha as possible. Go ahead. Su Jining urged. You tell us. We promise not to tell anyone. Su Jinsheng smiled. The third prince is a man of both civil and military talents. Once the imperial concubine expressed her intention to choose a wife for him, many noble ladies in Anjing City rushed to send their invitations. There is nothing shameful about liking the third prince. Time waits for no one. Third sister. You should think it through. Xie Xian. Xie. Mr. Xie. Su Wenching suddenly remembered a man who had nothing to do with Su Jinsheng. In this Mary Su heroine's rebirth story, Xie Xian is simply a breath of fresh air. He is the only male character who appears frequently, looks good, and has no feelings for the heroine. As for the reason, well, according to the speculation of many fans of the drama and the book, Xie Xian absolutely likes the male lead Xiaoyun. Otherwise, why do other people live and die for the female lead? But he lives and dies for the male lead. The person you like is Mr. Xie? Su Jining exclaimed. Is this impossible? Su Wenching nodded shyly, and praised herself in her heart as a genius. Su Jinsheng had no intersection with Xie Xian before her rebirth, so she didn't have to worry about running into Su Jinsheng's minefield. And even if this matter was spread, she was not afraid, since Xie Xian liked the male lead Xiaoyun. He would never marry her, and she didn't have to worry about rumors. In the book, Xie Xian made plans and won thousands of miles away, and refuting rumors was not a small matter that could be solved with just a flick of the finger. Su Jinsheng, but I remember that you and Xie Xian never had any intersection. Even if you met at the banquet, you just bowed and left. Su Wenqing lowered her head embarrassedly and said, when I was young, I went to the palace to pay my respects and was rescued by Mr. Xie. So I have always been grateful and admired Mr. Xie. Because of love. I am afraid. Therefore, I can only watch from afar. Su Jinsheng frowned slightly. She remembered that the person who rescued Su Wenqing before her rebirth was the third prince. And Su Wenqing also liked the third prince because of this. Could it be that many things are really different from before her rebirth? Su Wenqing saw Su Jinsheng's puzzled expression and was secretly excited. Sure enough, if she wanted to clear her name, she had to disrupt Su Jinsheng's perception of her first. How come I don't know anything about what you said? Su Jining was surprised. You are so tight-lipped that you even hid it from me. On the path on the hillside by the lake, Xie Xian and Xiao Yun were walking back from the horse farm side by side. It seems that there are 3 sisters from the Su family over there. Xiao Yun raised his chin towards the lake and teased. I met them 3 times in one afternoon. I wonder if it is me or you who is destined to be with the Su family. By the lake, Su Wenqing's soft and weak voice was as small as a mosquito. The 2 sisters promised to keep it a secret. But you must not let father and others know. Su Jining was puzzled. Why? Since you like him, you should have made plans earlier. If you keep delaying like this, are you going to miss this marriage? Su Wenqing blushed. Although I admire Mr. Xie, I am different from him in status. In this life, I just hope to be able to see him from afar. Su Jining was so disappointed. You really are. Ah, I am so angry at you. Lord Xie and Madame Xie are different from those people in the Wang family. They are all extremely open-minded people, and never care about the etiquette of legitimate and illegitimate children. Besides, you didn't even try to get it. So how can you know it won't work? On the hillside, Xiao Yun elbowed Xie Xian with his arm, and said in a teasing tone, Fate is really wonderful. I wonder if the goddess has feelings. And whether the king of Xiang is interested? Xie Xian. If you remember correctly, when the third lady of the Su family met him 2 hours ago, she didn't recognize who he was. Xiao Yun reacts faster than anyone else when encountering romantic things. He hooked his arm around Xie Xian's shoulder and joked, I know what you are thinking. What if you gave directions to the girl this afternoon, and she fell in love with you? She is lost and anxious. And you appear like a god. And she falls in love with you at first sight. Look, isn't it like this in the opera? Look at the Qi River. The green bamboos are lush. There is a gentleman. We are like friends. Since I have seen a gentleman, how can I not be happy? Xie Xian couldn't bear it anymore. He pulled Xiao Yun, who was laughing so hard on his shoulder, off his shoulder and said, Shut up. Oh my god. Are you deaf? Ha ha ha. Our eldest son Xie, who was calm even when facing a mountain collapse, would be embarrassed by a few love poems. Xie Xian turned around and squinted at Xiao Yun. Xiao Yun coughed, and quickly made a gesture to cover his mouth. He didn't want to experience the revenge of Master Xie at all. Chapter 13. After watching the migratory birds, Su Jining still felt unsatisfied. She ate tea and snacks in Su Wenqing's room while showing all the things she had experienced with Wang Ergongzi since childhood. Wang Ergongzi's name was Wang Xiuyan. Because of Wang's grandmother, he was related to the Su family. Therefore, Su Jining and Wang Xiuyan knew each other since childhood. According to Su Jining's description, Wang Ergongzi had a face as beautiful as a jade and a face as handsome as Panin. He was the ideal husband for many famous ladies in Anjing City. Su Jining threatened, You can't like Brother Xiuyan just because I told you this. If you want to compete with me for Brother Xiuyan, I will turn against you. Su Wenqing was not interested in this Xiuyan. She just wanted this young lady to go back to her room and sleep. Don't worry. Second sister, the person I admire is Xie Xian. I will be Mr. Xie's person in life and Mr. Xie's ghost in death. I will not marry anyone else in this life. Su Jining felt relieved. She pouted and complained, Actually, everyone else is fine. But Brother Xiuyan's sister has her eyes so high that she even looks down on the Su family and thinks her brother is only worthy of marrying a princess. Every time I talk to Brother Xiuyan, she will sneer at me for a long time. It really makes me angry. Su Wenqing supported her head and perfunctorily said, I should be angry. Su Jining said excitedly, What I can't stand the most is that she keeps talking about legitimate and illegitimate children all day long. Every time I see her face, I want to slap her. Su Wenqing said, She should be slapped indeed. Are you listening to me? What's under your pillow? I saw you looking there more than a dozen times. Su Jining put down the snacks angrily and stood up to lift Su Wenqing's pillow. Su Wenqing's heart almost jumped out of her throat when she saw this. She hurriedly pulled Su Jining. Nothing. I'm just a little tired after sitting in the car for a whole day. Su Wenqing smiled calmly and advised. Tomorrow is the spring banquet, and Brother Wang will definitely be there. If you don't sleep, second sister will have to go to see Brother Wang with dark circles under her eyes. Su Wenqing's words obviously hit Su Jining's sore spot. She didn't even lift her pillow or chatter after hearing that. She left a sentence, "You should go to bed early," and ran back to her room. Su Wenqing stuffed the book under her pillow under the mattress with lingering fear. The nightlife of ancient people was boring. They either wrote, painted, played chess, or embroidered. Su Wenqing, who had no interest in these four things, could only choose to wash up early and listen to the lectures of old man Zhou Gong when she first arrived. Until one day, she found a magic treasure shop while strolling in the street market to study the escape plan. At first glance, the shop looked like a serious study, but the inner room collected all the band dramas and stories on the market. The writing style and content were truly worthy of the words literary, colorful, and extraordinary. Before Su Wenqing came to Beishan, she borrowed a new book by Mr. Quayle, which tells the various romantic affairs between the regent of the previous dynasty and the young queen mother. Yesterday, Su Wenqing had just seen the sinister and violent regent trying to press the young queen mother to the bed, but was forcibly interrupted by Suedia in the name of rest. Su Wenqing was stuck on this exciting plot for a whole day, and she was both impatient and itchy. Su Wenqing quickly washed and removed her makeup and sent Suedia away. Then she took out the book under the pillow and read it with relish. She read it until the fourth watch. The next morning, Su Wenqing felt that she was woken up by a slap just as she fell asleep. She looked out the window in a daze, which was so dark that she couldn't see her hand in front of her, and looked at Suedia in front of the bed in confusion. Suedia pulled Su Wenqing out of the bed with all her strength and urged her, "Miss, you better hurry up. The eldest and second ladies are almost done." Su Wenqing's body was forced to wake up, but her mind was still asleep. She stared at Suedia blankly and nodded, then fell down again and wrapped herself in the quilt. The whole action was done in one go, which could be described as flowing water. Suedia was so angry that her chest hurt. She pulled Su Wenqing's quilt open again and advised her earnestly, "Miss, don't sleep. It's really too late." "What is this? The regent and the queen mother of the South Country's many beautiful and erotic poems?" Su Wenqing's spirit instantly woke up when she heard this. She snatched the book from Suedia's hand and stuffed it under the pillow, pretending to stretch as if nothing had happened. "Didn't they say that the spring banquet is for viewing flowers and drinking? It's not even light outside yet. It's pitch black. What kind of flowers are we viewing?" Suedia didn't think much about it. She handed Su Wenqing a face towel and explained, "There's nothing we can do about it. We need to take a car first and then a boat. We can arrive at noon, just in time for lunch." Su Wenqing's stomach growled unconvincingly after hearing such a long journey. Su Wenqing touched her stomach and said quietly, "Please prepare some snacks for me. I'm afraid I will be the first noble lady to starve to death." After Su Wenqing swallowed 2 pieces of cake, she was urged out of the house by Aunt Zhao before she even had time to drink her saliva. Su Wenqing dragged her tired steps and sat in the carriage with no desire to live. Su Jining came over and pointed at the dark circles under Su Wenqing's eyes and said in surprise, "I left your room before midnight last night. What did you do for more than 4 hours?" Su Jinsheng looked over thoughtfully. Su Wenqing was scared when she saw Su Jinsheng's eyes. Who knew what she was thinking about? Su Wenqing hurriedly explained, "I'm a little picky about my bed. I couldn't fall asleep last night." Su Jining didn't notice the atmosphere between the two in the car. She put the matter behind her after asking. She pulled Su Wenqing and shook the hairpin on her head. Come on. Come on. See how my makeup looks today." Su Wenqing looked at the expectation in Su Jining's eyes and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He had to admit that the genes of the Su family were really powerful. The 3 daughters of the Su family were all good-looking. Su Jinsheng was bright and gorgeous. Su Wenqing was delicate and pitiful. And Su Jining was lively and cute. Su Jining's outfit was carefully selected. Whether it was the lotus pink chest-length skirt or the lifelike butterfly hairpin on her bun, it could highlight her lively temperament. Su Wenqing helped her adjust the butterfly hairpin and smiled sincerely. "Don't worry. Your brother from the Wang family will definitely notice you at first sight." The carriage bumped for more than an hour before finally reaching the destination. The rising sun dispelled the white mist on the river. The endless green mountains stretched on both sides of the river. Various bamboo rafts and boats floated on the green river. On the grass on the shore, the young men and ladies who arrived first were chatting and laughing in groups of 3 or 5. As soon as Su Wenqing got off the carriage, she saw Su Jining dancing and running to greet Wang Xiuyan. Wang Xiuyan had a friendly temperament and a feeling of a neighbor's brother. Although he looked good, he was definitely a beauty in Su Jining's eyes. I don't know what Wang Xiuyan said. Su Jining covered her face and blushed. Su Jining was innocent and lively. Seeing her like this, Su Wenqing couldn't help but smile a little like an ant. After laughing, she felt a little disappointed. Su Jinsheng was accompanied by her close friend, Anping County lady, and Su Jining was accompanied by her childhood sweetheart, Wang Gongzi. She looked particularly lonely standing alone by the carriage. However, this feeling of loneliness was driven out by Su Wenqing before she stayed in her heart for 10 seconds. Su Wenqing called Suedia and asked in a low voice, "Have you seen Master Wensan?" "Master Wensan?" Suedia was surprised. "Miss, what are you looking for him for? Master Wensan is not a good person." Su Wenqing pulled Suedia and lowered her voice. "Keep your voice down. Help me find where he is and tell me who he is." Suedia nodded in confusion, looked around and whispered to Su Wenqing, "It's the young man wearing a pink robe under the willow tree in the east." Su Wenqing pretended to look towards the east as if nothing had happened. He knew who Master Wensan was at a glance. It was not because of the pink robe, but because his vulgar temperament of lingering in brothels for many years was too prominent. Especially the dark blue bags under his eyes that were 3 or 4 times larger than his eyes, which always gave Su Wenqing the illusion that he would die of a stroke at any time. There were 2 attendants beside him. One looked honest and kind, and the other looked smart and agile. The smart and agile attendant was very sensitive to Su Wenqing's gaze, and he immediately met her gaze as soon as Su Wenqing looked over. Su Wenqing was slightly stunned, but saw that the attendant nodded to her very slightly. Su Wenqing thoughtfully instructed Suedia, "Did you see the attendant on the left of Mr. Wensan? Later, you will find a chance to call him out alone. Tell him your identity, and then say that I have something to discuss. If he doesn't ask anything but asks about the time and place, you can ask him to come to the East Garden at midnight tonight." Suedia said puzzledly, "What if he asks about it?" Su Wenqing pondered for a while and said, "If he looks confused and puzzled, and asks what's going on, you can find a reason to evade him. And don't ask him to come. Then ask the long servant on the right of Mr. Wensan the same question." Cui Dai nodded and asked, "Miss, what are you going to do?" Su Wenqing raised her eyebrows and smiled. "You'll know in the evening." After Su Wenqing turned around and left, the clever long servant whispered in Mr. Wensan's ear, "Mister, the third lady of the Su family seems to be interested in you. She has been looking at you just now." Mr. Wensan's cloudy eyes brightened. "The third lady of the Su family? She is a real beauty. What is the status of the Su family? Would she be interested in me? Are you sure?" The clever and agile attendant said, "I am absolutely not wrong. She first secretly glanced at you several times. After being discovered by me, she pretended to be calm and talked to the maid beside her. Before leaving, she looked at you reluctantly for a few more times." Mr. Wensan was very happy to hear this. After thinking for a while, he said, "The spring banquet is a good time for a tryst. If what you said is true, she will definitely send a maid to test the waters. If you have nothing to do these days, go to her maid more often. If the matter is done." Mr. Wensan touched his chin and smiled greasy. "There will be a big reward." "Okay, sir. Don't worry. I will take care of it." Chapter 14. The master and servant of Wensan were both happy, and Su Wenqing was also in a good mood. The matter that had been hanging in his mind for days was about to succeed. Su Wenqing felt that everyone was kind and cute. Su Jining saw Su Wenqing from a distance. She ran over and took Su Wenqing's arm affectionately. Pretending to complain, "Where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time." Su Wenqing saw her full of joy and joked, "Oh, you finished chatting with Brother Xiuyan so quickly?" Su Jining blushed and scolded shyly, "You are not allowed to call me so intimately. I call Brother Xiuyan." Su Wenqing deliberately spread his hands. "Grandmother Wang is related to our family, and Brother Wang is naturally our brother. If I don't call him Brother Xiuyan, what should I call him?" Su Jining stamped her feet in anger. You can just call Brother Xiuyan Wang Gongzi. Su Jinsheng also calls him that." Su Wenqing saw that Su Jining was very cute when she was anxious and angry, and couldn't help teasing, "This is very rude. My grandmother will scold me." Su Jining's fair cheeks blushed with shame. "You clearly told me that you would not compete with me for brother Xiao Yin. And the person you like is not Mr. Xie? You said last night that you were born." Su Wenqing wanted to hit himself to death with a hammer when he heard this. Although Su Jining's voice was not loud, there were still many people around looking over here. What is called shooting oneself in the foot? Su Wenqing hurriedly admitted his mistake. Yes, Mr. Wang is good. I will call you Mr. Wang from now on. Second sister. Look, isn't Wuling River beautiful? Su Jining. Isn't this topic change a bit too abrupt? Su Wenqing affectionately took Su Jining's arm back. Look at the blue waves. Su Jining, by the way, I think I saw Mr. Xie just now. Look at the green mountains and green waters. Wait, did you see Mr. Xie? Where is he? Su Jining won the first battle, she said proudly. Humph. You know you are anxious now? Su Wenqing was willing to save her life. She shook Su Jining's hand and said coquettishly, Second sister. That's... Su Jining's attention was suddenly interrupted by the commotion around her. She pulled Su Wenqing. Are we going to get on the boat? I think someone is calling our names. What's so good about getting on a boat? Su Wenqing roared in her heart. At least point out to her who Xie Xian is. She can take a detour when she sees him later. There are nearly 100 bamboo rafts and boats docked on the clear Wuling River. The Southern Dynasty advocates elegance, and bamboo rafting has become a popular hobby among aristocratic families in recent years. However, the bamboo rafts are simple and thin, and the Princess of Jin is worried about safety. So she specially prepared boats for the female family members. Su Wenqing and Su Jining followed the entourage of the Prince of Jin's mansion to the riverside. On the boat, Su Jinsheng and a round-faced girl in gorgeous clothes have already taken their seats. Su Wenqing greeted them and was about to get on the boat. But before he stepped on it, he was pulled down by Su Jining. Su Wenqing looked at the lady beside him in bewilderment, and then looked at the round-faced girl on the boat. Su Jining said angrily, Why are you here? The round-faced girl didn't look sarcastic, but she always gave people a bit of a mean feeling. Her tone was very unkind. Do you think I want to be here? If you hadn't been pestering my second brother, how could I have been late on the boat? If not for that, how could I have fallen to sharing a boat with you? Second brother. As soon as the 3 words came out, Su Wenqing guessed that this girl must be Wang Ruoan, the sister of Wang Xiaoyan, whom Su Jining had scolded all night yesterday. Fell? Su Jining said with round eyes glaring. You said it as if I was willing to share a boat with you. Su Wenqing was embarrassed and innocent. In fact, the grudge between the two had nothing to do with her. Su Jining dragged her to make it seem like the two of them were teaming up to bully the Wang family girl. Seeing more and more people around looking over here, Su Wenqing gently pulled Su Jining's clothes, trying to resolve the deadlock. Since the second sister doesn't want to share a boat with her, why don't we go to the back? There are still many empty boats in the back. Su Jining was dissatisfied and said, Why should we go to the back? She should go if she wants to go, Wang Ruoan said in a sarcastic tone. Although both the Wang and Su families belong to the 5 great families of the Southern Dynasty, the Su family and the Wang family are worlds apart. When the Wang family was at its peak, your Su family was not even worthy of carrying shoes for the Wang family. Now a concubine's daughter is still dreaming of marrying my brother as his wife. Didn't your family teach you how to write the 4 words self-knowledge? Su Wenqing didn't want to get involved in this mess. But with her second sister's personality, if she couldn't win the argument, she would definitely not be able to get on the boat. She deliberately smiled harmlessly and innocently. Oh, the Wang family is so powerful. Then I am really ignorant. I only know that the Xie family seems to be the leader among the aristocratic families now. Wang Ruoan felt like she was stepped on by someone's tail when she heard this. She pointed at Su Wenqing angrily. The Xie family is the Xie family. Who are you? You are not worthy of mentioning the Xie family. Su Wenqing looked puzzled. But she had not yet completed the history of the Wang and Xie families, and she was afraid of being slapped in the face if she spoke rashly. Just when Su Wenqing was racking her brains to figure out a way to deal with it, Su Jinsheng, who had been sitting at the bow of the boat without saying a word, spoke up. When the Wang family was at its peak, you had the nerve to bring up things that happened more than 100 years ago every day. Are you afraid that others don't know that your Wang family is getting worse and worse? Su Wenqing. Eldest sister is eldest sister. A woman who makes people want to kneel down when she opens her mouth. Wang Ruoan was embarrassed and angry. What did you say? Say it again. Don't think that you can be so unscrupulous just because my mother likes you. Our Wang family has not decided that you must be with us. Su Jinsheng glanced at her coldly. I would say the same thing even if you call your mother here. But I don't know if you dare to tell your mother what you just said. You? Wang Ruoan was speechless for a moment. She angrily threw the silk and turned her head to the side. Su Jining proudly pulled Su Wenqing onto the boat and said, Some people always live in the past. A hero doesn't mention his past achievements. Isn't it shameful to talk about the merits of his ancestors every day? They are all born of the same parents. But there is a world of difference between a brother and a sister. Su Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She shook her head helplessly, and her eyes were intercepted by a young man in a light blue wide-sleeved brocade casual dress, who was about to board the bamboo raft not far ahead. Su Wenqing recognized that this man was the young man who helped her show the way yesterday. When the young man met her eyes, he was stunned at first, and then smiled at her very politely. Su Wenqing hurriedly returned a smile, and when the young man turned his head away, Su Wenqing quickly pulled Su Jining's sleeve next to her. Second sister, who is that young man over there? Su Jining looked up and followed Su Wenqing's finger. She was puzzled. Brother Xiuyan? Don't you know her? Su Wenqing looked back and saw that Wang Xiuyan was the only one beside the boat in front. The young man in the light blue wide-sleeved brocade casual clothes had disappeared. Xiaoyun was dragged back by Xiexian and asked puzzledly, We are all about to get on the boat. Where are you going? Xiexian remained calm. That boat is too far forward. Let's find one that is a little further back. Xiaoyun understood and said, That is the third lady of the Su family. Are you avoiding her? Xiexian paused. Do you know that there is such a person? As soon as you meet her, you can predict that she will definitely bring twists and turns to your life in the future. Xiaoyun said, I know. This is destined. Xiexian looked back. No. This is a conflict of fate. Chapter 15. Between the mountains on both sides, more than 100 small boats were sailing upstream on the Wuling River. The older officials and their wives had already left in a carriage accompanied by the Princess of Jin. Without the constraints of their elders, the young men were no longer restrained by etiquette. Before long, the people on each boat had become one, reciting poems, joking and playing. Every boat was full of joy, except for Su Wenqing's boat. This small boat was divided into 3 worlds. At the bow, Su Jinsheng closed her eyes to rest. Like a goddess who had strayed into the mortal world, in the middle, Su Jining and Wang Ruoan were arguing constantly. But they dared not mention the Su family and the Wang family, and at the stern, Su Wenqing was obsessed with the beautiful scenery and couldn't help herself. She wanted to imitate the groundhog and said countless times, If I hadn't been afraid of causing public outrage and being kicked off the boat. The Wuling River gradually narrowed, and the green mountains on both sides were endless, like an ink painting. After traveling for hundreds of meters, the river gradually allowed only 2 boats to run parallel. The river water that was originally unobstructed became tortuous and winding, and the strange peaks and rocks on the shore blocked the view. Su Wenqing sat upside down at the stern, supporting her chin with both hands, and was enjoying the last few glances of the beautiful scenery with great interest. She suddenly heard a whole cry from the boat in front. Her eyes lit up, and she turned around hurriedly. I saw that after the boat passed the bend, there were peach blossoms all over the mountains. The pink and white petals fell all over the sky with the east wind, and finally covered the river and the river bank. The faint fragrance of peach blossoms lingered at the tip of my nose. All kinds of troubles in the world were isolated by the peach forest, as if they were all left before the bend. Su Wenqing stood at the stern and murmured, Peach Blossom Spring. Su Jining was closest to Su Wenqing. She heard it and asked, Peach Blossom Spring? What is that? Su Wenqing was stunned. It's Tao Yuanming's Peach Blossom Spring. Su Jining was puzzled. Tao Yuanming? Who is that? Su Wenqing was speechless for a moment. She forgot that this was a book of fictional history. It's okay. It's not important. A little-known niche poet. Humph. Pretending to be noble. Wang Ruoan said sarcastically. Su Wenqing. Okay. Pretending to be noble. Anyway, she doesn't need this character setting. However, Su Wenqing didn't explode, but Su Jining exploded. She pushed Wang Ruoan hard. I have tolerated you for a long time. What's wrong with me talking to my sister? Wang Ruoan didn't expect Su Jining to take action. She staggered a few steps and fell directly on the deck. Wang Ruoan was the daughter of the Wang family. She was raised in pampering. She had never suffered such grievances. She held back her tears and fought with Su Jining. Su Wenqing's unintentional sigh triggered a bloody incident. She could only swallow the retribution with tears. She watched the battle circle gradually approach the stern, dodging and persuading. Sisters, stop fighting. Everyone is watching. Su Jining didn't pay attention when she was wrestling, and swung her elbow at Su Wenqing's head behind her. Su Wenqing covered her innocent forehead and retreated with tears in her eyes. The space on the boat is too small. The two sisters can't show their skills. Why don't we save the game temporarily and continue after getting off the boat? Wang Ruoan, shut up. Why are you pretending to be pitiful? Su Jining, you should shut up. Who do you think you are? And you dare to yell at my sister? Su Wenqing stepped back with difficulty. Okay. I'll shut up. I won't say anything. Then can you two sisters please take a few steps forward? If you step back, I will fall into the water. Su Wenqing just finished her words. She was tripped by the deck at the stern. She couldn't resist Newton's power, and could only watch herself fall into the arms of the Mother River. At this critical moment, a man in a dark purple tight brocade dress fell from the sky with a sky full of light pink petals. He hugged Su Wenqing's shoulders before she fell into the water. Su Wenqing looked at his sharp eyes and sharp face. Her heartbeat quickened. The peach petals dancing in the wind beside her turned into pink bubbles. And it seemed that there were only the two of them in the world. A voice roared in Su Wenqing's mind. This is love. Oh my God. The third prince. Exclamations were heard all around. The dreamy pink bubble was instantly punctured, and the bang-bang explosion blew Su Wenqing inside and out. It only took a moment to go from a lost girl with red hearts in her eyes to a cynical young man. Su Wenqing was rescued by the third prince and brought back to the boat with a face full of despair. Su Wenqing didn't know whether there was really a destiny in the world. She only knew that she had firmly believed that man can conquer nature for more than 20 years. The scientific values of the past were annihilated at this moment. Miss Su, are you okay? Because of his prominent status, the third prince Xiaoyan has a kind of majesty cultivated by years of high position, and his knife-like cheeks make his narrow and long phoenix eyes more sharp. Su Wenqing stepped back awkwardly, just when she wanted to bow and thank him. Her foot suddenly twisted, and her whole body fell into the arms of the third prince. Tears of grievance filled her eyes like autumn water. She groaned weakly, and tried to stand up with the help of the third prince's arm. Xiaoyan held Su Wenqing's arm and helped her up. His narrow and long phoenix eyes were covered with a few strands of concern that could not be distinguished from true and false. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Su Wenqing. Once the gears of fate start turning, they really can't stop. She looked at her body desperately and began to perform like a Hollywood actress. Su Wenqing, biting her thin lips. Tears accumulated in her eyes and refused to fall, as if she had suffered a great injustice, and as if she was enduring with all her strength. She looked so pitiful. Thank you, third prince. I'm fine. Xiaoyan supported Su Wenqing and walked slowly to the wooden chair on the boat. I see that Miss Su's left foot is inconvenient to move. Did you twist your foot when you were tripped by the deck just now? Su Wenqing. She lowered her head. The broken hair on her temples half covered her eyes. A tear flowed down her fair face. She leaned on the third prince's shoulder. Her voice was soft and pitiful. It's okay. Thank you for your concern, third prince. I'll be fine after a rest. Su Wenqing felt bad when she heard left foot. Sure enough, Su Jining shouted. I remember that you also injured your left foot when the elder sister pushed you in the ancestral hall. Has it never healed? Su Wenqing pretending to be flustered. She shook her head and said, No, it has nothing to do with the elder sister. I was careless. The elder sister is gentle and kind, and has always been very good to us. Gentle and kind? Su Jining was surprised. Do you know what you are saying? Su Wenqing like a frightened deer. She subconsciously grabbed the corner of the third prince's clothes and dared not speak. To those who didn't know, it seemed like she was often bullied by her two elder sisters at home. Xiaoyan's expression remained unchanged. He seemed not to have heard the quarrel between the Su sisters. After helping Su Wenqing sit down, he stood up and left. Su Wenqing, with a tender tone. Thank you, third prince, for saving my life. Xiaoyan nodded slightly. It's just a small favor. Miss Su, don't worry about it. A sprained ankle can be a big deal. Miss Su should find a doctor to see her after she returns. After the third prince returned to his ship, Su Winching recovered from her state of delicate little white lotus. Silence was the Niha bridge today. She sat at the stern without saying a word, thinking about life. The peach blossoms on both sides of the mountain could not wash away the sadness in her heart. Can fate be changed? Su Winching would have answered yes without hesitation. But reality slapped her hard. Half an incense stick later, the boat landed. Su Winching's spiritual world was devastated, and she could only let the boatman help her get off the boat like a zombie. Sister, you have great acting skills. It really opened my eyes. Su Jinsheng, who got off the boat first, pretended to be a sister after the boatman left, and walked side by side with Su Winching to the banquet. But how can a sprained ankle recover so quickly? Sister, you should be loyal to your acting. Su Winching felt so painful. Now she couldn't explain it even if she spoke eloquently. The only thing she could do was to lie down and let the ridicule. Sister, do you know why the third prince didn't respond to your words? Su Winching looked at Su Jinsheng blankly. Su Jinsheng raised her red lips slightly, and her usually indifferent and arrogant face actually showed a little pride and boasting. Su Winching, is she so angry that her character collapsed? Su Jinsheng whispered in a low voice, her tone full of provocation. Because the third prince wants to marry me more than marrying you. Marrying you can only get the help of the Su family. But if he marries me, the third prince can not only get the support of the Su family, but also the support of my grandfather, General Jingyuan's mansion. Su Winching looked at Su Jinsheng's back with a confused face, and only understood the meaning of Su Jinsheng's words after sitting down at the banquet. Su Jinsheng knew that she and Aunt Zhao were planning the affairs of the third son of Wen, and they were ready to replace the third son of Wen with the third Prince Xiaoyan. Su Jinsheng was deliberately stimulating her jealousy and forcing her to take a risky move. Su Winching, who understood this, shed 2 lines of tears of despair. So she said, she, a simple girl who grew up in a harmonious socialist environment, could not defeat these house-fighting monsters who grew up in the poison of feudalism. Was God too cruel to her? Her weak shoulders could not bear this arduous task. Is it too late for her to open a school now to explain the 8 honors and 8 disgraces to them? Chapter 16. No matter what kind of banquet it is, Su Winching loves eating the most. Because eating can not only make her not talk without a clear conscience, but also relieve the embarrassment of silence caused by not being able to continue the conversation. The Princess of Jin held a banquet in the peach forest. The dishes on the table were exquisite and unique. The pink and white petals danced with the wind and fell on the white autumn dew in the wine jar. The clear aroma of wine mixed with the fragrance of peach blossoms brought the word elegance to the extreme. After 3 rounds of wine, the Prince of Jin invited all the princes and ladies to the mountain stream beside the peach forest. Su Winching was still distracted and missed the crystal peach blossom jelly that he had not finished eating just now. When he came back to his senses, he saw that everyone had sat on the ground along the banks of the stream in tacit understanding. Su Winching hurriedly grabbed Su Jining, who was walking back stealthily, and asked in a low voice, "What's going on? What are you going to do?" Su Jining anxiously tried to pull her sleeve out of Su Winching's hand. After pulling it a few times and seeing no result, she could only retreat and borrow Su Winching to block Wang Xiuyan's sight. Flower cup wine order. Haven't you played it before? Have you seen those peach blossom lanterns at the uppermost part of the river? Each lantern holds a cup of wine, and there are words engraved under the wine cup. Later, they will put these lanterns into the stream one by one, and the lanterns will float down the river. Whoever the lantern stops beside will have to use the words under the wine cup as the theme, or recite poems, or draw pictures, or play music. Su Winching, no one told her that the spring banquet was so dangerous. What should she do as an outsider who knows nothing about music? Chess, calligraphy and painting? Su Jining said, "I won't talk to you anymore. I'm going to find a place in the back. Brother Xiaoyan will notice me later." Su Winching grabbed Su Jining, who was about to leave, and asked, "What's the point of the front and back?" Su Jining spoke quickly. They chose shallow streams so that the lanterns can stop. Generally, the lanterns will stop in the front, and there is only a very small chance that they will float to the back. Let's go. Let's go. Su Winching immediately took Su Jining's arm. "I'll go to the back with you." Su Jining walked and said suspiciously, "What's wrong with you today? Don't you love this kind of activity the most? If you follow your previous personality, you should find a place where the lanterns are most likely to stop." Su Winching laughed and pretended to be stupid. She pointed to the last seat and said, "There are 2 seats at the end. Where should we go? Su Jining said. You are too obvious. The Su family is one of the 5 great families. If you sit there and don't get a turn the whole game, you will be urged to perform by everyone in the end. There, Su Jining said excitedly. In the middle and back. Not conspicuous. And just out of Brother Xiao Yan's sight. Su Wenqing looked at the big rock on the creek in front of the seat, his eyes full of doubt. But there is a saying that if you don't listen to the advice of the predecessors, you will suffer the consequences. Su Jining is obviously a veteran, so Su Wenqing decided to trust her once. Su Wenqing crouched and endured for more than an hour in fear. When she saw that the drinking game was about to end, she was about to flatter Su Jining, who only had her life left. When she saw a peach blossom lantern stumbling down the river from upstream and crashing into the embrace of the big rock in front of her, Su Wenqing turned her head to look at Su Jining with a shocked face, but just happened to catch Su Jining and tried to move the futon and table to the side without any expression. Su Jining smiled awkwardly. Third sister is proficient in everything. Chess, calligraphy and painting. So this little thing must not be difficult for third sister. Su Wenqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. What do you mean proficient in everything? She has mastered 9 out of 10. And only one thing is left. The drum sounded upstream. And Su Wenqing burst into tears. Second sister. Su Jining hurriedly stood up. Don't worry. Sister will help you get the lanterns up. Su Wenqing. Sisters are birds of different forests. It is common for them to fly away when disaster strikes. She should not despair of human nature. Su Wenqing drank the wine in tears, as the drums beat more and more urgently. She opened the wine cup and saw 2 lines of small seal characters engraved on the bottom of the cup. Use spring as a painting. Use sorrow as a poem. Su Wenqing. Chinese characters are really a wonderful subject. Why can she recognize these 8 characters when they are separated, but can't understand them when they are put together? Su Jining stretched her head and breathed a sigh of relief after seeing the question. Not bad. Poetry and painting are both your forte. I saw that the Linjiang fairy picture you painted last month was very good. Why don't you paint that? Su Wenqing wanted to cry. What was she good at? She didn't even know what Linjiang Xiantu was. This was the first time since she had traveled through the book that she wished her body could be controlled. 2 maids in pink skirts removed the tea on the table in front of Su Wenqing, arranged the ink, paper and inkstone one by one, and finally smiled and respectfully put the brush into Su Wenqing's hands with both hands. Su Wenqing cried. Isn't this forcing her to do something she is not good at? Don't worry, Su Jining said. Or you can write a poem first. You have always been very talented in writing. Just fill in a few lines of poetry first. Just casually. That's a skill only you ancient people have. I, a modern person, can only solve 2 quadratic equations casually, and that's only before the college entrance examination. Sister Su, don't be shy. I've heard that you are very talented. You've thrown so many bricks in front of you. You've got to let us see what jade looks like. Several young men aged 13 or 14 on the other side started to make a noise. Oh, don't tell me that your talent is all just a bluff. It's just a facade. Where there is encouragement, there is ridicule. And many people started to whisper. Hurry up, Su Jining urged. Look at what these people are saying. Don't be shy. Although Su Wenqing also wanted to paint a picture of 1,000 miles of rivers and mountains, like the heroine in the novel or TV series, and slap the faces of those who said sarcastic things. The problem is that she can't do it. Can't I give up? Su Wenqing decided to stay at home and die at home from now on. Give up? Su Jining objected fiercely. No. If you give up, the Su family will lose face. How can I see Brother Xiao Yan in the future? Su Wenqing was dragged up by Su Jining. She tried hard to recall the painting method of peonies in the Chinese painting class. She gritted her teeth and casually painted 2 or 3 pale pink peonies half stacked front and back on the rice paper. Su Jining said, Oh my god! Is this a new painting method you researched yourself? It's so beautiful. When others saw it, they exclaimed and asked Su Jining to pass it on. Su Jining put her hands on her hips and interrupted. You haven't written the poem yet. Why are you excited? Su Wenqing turned his neck stiffly and looked at Su Jining. You still need to write a poem, huh? Su Jining pointed at the small seal characters on the wine cup. Use spring as a painting, and sorrow as a poem. If I understand correctly, this sorrow should also be related to spring. Su Wenqing hesitated to write, until the ink was about to drip onto the rice paper. After all, this was a fictional history, and they didn't even have Tao Yuaning. Does that mean she can use the 300 Tang poems at will? She looked at the peach blossoms all over the mountain, and a light flashed in her mind. She picked up the pen and wrote, "The fragrance of April in the world is gone, and the peach blossoms in the mountain temple are in full bloom." Su Jining pulled Su Wenqing's sleeve. No. It's spring sorrow. And it's about writing poems, not reciting poems. Su Wenqing. No. Why do you have Bai Juyi instead of Tao Yuanming? Do you have any discrimination against the pastoral school? But Su Wenqing is in trouble now, and she can't spare the energy to care about the life and death of the pastoral school. She crossed out those 2 lines, used the trick of writing essays for the college entrance examination, and racked her brains. The east wind is soft in the peach blossom spring, and people lean on peach blossoms in vain. The fragrant spring dew is white, and the rouge is cold, and the drunkenness and awakening talk about romantic. Before Su Wenqing had time to examine her dog-crawling handwriting, the rice paper was passed out. Not bad. Just a few strokes to draw the graceful state of the peony. Very wonderful. Yes. And this painting method has never been seen before. Is it you, Miss Susan, who created it yourself? Su Wenqing, who was named, laughed awkwardly a few times, and bowed to Qi Baisher in his heart. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. Grandpa Baisher, please don't blame me. It's this word, it's this kind of word. And you have the nerve to call it a talent and beauty. Huh? Wang Ruoyan didn't even look at it, and passed it forward with a look of disgust on his face. Although the handwriting needs to be improved, this unique painting method alone is enough to be called a talent. Wang Xiaoyan shook his head and smiled. Xiao Yun, who was sitting next to him, took the painting and sprayed out a mouthful of wine after looking at it, and people around him cast doubtful eyes on him. Wang Ruoyan said, "Your Highness the 5th Prince also thinks it's too terrible. Right? I'm afraid that a 3-year-old child's scribbles are better than this." Xiao Yun smiled lightly, handed the painting to Xie Xian, and explained, "Miss Wang misunderstood. I was just amazed by this painting method." Wang Ruoyan secretly glanced at Xie Xian, and snorted coldly with a bad face. After Xiao Yun saw that everyone around them had turned their attention away from him, he hooked Xie Xian's shoulder and moved closer. Xie Xian glanced at the wine stain on Xiao Yun's sleeve with disdain. "This Miss Susan is really amazing. Do you know where her poem came from?" Xie Xian didn't see the source, and he became a little interested when he heard it. Xiao Yun whispered slyly, "Recently, there is a storybook circulating widely on the black market, called The Regent and the Queen Mother." Xie Xian, the Regent and the Queen Mother? Xiao Yun saw Xie Xian's expression of "what the hell is this?" and added, "It talks about the romantic affair between the Regent and the Queen Mother of the previous dynasty. It is a new work by Mr. Quayle, and the poem Miss Susan just wrote quoted the line from the book. The pear blossoms are empty, and the deep affection is about romance." Xie Xian coughed out the wine in his mouth and said uncertainly, "Who are you talking about? Mr. Quayle?" Xiao Yun said, "Yes. It's Mr. Quayle who specializes in writing banned books." "What? Do you know him?" "No." Xie Xian retracted his expression of being unable to express himself, and denied without hesitation, "I don't know him." Chapter 17. Su Wenqing's unique painting style and ugly calligraphy sparked a heated discussion. After several rounds, everyone's attention was attracted by the colorful dance of the daughter of the Duke of England. Only Su Wenqing was still an embarrassment for a long time. After finally getting back to the room, Su Wenqing buried her head in the quilt like an ostrich. "Wah, I don't want to go out again." Mississippi. Suedia knocked on the door outside. Su Wenqing sighed, turned over, and lay on the bed with her arms wide open. "Come in." Suedia pushed the door, and saw Su Wenqing lying in a rude and indecent posture. She opened her mouth and forgot the words. Su Wenqing covered her eyes with her arms, and after 10 seconds, she stood up and returned to her usual easygoing self. She smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" Yes. Chui Dai finally found her lost tongue. "Mr. Wensan's longtime servant has agreed." Su Wenqing stood up excitedly and asked, "How did he agree?" Chui Dai said, "As soon as I told him that you wanted to discuss something with him, he agreed immediately without asking anything, and he looked very happy." Chui Dai paused and said, "But it's strange. I thought it would be difficult to wait for him to be alone." But as soon as your boat left, I saw him alone next to me, as if he was deliberately hanging around in front of me. Su Wenqing was silent. And Zhao told her that she was the one who arranged the affairs between Wensan Gongzi and Su Jinsheng. She had never met this person before. When this person heard that she had something to discuss, he agreed to come without asking. The only possible explanation is that in this person's cognition, there is some kind of connection between her and him. It can be seen that this person is probably bribed by Aunt Xiao. As for why he deliberately lingered in front of Suedia, could it be because when she went to recognize who Wensan Gongzi was in the morning, he mistakenly thought that she had something to find him? Su Wenqing felt the favor of the god of destiny for the first time, and almost burst into tears. She held Suedia's hand and said, "Good Suedia. You are really my little lucky star. Get ready, and go with me to see this long servant tonight." That night, Su Wenqing slyly pulled Suedia into the room. When Suedia saw the sack, wide rope and wooden stick on the table, her legs went weak. Miss, what are you going to do?" Su Wenqing smiled like a stepmother with a snake heart. She pulled Suedia to the table and stuffed the sack, wide rope, and wooden stick into her arms. "When I talk to the long servant, go behind him and put the sack on his head." Suedia was so scared that she dropped the things in her hand, stepped back a few steps, and fell to the ground, looking like she was about to cry. Miss, I can't do it." Su Wenqing's facial features were distorted, and he stretched out his hand to rub the thumb that was hit by the stick. "It's okay. Don't cry. Then, you go and negotiate with him. First stabilize him, and say I will be there in a while. I will use the sack." At the end of the high hour, Suedia was half coerced and half induced by Su Wenqing to come to the east garden. Suedia looked at Su Wenqing hiding in the corner of the wall with a sack. What sin did she do in her previous life to meet such a master? How could such a weak and introverted lady of a noble family fall into the water and die? Su Wenqing gestured left and right with the sack. "No. I have to find a stone. I am not as tall as him, so I can't put it directly over his head." Suedia saw Su Wenqing, who looked as delicate and weak as a willow branch, roll up her sleeves and roll a big stone to the corner of the wall alone. She suddenly felt like she was living in a dream. Su Wenqing picked up the sack and stepped on the stone. After making sure it was firm, she raised her chin to Suedia and said, "Go, and make sure he walks on my side." Suedia looked back at Su Wenqing with tears in her eyes, and finally came to the middle of the garden under Su Wenqing's smile. She waited in front of the pavilion for the arrival of the attendant of Master Wensan, and silently recited the words Su Wenqing taught her over and over again in her heart. "Hello, Sister Suedia." The ghost-like voice of the servant frightened Suedia so much that she fell to the ground. The servant hurriedly helped her up. Seeing her pale face, he apologized repeatedly. "I should have hit you. I should have hit you. Sister Suedia, are you okay?" "It's okay. It's okay." Suedia took 2 steps back and smiled with difficulty. "My third daughter said that this place is too conspicuous. She is afraid of being seen. She asked me to take you to the back of the rockery. Your daughter is too cautious. And my son is not here." The servant smiled like a monkey. "Then I'll trouble Sister Suedia to lead the way." Suedia was nervous and didn't pay attention to what the servant said. Seeing that the corner was approaching, Suedia's palms were sweating, and she pushed the servant to the wall without showing any expression. The long servant teased mischievously, "Sister Suedia, this is the first time for you to do this kind of thing, right? It's okay. Just do it a few more times. My master originally had a crush on a maid in my eldest lady's room. The first time I helped them keep watch, I was more nervous than you are now." Suedia's mind was blank. She could only smile awkwardly by instinct. Su Wenqing saw the target getting closer and closer. She took a deep breath with both hands holding the sack on both sides. 1, 2, 3. Shit! Seeing that success was imminent, who knew that the skirt hem would actually embrace the rose on the wall at this critical moment? Su Wenqing was held back by this disappointing skirt love brain swing, and was hung on the rose vine for a while. The assistant heard the noise, and was about to turn back. Cui Dai was as anxious as an ant on a hot pot. She gritted her teeth and made up her mind. Ouch! She fell to the side and hit the assistant beside her. The assistant was a little dazed. He hurriedly supported Cui Dai. Before he could say anything caring, he was almost fainted by the overwhelming smell of pig manure. When he came to his senses, his world was only dark except for the smell of pig manure. "Quick! Tie it up with a rope. Su Winching led Cui Dai to tie the assistant into a zongzi. Miss Susan. What are you doing? Let me go! As soon as the assistant opened his mouth, he felt that the pig manure on the sack was about to fall into his mouth. Su Winching lowered his voice and knocked the long servant on the back with a wooden stick. Shut up. Who is Miss Susan? If you make another sound, you will be in trouble. You move your feet, I'll move your head, and carry it to the back. Su Winching winked at Suedia and leaned over to lift the sack. At the moment when Su Winching leaned over, Suedia saw the dagger tied to Su Winching's waist. Suedia was so scared that she couldn't speak clearly. No, you, why are you still carrying a knife? Are you going to kill him? Su Winching smiled grimly and deliberately frightened the long servant in the sack, saying, if you don't behave, I will kill you. The long servant was so scared that he cried out, Lady, please spare my life. I don't know how I offended you. I beg you to forgive me and spare me this time. Su Winching and Suegia tried to move the sack twice but failed. She put it on the ground and said fiercely with her hands on her waist, Shut up. Suegia was so anxious that tears were about to flow out. What should we do? Su Winching gritted his teeth and said, Roll it. So the servant was forced by Su Winching and his servant to roll it like a snowball to the abandoned warehouse in the south corner of the garden. The servant's head hit the bricks of the flower bed. Ouch! The servant's face came into close contact with the ground. The servant was pressed by the pebbles on the road, and his unspeakable body was pressed. Su Winching wiped the sweat from his forehead and kicked him on the butt. Can you stop screaming so ecstatically? The attendant was in deep pain, his eyes glittering in the opaque sack. How about this? Lady, let's discuss it. You untie my feet and take me over. This way you can save some trouble. Su Winching looked at the endless road ahead. Thought for a moment. Okay. If you dare to run, wait for me. No. The attendant nodded quickly to show his loyalty. Su Winching untied the white cloth around the attendant's legs and tied the knot around his waist. Okay. Get up. You push me and walk. Okay. The attendant got up quickly. But at the moment he got up, he pushed Su Winching hard and turned around and ran away quickly. Su Winching endured the burning pain from the wound on his palm, watched the footman steps towards the light, and pulled. Bang. The footman fell flat on his face. Su Winching kicked him angrily. I knew you couldn't be trusted. Fortunately, I was careful and tied a knot around your foot. Su Winching tied him up like a dumpling again and ignored his wailing. He kicked and rolled him into the abandoned warehouse in the south corner of the garden. Suegia looked around the warehouse with concern and whispered in Su Winching's ear, although this place is remote, there are always people coming during the day. What if he keeps howling? Su Winching took a few breaths to calm down, then pulled out the dagger from his waist. Suegia was frightened. You really want to kill. Su Winching didn't say anything. She felt through the sack and found the position of the long servant's mouth, then cut a slit in the sack at his mouth, stuffed the rag she got from the kitchen into his mouth, raised her eyebrows, and gave Suegia a teasing look. Suegia's cheeks were slightly red. Su Winching stood up, bent down and patted the long servant's face. Good boy. If you are obedient and quiet, I will let you go the day after tomorrow. But if you dare to run away again, Su Winching left with a meaningful sneer and stood up. Suegia was so nervous that she dared not breathe. When she followed Su Winching out of the warehouse door, her underwear was soaked with sweat. Miss, Su Winching had just settled the matter and was in a good mood. She comforted him. It's okay. Let him out tomorrow. He has ulterior motives and will not dare to speak out. Suegia saw the stick in Su Winching's hand and asked in confusion, Miss, why don't you just knock him out? Wouldn't that prevent him from making any sound? Su Winching choked. Knock him out? That's a skill that only the powerful heroes on TV can do. If she hit him without finding the right place, wouldn't she just open his head? She didn't want to spend the rest of her life in prison. Suegia didn't care about Su Winching's complicated expression. She secretly glanced at the wooden door of the warehouse. We'll just leave him here. Don't we need to send someone to guard him? Su Winching smiled like a fox. She patted Suegia's shoulder and said, Of course we need someone to guard him. You're the one who's going to guard him. Suegia was about to cry. Su Winching covered her mouth. I don't know who I can trust here except you. I want to stay. But if I don't come back overnight, Aunt Xiao will definitely find out. Just one night. I'll come to accompany you tomorrow morning. Suedia was moved to tears by Su Wenqing's words. She wanted to repay him with her own death. She agreed in a hurry. Don't worry. Leave it to me. Go back quickly. After Su Wenqing left, Suedia returned to the warehouse and huddled in a corner. She shivered as she saw the long servant who was wrapped like a zongzi and tied to a pillar squirming. It's really scary here. Miss, I hate you. Chapter 18. Su Wenqing, wearing another skirt that she sacrificed heroically, hummed a song and skipped back to her room. The people bribed by Aunt Zhao had been trapped by her. No one could drug the third son of Wen tomorrow. Neither Aunt Zhao's plan nor Su Jinxing's plan could be carried out. She pointed at herself in the mirror and exclaimed, "You are such a clever little ghost." The next morning, Su Wenqing washed up early and planned to greet Aunt Zhao and then go to find Suedia, who knew that this greeting would last the whole morning. Aunt Zhao held Su Wenqing's hand warmly and enthusiastically and talked about family matters. Su Wenqing wanted to say goodbye countless times, but was forcibly interrupted by Aunt Zhao. Su Wenqing knew that Aunt Zhao kept her here so that she would take Su Jinsheng to the planned location later. However, Su Wenqing took a sip of tea leisurely. She had locked up the drug people. This drama might not be able to be staged until dark. She was fearless. I heard that the third sister wanted to see me for something? Su Jinsheng was wearing a moon-colored long dress with elegant steps. When her eyes passed over Su Wenqing, a hint of a smile flashed across her. Su Wenqing bit the tea in her hand like a dead pig, staring at her. Anyway, eyes can't kill people. Yes, Aunt Zhao smiled. Wenqing has been waiting for you for a long time. She said that the spring flowers in the north are in full bloom. She wants to invite you to enjoy the spring together. But she is afraid that you are still blaming her. Su Jinxing's eyes were full of meaning under her long eyelashes. When she raised her eyes again, she had regained her composure. She smiled and said to Su Wenqing, "What did my third sister do that made you think I should blame you?" Su Wenqing looked at those bright and stubborn eyes, and an idea suddenly came to her mind. Su Jinsheng gave her a chance at the end. If she told everything or stopped it now, Su Jinsheng would not pursue the past. Su Wenqing, this is an opportunity. Who cares about the ant when you can get close to the heroine? Big? Haha. Isn't it? Aunt Zhao interrupted Su Wenqing and walked to Su Wenqing and Su Jinsheng with lotus steps. I told Wenqing that you wouldn't blame her, but she didn't believe it. It's not strange for sisters to quarrel. No. Big? Aunt Zhao led Su Jinsheng to a seat and said with a smile, "Look at her. She is anxious again. If you don't accompany her to enjoy the spring today, I'm afraid she won't be able to sleep well these days." Aunt Zhao pinched Su Wenqing's arm without leaving a trace, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, "You have to think clearly. It's your name that is used." Su Wenqing didn't care about these. As a character in the play who knew the ending, how could she not invest in a potential stock and invest in a cannon fodder stock? She had already seen the 8-man sedan chair and countless young handsome men calling her Big Sister. And she? Su Jinxing's bright phoenix eyes glanced over, revealing a hint of hope in her eyes that she herself could not detect. Su Wenqing. Eyelashes fluttered, looking pitiful. Auntie is also thinking about our own good. She sees that our relationship is not as close as before, and she is worried about us. If Big Sister doesn't want to go, then forget it. It's nothing. Su Wenqing. Okay. It seems that she can't wash away this path. Su Jinxing's eyes returned to a cold and calm look, and her red lips curled up a hint of ridicule. Third sister has said so much. If I don't go, won't I be accused of not understanding the good intentions of the elders? I wonder when third sister plans to go. Annie Zhao smiled and said, "Today's lunch banquet of Princess Jean is held in Beiyuan. If you go now, you can have lunch directly after enjoying the flowers. And you don't have to run back and forth." Su Jinsheng smiled, but her eyes were cold. What do you think? Third sister? Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing didn't think it was good, but she had just been deprived of the right to speak. Su Wenqing. The charming eyes flashed with joy. Big sister, are you willing to go with me? Su Jinsheng didn't want to play the sisterly love with her anymore. She stood up and bowed to Aunt Zhao, turned around and said, "Of course. Let's go." Aunt Zhao took advantage of Su Jinxing's turn and hurriedly whispered in Su Wenqing's ear, "The innermost wing room on the south side of the north garden. When San has been taken there, you should seize the time. and I will leave the Princess of Jean and her group there. Su Wenqing? Su Wenqing. She caught the wrong person? Su Jinsheng looked back and asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Su Wenqing took Su Jinsheng's hand affectionately. "It's okay, big sister. Let's go." Along the way, Su Wenqing didn't notice at all the sisterly verbal battles played by Su Wenqing and Su Jinsheng. The vast Liao Yuan in her mind had been trampled into a desert by thousands of alpacas. Thousands of hack hidden in the flying dust were not enough to express her current mood. Is she just heading to the grave of marriage? No. No. She is heading to the grave of life. 1,000 cuts and pieces of ending. I grew up with you, but I never understood what you wanted, Su Jinsheng said with a self-deprecating smile. Su Wenqing exchanged glances with the honest and kind attendant hiding behind the rockery without leaving a trace, and smiled obediently. Sister has protected me since I was a child, and what I want most is to see that sister has a good fate. Su Jinsheng followed Su Wenqing's gaze and sneered, "If nothing unexpected happens, my father will probably let me marry the third prince. What do you think of the third prince's fate?" Su Wenqing's smile froze, and she lowered her eyes to hide the jealousy and hatred in her eyes. The third prince is a dragon among men, and he may be the master of the world in the future. It would be great if my sister could marry him. Su Jinsheng smiled but said nothing. Su Wenqing smiled and said, "We have been walking for so long, and we are a little tired. Why don't we go to the front to rest?" Su Jinsheng's smile was hard to distinguish. "Okay." Su Wenqing turned back and told the two maids following behind them, "Go get some tea. My sister and I will wait for you in the pavilion in front." Su Jinsheng's maid did not move. She was waiting for Su Jinsheng's consent. Su Jinsheng glanced at Su Wenqing, who was looking at him, and smiled and said, "Go." Su Wenqing sitting opposite Su Jinsheng in the pavilion. According to the plan, the long servant had already led the third son of Wen into the room. He would come out after putting the drug. At that time, only Su Wenqing, after finding an excuse to leave, only Su Jinsheng and Wen Sengongzi were left here. Time passed by, but Wen Sengongzi's attendant still did not show up, and Su Wenqing became a little anxious. Su Jinsheng pretended to be concerned. "Sister, are you feeling uncomfortable after being exposed to the wind? Why haven't those two girls come back yet? Why don't I go back and get you a cloak?" Su Wenqing hurriedly grabbed Su Jinsheng. "How can you trouble me with such a thing? Sister, you are deliberately trying to make me feel guilty. I can go by myself. Isn't that the third prince? Why did he come to such a remote place?" Su Jinsheng pointed to the other side and pretended to be surprised. Su Wenqing. He turned around hurriedly and saw the third prince Xiaoyan walked into the room where the third prince was supposed to be. Bang! The sound of an incense burner falling to the ground sounded in the room, and Su Jinsheng stood up hurriedly. "What's going on? Did something happen to the third prince?" Su Wenqing felt nervous. There was a drug in the room. If Su Jinsheng and the third prince were in the same room. "Sister, if something really happens to the third prince, you and I will not only be useless, but may also hinder him. Why don't I watch here, and you go find someone?" Su Jinsheng's red lips slid a fleeting smile. "Okay. Then be careful." Su Wenqing, after seeing Su Jinsheng completely disappear, she tiptoed to the window of the wing room. Through the gap, she saw the third prince's cheeks flushed and his hands on the table, trying his best to regulate his breathing. The cigarette burner, paper and ink on the table were all over the floor. There was no one in the room except him. Su Wenqing. She clenched her fists in her sleeves. Unlike Su Jinsheng, she didn't have a mother who was born in the Zhengyuan general's mansion. She couldn't compete with Su Jinsheng. This was an opportunity for her. If she was seen in the same room with the third prince, her father would let her marry the third prince instead of Su Jinsheng in order to preserve the reputation of the Su family. If she gave up this opportunity, it would only be Su Jinsheng who would marry the third prince. Su Wenqing heard Su Wenqing's thoughts clearly. She roared in despair in her heart. What is love brain? This is love brain. Shouldn't the first thing to think about be why the third son of Wen disappeared? Why did the third prince come to such a place? After making up her mind, Su Wenqing pushed open the door and said in surprise, "I heard a noise outside. Are you okay?" "Third prince?" Xiaoyan saw Su Wenqing close the door after coming in. His eyes were red. "Get out. Get out." Su Wenqing, "Damn it. Damn it. Girl. Your actions are too obvious. It's over. It's over." The protagonist is offended. The villain is offended. How can she survive in this miserable world? Click. The door was locked from the outside with a sound of locking. Ling Xiao climbed up the rockery in 2 swift steps. He sat on the rockery and proudly threw the key in his hand to Su Jinsheng, who was standing below. Inside the house, Su Wenqing ran towards the third prince in panic. What's wrong with you? Xiaoyan waved away the hand of Su Wenqing, who wanted to help him, gathered his energy in his palm, and shattered the wooden table in front of him with one palm. Su Wenqing was pushed and staggered a few steps, fell to the ground, and saw that the third prince was about to attack her with his palm. Damn! It doesn't fit the plot. Hey, can I speak now? Please spare me. This is all a misunderstanding. Su Wenqing begged for mercy while tumbling and crawling to the side. Unexpectedly, when she looked up again, she saw that the palm of the third prince did not hit her, but knocked her unconscious. The reversal was too fast, and Su Wenqing was a little confused. But in this situation, she was obviously not suitable to stay in the room, not to mention whether she was innocent or not. If the third prince hit her to death, wouldn't she be beheaded? Su Wenqing tried the doors and windows of the room one by one, while constantly analyzing the situation in her mind. The third prince thought that this situation was set by her, and the intention to kill her at that moment was definitely not her illusion. The person the third prince wanted to marry was Su Jinsheng, so he would not allow himself to have any relationship with Su Jinsheng's sister before the engagement. He would rather knock himself unconscious than touch her, because he was worried about the Su family. Su Wenqing picked up the wooden chair in the room and smashed it against the window again and again. If that was the case, why did the third prince in the book still marry Su Wenqing? The wooden window was smashed with a big hole, and Su Wenqing climbed out on the stool regardless of the prickly wooden thorns. She suddenly reacted when she jumped out. In the book, it was Su Wenqing who was crying after the Princess of Jin and her group arrived. The third prince did not say a word from beginning to end. The only sentence he mentioned was the third prince and Su Wenqing were in disarray on the bed. So in the book, after the third prince knocked him out, Su Wenqing directed and performed the play by himself, forcing the third prince to be speechless and had to marry Su Wenqing under the coercion of the emperor and the Su family? No wonder the third prince in the book was so angry about Su Wenqing in the life after Su Jinsheng was reborn. She is so cold. It is impossible for her to fall in love with him after being tricked like this. Su Wenqing paused while running away. That means when the Princess of Jin and the others come, her body will be out of control again, and she will cry in front of them that the third prince flirted with her? Don't tell me. I have never been to this garden before. The pear blossoms in this garden are really beautiful. The voices of the Princess of Jin and her group rang out in the garden next door. Su Wenqing cursed her mother and hurriedly ran in the opposite direction. Chapter 19. In another corner of the northern garden, Xie stood alone in the Lotus Pond Pavilion. He took the secret report from the pigeon's foot, and his face was solemn. This secret report was sent by the spy he sent to the north to sneak into the northern barbarian king's tent. If the news that the northern barbarian wolf king was seriously ill was true, he could make a good plan to prevent them from dealing with the southern dynasty for the time being. While Xie was calculating the situation of all parties in the north, he planned to open the bamboo seal to check the contents of the secret report. On the other hand, Su Wenqing didn't know if she had triggered the domino called bad luck. Otherwise, why would bad luck happen one after another? She just wanted to escape from the sight of Princess Jin and the others while she could still control her body. But when she turned around, her left foot tripped over her right foot, and she fell down with such a loud noise that it alarmed Princess Jin and her group. At a critical moment, Su Wenqing had no time to be polite. She pretended to be deaf and dumb and got up and ran away, ignoring the various calls from the ladies behind her. She ran and looked back in panic, and ran into Xie, who was standing by the waterside pavilion. Xie's hand trembled, and the small bamboo seal in his hand, which had not yet been opened, slipped out of his hand under the action of gravity. Xie hurried to catch it, but was grabbed by Su Wenqing's arm at the critical moment. Xie watched the bamboo seal pass by him, and finally fall into the embrace of the lotus pond. Xie. The bamboo seal was light and small, and there was no sound when it fell into the water. Su Wenqing didn't notice what she knocked down at all. Su Wenqing saw that the two maids of Anxiao had chased out of the moon gate. She grabbed Xie's arm tightly with both hands and said earnestly, "I don't have time to explain. I might cry later. Can you please stop me?" Xian looked at the bamboo seal floating in the water and sinking. He couldn't help but radiate a chill from the inside out. He half squinted his eyes, and his expression was between gentle as jade and gnashing his teeth. How should I help you? Su Wenqing was racing against the side of fate, focusing all her attention on the large army chasing behind her. And she didn't feel the inexplicable drop in temperature around her. Anyway is fine. Please. Miss San. Why are you running? Princess Jean and the others are calling you. Su Wenqing turned her head uncontrollably. She lowered her eyebrows and eyes. Tears filled her eyes. And before she could speak, bang! Xian kicked her into the lotus pond. Oh my god! Miss San! Someone come! Miss San fell into the water. When Su Wenqing fell into the water, she was surprised to find that her body had recovered. And then the surprise turned into shock. She couldn't swim. Xian certainly couldn't really watch Su Wenqing drown. He jumped into the water the second after Su Wenqing fell into the water. He first picked up the bamboo seal in the water, and then swam towards Su Wenqing. The desire for survival of the drowned person was greater than Xian imagined. As soon as he lifted Su Wenqing up, Su Wenqing panicked and hugged him tightly with both hands and feet. Xian's hands and feet were bound, and he lost his balance in the water. The two pulled each other and choked several times in the water. Xian's eyes flashed with a few traces of annoyance and regret. He grabbed Su Wenqing's arms that were waving randomly with one hand and lifted her chin out of the water with the other hand. Relax. Trust me. Xian's calm voice hit Su Wenqing's ears and hit her heart like a spell, which calmed Su Wenqing down. Su Wenqing actually knew that the worst thing to do when being rescued from drowning was to struggle recklessly. But at the moment of life and death, she had only one thought, which was to hold on to everything she could. After Su Wenqing was pulled ashore by Xian, before she had time to thank him, she was surrounded by Aunt Zhao and the women of the Princess of Jin. Seeing this, Xian stepped aside politely. Wenqing, what's wrong with you? Are you injured? Su Wenqing, who had regained control of her body, felt kind and lovely to everyone she saw. Aunt Zhao winked at her and deliberately said, Girl, why are you running? You didn't listen to me. What did you see? Su Wenqing wanted to explain, but her body suddenly froze. Damn. So she had to experience it herself only when she was facing death? The brightness in Su Wenqing's eyes, after escaping death, was replaced by nervousness and tears. She tried her best to hide her panic, and a slight sob leaked from her throat. Rai. Auntie. Xian wiped the 3 blood marks on his face from his fingernails, and looked thoughtfully at Aunt Zhao and Su Wenqing in the center of the crowd. He remembered Su Wenqing's instructions, and flicked his air finger, pressing Su Wenqing's sleep point in the air. Su Wenqing's sobbing stopped abruptly in front of everyone, and she fell forward with her mouth open. Aunt Zhao shook Su Wenqing desperately, and slapped her face continuously. Wenqing? What's wrong with you? Say something. Don't scare Auntie. Xian leaned against the railing. His wet clothes could not hide his inexplicably convincing temperament. Miss Su San was probably frightened when she fell into the water just now. It is said that when a person is greatly frightened, the body will automatically activate a protection mechanism, which will make the frightened person fall asleep in the form of protection. Aunt Zhao's tone was mixed with anxiety and excitement that she herself did not notice. But she was fine when she was rescued just now. Xian said nonsense seriously. The speed of activation of the protection mechanism varies from person to person, and the method is also different. What Xian said is not without reason. In any case, wearing wet clothes is not a solution. Send your girl back first. Come on. Invite the imperial physician. Princess Jean stood up to stabilize the situation. But Aunt Zhao glanced at the garden unwillingly. If she said anything more in this situation, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Su Jinsheng was really lucky. Aunt Zhao stood up and saluted, saying, Thank you, Princess Jean, for your arrangement. Xian did not hit hard. Su Wenqing woke up soon after the imperial physician invited by Princess Jean checked his pulse. Su Wenqing could feel Aunt Zhao's murderous gaze beside the bed without opening his eyes. Su Wenqing was silent for a moment, and finally chose to close her eyes and pretend to be a corpse and let the maids do whatever they wanted. Aunt Zhao paced back and forth in the room. Those who didn't know would think she was worried about Su Wenqing, but in fact she couldn't figure out why things had turned out like this. The person she sent to inquire about the situation had returned. There was no trace of the third prince when and Su Jinsheng at the scene. Only the third prince, who was drugged and unconscious, was left in the wing room. Now there are only two people who know the specific situation at that time. One is Su Jinshin, and the other is Su Wenqing. The former is missing, and the latter is in a coma. Let alone how this matter will turn out in the end. If something happens to the two girls at home, she will definitely be skinned by the old lady when she returns. Aunt Zhao told the maid to take good care of Su Wenqing. And then she led the people out in a hurry. Su Wenqing was pretending to sleep. But as the saying goes, you have to fool yourself before you can fool others. So she really fell asleep while pretending. And when she opened her eyes again, the sun had set. Su Wenqing looked at Suedia, who was taking a nap on the table in a daze. And her eyes suddenly lit up. She was just about to hug this female comrade, who had fought against the oppression of fate together to celebrate the success of the revolution. Su Wenqing opened her arms, enthusiastic and excited. Cui Dai. Cui Dai raised her head from her arms, sat there without moving, and looked at Su Wenqing with eyes full of hurt, pity, weakness, helplessness, sadness, and resentment. Su Wenqing used her more than 20 years of life experience to guarantee that she saw the 5 words "you scumbag" in Cui Dai's eyes. Su Wenqing raised her hand weakly. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Why don't we take advantage of this dark night and have a good chat? Cui Dai pursed her lips, her eyes full of weak accusations. I waited in that dark abandoned warehouse for a day and a night. Su Wenqing. Okay. She is indeed a scumbag. Cui Dai added. Woo woo woo. I'll come to accompany you tomorrow morning. Didn't you say that, young lady? Su Wenqing covered her chest that was stabbed twice, and explained with a weak breath, Dai. Listen to my explanation. Cui Dai covered her ears and cried while shaking her head. I don't want to listen. I don't want to listen. Su Wenqing. Why does she, a fake Lotus female supporting role, have to shoulder the responsibility of being the male lead in such an idle drama? Cui Dai saw Su Wenqing's confused expression and laughed. Miss, I was just teasing you. You must have been delayed by something. Right? Su Wenqing called Suedia to the bedside, tapped her head, and said, I wanted to go to you after greeting Aunt Zhao. But who knew that it took a whole morning to greet you? What is the situation outside now? Suedia said, I followed your instructions and released the long-serving servant. As you expected? The long-serving servant did not make a fuss about it. Su Wenqing was a little puzzled when she heard that the long-serving servant was bribed by Aunt Zhao. But the facts proved that he was not. If so, why did he come here without asking anything when he heard that she had something to discuss? Suedia paused, and her tone was a little hesitant. I untied the knot on the long-serving servant and hid. From what he said, it seems that Mr. Wensan thinks that you are interested in him, and wants to take the opportunity of the spring banquet to meet him under the moon. Su Wenqing? She opened her mouth hesitantly, and recalled the sickly and wretched appearance of the third prince one, and said dryly, he is still quite confident. Cui Dai was amused by Su Wenqing's indescribable tone. The eldest lady has been found. She said that she saw the third prince in trouble and wanted to go find him, but got lost in the garden. Su Wenqing said, what about the third prince and the third prince one? Cui Dai said, the third prince has woken up, while the third prince one was knocked unconscious and thrown into an abandoned pavilion. Fortunately, he is fine now. But the Princess of Jin will not let it go if something like this happens during the spring banquet. She has given full authority to the third prince to take charge of this matter. Su Wenqing's heart tightened inexplicably. Isn't the third prince the victim? Why would this matter be handed over to the third prince? Suedia said, I heard that the third prince took the initiative to ask for it. Su Wenqing's eyelids jumped when she heard the 3 words third prince. She felt that the god of fate would not let her go so easily. But the plot had collapsed, and she didn't know where the boat of fate would take her. Su Wenqing sighed deeply, thinking of the young man who helped her twice and was scratched by her nails, and asked, do you know who rescued me from the water today? Suedia was full of doubts. Miss, are you okay? Isn't that Mr. Xie? The day before yesterday, you told the second young lady that you have always admired Mr. Xie. Xie Xian? Su Wenqing hit the bed beam directly. She covered her head and grimaced in pain. He is Xie Xian? Chapter 20. After Su Wenqing was shocked, she saw Suedia's expression of wanting to say something, but not knowing what was wrong. She coughed awkwardly and said, I didn't dare to open my eyes after falling into the water. I fainted after getting ashore. I didn't see who saved me. I didn't expect it was Mr. Xie. Suegia showed an expression of I see. Young lady. You hit it so well. Even I didn't know that the person you like was Mr. Xie. Su Wenqing. She actually forgot about it. Su Wenqing could only laugh dryly twice. It's okay. It's okay. Suegia said. But young lady. Your vision is really good. Mr. Xie is generous, polite and gentle. He is the only person who has won the top 3 prizes since the founding of the dynasty. Suegia became more and more excited as she spoke. And do you know, young lady, that year, when Master Xie was 18 years old, he was ordered to inspect the 5 continents in the northern border. He happened to encounter the barbarians invading the south. Seeing this, the people accompanying him advised him to return to the south, who knew that he actually personally stayed in Baidu City, and finally repelled the 50,000 barbarian cavalry without a single soldier. How many people shed tears at the moment of victory? That was our first victory against the barbarians in nearly 50 years. At that time, the streets and alleys of the southern dynasty, whether in tea houses or on the stage, were singing praises to Master Xie's commanding style. Su Wenqing looked at Suegia's little fangirl expression and looked up at the sky speechlessly. She not only knew that when Xie Xian was 18 years old, he repelled the barbarians with 10,000 to 50,000. But she also knew that the reason why Xie Xian chose to fight instead of fleeing was because he had a bet with the 5th Prince Xiao Yun. She also knew that in the near future, Xie Xian would give up his neutral position to help the 5th Prince Xiao Yun block the knife, and choose to openly stand on the side of the 5th Prince to help him win the throne. And in the future, when the 5th Prince and the 3rd Prince have a final battle, Xie Xian will use himself as bait to lead 10,000 old and weak soldiers to deal with the 3rd Prince's 80,000 soldiers, just to enable Xiao Yun to successfully capture the imperial city and rescue Su Jinsheng. What calmness and planning! All vanished when encountering the 5th Prince. In the book, what Xie Xian said to Xiao Yun can almost constitute half of the crispy duck love words. Such as if you want to fight for this world, I will do everything to help you. You are the king. I am the minister. These dirty things that cannot see the light, I will do it for you. Don't worry. I am here, and your name will definitely be in the history of the future. Ah! What a selfless and great feeling. I love you and protect you silently. I don't need you to know. I just want to see you happy. Cui Dai looked at Su Wenqing, shaking her head, sighing, and laughing horribly. She couldn't help but swallow nervously. Miss, what are you thinking about? I'm thinking about a tragic love story. Su Wenqing held Cui Dai's hand. Do you know what the most tragic feeling in the world is? Cui Dai felt that Su Wenqing's smile was like the witch in the rumors. She shrank her neck and shook her head in fear. Su Wenqing shook his head and got out of bed barefoot and poured himself a cup of tea. It's not that you are not good enough, nor that we met early or late, but that this road of love was destined to have no intersection from the beginning. Su Wenqing sighed deeply. How pitiful, sad, and lamentable. Cui Dai had a confused face that could no longer tell east from west and north from south. The last time the lady fell into the water, the sequelae of her nonsense lasted for half a month. This time, Cui Dai didn't dare to think about it. She was afraid that she would lose the courage to live. Su Wenqing's fall into the water this time directly saved her from the next 3 days of social activities. She used her physical discomfort as an excuse and stayed at home for 2 days contentedly, until the last day of the spring banquet. Cui Dai casually mentioned that the 5th Prince was looking for scar removal medicine for Mr. Xie, and she remembered that she might have forgotten something. Although her original intention was not to have too much contact with Xie Xian, she had just established a persona of admiring Xie Xian in front of Su Jinsheng and Su Jining a few days ago. Now she scratched the face of the person she had admired since childhood. There was no reason for her to not make any movement. This was seriously inconsistent with her image of a lovelorn woman. Su Wenqing got up from the bed with the idea of playing the whole show, and asked someone to bring a box of scar relief cream to personally complete this belated condolence. Then life is always full of dramatic surprises. Not long after she left the mansion, she met the person she least wanted to meet except Su Jinsheng, the 3rd Prince Xiao Yan. Su Wenqing reacted very quickly. As soon as she saw the 3rd Prince, she turned around and left immediately. Can't see me? Can't see me? Can't see me? Su Wenqing closed her eyes and prayed to the heavens and the earth. Miss Su. The 3rd Prince's cold voice sounded behind her. Su Wenqing remembered the scene of the 3rd Prince smashing the desk with a palm that day, and felt that she might not live long. Miss Su seems very afraid to see me? Having been in a high position for many years, the third prince naturally carries an aura of a superior. Su Wenqing will never forget her action of closing the door that day. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Miss Su has been recuperating for the past 2 days, and I have not had the opportunity to see you. Xiaoyan looked down at Su Wenqing with his hands behind his back. I have sent people to investigate what happened that day. The person who led me there was your elder sister, Su Jinxing. Su Wenqing. No wonder the third prince can compete for the throne. This observation, this ability to see through everything, this efficiency. This is really the first person she has seen since she traveled through the book who is not blind. Your elder sister doesn't want to marry me, right? Xiaoyan's eyes were so cold that there was no warmth at all. The villain in Su Wenqing's heart nodded desperately. Look at this ability to see through things. She led me into the game and forced you to come because she wanted to use public opinion to force me to marry you. The villain in Su Wenqing's heart continued to nod. Look at this ability to perceive things in detail. Is it because of that Jianghu person Ling Xiao? Xiaoyan sneered. Your elder sister fell in love with him, and would rather elope with him than be the third imperial concubine? The villain in Su Wenqing's heart, who nodded, almost twisted his neck. What? Seeing Su Wenqing's shocked expression, Xiaoyan expected that his guess was right. He snorted coldly. I thought she was a smart person, but I didn't expect, he. Su Wenqing looked at the back of the third prince in confusion, until his figure disappeared from her sight. She did not figure out what this meant. I thought he was a smart man, but I didn't expect he was blind again. Ling Xiao is just a male supporting role, and the one who can finally get the beauty is your fifth brother. Su Wenqing tossed the scar cream in her hand and skipped towards the courtyard where the Xie family lived, feeling a sense of pleasure that everyone else was drunk, but I was the only one sober. Outside the courtyard where the Xie family lived, Xiaoyun was walking out while hooking his arm around Xie Xian's shoulders. Can you do it? Isn't it just that you got scratched while saving someone in the water? Is it worth hiding in the house for 3 days? Xie Xian remembered that this person had helped him ask the women of various families for a good way to remove scars, and he didn't even want to roll his eyes. He felt that all the black spots in his life were caused by this bad friend. Xie Xian explained for the 108th time, I told you. I really have something to do. Xiaoyan said, I know you were busy letting those people in the north fight each other, but I just saw that you released all the pigeons. Now there is nothing to do. How can you waste such a good time in the house? Xie Xian rubbed his eyebrows and felt that he probably couldn't make up for his sleep. But the spy you sent is really careful. He knows to carve the true content into the bamboo seal. Xiaoyan laughed so hard that he fell backwards. You know, the indescribable expression on your face when you took out the cloth strip from the bamboo seal and saw that the handwriting was blurred is enough to make me laugh for a year. Xie Xian didn't want to talk, and wanted to shake off his arm and go back to his room to sleep. I have never seen such an expression on your face. This Miss Su-san is really a talent. Xiaoyan pointed at the 3-finger marks on Xie Xian's side face in a teasing tone. I am curious about how you two turned from rescuing someone from drowning into a raging fire. Xie Xian thought of Su Wenqing holding him tightly with both hands and feet underwater, and his cheeks turned slightly red. As soon as Su Wenqing arrived, she saw Xiaoyan hooking his arm around Xie Xian, his eyes full of teasing, while Xie Xian shyly turned his head away. And most importantly, Xie Xian was actually blushing. That was Xie Xian. Xie Xian who could remain calm even when facing a huge army. Xiaoyun was the first to notice Su Wenqing. He glanced at the porcelain box in Su Wenqing's hand, took his arm off Xie Xian's shoulder, and said in a teasing tone, Speak of the devil, and he will appear. I'll wait for you. Don't worry. You guys, take your time. Xie Xian calmly pulled Xiaoyun's arm. The conversation between the Su sisters by the lake that day was still ringing in his ears. He really couldn't handle this. The threat in Xie Xian's eyes was obvious. Is it a friend? If it is, help me block this move. Xiaoyan pried open Xie Xian's fingers one by one. It's because we are friends that I can't stop your love. I think this girl is quite interesting. She personally delivered the medicine. She is bold and careful. Maybe she can express her love directly when the atmosphere is good. Xie Xian was frightened by Xiaoyun's last sentence. He turned his neck back with difficulty like a machine that has been out of repair for a long time. Su Wenqing coughed awkwardly to break the charming atmosphere at the scene. She just came to say thank you. It was a matter of a few minutes. This kind of unwillingness to let go, and the infatuated eyes that were reluctant to leave. It shouldn't be. Every cell in Xie Xian's brain began to work at high speed. He returned to normal in a second. Smiling politely, "Miss Su, do you have something to ask me?" "TSK, TSK, TSK. Look at it. What shyness. What blushing. What lingering. It is only shown in front of the beloved." Su Wenqing deliberately said with a double meaning, "Thank you for saving me that day. I know it was just a small effort for you, but it was a life-saving grace for me." Xie Xian was about to lose the smile on his face. He didn't know why he suddenly remembered the line in the play that Xiaoyun had told him. "I can't repay the life-saving grace. I can only repay it with my body." Su Wenqing stepped forward and patted Xie Xian's shoulder. "I can't repay the life-saving grace." Xie Xian struggled to control his body from trembling. "If there is anything I can help you with in the future, just let me know." The high-speed processor in Xie Xian's brain suddenly crashed, but he still had a calm smile on his face. And his mind was indeed blank. Su Wenqing stuffed the scar-removing ointment into Xie Xian's hand, and saw the 3-finger marks on his face near his neck, saying, "I know women, oh, no. Men dress up to please themselves, and no one wants to let their loved ones see their flaws. But the 5th prince is looking for a good cure for your injury, so you must be happy in your heart." The smoke in Xie Xian's brain slowly dissipated, and a question mark slowly rose from the smoke. "Happy? This box of scar cream is said to be effective, but I suggest you consult a doctor before using it. I don't trust this kind of product without any quality assurance." "Xie Xian?" Su Wenqing wondered why Xie Xian didn't say a word. Just when she was about to ask, she suddenly realized that Xie Xian's feelings for Xiaoyun were hidden deep. Wouldn't she be the first person to discover it? Su Wenqing looked at the confusion and bewilderment that flashed across Xie Xian's face while pretending to be calm and indifferent. Suddenly, her heart softened a little. She patted Xie Xian's shoulder sincerely, with encouragement in her eyes. "Some feelings are destined to be fruitless. You have to learn to let go in order to go further." "Xie Xian?" After Su Wenqing left, Xiaoyun sneaked out from the corner where he was eavesdropping. "Feelings? Results? Aren't you progressing a little too fast?" Xie Xian frowned and thought hard for a long time. And when he found no solution, he repeated Su Wenqing's words. "What do you mean by her words? What feelings? What letting go?" Xiaoyun pondered for a moment, clapped his hands in sudden enlightenment, and said, "According to my understanding of women, I think she is using you to express herself. That is, she is using the method of encouraging you to convince herself to let go. TSK. It seems that Miss Su-san has deep feelings for you." Chapter 21. Su Wenqing thought that she could rest for 10 days, or half a month after the Beishan spring banquet ended. But she received an invitation from Mrs. Xie on the 3rd day after returning home. Su Wenqing read the invitation with the delicate orchid fragrance over and over again for more than 10 times. And her tone was full of uncertainty. "Mrs. Xie invited me to her home? Did you get the wrong invitation?" The gossipy light in Suigye's eyes suddenly froze, and was covered by the signal snowflake called incomprehension. Mrs. Xie invited you to Xia's house. Shouldn't you be happy? Why do I think you don't seem to be very willing?" Su Wenqing threw the invitation aside casually. "Happy? Why should I be happy? I finally made it through the spring banquet. Can't I just rest for a few days?" Cui Dai hesitated and said, "Don't you like Mr. Xie? Mr. Xie's marriage is most likely decided by Mrs. Xie. If you please Mrs. Xie, then your marriage with Mr. Xie will be almost certain." Su Wenqing's eyelids jumped. How could she forget that she liked Xie Xian? Su Wenqing picked up the invitation without leaving any trace, and said confidently, "That's why I can't go. You know, I talk nonsense from time to time after I fell into the water. If I offend Mrs. Xie, then there will be no possibility for me and Mr. Xie." "Right." Su Wenqing stuffed the invitation into Suigye's hand. "Reject it for me. Just say I'm not feeling well." Suigye said angrily, "My lady, do you know what you are saying? This is Mrs. Xie's invitation." "Mrs. Xie's?" Su Wenqing raised his head from the rice bowl. His cheeks were propped up, and 3 big words were written on his confused face. "So what?" Suigye choked when she saw this, and she explained, "The Xie family is the first of the 5 major families in the Southern Dynasty. Lord Xie is the current ruler of the Xie family. Lord Xie and Mrs. Xie have a deep love for each other. He has never married anyone else except Mrs. Xie in his life. For the harem, Mrs. Xie represents the entire Xie family. Mrs. Xie has always been weak and sickly. She rarely attends banquets and rarely invites people to her home. The importance of her invitation can be imagined. Even the queen will not easily refuse it. Su Wenqing swallowed the food in his cheeks. But I am sick. She can't force a dying person to see her. Suedia. But you went to the West Street study yesterday. Su Wenqing, Suedia. I haven't called a carriage yet. Su Wenqing, you. Suedia. I came back by myself. Su Wenqing. Okay. You can shut up. I'll go. After Su Wenqing sent Suedia away, she looked at the invitation with a big head. It was obvious that Mrs. Xie invited her to the Xie mansion at this time because of her and Xie Xian. Although Xie Xian looked gentle and polite and easy to talk to. People who have read the original novel know that these are just Xie Xian's appearance to the outside world. He is actually a very cold person. Xie Xian calculated people's hearts and strategized. There was no one he couldn't see through. And there were not many people he really cared about. So when he was willing to put himself in danger for Xiaoyun, the comments section would unanimously think that he was, thinking too much about Xiaoyun. Come back. No one knows a son better than his mother. Mrs. Xie must know Xie Xian's character very well. According to Xie Xian's character, if he saw someone falling into the water, his first reaction would definitely be to find a servant, rather than jumping into the water to save him. Not only did he jump into the water himself, but he almost died with a woman who fell into the water. Not only did he almost die in the water, but he also left 3 finger marks on his face. She walked back to the Su mansion from West Street yesterday, and heard various versions of the love, hatred of Mr. Xie and Ms. Su along the way. She knew all about it. So how could Mrs. Xie not know it? Su Wenqing fell on the bed with a headache, and began to think about what she should do if Mrs. Xie took out 10,000 taels of silver notes, and asked her to leave her son. Su Wenqing rolled over on the bed happily for a few rounds. What else could he do? Of course he accepted it. The next day, Su Wenqing went to the appointment as scheduled. The Xie family is indeed the first of the 5 great families. The gate alone is twice as big as the Su family. The gate is made of the finest Nanma wood, and a black gold-threaded plaque with the word Xie Mansion hangs high on the top. Su Wenqing followed the leading maid to the inner courtyard with his eyes and nose. And his nose and heart. The garden scenery and architectural style of the inner courtyard are quite different from the gate. At first glance, the gate of Xie Mansion is known to be the residence of a high-ranking official. The entire gate is solemn and majestic, while the inner courtyard is very elegant, with waterside pavilions, curved corridors, pavilions and wisteria, and every blade of grass and tree is elegant, and every brick and tile is exquisite. Su Wenqing recalled the scene when she first saw Xie Xian at the spring banquet. 1 person and 1 pigeon stood under the 1,000-year-old crepe myrtle tree. The light blue wide-sleeved brocade casual clothes were blown by the east wind and scattered all over the ground. It was gorgeous but not expensive, elegant but not vulgar, which was not much different from the style here. Miss Su, please come this way. Su Wenqing took a deep breath, covered her face with 3 layers of thick skin, and then followed the maid into the main hall. She put on a gentle posture, bowed her head and said, "Hello, Madame Xie. Please sit down." Madame Xie Liangyun's voice was very light, like the breeze in the valley, and it was very comfortable to listen to. This is the newly picked Longjing new buds. Try it, and see if it suits your taste. Su Wenqing took the opportunity to look at Madame Xie when she was talking. Madame Xie was well maintained, except for the shallow fishtail at the corners of her eyes. There was no trace of time. Her temperament was elegant and dignified, but there was a kind of charm after years of precipitation. But what was the excitement that flashed in her eyes? Finally, she got the chance to help her son drive away by Lien. So she was too excited? Su Wenqing silently sipped her tea. With such a good temperament, the scolding was also indirect, so it shouldn't be too unpleasant. Right? Madame Xie Liangyun looked at Su Wenqing without leaving any trace. She smiled and said, "In fact, I specially invited you to come here this time, because I had an unwelcome request. Here it comes." The rich lady saw through Bai Lian's nature at a glance, and forced Bai Lian to leave her son. Su Wenqing lowered her head and held the tea, her eyes rolling around. After waiting for a long time, she didn't get the next word. She wondered why he was panting when talking. It was so anxious. It took a long time before she reacted. Su Wenqing hurriedly put down the teacup and said sincerely, "Madam, as long as I can do it, I will definitely help. It's a little problem to leave your son. Don't be embarrassed. Come on. Throw money at me." Liangyun deliberately breathed a sigh of relief when she heard it. The other day, the Princess of Jin held a spring banquet in Beishan. I heard that Miss Su also participated. If the enemy doesn't move, I won't move. Su Wenqing nodded and smiled, intending to wait for Madame Xie to get to the point slowly. Liang Yan coughed a few times with the silk, pretending to be weak, and said, "You should have heard about my health. I'm just sick all day long. I can only delay it for 1 day." Su Wenqing nodded, blinking sincerely, waiting for the next words. Liang Yan said, "The spring banquet is held once a year. I wanted to attend it, but my body can't stand the fatigue of traveling." Su Wenqing continued to nod sincerely. Liang Yan said, "In the spring banquet's flower cup wine order, Miss Su's peony painting best of all flowers." Su Wenqing, wait. Let's not talk about how the 3 peonies that make up the number became best of all flowers. Why does this direction feel a bit wrong? Liang Yan said, "I heard people talking about it, and I admired it very much. I just regret that I was not there at the time and couldn't see the original. I wonder if Miss Su can draw another one for me so that I can see the innovative method." Su Wenqing? She only has money and love in her mind. She is salty. Fish are not even worthy. Liang Yan's eyes were melancholy. "I know this is a bit difficult. If you don't want to..." No. 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 Su Wenqing wiped her face. "It's a small matter. Madame Xie is too polite." Liang Yan's melancholy and morbid look disappeared immediately after hearing this. "Come on. Bring out the prepared paper and ink." Su Wenqing. "What about being weak and sick? What about being bedridden? Are all excuses for not wanting to go out for social events." Liang Yan also realized that she might have been a little exposed. She covered her lips and coughed lightly, explaining, "I am currently editing a miscellaneous book. I have tried various ways to draw the peony in the illustration, but I am not satisfied. I have been itching to do it since I heard that Miss Su has created a new way of drawing. I hope Miss Su will not think I am abrupt, even if we ignore the fact that Mrs. Xie is Xie Xian's mother, who cannot be offended." Su Wenqing has a very good impression of Mrs. Xie. Mrs. Xie has an elegant temperament like orchid, and has a kind of wisdom accumulated over the years, but her every frown and smile reveals a lot of innocence. Su Wenqing feels comfortable getting along with such a person. Su Wenqing cleared her mind of the scenes of the wife of a wealthy family forced Xiao Balian to leave her son, and adjusted her mentality in a second. She picked up the pen, and while painting, she defended Grandpa Bai Shi. "There were too many people at the spring banquet that day, and I didn't know how to explain it in that occasion. In fact, I saw this painting method by chance at a bookstall. I learned it because I thought it was interesting. It was not my own creation." Liang Yan was slightly surprised when she heard this. She looked at Su Wenqing biting her thin lips and trying to perfect the appearance of the peony. Suddenly, she understood why her son looked at this little girl differently. Yes, she admitted that she specially invited Su Wenqing to her house, not just for the peony painting method, but also wanted to meet the object of her son's rumors. How could she not know her son's character? He personally went into the water to save people, which might be barely explained by the critical situation. But the practice of letting the rumors generated after saving people go unhandled was worth pondering. She didn't believe that her son would not understand the consequences of letting rumors go unattended when the man was unmarried and the woman was unmarried. Otherwise, after so many years, why had she never heard any gossips about her son from the ladies, who often went to Xie's house in the name of sending her supplements? What surprised her even more was that her son actually sent someone to investigate the little girl from the Su family. Regardless of the reason for the investigation, any investigation was because of the consideration of the future relationship between the two parties. In the court, it was a question of whether they were enemies or friends. But here, Chapter 22. In the Imperial City, Xie Xian came out of the council chamber with a stack of documents, and saw from a distance the 5th Prince Xiaoyun leaning against a side door with his arms crossed. His expression happy, confused, and then a little melancholy. Xie Xian walked over. "What? The courtesan has an appointment with someone else tonight?" Xiaoyun interrupted Xie Xian in a hurry and whispered, "You know my relationship with her. It's just a casual affair. Don't joke about it in front of others in the future." Xie Xian was slightly stunned, and then immediately reacted. "Are you planning to become a good person?" Xiaoyun sighed, not admitting it directly, but not denying it either. Xie Xian nodded in understanding, holding the documents, and walked out of the palace. "I won't go to the banquet tonight until I finish my official business." Xiaoyun chased after him in 2 steps. "Aren't you curious about which girl it is?" Xie Xian kept walking, It doesn't matter. I don't have any girls anyway. Xiaoyun suddenly felt like joking. What if I said it was Miss Su San? Xiaoxian stopped, looked back at Xiaoyun, and said, very good. Xiaoyun stood there for a long time and couldn't figure out what this very good meant. A gentleman does not take away what others like. I was joking with you. Xiaoxian said, think too much. It's not good, how? Please do as you please. Xiaoyun hooked his arm around Xiaoxian's shoulder and teased. It's not the first day I've known you. Why are you pretending to be nice to me? Can you let rumors about the two of you spread all over the capital? Xiaoxian rubbed his temples and pointed to the stack of documents in his hand and said, why don't you handle the remaining documents for me so that I can have some time to deal with the rumors? Xiaoyun said, oh, with a slightly rising tone at the end. You have time to investigate Miss Su's life and the people she has come into contact with. But you don't have time to move your fingers to deal with the rumors? Xiaoxian narrowed his eyes slightly, revealing a hint of ambiguous scrutiny. Xiaoyun said, don't worry. Your people didn't leave any traces. I discovered it by chance when I was following the people under the third brother. Xiaoxian retracted his gaze and asked without leaving a trace, why are you following the third prince's men? Xiaoyun said, didn't the third prince get tricked at the spring banquet? Afterwards, Princess Jean gave the matter to the third prince to investigate. After the investigation, the third prince said that an assassin had entered Beishan, a man from the underworld, and he is now searching for him in Anjing City. Xiaoxian said, so you followed the third prince's men to save the life of this assassin at a critical moment? Xiaoyun was stunned, and then said with a smile, you kid is setting a trap for me again. Xiaoxian said indifferently, if you want to help this assassin, you can directly help him leave Anjing City. But you just choose to follow the third prince's men, which means that you don't want to help this assassin, but the person behind him. Xiaoyun was choked and speechless. Xiaoxian continued, and you happened to run into my people when you were following the third prince's men, because the person behind the assassin was in the Su mansion. Xiaoyun walked forward with a desperate look. There still needs to be some secrets between people. And only with secrets can there be a sense of mystery. You always see through things with just 2 sentences like this. Do you still want to be friends with us? Xiaoxian did not follow Xiaoyun's joke to end the topic. His tone was calm. The Su family is one of the 5 great families in the Southern Dynasty, and General Zheng Yuan is a pillar of the country. If you take another step forward, your idle prince will end. Xiaoyun lowered his head, chuckled at himself, and pretended to change the subject. You are from the Su family. How do you know who is behind the scenes? Xiaoxian's words had already pointed out the point. So he stopped talking. As a friend, he could only give him advice, not help him choose. He replied, if I am not mistaken, the spring banquet should be an internal struggle in the backyard. One person wants to fulfill the marriage of his own daughter, and the other person is unwilling to be framed and unwilling to become a victim of political marriage. Xiaoyun nodded, with a proud tone. Great. Great. Worthy of being the only brother I recognize. The analysis is not wrong at all. Xiaoyun changed the subject. In that case, why did you send someone to investigate Miss Su San? Xiaoxian smiled lightly. There still needs to be some secrets between people. Only with secrets can there be mystery. Since you no longer have mystery, let my mystery maintain our friendship. Xiaoyun. People who quote famous quotes are all grandsons. Xiaoxian said goodbye to Xiaoyun and walked slowly towards the Xia mansion. The third lady of the Su mansion was obviously involved in the spring banquet. From the surface, some people might think that the Su family's legitimate daughter did not want to marry the third prince and wanted her sister to replace herself. But he felt that the Su family's legitimate daughter was not the kind of person who would casually pull her own sister to shield herself from the knife. Unless there were 2 possibilities. One was that the sisters had a deep hatred before, and the other was that she thought her sister liked the third prince and wanted to make it happen. But if he remembered correctly, the eldest daughter of the Su family was also present at the Beishan Lake that day. So the only possibility left was that there was a deep hatred between the sisters? Xiaoxian denied all the dozen possible situations that flashed through his mind. The dispute in the back house had nothing to do with him, and he investigated Su Winching not because of this matter. The Xia family was in a special position, and he had to be cautious in many things. Su Winching's personality was completely different before and after, and his memory was also missing. Everyone has secrets. If they were not enemies, he had no intention of investigating. He just needed to make sure that Su Winching had nothing to do with the northern barbarians. At the Xia mansion, Su Wenqing put down the last 2 strokes. She looked at the crooked peony on the paper and tried to explain for Grandpa by sure. Well, in fact, I only learned a little bit of her. What I saw at the bookstall at that time was 100 times better than this. Mrs. Xie? Su Wenqing saw that she seemed to be distracted. So he called out again. Liang Yan hurriedly pulled her thoughts back from thinking about her son's thoughts. She took out another piece of rice paper and imitated Su Wenqing's painting method while painting casually. It's only been a few days since the spring banquet ended. I know you are also tired. At first, I wanted to ask Sharon to ask you to paint a picture for me, so that you don't have to go out of the house specially. Who knew that the child was too embarrassed to speak and insisted that I speak myself. The same paper and pen. The same painting method. Su Wenqing saw what the difference between people is. Mrs. Xie's few smooth strokes instantly outlined the charm of peony. Su Wenqing was so absorbed in watching that she answered without thinking, Madam, you are too polite. Mr. Xie and I have only met twice, but we hit it off right away. If you have any questions in the future, just come to me directly. Liang Yan paused with her pen, and she almost laughed out loud. After all this time, it turns out that this little girl has no feelings for her son. Liang Yan became interested and felt that her son had finally been moved once, so she should help to add fuel to the fire. So she deliberately put down her pen and showed a somewhat sad expression. The turn was too sudden, and Su Wenqing could not keep up. Madam, what's wrong? Liang Yan, Sharon. Hey, I have lived up to my family and myself in my life, but I owe Sharon a lot. Su Wenqing comforted her. Mr. Xie is a brilliant man, both civil and military, and holds an important position in the court. The children of the noble families all take Mr. Xie as an example. Madam, you have nothing to be ashamed of for educating your children like this. Liang Yan sighed quietly. If I could choose, I would rather hope that he could be more willful and not so sensible. Su Wenqing closed her mouth. She suddenly understood where Madame Xie's guilt came from. Liang Yan, the Xie family is the head of the noble families. The internal entanglements are complicated and involve interests from all aspects. From the first day I married into the Xie family, the elders of the Xie family have never stopped thinking about asking Sharon and his father to take a concubine. I have been in poor health since I was a child. I have not been able to recover from the loss caused by childbirth. Sharon understands my difficulties. He silently took up the responsibility. He knew that only by letting everyone in the Xie family see that he is capable of leading the entire Xie family, they will give up the idea of forcing his father to remarry. He has never been willful since the day he became sensible. He seems to be very proud to have won the top 3 prizes at the age of 17. But the sweat and effort behind it are beyond the imagination of ordinary people. I always think that young people should live freely and unrestrainedly. But because of me, he has taken on those responsibilities that did not belong to him so early. Su Wenqing listened to Mrs. Xie's narration, but his mind was far away. It turned out that the indestructible appearance was just because of premature responsibility and a lonely and boring childhood. Everyone was flattering, afraid, or trying to please him because of his identity. Only an unpopular prince treated him sincerely. His empty and boring world was stained with joy, anger, sorrow and happiness because of this person's existence. In the end, he was willing to overthrow the world for this person, just for this person's well-being. Damn. Such love didn't end up together. It's unforgivable. Liang Yan told these old stories to help her son get some sympathy. But she glanced at Su Wenqing's expression. Can anyone explain to her where the girl's face full of resentment came from? After returning to the Xie mansion and putting down the official documents, Xie Shan planned to pay his respects to his mother. But as soon as he entered the courtyard, he heard bursts of laughter coming from the house. He was puzzled, and after lifting the curtain and going in, he found that his mother and the third girl of the Su family were laughing together, while the big maid sitting opposite them had a big black turtle painted on her face, and the middle table was full of white paper with various weird symbols painted on it. Xie Shan felt that the way he opened the door might not be correct. Master Xie, Su Wenqing said in surprise. There were maids in the room full of his own, and a biological mother. But it turned out that he was the only outsider who found him first. Xie Shan felt complicated. Mother. Miss Su. Chapter 23. Liang Yan asked with a smile, why did you come back so early today? Have you dealt with the affairs of the court? Xie Shan. Based on his understanding of his mother, what his mother really wanted to express was why did you come back so early? We were having fun. Xian suppressed the urge to run away from home and tried to put on a decent smile. I haven't finished the official business yet. I came here to greet my mother first. Liang Yun was very satisfied that his son understood her so well. In that case, you should go and deal with the official business first. Su Wenqing inexplicably saw a kind of sadness that was let down by the cruel world in Xian's polite smile. She laughed and hurriedly stood up and said, "It's getting late. I'm almost going back." Liang Yun glared at Xian with resentment, then smiled and said to Su Wenqing, "Why don't you stay and have dinner together before leaving?" Su Wenqing smiled and said, "Today, everyone in the Su family will go to my grandmother's room for dinner. If I don't go back, I'm afraid I will be scolded." Liang Yun stopped insisting after hearing this. She took Su Wenqing's hand and said, "Wait until I send someone to make the kind of mahjong you mentioned. And then I will invite you to play. I estimate that a set can be made in 2 or 3 days. You must come when the time comes." Su Wenqing's eyes lit up a little. "It's a deal." Xian looked at the two people in front of him who were having fun, and had an illusion that he was the child of other people's families. After Liang Yun chatted for a long time, he finally remembered his original purpose. "Okay, Xian, send Wenqing off for me." Su Wenqing followed Xian out of the door. Xian's taste was the same as his mother's. His clothes were elegant and not vulgar, which gave him a sense of elegance. A person with this appearance, family background and ability should have a smooth life, if it weren't for the deep feelings buried in his heart. Su Wenqing found it hard to imagine that Xian silently watched the person he loved marry and have children, and the only thing he could do was to swallow all kinds of emotions and offer his blessings. The most difficult thing in the world is not being able to ask for it, but not being able to ask for it. Xian sent Su Wenqing to the gate of Xia's house on Liang Yun's order. Along the way, he found that Su Wenqing glanced at him 24 times, and 24 of them were full of sympathy. Sympathy. Xian really couldn't figure out where this emotion came from. The 25th time, Xian really couldn't help it. He met Su Wenqing's gaze and gave a questioning expression. Su Wenqing laughed awkwardly twice. "Mrs. Xie just said that I would take you out to play when I have a chance, so that you don't stay in the house all day. When is your last day off?" Xian hesitated. "My mother asked you to take me out to play?" He felt that he needed to discuss the issue of men's dignity with his mother when he returned. Su Wenqing felt that people who liked the same sex were sisters, and sisters didn't talk about false etiquette. So she didn't be polite to Xian. She patted Xian on the shoulder and comforted him. "Mrs. Xie told me everything. You have done well enough these years." Xian frowned slightly and suppressed the memories of the dead bodies all over the city. Su Wenqing thought of the bond between Xian and the fifth prince, and sincerely comforted him. "Occasionally give yourself a few days off. Look at other people and things more. Maybe you will find that what you have been obsessed with is just a mirage. Look at it from a different angle, and maybe you will be able to see it." Xian's expression was unclear. He knew that his mother had not helped him get engaged because she hoped that he could find someone he liked. But the family of wealth and power seemed to be unlimited, and there was so much helplessness that others could not imagine. He knew that his mother had silently blocked a lot of troubles for him over the years. Xian looked at Su Wenqing. Was his mother telling her so much because she wanted to bring them together? Su Wenqing looked at Xian in confusion. Xian smiled gently. "Miss Su is right. I will have a day off the day after tomorrow," Su Wenqing said readily. "Okay. Then the night after tomorrow. You can have a good rest the next day." "Night?" Xian hesitated for a moment. "Okay. Where does Miss Su want to go? Do you need me to arrange it in advance? I'll take you up to play. So of course I'll arrange it." Su Wenqing patted Xian on the shoulder and smiled. "I guarantee you'll have a great time." Seeing Su Wenqing's confident look, Xian couldn't help but smile. "Then I'd like to thank Miss Su in advance." Su Wenqing winked once with pride, and then lowered the curtain. Xian smiled and shook his head, and did not turn back until the carriage of the Su mansion disappeared at the end of the street, in Mrs. Xie's courtyard. As soon as Xian entered the door, he saw his mother sorting the pile of papers on the table. He picked up a piece of paper curiously. "One vertical. Square. What is this?" Liang Yun took the paper back from Xian with disdain. "What's one vertical?" "This is one." Xian coughed and sat on the couch. "Don't you think that since Miss Su came to the mansion, you have been disgusted with your own son?" Liang Yun smiled and spread his hands. "There is no way. Miss Su is much more interesting than you." Xian, Mother likes Miss Su? Liang glared at Xie. After a day of testing, she was sure that the girl from the Su family really had no feelings for her son. Liang Yun's eyes became more disgusted when she thought of this. What's the use of being both civil and military if you can't even chase the girl you like? Xie was inexplicably glared at again, with an innocent and confused expression. Liang Yun laughed angrily. She collected the cards while asking indirectly, "What do you think of Miss Su?" Miss Su? Xie hesitated. She's pretty good. Born in such a noble family, he has never had too much hope for love. If good relationships are easy to find, how can there be so many resentful couples in the world? Instead of both parties being forced, it is better to marry a woman who cares about him. Not to mention that his mother also likes her. Liang Yun was puzzled. It's pretty good? Xie thought hard. Lively. Interesting. Always unexpected? Xie answer was not much different from what Liang Yun expected. She smiled and said meaningfully, responsibilities may be important in life, but you are still young. There is no need to give up your youthful nature too early because of the responsibilities on your shoulders. What's more, those should not be borne by you. Look at you. How many times have you not really laughed out loud? Xie shot a cold arrow at his own father without any guilt. He lowered his eyes pretending to be sentimental. Well, I know. Liang Yun said angrily, that damn old man. I am so angry. Let him sleep in the study after the salt inspection. Okay. Serve the meal. And then deal with the official documents after the meal. Also, can you find time to send away those girls who bring me supplements all day long? They come to visit me every morning and evening. I am tired even if they are not tired. The next day, Su Wenqing, carrying a few ingots of silver, met the Madam of Tianxianglu, the largest brothel in Anjing City, in a private seat in a tea house. It was the first time for the madam to receive such a lady from a noble family. She was not sure what the guest in front of her was thinking. She asked tentatively, I wonder why the young lady asked me to come here. Su Wenqing politely asked the madam to sit down. Are there only women in your Tianxiangla? The madam smiled unchanged. The young lady is really good at joking. A brothel is naturally full of women. Su Wenqing handed over an ingot of silver with a painful feeling. How about you think about it again? Seeing the situation, the madam immediately turned 180 degrees. She said with a bright face, Young lady, you have come to the right place. Have you seen the concubines in Princess Changle's mansion? They all came from us. Su Wenqing put another ingot of silver on it. She felt that her heart was bleeding. Is there that thing? The madam carefully put the silver into her arms, her eyes almost smiling into a slit. Which thing? Su Wenqing, that thing. The madam, which thing? Su Wenqing wristed it. Navphone. Long on. The madam suddenly realized. Yes. 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 Who do you want to arrange for the young lady? Su Wenqing knocked on the table. Don't worry about it. Tomorrow night, you have to prepare people. You can't be in Tianxianglu. Find a quieter place. The madam nodded and wrote down everything. Miss, what do you think of Ningxiang Pavilion? It looks like a restaurant, but it is also our property, which is specially used to receive people of noble status. Su Wenqing thought about the environment of Ningxiang Pavilion, and it happened that she could eat while waiting. Okay. Then Ningxiang Pavilion. Madam, then what do you want about appearance? Su Wenqing couldn't say the fifth prince Xiao Yun directly, so she could only lead him in a roundabout way. Who do you think is the best looking among the noble sons in Anjing City? Madam, appearance has always been a matter of opinion, but according to the tastes of previous customers. Mr. Xie? Su Wenqing spit out a mouthful of water. My God. This sentence contains a lot of information. Seeing Su Wenqing's reaction, the madam guessed that she was wrong. What about the second son of the Wang family? Su Wenqing, the second son of the Wang family is too gentle. You should think of someone who is more proactive. Madam, the third prince? Su Wenqing continued to try. The third prince is too strong. You should think of someone who is more proactive and likes to joke. The madam tried. What about the fifth prince? Su Wenqing was so moved that she shed the tears of an old mother. She nodded expressionlessly. The fifth prince is good. You can arrange it according to the fifth prince's appearance. The madam leaned her head towards Su Wenqing and whispered, What about this top and bottom? Su Wenqing thought about the character of the fifth prince in the original book. You need to be flexible and adaptable, but you must remember to be proactive. The visitor may be a little embarrassed or resistant at first. At this time, you must be strong and never be scared off. Remember? Beating or scolding is a sign of shyness. Chapter 24. According to Su Wenqing's previous undercover investigation, among all the brothels in Anjing City, Tianxianglu has the highest customer satisfaction and the most reliable madam. So after Su Wenqing arranged everything, he was relieved to hand over the follow-up matters to the madam. The next day, when the moon was high in the sky, Su Wenqing waited for Xie, who returned slowly at Xie's house. Liang Yan put down the poker reluctantly and sent the two out. I have sent someone to send a letter to the Su mansion, saying that you will stay at Xie's house tonight to accompany me. Have fun and don't worry about the time. Really? Did they agree? Su Wenqing almost wanted to rush up and hug Xie's mother. This damn place is like-minded. It is hard to find a good friend. And it is even harder to find such a like-minded friend. You know, she is ready to be punished for Xiexian's happiness in the second half of his life. Liang Yan stood at the door with a gentle smile. I will go and tell them that they will not refuse. Don't worry. Su Wenqing nodded and climbed into the carriage with peace of mind. Xie sat opposite Su Wenqing. Seeing her cheerful look, he asked casually, Don't you like the Su family? No. Su Wenqing said while looking at the street view outside the car window with great interest. The Su family is also good. But it must be better to go out and play. I haven't seen Anjing City at night yet. Xie never had much interest in playing. Most of the time, he went out because of social events that he couldn't avoid. Now that he was in the same carriage with Su Wenqing, he was also infected with some interest. The carriage moved slowly. He had walked the streets of Anjing City since he was a child. Whether it was shops or vendors, he was already familiar with them. However, Su Wenqing's expression made him see some fun in these familiar things. For example, sugar figures of various shapes, such as freshly baked osmanthus cakes. He saw Su Wenqing secretly swallowing his saliva that was about to flow out. For example, the jugglers who breathed fire, such as the vendors who made clay figures. He saw the sudden appearance of starlight in Su Wenqing's eyes. Sir, Miss Su, we've arrived. Xie paused. If you remembered correctly, this location should be Ningxiang Pavilion. Su Wenqing jumped off the carriage first. She lifted the curtain and said with a smile, We're here. Get off quickly. After getting off the carriage, Xie looked at the 2 rows of maids in red gauze in front of Ningxiang Pavilion and whispered, Ningxiang Pavilion? Do you know what this place is for? What else can a restaurant do besides eating? Su Wenqing was worried that Xie would be shy. So she pretended to be righteous and said, Let's go. I'm starving. Xie suppressed his doubts and followed Su Wenqing into the restaurant. The interior of Ningxiang Pavilion was circular, with 3 floors above and below. Several exotic dancers wearing bras were spinning and bowing on the huge white jade stage, half covered by the red tint in the center. As soon as Su Wenqing walked in, she knew that her hundreds of silver dollars were spent in the right place. She watched the dancers' beautiful faces with relish, and applauded enthusiastically with the crowd. The one on the far left is the best. Su Wenqing pointed to Xie excitedly. Xie. Su Wenqing immediately realized that Xie was not in a good mood. It was understandable that the gender was wrong. She should have told the madam in advance to see if she could change to a male dancer. Ningxiang Pavilion was particularly lively at night. In every corner, drunk dignitaries and cool maids and servants were touching each other. Su Wenqing searched for a long time before finding the madam in the crowd. The madam came over from a distance when she met Su Wenqing's eyes. When she found out that the person Su Wenqing brought was Xie, her eyelids twitched dozens of times. She pulled Su Wenqing aside and whispered to confirm, Are you talking about Mr. Xie? What? Didn't you find him? Su Wenqing said in surprise. No. The madam hesitated. It's just that Mr. Xie, he has never heard of him. Su Wenqing didn't pay attention to what the madam said, because she saw Xie avoid a maid who deliberately bumped into his arms and frowned. It's okay to find the person. Remember what I told you? Take the initiative. That's what we need. After Su Wenqing hurriedly finished her instructions, she returned to Xie. She sent away the people around him and took him upstairs. I'll book a private room upstairs. It's quiet, and there are no idle people. Xie paused as Su Wenqing naturally pulled his arm. But in the end, he said nothing and followed Su Wenqing's footsteps. I heard from your mother that you prefer light taste. Su Wenqing took Xie to avoid the flow of people going up and down and walked into the private room. I thought for a long time, but couldn't think of anything delicious to eat light. So I finally ordered a table of water banquets. which are refreshing and spicy. Xieshan had only eaten here 2 days ago, but he still tried it out of respect when he saw Su Wenqing's expectant look. Su Wenqing asked hurriedly, "How is it?" Xieshan nodded. "Not bad." Su Wenqing was satisfied with what she said. She planned to accompany Xieshan until they were almost done, and then find an excuse to slip out. Xieshan was eating the dishes, and saw Su Wenqing holding the bowl and glancing at him from time to time. Her eyes were full of excitement. He couldn't stand it for a while, and finally put down his chopsticks. "Miss Su, if you have anything to say, you might as well say it directly." "Ah?" Su Wenqing raised her head from the bowl, and her unrestrained smile was as bright as spring. "No, I'm just very looking forward to it." Xieshan had a vague intuition in his mind, but reason told him that he was overthinking. But rational analysis could not help him see through Su Wenqing's thoughts. So he could only act calmly and bite the bullet to finish the whole meal under such a hot gaze. Is it abnormal to be with someone you like? It should be. Xieshan couldn't understand, so he could only think so. "Wait for me here. I'll go out for a while." Su Wenqing saw that Xieshan had almost finished eating, wiped his mouth, and stood up. The strange look disappeared, and Xieshan breathed a sigh of relief. This meal was definitely the most difficult meal he had eaten in the past 20 years. Su Wenqing closed the door slyly. She pulled the old procuress, who had been waiting for a long time, aside. "Stuffed a bag of silver. Are you ready?" The old procuress saw the silver and didn't care about those unrealistic worries. She was almost laughing with her face full of makeup. "Don't worry. Tianxianglu is doing business. I have prepared tea and snacks for you downstairs. Why don't you eat while waiting?" Soon after, Su Wenqing followed the madam downstairs. A young man in gorgeous clothes pushed the door open with wine in his hand. "Sir, this is the apricot wine you asked for." Xieshan didn't pay attention at first, until the man started talking. He found that there was something familiar between his eyebrows and eyes. Xieshan couldn't remember where he had seen him for a moment, and couldn't help but look at him a few more times. The man gently placed the wine glass in front of Xieshan, and he let Xieshan look at him while he poured the wine. He looked a bit like Xiaoyun, and Xieshan finally remembered that he stopped the man's wrists before the wine overflowed from the jade cup. "No need to pour. I don't drink. Go down." The man recalled what the madam had told him before. To be strong and proactive, and to refuse and beat and scold were all manifestations of shyness. The man raised his head again. His eyes were tender. He held Xieshan's hand, drank half of the cup himself, and put the remaining half to Xieshan's lips. "This is the apricot wine that we have collected for 10 years in Ningxiang Pavilion. Do you really not want to try it, Xieshan?" Su Wenqing and the madam were chatting enthusiastically about how to expand the industrial chain and how to increase sales in the tea house on the first floor. "Are you looking for death?" A man fell from the private room on the 3rd floor. His face was bruised and swollen, and he fell in a mess of broken dishes and tables and stools. Xieshan was disheveled. His hair was messy. The veins on his forehead were throbbing, and the whole person exuded a kind of coldness in the coldest days of winter. He kicked the man who was about to roll to his feet. "Get lost." Su Wenqing and the madam hurried out of the tea house. The madam's voice was loud and shrill. "Oh my God! What's going on? What happened?" The man looked at the madam as if he saw his own mother, and tears of grievance were about to burst out from his swollen eyes. He took the initiative. He was strong. And then he became like this. Xieshan turned his head and stared at Su Wenqing with half-closed eyes. The madam covered her chest and turned to look at Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing reacted quickly. She closed her jaw that had dropped because of shock. She pointed at the man on the ground and asked the madam angrily, "Who is he? What's going on?" Xieshan moved his eyes from Su Wenqing to the madam. Su Wenqing took the opportunity to wink at the madam. The madam turned around angrily and looked at the man on the ground without hesitation. "Who are you?" The man's swollen eyes were full of despair of being hurt by this ruthless world. Not you," Su Wenqing shouted. "Do you know who is in front of you? How dare you tease a decent woman? Bah! You dare to be tempted by her beauty." Xieshan's eyes twitched. The man quickly backed down, crying and kowtowing, "I deserve to die. I deserve to die. I am blind. Please forgive me, young master." The veins on the back of Xieshan's hand bulged. He had lived for 20 years, and this was the first time he was offended like this. And by a man. Beat him to death. Xie looked at the wine stains on his clothes expressionlessly. Although Su Wenqing didn't know where the problem was, she had a bad feeling. After all, she was the one who proposed this matter, and she couldn't just watch someone get beaten to death. She gritted her teeth and looked up at Xie with a nervous look. Did he flirt with you? Xie, of course not. Su Wenqing, did he molest you? Xie, are you kidding me? Then, Su Wenqing glanced at the crowd that was slowly gathering, and deliberately showed worry on her face. If we beat him to death, the rumors may not be clear. Xie, rumors? Su Wenqing counted on his fingers, his face full of worry for Xie. You also know that people in Anjing City love to spread rumors. If you beat him to death today, the hot topic tomorrow will be Mr. Xie was flirted with by an unknown man, and he was so angry that he accidentally beat him to death. If it is spread more fiercely, it may become a Ningxiang nightclub. Mr. Xie lost his virginity to an unknown man after drinking, and was ashamed and angry. Enough. Xie interrupted with gritted teeth, glared coldly at the man on the ground, and rushed out with his wide sleeves. Su Wenqing awkwardly and apologetically clasped his fists towards the old procuress and the man on the ground, and then hurriedly chased after him. Chapter 25. What is the most painful thing in life? This question may vary from person to person, but for Xie, not being able to take revenge is definitely one of the top 3. In fact, after calming down and thinking about it, Xie glanced at Su Wenqing, who was following him obediently. Su Wenqing was not flawless. On the contrary, every abnormal behavior before she left could actually help him confirm his guess, if the person behind him changed his gender. But the key to the problem lies here. He is also well versed in history, but he has never heard of a famous lady taking a young man from another family to whore. She has admired him since she was a child. She took him to whore because she admired him? Forget about whore. What's the point of sending a man? Su Wenqing shivered under the decreasing pressure around Xie. She actually figured out why Xie behaved like someone was stepping on his tail. Xie's love for the 5th Prince Xiaoyun was the deepest secret in his heart. The reason why a secret is because it cannot be seen in the light. Her arrangement was equivalent to exposing Xie's thoughts that had been hidden for many years to the sun. The more Su Wenqing thought about it, the more she blamed herself. Fortunately, she didn't tell the madam anything. If she really spoke too quickly at the time, Xiaoyun would have alienated Xie because of this. Then she would really be a sinner. Xie was upset about Su Wenqing arranging a man. He really couldn't figure it out. No matter whether he used intuition or reason to analyze it, he couldn't figure it out. He stopped and said, I'm sorry. Su Wenqing lowered her head, her voice full of apology. I shouldn't have acted on my own. I wanted to give you a surprise. Xie almost laughed out of anger. Surprise? Surprise is that you prepare a man for me? Su Wenqing understood immediately. She decided to bury the matter between Xie and Xiaoyun deep in her heart, just as if she knew nothing. My fault? My fault? I thought you would like this curious way. Xie laughed out of anger. Su Wenqing's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. I'm sorry. I was wrong. Xie saw Su Wenqing hanging his head, looking very aggrieved after doing something wrong, just like the white mink he raised when he was young, which had the same expression after jumping up and down and knocking over the inkstone. Innocent and cute. Although angry, he couldn't bear to blame. Forget it. Xie rubbed his eyebrows. Why should I argue with her? You finally came out once. It's still early. If you don't want to go back, I'll take you to the street for a walk? Su Wenqing looked up suddenly. The starlight in her eyes dimmed the surrounding streetlights. Why go back? Go. Go. I haven't seen the street scene of Anjing City at night. Xie didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Just like the white mink. Admitting mistakes is just a superficial attitude, and forgetting everything after putting down the claws. Shopping with Su Wenqing is a very interesting thing, because she is really just shopping. She can visit every stall with great interest, and any small thing can make her eyes shine. But after shopping all the way, she didn't buy anything except osmanthus cake. Xie took the osmanthus cake that Su Wenqing handed to him and asked curiously, Don't you like that clay figurine? Why don't you buy it? Su Wenqing's cheeks were bulging with osmanthus cake. Like a hamster. You may not be able to own it for a long time after buying it. It is better to hide your love deeply, and you will not taste the pain of losing it if you have never got it. Xie was thoughtful. Su Winching deliberately stuffed the osmanthus cake in Xie Xian's hand into his mouth. Haha. I'm just teasing you. You are thinking about it seriously. That one is just average. I plan to visit all the clay figurine stalls and choose the best one to buy back. Xie Xian did not ignore the evasive look in Su Winching's eyes when she said the latter sentence. Why can't you own it for a long time if you like it? Wouldn't it be yours forever if you buy it and put it at home? Or did she never regard the Su mansion as her home? Xie Xian suddenly understood where Su Winching's strong sense of disharmony came from. She tried to make herself live happily every day. And she tried her best to magnify the fun in any little thing. But no matter how happy she was still uneasy in her heart. What's wrong? Are you tired? Su Winching stopped her happy steps and turned back with a bright smile. Xie Xian pointed to the Hongwan Tower with 6-cornered eaves by the Huai River. Do you want to see the panoramic view of Anjing City under the moonlight? You can see it there. Su Winching's eyes lit up. Can we go? I heard that the top floor of Hongwan Tower is not open to outsiders. Xie Xian smiled and said, It doesn't matter. As long as it's not for outsiders. Su Winching blinked in confusion. Until Xie Xian told the owner of Hongwan Tower the name of the 5th Prince Xiao Yun. Su Winching finally understood. Oh! Not an outsider. From the balcony of the top floor of Hongwan Tower, one can see the entire Anjing City. It was the first time that Su Winching overlooked the night view of the ancient capital. The candlelight shone through the lantern paper, giving the entire capital a warm yellow light. The main street in the center was like a bright dragon made of lanterns. And laughter was everywhere. Children chasing and playing. Couples supporting each other. Su Winching looked at the various scenes of the streets and suddenly felt a sense of reality. They were all living people. And from now on, she would be one of them. Su Winching touched his frozen ears, went into the room, and sat cross-legged opposite Xie Xian, and took the newly brewed wine to warm his hands without any hesitation. The 5th Prince really knows how to enjoy himself. It is indeed a different flavor to see Anjing City from here. Xie Xian raised his chin and motioned Su Winching to look out the window. Su Winching looked sideways, and the candlelight on the 24 bridges suddenly dimmed. Countless lotus lanterns drifted down the Huai River, and the reflections of the lanterns rippled in the Huai River like the Milky Way. Xie Xian leaned against the window, and he saw the candlelight reflected on Su Winching's face. His long eyelashes were as fragile as butterfly wings, and the upward arc of the corners of his mouth made his whole face bright. Su Winching pointed to the lotus lanterns on the Huai River and said, Is the imperial city upstream? Xie Xian poured himself a glass of wine and explained while drinking, The current emperor is a person who cherishes the past. Every year on the Shanxi festival, he will lead the harem to put down the lotus lantern to pray for the late queen. Su Winching did not comment. Nostalgia is not necessarily a good thing for the emperor. The chaos in the southern dynasty in the future was caused by the emperor's excessive nostalgia and indecision. Moreover, if she remembered correctly, the person who killed the late emperor should be the 3rd prince's mother, concubine Shu. The emperor knew it in his heart, but he pretended not to know because he was afraid of the power of concubine Shu's father and brother. Such a lotus lantern may not be what the late emperor wants. Xie Xian noticed the disdain that flashed across Su Winching's face. He smiled. He didn't expect that this little girl knew a lot. The love of an emperor is different from the love of ordinary people. Why did he call all the people in the harem to pray for the late queen? It's because he wanted those who did something wrong to remember the blood on their hands forever. Su Winching was so scared that she almost spilled the wine in her hand. How do you know what I'm thinking? Xie Xian smiled warmly. Next time, remember to put away the contemptuous expression on your face before you hide your words. Su Winching smiled awkwardly and lowered her head to take a few sips of wine. Xie Xian changed the subject. But I'm curious. How do you know these secrets in the imperial city? Su Winching was choked by the wine in her mouth. She knew why Xie Xian, who was cautious, would suddenly tell her these things. It turned out that he was waiting for her here. Hey! People can be a little silly when they get along with each other. You are a little silly. I am a little silly. And the boat of friendship will not capsize. Xie Xian raised his eyebrows, obviously not intending to force himself to be stupid. Su Winching had no choice but to put the blame on the Su family. The Su family has produced concubines after all. And Grandma usually doesn't avoid us when it comes to the affairs of the harem. Xie Xian nodded. There was nothing wrong with this. Perhaps it was because Su Winching knew these things about the harem, since he was a child, that he was always trembling with fear. Su Winching saw Xie Xian was silent, and felt flustered. He was afraid of saying more and making more mistakes. So he could only sip the wine one sip after another. Xiaxian came back to his senses from his deep thoughts, and saw Su Wenqing finish a whole bottle of wine by himself. His expression suddenly became very interesting. You drank it all? Do you feel uncomfortable? Su Wenqing's cheeks were flushed. She looked at the wine bottle, and leaned against the window frame casually. It's okay. Just a little dizzy. Xiaxian held his forehead speechlessly. The alcohol content of the golden stem dew was not low. And the bottle of wine was at least 2.5 kilograms. He had met a wine saint. Su Wenqing looked out the window. This location is really good. The lights on both sides of the river suddenly went out, and the lotus lanterns flowed down the river like the Milky Way. I can't tell that you are also an expert in eating, drinking and having fun. Xiaxian saw Su Wenqing holding the wine bottle, with rosy cheeks, leaning against the window. The restraint disappeared along with sobriety, and his eyes were stained with a few traces of tenderness. In Anjing City, no one can compare to the fifth prince in eating, drinking and having fun. He funded the construction of Hongwan Tower just for the scenery here. Su Wenqing turned around and saw the warmth in Xiaxian's eyes that had not faded in time. She sighed silently in her heart. How deep is the love that can make one person's eyes involuntarily show such tenderness when talking about another person? Su Wenqing didn't want Xiaxian to indulge in this emotion. She put down the wine bottle and pulled Xiaxian up from the couch. I saw someone flying Kongming lanterns downstairs. Let's go. Let's go too. Xiaxian was dragged up by Su Wenqing before he finished drinking the wine. He pulled her back helplessly. You're going the wrong way. Go down this way. Are you drunk or not? By the Huai River. Su Wenqing happily paid the vendor, then stood in the cool night breeze with a confused look on his face, holding the various bamboo strips and lantern paper handed over by the vendor. Xiaxian leaned on the bridge and laughed out loud. Su Wenqing turned his head and glanced at Xiaxian, and stuffed the materials for making Kongming lanterns into his arms. I heard that Mr. Xie knows everything and can do everything. Come on. I believe that making a Kongming lantern is not a small thing that can be difficult for you. Xiaxian raised a teasing smile at the corner of his mouth. It's easy to make lanterns. Just learn it now. But the reward must be negotiated first. Su Wenqing gritted his teeth and whispered, I spent 100 taels of silver on that meal at Ningxiang Pavilion. 100 taels is not enough for you to help me make a lantern? Xiaxian raised an eyebrow. Ningxiang Pavilion? Su Wenqing stopped talking suddenly. She looked at the sky, looked at the ground, and when she turned her head again, she had changed to an expression of a girl next door. Brother Xie, help me make a lantern. Chapter 26. Ahem. 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 Xiaxian was choked to death by the air, and finally fled with bamboo sticks and lantern paper, leaving Su Wenqing alone holding the bridge and laughing. Xiaxian didn't brag. He borrowed the boss's Kongming lantern, looked around carefully, and then started to tie it in a proper manner. Su Wenqing sat obediently on the other side of the low table. She saw that Xiaxian's 10 fingers were slender, and the joints were distinct. He relied on his good looks to tie the lantern into a picturesque artistic conception. The skeleton of the Kongming lantern had been formed, and Su Wenqing held up his head and handed over the brush. Xiaxian paused with the tip of the pen, and finally painted the prosperous scene of Anjing City into the 5 continents of the northern border. After Su Wenqing took the Kongming lantern and read it, he regretted it and refused to light it and fly it. Xiaxian was puzzled. Aren't Kongming lanterns meant to be released? What are you keeping them for? Su Wenqing held the Kongming lantern and refused to let go. You drew it so beautifully. It would be a pity to burn it. I can take it home and use it as a lampshade. Xiaxian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The paper of the Kongming lantern is fragile and flammable, and the frame can't last long. If you like it, I will help you draw a smaller baby lantern later. Su Wenqing reluctantly nodded, and heartbrokenly carried the Kongming lantern to the Huai River and lit the candle inside. After the Kongming lantern was filled with air, Su Wenqing put the Kongming lantern in Xiaxian's hand. Such a beautiful Kongming lantern will definitely impress the gods. I don't have any special wishes, so I won't waste the opportunity to make a wish. Come on. Xiaxian let go of his hand and let the Kongming lantern painted with peace and prosperity slowly fly up. And finally a self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. Su Wenqing stared at the Kongming lantern flying up with the wind without blinking, and her reluctant expression made people suspect that what she sent was not a 5-cent paper lantern, but a lantern made of 5,000 taels of silver notes. Xiaxian laughed. Don't look at it. You can't catch it if you look at it again. Let's go. What do you want to draw for the lantern? Su Wenqing was revived in a second after hearing this. And she caught up with Xiaxian. Just the painting just now. The sunset in the desert. The prosperity and prosperity. Xiaxian paused with his hand holding the lantern and smiled. That painting doesn't suit you. Change it. Su Wenqing bit her finger and pondered with her limited cultural knowledge. How about painting a sunset and a solitary wild goose? No. No. It doesn't fit the scene. Then paint a 10-mile peach forest? Forget it. No peach forest. Ah. Why did you start painting? Su Wenqing leaned over and saw the six-cornered Hongwan Tower and the water of the Huaihe River, which looked like the Milky Way, gradually appearing on the lanterns. Finally, on the streets of Anjing City with 10 miles of lanterns, a woman in a long skirt looked back charmingly. Su Wenqing's cheeks were slightly red. Is this a painting of me? Xiaxian handed the lantern over. How is it? Do you like it? Su Wenqing looked around the lantern with a bright smile. I think the painting is more beautiful than me. The next day, Su Wenqing slept in the guest room of Xia's house until noon before waking up. She stretched lazily, washed up, and looked at the lantern again before going to the front hall to greet Xia's mother. Why hasn't Wenqing woken up yet? I don't want to play drawing turtle with you. Why do you always win? Did you secretly look at my cards? Mother, you are joking. You don't need to look at the cards in this kind of card game. Before Su Wenqing entered the door, she heard the words of Xia's mother and Xia Shuren coming out of the room. The maids at the door laughed together. When they saw Su Wenqing, they hurried over. Miss Su, you are finally up. Madam and Master have been waiting for you for a long time. Su Wenqing scratched his head embarrassedly. Actually, you can wake me up. Well, I always get up very early at home. Don't listen to their nonsense. Liang Yun joked with the maids and pulled Su Wenqing into the house. The Su Mansion is the Su Mansion. And the Xia Mansion is the Xia Mansion. The Xia Mansion has no rules. You can sleep as late as you want. Come. I've left breakfast for you. Eat first. Su Wenqing looked at the piles of playing cards on the table and laughed. Are you playing drawing turtle? Liang Yun said while collecting the cards. Yes. And I'm wondering. In theory, this kind of card game depends on luck. But today I played with him. And every time he was able to avoid the turtle. Do you think he secretly looked at my cards? Su Wenqing saw Xiaxian's innocent expression and laughed. It's not just luck. If the opponent can calculate the cards accurately and see through your habit of drawing and placing cards, it is very likely that you will always win. Liang Yun glared at Xiaxian and pushed the cards in front of him. Shuffle. You're playing cards and still observing the habit of drawing and placing cards. You're really more cunning than a sieve. Su Wenqing finished the porridge silently. This sentence sounded so kind. Every time she won all the money in her grandmother's drawer at the mahjong table, her grandmother would mutter the same thing. Liang Yun, mahjong is not ready yet. Draw turtle always wins. Let's play dodiju after you finish your meal. Su Wenqing looked at the card lineup in the room and hesitated a little. But in the end, he went against his heart under the expectation of Xia's mother. Liang Yun asked Su Wenqing to explain the rules to Xiaxian and asked, is the punishment the same as last time? If you lose a round, you will stick a piece of paper on your face. Whoever has 20 pieces on his face first will draw a turtle. Su Wenqing didn't believe in her card skills. She thought that if she drew 20 cards, she might become Bao Qi Tian today. 20 cards are too few. Xiaxian glanced at Su Wenqing and answered for her. Before Su Wenqing could express her gratitude, she heard Xiaxian add in a very provocative way, 20 cards. I'm afraid that you two won't have enough cards to draw. How about I draw 20 cards? And you double them? Liang Yun was obviously stimulated. You are so arrogant. No need. Just 20 cards. Su Wenqing, Liang Yun, draw a card. Su Wenqing. I think we can think about it again. The result of the impulse was that Xiaxian became the landlord for more than a dozen times. And the cards on Su Wenqing and Liang Yun's faces continued to increase as time passed. A common enemy can make the two women more united. Su Wenqing and Liang Yun looked at each other's face covered by the paper. The two women somehow understood each other and decided to use a trick that would hurt themselves and the enemy to perish together with the feudal landlord's exploitation and tyranny. So Xiaxian never won a fight with the landlord again. He continued to lose power and humiliate the country under the double attack of internal and external troubles. The paper on Xiaxian's face did not affect his elegant demeanor and his pungent tongue. Don't make eye contact with each other anymore. How can you make a conclusion with your eyes covered by the paper? Why don't I let you each write 20 notes? And let me be alone in the next round. Miss Sue, you have lost 6 rounds in a row. Win 1 round. I know you still have a bomb in your hand. Su Wenqing refused to accept the enemy's sugar-coated bullets, and tried to give Liang Yun a hand so that she could finish first. The strategy of her and Liang Yun was very simple. They didn't let Xie Shan get the landlord. Whoever was on the same side with Xie Shan was responsible for giving a hand to the other person. Although they won very hard. The paper slips that Xie Shan had added with difficulty on his face gave them great motivation. In the last round, it was Su Wenqing's turn to be the landlord. She looked at the 4 2s and 1 8 in her hand, and felt that her life had reached its peak. Su Wenqing held the 4 2s in her hand and hesitated. If Xie Shan had 2 kings. Su Wenqing looked at Liang Yun, trying to communicate with his eyes. Do you have a king in your hand? Liang Yun's face was full of confusion. Su Wenqing, king. I'm worried that he has a king bomb. Liang Yun, you want a king? I don't have a king. And I can't suppress it with a single card. Su Wenqing, he doesn't have a king bomb in his hand. Liang Yun shook his head. I don't have a king. Don't play a single card. Xie Shan sneered. Don't look at it. If you can't afford it, I will play a card. Wait. Su Wenqing threw out the 4 2s aggressively. Xie Shan pressed the cards and released the 2 kings in his hand, with a teasing smile on his lips. Excuse me. I think the tacit understanding between the 2 of you is still far from being in tune with each other. Maybe it will work to discuss a secret code in advance next time. Su Wenqing and Liang Yun were heartbroken beyond words. Su Wenqing took the paper off her face. 34. Xie Shan smiled and said, Not bad. It seems that I have managed to turn the tide well. If I had been a little less lucky, you would have had at least 40 or 50. Su Wenqing, not worth being happy about. How many do you have? Xie Shan, I'm sorry to disappoint Miss Su. There are only 12. Not enough for you to draw. Liang Yun took out the brush. Okay. I'm a villain. 48. Draw it. I'll give you a chance to be arrogant. Xie Shan smiled and helped Liang Yun sit down. How dare you? The son pays for the mother's debt. Your paper belongs to me. Liang Yun, do we still divide mother and son at the card table? No. What about Wenqing? Xie Shan saw Su Wenqing's pitiful face and smiled, then let Miss Su draw me. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up when she heard this. Liang Yun put the brush in Su Wenqing's hand and laughed. 60 lines. You can draw 3 turtles. Draw bigger. Don't be soft-hearted. Hee. Su Wenqing took the brush with a smirk and poked Xie Shan's face. Xie Shan leaned back slightly. Always leave a way for us to meet again in the future. Miss Su, don't forget. I will draw the turtle on your face later. Xie Shan's threat was very deadly. Su Wenqing became timid in a second, and she could only take the brush and draw 3 small circles on Xie Shan's side face to represent turtles. We agreed that we should be honest and show mercy later. Xie Shan took the brush and smiled maliciously. I just advised Miss Su to leave a way out in everything. But I didn't agree to anything. Su Wenqing was cheated again, and she felt very upset. However, the opportunity had been lost, and Su Wenqing could only hope that Xie Shan would have a change of heart. Xie Shan's brush tip stopped 1 millimeter away from Su Wenqing's cheek. Su Wenqing closed her eyes tightly. Her long eyelashes trembled from time to time like butterfly wings. Her thin lips were slightly pursed. Her eyebrows were slightly frowned, and her whole oval face was wrinkled. It was so pitiful. Xie Shan changed to a vermilion brush and planted a red plum blossom at the corner of Su Wenqing's eye. The red plum blossoms were lifelike, adding a few bright spots to Su Wenqing's face, which was as pale as an ink painting. It was like a red plum tree that was accidentally encountered in the snow and ice. The sky and the earth were pale, and only this place had color. Xie Shan was stunned and did not move for a long time. The ink from the tip of the pen dripped on Su Wenqing's cheek. Liang Yun covered his face with his forehead and coughed lightly. It was really unbearable to watch. What did you draw for me? Why did you draw for so long? Su Wenqing touched the mirror on the table. Plum blossoms. This plum blossom is very beautiful. Didn't you hold the pen firmly? Why did the ink drip? Xie Shan put the pen back before Su Wenqing opened his eyes. He held the tea and sat aside. His tone was calm and calm. The pen was not washed well. I dipped it a little too much. Su Wenqing looked at Xie Shan in confusion. It was just a small mistake. What was there to be embarrassed about? Why did he blush? Chapter 27. Shortly after Su Wenqing finished lunch at Sia's house, the maid sent by the Su family arrived. Although Sia's mother was not satisfied, she could not keep Su Wenqing any longer, so she could only ask Su Wenqing to come often if she had the chance. Su Wenqing returned to her room and wiped the ink off her face in front of the mirror. She paused when she wiped the red plum blossoms at the corners of her eyes. She saw the smile in the bronze mirror and wondered why she was happy about washing her face. After Su Wenqing finished washing and tidied the dressing table a little, she walked out with the lantern in her arms. Xie Xian looked at the lantern and joked, "So precious? Are you planning to take it back as a family heirloom?" Su Wenqing smiled and replied, "Mr. Xie won the 3rd place in the imperial examination, and each word is worth 1,000 gold. If I become poor in the future, I can only hope to sell it for money." Xie Xian was amused by Su Wenqing. He looked at the carriage of the Su mansion outside the door, and a light flashed in his eyes. The Su mansion was so anxious to take Su Wenqing back. Could it be that something happened to the Su family? Su Wenqing, the carriage came so quickly this time. Thank your mother for my hospitality. Xie Xian, my mother asked someone to prepare some cakes. I asked you to take them back to say hello to your grandmother. It should be ready soon. You get on the carriage first, and I'll go and urge them. Okay. Su Wenqing waved her hand and climbed onto the carriage first. Su Wenqing sat in the carriage playing with the lanterns. After a while, she suddenly felt the carriage move. She lifted the curtains. What's wrong? The maid accompanying the car replied, The carriage of the Wang mansion is coming. Let's move. Su Wenqing nodded, not paying much attention, and was about to lower the curtains. Su Wenqing? Why are you here? Su Wenqing. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Isn't this the sister of the Wang family? Long time no see. Su Wenqing lifted the curtains of the car with a warm smile. Wang Ruoyan glanced at the gate of the Xia mansion and said in a bad tone, I didn't expect that the rumor that Madame Xia invited you to visit the Xia family was true. Su Wenqing felt Wang Ruoyan's hostility, and she wondered in her heart. The last time they met, this Wang family girl only looked down on her status as a concubine. Why did she become an object of hostility this time? Su Wenqing recalled everything that happened at the spring banquet. She couldn't figure out how she had offended the young lady, so she could only pretend to be stupid and laugh. Wang Ruoyan, I underestimated you. When you failed to seduce the 3rd prince, you turned your attention to the Xia mansion. Su Wenqing suddenly realized that the young lady liked Xie Xian. Su Wenqing looked at her with a bit of sympathy. You? Wang Ruoyan was immediately angry. What do you mean by that look? Do you think you won just because Madame Xia invited you to the Xia family? If she knew that you had thrown yourself into the arms of the 3rd prince on the boat during the spring banquet, how could she let a woman like you who didn't know how to behave enter the Xia family? Miss Wang. Xie Xian stood at the gate of Xia's house with a lunch box in his hand, and glanced at Su Wenqing, who was leaning against the car window and listening to others scolding him with relish. When Wang Ruoyan heard Xie Xian's voice, the anger and jealousy on her face disappeared without a trace, and she turned into a noble lady with elegant manners in the moment. Su Wenqing was amazed at how fast she changed her face. Wang Ruoyan rolled up the silk with both hands. Brother Xian. Su Wenqing supported her head and looked at Xie Xian jokingly. Oh, Brother Xian. Xie Xian glared at Su Wenqing helplessly, then bowed his head and said to Wang Ruoyan, I really don't deserve Miss Wang's brother. If we really count the generations, I should call you cousin. Su Wenqing suddenly lowered the curtain and laughed in the carriage. Damn, aunt. This trick is really cruel. Killing people without being seen. Wang Ruoyan's face turned pale when she heard this, and she smiled awkwardly. I heard that Mrs. Xia's headache recurred. My father went to southern Xinjiang last month and brought back some excellent Poria cocos. Poria cocos can clear the orifices and remove dampness. It is helpful to take it with wine to relieve headaches. Xie Xian smiled and said, Aunt's good intentions. Sharing will metabolize for my mother. But my mother has been ill for a long time and likes quietness. If Aunt doesn't have anything important to do, it's better for my mother to practice in seclusion. This will not only help my mother's health, but Aunt doesn't need to run back and forth. Wang Ruoyan pointed at Su Wenqing's carriage. But I heard that Madame Xia invited her to stay at Xia's house last night. Xie Xian smiled. Miss Su knows a little about medicine and has a unique massage technique. My mother had a headache and couldn't sleep. Fortunately, Miss Su worked hard, so my mother was able to sleep well last night. Wang Ruoan rolled the silk with her fingers and hesitated for a long time. Although you and I are of different generations, we are also 5 generations apart. You are a few years older than me. And calling me cousin is really Xie killed with one blow. Age does not affect generations. Cousin? You are joking. Wang Ruoan's face was pale. And after a few absent-minded greetings, she was helped into the carriage. After the carriage of the palace went far away, Xie knocked on Su Wenqing's door. Don't laugh. Everyone has gone far away. Su Wenqing covered her stomach with one hand and wiped away the tears of laughter with the other hand. Aunt? No. You are too cruel. You are also proficient in medical theory and have a unique massage technique. It really makes me laugh to death. How can you talk nonsense without changing your face? Xie handed over the food box and said helplessly, I said micro-comprehensive. Who can believe proficient? Su Wenqing, is Madame Xie in poor health? I didn't seem to notice it when I came twice. Xie, my mother used to be in poor health. But she has recovered in recent years. It's just that she doesn't like socializing. And it's hard to refuse many times. So she just keeps using this excuse. Su Wenqing put the food box away. Should I be honored? I think your mother likes playing with me. Xie laughed softly. Yes. My mother likes you very much. The Su family is very complicated. If you encounter difficulties, you can come to the Xie mansion to find my mother. The carriage slowly moved towards the Su mansion. Su Wenqing supported her head and played with the lanterns. The people in the Xie family were really good, and they were really good to her. Whether it was Mrs. Xie or Xie, she had identified these two friends. She was not worried about Xie's talent and strategy. In the original book, Xie had the merit of following the dragon. And the Xie family must be safe. The only problem was Xie and Xiaoyun. Oh, so sad, this damn kid. What's so good about Xiaoyun? In front of the gate of the Su mansion, Su Wenqing saw rows of servants carrying gifts. Aunt Zhao, Wenqing, you are finally back. Go and pay your respects to the old lady. Su Wenqing asked curiously, who sent these? Aunt Zhao's eyes flashed with a meaningful smile. Madame Shufei. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. Madame Shufei. Isn't that the mother of the third prince? So the third prince and Su Jinsheng are really going to get married? Aunt Zhao, go quickly. The old lady has been talking about you since morning. Su Wenqing nodded, took the cakes prepared by Xie's mother, and went directly to the old lady's yard. Grandma? Su Wenqing rubbed her face and acted like a filial granddaughter. The old lady was wearing a navy blue jacket. Her silver hair was neatly tied up. And she smiled kindly. The Xie family has a good feng shui. You look much better after just one day of playing. Su Wenqing took out the cakes in the food box one by one. These are made by Mrs. Xie herself. She specifically asked me to bring them to you to try. She asked me to say hello to you. The old lady's eyes changed. She picked up a piece of cake and tasted it without any expression. Full in cake. Mrs. Xie is really thoughtful. Is she in good health? Su Wenqing thought about it and imitated Xie to open his eyes and talk nonsense. It's okay. But it's uncomfortable when the headache occasionally occurs. The old lady, Mrs. Xie, has to manage the Xie family's huge business by herself. And her health has not recovered in recent years. It's really hard for her. An orphan. Su Wenqing paused while massaging the old lady's shoulders. Orphan? The old lady, Mrs. Xie, is the only daughter of Liang Taisher. Liang Taisher supported the land reform and offended the emperor. The emperor was furious and ordered the Liang family to be confiscated and exterminated. Liang Taisher taught all his life and had 3,000 disciples. When he was imprisoned, everyone avoided him, and no one dared to stand up and speak for him. When Mrs. Xie was still in the boudoir, she went door to door for her father after Liang Taisher was imprisoned. But people were cold and indifferent. Mrs. Xie has seen the coldness of the world. Now she avoids people. I'm afraid there is also this reason. Su Wenqing, what about Madame Xie and Lord Xie? The old lady, Master Liang, is Lord Xie's teacher. And Lord Xie and Madame Xie are childhood sweethearts. When Master Liang got into trouble, Lord Xie was fighting against the barbarians in the north. When he learned about the Liang family's trouble, he came back from the north to marry Madame Xie, forcing the emperor to exempt Madame Xie from exile. The old lady was furious when she saw Su Wenqing's face, as if she was listening to a story. She slapped Su Wenqing. Do you understand what I mean by what I'm saying to you? Su Wenqing was like a husky that was suddenly stunned. Ah? Aren't you talking about the deep love between Madame Xie and Lord Xie? The old lady, Lord Xie, married the daughter of a criminal in order to protect Madame Xie from being wronged. He was so angry for her. But who was he slapping in the face? He was slapping the emperor in the face. The emperor was afraid of the power of the Xie family, and did not take action at that time. But do you think this matter is over? The Xie family has produced many talents in the past 2 generations. And Lord Xie and the emperor have many disagreements in government affairs. Since the imperial examination system and the recommendation system were implemented in parallel, the imperial power has always been above the aristocratic families. Do you think the royal family will watch the Xie family's power grow and do nothing? Moreover, the Xie family has been the leader of all the aristocratic families for nearly 100 years. Do you think other people will have no objection? Su Wenqing didn't understand why the old lady suddenly told her all this. What does Grandma mean? Old lady, the Xie family has blocked the interests of too many people. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Su Wenqing was shocked. She clearly remembered that Xie Shuren lived until Shaoyan ascended the throne in the original book. No. The Xie family is not the main plot. There are very few scenes in the book. No one except Xie Shuren has appeared. Xie Shuren's survival to the end does not mean that the Xie family is safe and sound. Moreover, the plot has collapsed now. It is hard to say whether the result can be the same as before. Old lady, I tell you this just to make you aware of it. Su Wenqing suppressed his thoughts and nodded obediently. Old lady, the third prince asked the concubine to send a lot of things. Go and see if you like it. Su Wenqing hesitated and said, why does the third prince want me to see if the things he sent are to my liking? Old lady, the third prince intends to take you as a concubine. Those things are nominally given by the concubine to the Su family, but most of them are naturally for you. Chapter 28. Su Wenqing stood up in shock. Third, why would the third prince want to marry me? Isn't the person he wants to marry my elder sister? The old lady frowned slightly. Although the third prince has always intended to marry the Su family, he is only interested and has never negotiated. Why do you think he wants to marry Jin Sheng? Su Wenqing, is this a secret? My elder sister is both talented and beautiful. I thought that if the third prince wanted to marry Su Bebe, the first choice would definitely be my elder sister. The old lady said, your talent and appearance are not inferior to your elder sister. Don't think too much. Just wait for marriage. Su Wenqing, what is peace of mind? Are you just waiting to get married? Is this marriage already settled? The old lady said, it hasn't been settled yet. But it's almost settled. The concubine invites you to the palace to enjoy the flowers tomorrow. Dress up well. The third prince should also be there. Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. Not set yet means there is still a chance. She tried if I don't perform well tomorrow and make the third prince and concubine unhappy, then will they also cancel this marriage? The old lady pulled Su Wenqing over and touched her head kindly. I know this matter is quite sudden, and it's normal for you to be unable to react for a while. But you don't have to be nervous. The Su family is also a well-known aristocratic family in the southern dynasty. Even if you perform poorly, the third prince and concubine will not make it difficult for the sake of the Su family. I'm not comforted at all. Grandma. Su Wenqing buried her head in the old lady's arms and said coquettishly, Wenqing doesn't want to get married. Wenqing wants to serve you forever. The old lady's face darkened. Do you not want to get married? Or do you not want to marry the third prince? Su Wenqing. It's not played like this in the TV series. The old lady said with a serious face. The third prince is a man of great talent and strategy. He is one of the most powerful princes among the adult princes, who can compete for the throne. What else are you dissatisfied with being able to marry the third prince as a concubine? Su Wenqing bit her lip. Mother. Su Yu's voice sounded at the door. Wenqing is here too? Su Wenqing stood up and saluted. Father. The old lady relaxed her expression. You are back. Please sit down. Su Yu thanked her respectfully and sat down and asked, I see that mother looks unhappy. Who made you angry? The old lady took the tea handed over by Su Wenqing and took a sip and said, It's okay. Wenqing, you go down first. I have something to talk to your father. Come and sit with me after dinner. Su Wenqing secretly glanced at Su Yu and the old lady, and replied reluctantly, Yes. Then she was forcibly sent back to Xianlan Pavilion by the maids under the old lady. What is there to be dissatisfied with? There is nothing she is satisfied with. Didn't she just go out for a day? Why does she feel like she missed a whole century? If she remembered correctly, The third prince wanted to marry Su Jinsheng during the spring banquet. What made him change his mind suddenly? Su Wenqing covered her head with a quilt and forced herself to calm down. The third prince was ruthless and unkind. What he never got was his biggest regret. Moreover, the country was always more important to him than beauties. Su Jinsheng's mother was the eldest daughter of General Zheng Yuan. No matter from which angle, the third prince had no reason to leave Su Jinsheng and marry her, unless Su Jinsheng and the third prince made some kind of deal. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth, put on her kicked-off shoes, and went to Su Jinsheng's yard. Su Jinsheng was sitting in the pavilion reading a book. She was not surprised to see Su Wenqing coming. Since my grandmother's 80th birthday, my sister hasn't come to my place for a long time. Why are you so elegant today? Su Wenqing rubbed her nose timidly. What are you talking about? Sister? I've always wanted to come to see you, but I was worried about disturbing you. Su Jinsheng smiled. Why aren't you worried about disturbing me today? Or is it that your long-cherished wish is about to come true, and you can't help it and want to show off to me? Su Wenqing made a bitter face. If I say I don't want to marry the third prince, will you believe it? Su Jinsheng's red lips flashed a smile. At the spring banquet, you smashed the window and left. At that time, I did have some doubts. Later, I realized that I underestimated you. Su Wenqing was stunned. What do you mean by this? Sister? Su Jinsheng, you know the third prince. You know that he hates being forced the most in his life. You know that if you use public opinion to force him to marry you under such circumstances, even if you can become his wife, you will not be able to win his favor. So you might as well play along, pretending that I am forcing you, closing the door first, then smashing the window, and finally jumping into the water to prove your innocence. Not only will the third prince hate me, but he will also feel pity for you. A lonely and helpless concubine struggling to survive in a high-class mansion, suffering from the bullying of her elder sister and aunt, but still not changing her original intention, not following the crowd. The image of the younger sister is well created. Pity and pity. Pity is the only way to love. In terms of dealing with men, I really should learn from you. Su Wenqing's heart was filled with thousands of idiots. What a mess. Why are there so many misunderstandings between people? Isn't it because of too many imaginations? Actually, Su Wenqing couldn't go on. She closed the door, smashed the window, and jumped into the water. What can she say? She should chop her hands and stamp her feet. Su Jinsheng continued to add, but I should thank my sister for telling the third prince about Ling Xiao. Su Wenqing? Su Jinsheng said, the third prince was reluctant to give up the help of General Zheng Yuan's mansion at first, thanks to my sister and the third prince saying that I had a private affair with Ling Xiao. I was able to go with the flow and ask my grandmother, General Zheng Yuan's wife, to come forward and use the matter between me and Ling Xiao to negotiate with the third prince. Su Wenqing explained palely and weakly, Sister, this matter, it's really not me. Su Jinsheng had a blank expression on his face. The third prince told me personally that he asked you, and you said it. Su Wenqing, it's really a case of thunder in winter and snow in summer. Such a big injustice. What did she say? She is just a poor and weak listener. The road to whitewashing is too difficult. Su Wenqing decided to give up strategically first. Now the situation is tense. The third prince can't do it. But there may be a chance on the side of concubine Shu. If she can make concubine Shu hate her, this marriage may still have room for maneuver. She can still be saved. Su Jinsheng was married to the third prince before she was reborn. No one in the world knows Xu Fei's likes and dislikes for her daughter-in-law better than Su Jinsheng. Su Wenqing bit her lip and pretended to be frightened. Tomorrow, Xu Fei invites me to the palace to appreciate flowers. Since you want to help me, why not send Buddha to the west? Su Jinsheng sneered. Xu Fei likes obedient, well-behaved, and obedient people. These are my sister's long-term deep-rooted disguises. Don't worry. Su Wenqing didn't care about the sarcasm in Su Jinsheng's words. She asked, does Xu Fei have any reverse scales that can't be touched? The concubine Shu is from a military family, has a strong personality, likes to have everything under control. And if there is a weak spot, Su Jinsheng recalled, she hates to see the third prince disobey her for other women. Su Wenqing nodded thoughtfully, then held Su Jinsheng's hands, with a tragic face. Although the concubine Shu is cruel, if I say something against her tomorrow, she shouldn't kill me, right? Su Jinsheng was shocked by Su Wenqing's sudden action. She resisted the urge to pull her hands away immediately. You are a daughter of the Su family. No matter what. I will not kill you. At most, I will punish you. The worst result is that I will not agree to this marriage. Su Wenqing gained great motivation from Su Jinsheng's last words. As long as she didn't want to kill her, she hugged Su Jinsheng tightly. Sister, I will never forget your kindness. Su Jinsheng looked at Su Wenqing's high-spirited back and asked the trusted maid beside her uncertainly. Is she going to completely tear her face off with me and declare war? Inside the old lady's room, Su looked at the old lady staring at the cakes on the table without saying a word, and hesitated. Is there anything wrong with these cakes? The old lady looked unhappy. Wenqing said that these were brought to me by Madame Xie to greet me. Su was surprised. Mother means that the Xie family has taken a fancy to Wenqing? The old lady nodded and said, Mrs. Xie asked Wenqing to bring back the cakes to tell us that she has this intention. Su paced back and forth in the room for several circles. Mrs. Xie's move only shows that she has intentions. Since she didn't say it explicitly, we can pretend that we don't know. Besides, the gift from concubine Shu has been delivered. If the Xie family wants to blame, they can only blame themselves for being a step late. The old lady sighed and asked, Has the candidate for the third prince's wife been decided? Su Yu, it is definitely the Pei family. The old lady, the daughter of the Pei family, is willful and willful. You let Wenqing marry her as a concubine. You are sending your daughter to the fire pit. Su Yu didn't agree. Mother, what are you talking about? The third prince is one of the most powerful princes to compete for the throne. If he ascends the throne in the future, Wenqing will be the imperial concubine. She is my biological daughter. How could I harm her? The old lady said, The Pei family is the second most noble family in the southern dynasty after the Xie family. The Pei and Xie families have been at odds for a long time. It is no secret that the Pei family wants to take over the Xie family. The third prince marries the daughter of the Pei family as his principal wife? Isn't he afraid of offending the Xie family? Su snorted coldly and said, The Xie family? The Xie family seems to be in great glory now. It is the first noble family in the southern dynasty. It is neutral, and does not get involved in party disputes. But if it is so easy to be neutral, why have so many people been forced to stand on the side throughout history? Old lady, what do you mean? Su Yu, the emperor is old and has not appointed a prince. The fight for the throne has become increasingly intense. Concubine Shu's mother is from the Wang family. If he marries the daughters of the Su and Pei families again, what can the Xie family do even if they are not happy? Can the Xie family deal with the three families of Su, Wang and Pei at the same time? The old lady pinched the Buddha's beads. If so, the Su family will not be able to stay out of the struggle between the Xie and Pei families in the future. Su Yu sneered, The pie in the world is so small. If the Xie family is always the head of the family, how can others get ahead? If the bet wins, the Su family may be able to move up a level. Chapter 29. After a whole afternoon and night of hard work, Su Wenqing finally figured out concubine Shu's likes and dislikes. Before dawn the next day, she got up to prepare for the next battle. Doesn't concubine Shu hate yellow and green? Cui Dai. This dress is not good. Find me a shit yellow one. A hat? I want to wear a hat today. A green hat. The kind of green. Ah. If there is no green hat, then find a pair of green shoes. All green. Doesn't concubine Shu dislike heavy makeup? TSK. Your makeup skills are not very good. Bring me all the powder and rouge. I will apply it myself. One box is not enough. Bring all of them. Rouge too. Didn't concubine Shu dislike having hairpins all over her head? Isn't this the only box of jewelry I have? Find all the hairpins in the box and put them all on me. No more. How could it be? Put your hair up and make it look like a peacock spreading its tail. Su Wenqing admired her 2-hour masterpiece in the mirror. It was great. It was infuriating to both humans and gods. And it was intolerable to heaven. Anyone who saw it would vomit. Her own mother would cry. Cui Dai cried and handed the green velvet fan to Su Wenqing. Miss, what do you think? Su Wenqing nodded with satisfaction. She is as beautiful as a fairy. As beautiful as she sure. Wenqing. And Zhao's voice sounded outside the door. The old lady asked me to ask if you have packed up. The carriage is ready. Oh, my seventh uncle. Aunt Zhao. Aunt Zhao. Are you okay? Hurry up. Help Aunt Zhao up. Su Wenqing was pressed in front of the dressing table by 7 or 8 maids with an expressionless face to remove her makeup. Aunt Zhao was beside her, saying earnestly, I know you are nervous. It's okay. It's still early. We can slowly calm down. Madame Shufei likes pink. Bring the light pinky and Luo's skirt over. Don't put on too much makeup. Our winching is naturally beautiful, so you don't need to put on too much powder. The hairstyle doesn't need to be too complicated. Just a simple bun will do. You don't need to wear a hairpin. It's too tiring to wear it all day. Just wear a flower in your hair. Aunt Zhao took Su Winching and turned her around in front of the mirror. Look! How beautiful you are. The third prince and concubine Shu will definitely like it. Go! Su Winching sat in the carriage with a dead heart, letting the galloping horse pull her into the abyss of despair. Why not overturn the carriage? Su Winching thought so. The Southern Dynasty Palace is different from the Forbidden City, which is mainly red and yellow. It uses precious and fragrant magnolia as rafters, and elegant apricot wood as beams and columns. The corridors and pavilions are all carved with elegant patterns, and the ground is paved with white jade. Although luxurious, it is also elegant. Su Winching followed the palace guide through the palace gate and came to Yongla Palace where concubine Shu lived. The eaves of Yongla Palace were decorated with gilded bird heads. The wall bands were gold-based and inlaid with various rare jades. The whole palace gave people a feeling of luxury. In the main hall of Yongla Palace, concubine Shu sat on the main seat, wearing a gorgeous dress with noble air, prominent brow bones, and a pair of narrow and long phoenix eyes, giving people a sense of sharpness and difficulty. Su Winching's palms were sweating. According to the plan, she did not intend to take the initiative to salute concubine Shu according to etiquette, trying to leave concubine Shu with a first impression that she did not know the rules. You are so bold. You don't salute concubine Shu when you see her. The nanny beside concubine Shu scolded. My humble daughter. Oh no. I pay my respects to the Empress Shufei. Su Winching bowed awkwardly. The Empress Shufei laughed softly. This child is timid. Don't scare her. Come. Sit down. Su Winching. Why is it different from what I expected? The Empress Shufei. You have been timid since you were young. I remember when you were young. You followed everyone into the palace to pay your respects to the Empress Dowager. You didn't dare to raise your head. And you kept pulling your sister's sleeve. Su Winching smiled awkwardly and deliberately didn't respond. The Empress Shufei frowned slightly, but finally said nothing, raised her hand and asked someone to serve tea. I heard that you are quite knowledgeable about tea. This is the newly tributed Bilyuakun. Try it. Su Winching deliberately answered like a hammer. Madame Shufei. You must have remembered it wrongly. I know nothing about the tea ceremony. I don't like tea, and I don't know how to drink tea. Madame Shufei paused. Her face changed a few times, and finally smiled. How can you be so honest and cute? Kid? Su Winching, what the hell? What's wrong? The following conversation was just like Su Winching deliberately finding faults. Madame Shufei said something, and she said something else. As long as Madame Shufei was interested in something, she either didn't understand or smiled foolishly. As a result, she risked her life and performed hard for a long time. But in return, Madame Shufei said lightly, this child is quite interesting. Su Winching was about to kneel down to her. Where was the arrogant and ruthless character she promised? Madame Shufei, did you get the wrong script? After Su Winching tried her best to end countless topics, Shufei finally put down the teacup. The maidservant beside Shufei hurriedly bowed her head and asked respectfully, the Imperial Garden is ready. Do you want to go there now? Shufei nodded and said to Su Winching, look at me. I've been talking so much that I forgot that I invited you to accompany me to appreciate the flowers. Although it's early spring, the Imperial Garden is already full of flowers. Today is a sunny day, and it's indeed a good day to appreciate the flowers. Su Winching followed Shufei to the Imperial Garden with a smile. She lowered her head and looked at Shufei's skirt dragging on the ground. If she accidentally stepped on it and made Shufei embarrassed in public, would the relationship between her and Shufei be completely ruined? Miss Su, be careful. Su Winching was supported steadily by the maidservant, who was accompanying her just before she twisted her ankle. The stone pavement in the Imperial Garden is not easy to walk on. Let the maidservant support you. Su Winching looked at the dozen maidservants and eunuchs who were accompanying her, and felt mixed emotions. Thank you. Shufei glanced at Su Winching and said lightly, you don't come to the palace often, so you don't walk this road much. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just walk more. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Su Winching was suddenly unable to suppress her sadness. Shufei, calculate the time. Yinner should be leaving the court soon. Yenner? Su Wenqing stared at Xu Fei blankly, and the air was filled with suffocating embarrassment. 5 seconds later, Su Wenqing realized that the third prince seemed to be called Xiao Yin. Su Wenqing suddenly felt a toothache. This time she was not pretending to be stupid. It was really hard to associate the two soft and cute words Yenner with the cold third prince. Xu Fei smiled not very obviously. At first, when Yenner said you were interesting, I didn't think so. Now I see that it is really the case. Interesting? Su Wenqing cried. How interesting? She could actually change it. Xu Fei, there is a peony garden in front. Let's go in and take a look. Su Wenqing was surprised. It's only March now. And the peonies are blooming? Xu Fei seemed to be in a good mood. She rarely explained. The gardeners in the palace cultivate not only peonies, but also peonies. Su Wenqing stopped talking and followed concubine Xu and her group into the peony garden. The peony garden was full of flowers, with various peonies blooming. On the green leaves, charming peonies were stacked in layers. Zhao pink, Yao yellow, Wei purple, Luoyang red. They complemented each other between the flower beds. Concubine Xu was obviously not very interested in peonies. She did not stop when she passed by the peonies, but stopped in front of the peonies. Su Wenqing's eyes turned slyly and asked carefully, Does concubine Xu not like peonies? Concubine Xu used the slender tortoiseshell and laid jewel nails on her fingers to gently twist a peony to play with it, and her tone seemed careless. Peony thinks it is noble, but it will be ruined by a little wind and frost. Unlike peony, it is as elegant as peony, but it can still bloom after peony. Su Wenqing thought of a lot in a flash. She silently wiped the sweat from her palms onto her sleeves and pretended to say casually, Peony leaves are small and have many compound leaves. Although they are delicate, they have no bones. Although they are gorgeous, they have no style. They are similar to peonies, but they are not as good as peonies after all. The purple-red peony was pinched off by the tortoiseshell nail cover and laid with jewels by concubine Xu. Concubine Xu's face was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. How dare you talk nonsense in front of concubine Xu? The maid next to concubine Xu scolded. Su Wenqing knelt down in fear, but the content of her words was more angry. I just expressed my opinion on peonies and peonies. I don't know where I offended concubine Xu. I hope concubine Xu will forgive me. Concubine Xu mercilessly threw the peony in her hand to the ground. Miss Su is a kind-hearted lady. What's wrong with that? Su Wenqing was delighted. Very good. She was now called Miss Su. Concubine Xu looked down at Su Wenqing kneeling on the ground, with a sneer on her delicate makeup. Just now, I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished copying the Buddhist scriptures in my palace. Miss Su is free today. Why don't you help me copy the remaining scriptures? Su Wenqing got what she wanted, and she rolled to the Buddhist hall to kneel and copy the scriptures peacefully. The floor of the Buddhist hall was hard and cold. At first, Su Wenqing just felt a pain in her knees, but by the end, she felt that her legs were no longer her own. Su Wenqing was copying the Wheel Sutra with stars in her eyes. She was worried that she would become paralyzed from kneeling, and regretted that she should have eaten more cakes in the morning at concubine Xu's place. Su Wenqing sighed. If she had known that she would be punished by kneeling, she should have tied a knee pad before she came out. Paw. The nanny standing by the side slapped Su Wenqing with a ruler expressionlessly. Concubine Xu said that you must be sincere when copying Buddhist scriptures, and you must not be indecisive. Su Wenqing pursed her lips in grievance. She didn't stop her hands, so how could you tell that she was absent? In the main hall, the third prince found that concubine Xu looked unhappy as soon as he entered the door. He asked, Didn't mother invite the third lady of the Su family to the palace to appreciate the flowers today? What's wrong? Concubine Xu put down the teacup heavily. What a good third lady of the Su family. You really have good taste. The third prince's eyebrows and eyes are very similar to concubine Xu's. His narrow and long phoenix eyes look harsh and cold, and his frown makes him look even more unkind. Concubine Xu, I don't know what you like about her. I have no objection to you marrying the daughter of the Su family as a concubine. But it can't be this. The third prince glanced at the maid serving around him. What happened today? With concubine Xu's tacit consent, the maid exaggerated and recounted today's events to the third prince. And the third prince's face became worse and worse as he listened. Concubine Xu, I don't know if she is really stupid or pretending to be stupid. If she is really stupid, marrying such a person as a concubine will sooner or later bring you trouble. If she is pretending to be stupid, What consequences will it cause to have a person with ulterior motives beside her? I don't need to tell you more. Chapter 30. In the Buddhist hall with flickering candlelight, Su Winching was copying scriptures with great effort. It was unknown whether it was because of kneeling or hunger. From time to time, a white light appeared in front of her eyes. Xiaoyan stood at the door of the Buddhist hall, looking down at Su Winching's back as she knelt down. His eyes were dark and unclear. Su Winching liked him. He knew it a long time ago. Otherwise she would not approach him every time she had the chance. But there were so many famous ladies who liked him. And he never took Su Winching seriously. After all, compared with Su Winching's weakness, Su Jinqing's beauty was more eye-catching. What's more, if he really chose to marry into the Su family, Su Jinsheng would be more suitable than Su Winching, whether from the perspective of legitimate or illegitimate children or the background of her mother's family. If it weren't for his father's sudden decision to let him marry the daughter of the Pei family. When Xiaoyan thought of this, his eyes darkened. The guarding nanny felt a cold wind blowing in the Buddhist hall. She subconsciously looked back and was almost scared to death by the third prince standing in the shadow. She suppressed the tingling feeling on her scalp and hurriedly saluted. Your Highness the third prince. Xiaoyan didn't say anything, and didn't even look at her. Seeing this, the guarding nanny bowed her head and bent over and retreated. Xiaoyan stared at Su Winching's back without saying a word, as if waiting for her to turn around and salute him. Su Winching was a little embarrassed. She didn't want to offend the third prince deliberately. After all, according to the experience in the book, the third prince had a unique taste. In the book, Su Jinsheng never gave him a good face after rebirth. But the more this happened, the more the third prince loved him. So according to Su Winching's plan, she had to do everything she could to annoy the concubine, and be as obedient as possible to the third prince, making him feel bored. But reality always runs counter to ideals. Su Winching's legs were swollen and numb after kneeling for a long time. Now she couldn't even move, let alone stand up and salute. She felt like there were millions of ants crawling and biting in the blood vessels of her legs, which made her painful, itchy and swollen. Su Winching's reaction surprised Xiaoyan. At the beginning, he didn't have a deep impression of Su Winching. In the Deep Palace, 8 out of 10 women were like this. It was not until the spring banquet that Su Winching's action of smashing the window was unexpected. He didn't expect that she looked weak and fragile, but she was quite strong. Xiaoyan glanced at Su Winching's back. Now it seems that she is not only strong, but also has a temper. Hasn't the Su family taught you that if you are disrespectful to the prince, you will be punished at the least and beheaded at the worst? Su Winching shuddered 3 times when she heard Xiaoyan's cold voice. Beheaded? Wouldn't that mean death? While trying to get her legs working, she wondered whether turning her back to greet the prince was respectful or disrespectful. Fortunately, Xiaoyan was not blind. He looked for a while and found something wrong. Then he realized that Su Winching might be numb from kneeling. He walked over and watched Su Winching trying to stand up by holding the table where she copied scriptures. Perhaps it was because he saw the cold sweat on Su Winching's forehead. Or perhaps it was because he saw her biting her thin lips in pain. Xiaoyan extended his hand to help Su Winching. However, at the moment when Xiaoyan extended his hand, Su Winching's blood circulation caused by kneeling for a long time finally backfired. She blacked out, waved her hand subconsciously, and then fell to the ground. Paw! The sound of Xiaoyan's extended hand being slapped away was particularly harsh in the quiet Buddhist hall. Su Winching's behavior looked like she would rather fall than let the third prince touch her. This was the first time in Xiaoyan's life that someone had brushed her face like this. And her face was as gloomy as the eve of a storm. Su Winching. I can actually explain. Xiaoyan took back the hand that Su Winching had opened, lowered his eyes, and looked at Su Winching on the ground coldly. Miss Su seems to be dissatisfied with this marriage? Su Winching was in great pain. She wanted to tell the truth, but she didn't dare to tell the truth according to the rules of experience in the book. Xiaoyan frowned slightly, as if he was impatient. You just need to answer yes or no. Su Winching nodded tentatively. Xiaoyan's cold eyes showed some interest. Why? The last bit of luck in Su Winching's heart was shattered by the interest in Xiaoyan's eyes. She decided to change her strategy. No one likes a woman who is ambitious and incompetent. It sounds good to say that a concubine is also a concubine. Su Winching lowered her head and said, secretly glancing at the expression of the third prince. As expected, the third prince was frowning. Su Winching took advantage of the victory and played the role of a stubborn lady in an unskillful way. What is the Pei family? Why do they want me to be their concubine? How can I, the third daughter of the Su family, be a concubine? Xiao Yin interrupted. Are you uncomfortable because of the concubine? Su Wenqing, yes. Unless it is the main wife. I would rather not marry. Xiao Yin, the distinction between legitimate and illegitimate children has been made since ancient times. I like women who know themselves. Su Wenqing, get lost. I also like men who respect women. Xiao Yin, you are the concubine of the Su family. The position of concubine is already high for you. If you are smarter, you should be content. You should know that whether there is the Pei family or not, you can't reach the position of the main wife. Su Wenqing deliberately poked the third prince's heart and said, when you were planning to marry my sister, did you ever think of her as a concubine? Xiao Yan's face turned cold. If Su Jinqing's matter had not been delayed again and again, he would not be trapped in this dilemma now. Xiao Yan's tone was cold and ruthless. It seems that you still don't understand the hierarchy between legitimate and illegitimate children. I won't bother with you for deliberately contradicting my mother today. The Buddhist hall is quiet. You can reflect on yourself while copying scriptures here. Su Wenqing saw Xiao Yin walk away with his sleeves in a huff. She kept the posture of falling and calmly gave her numb legs a set of leg massages. TSK. The plan was to obey Xiao Yin in everything and make him feel bored. Now he just left in anger. I don't know whether it is a blessing or a curse. The moon was high in the sky, and the lights of thousands of houses illuminated the streets and alleys. But they could not warm the deep courtyards of the imperial city behind the layers of palace gates. Su Wenqing limped and followed the eunuch in the palace of concubine Shu to the outside of the imperial city. It was not known whether it was concubine Shu's instruction that the way out of the palace was much longer than the way in. If it was normal, Su Wenqing would not care. But she had just finished kneeling, and every step was painful, and the eunuch leading the way seemed to be intentional, wishing to take 3 steps at a time. The eunuch leading the way was sarcastic. Miss Su, if you keep dawdling like this, the palace gates will be closed. Even if you are the main concubine, you cannot stay in the harem. Su Wenqing leaned against the wall and took a few breaths. She felt that the eunuch's drooping cheeks looked like a scabby dog. The eunuch saw Su Wenqing laughing for no reason, and he asked in confusion, Miss Su, what are you laughing at? Su Wenqing, nothing. I just think you are cute. Eunuch. The eunuch was choked by Su Wenqing's words. He was old. Cute? He didn't know whether she was scolding him or praising him. Su Wenqing smiled and said, I remember that the palace gates are closed at 11 p.m. And there should be more than half an hour now. Eunuch. Can we walk slower? My legs are really. The eunuch sneered. I am different from a noble like you. After sending you out of the palace, there are still many things waiting for me to do in the palace of concubine Shu. Su Wenqing saw the eunuch's back getting faster and faster, and she didn't know whether to cry or laugh. In this messy imperial palace, no one knew what would happen. She didn't dare to run around alone. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and tried her best to keep up with the eunuch's pace. Passing through the gate of the inner palace, Su Wenqing saw Xie wearing a red and black court dress, holding a lantern, standing quietly under the palace wall, as if waiting for someone. The cold palace wall and the road that seemed to have no end seemed to be the only place with warmth. Xie heard the movement and looked up at Su Wenqing's gaze. The smile in his eyes was gentle and comfortable, which made Su Wenqing's mind, which had been tense for a day, relax all of a sudden. What if the sky fell? As long as he was still alive, everything could turn around. Su Wenqing regained his fighting spirit in a second and felt that he could fight for another 500 years. The eunuch didn't expect to see court officials in the palace at this time. He hurriedly saluted and said respectfully, Thank you, Lord Xie, for being in the palace so late. It's really hard. Xie put a purse of silver in the eunuch's hand and said with a smile, Eunuch Huang has been busy all day, and he has worked hard. The eunuch was slightly stunned, and then put the purse away. It is not easy to make good connections with the Xie family. He smiled flatteringly. The concubine Shu asked me to send Miss Su out of the palace. Now I have sent her away. The concubine Shu has something else to do in the palace, so I will go back to report first. Xie smile did not change. In this case, I will not delay the eunuch, and the eunuch will go slowly. Su Wenqing watched with her own eyes that the man who was still showing off his power in the last second became servile in the next second. She looked at the eunuch's back who disappeared in the night of the deep palace. TSK. A few times. And sighed. No wonder everyone in the world wants power. Xiaxian smiled lightly. Do you regret it? If you didn't deliberately anger concubine Shu and the third prince, he would definitely be willing to crawl to send you out. Su Wenqing was surprised and said, Has today's incident spread? Impossible. Concubine Shu and the third prince should not let the news spread. Isn't this a slap in their faces? Xiaxian smiled and comforted. Don't worry. It hasn't spread. Others only know that concubine Shu had a good chat with you and invited you to her palace for dinner. Su Wenqing's stomach gurgled appropriately. And she said helplessly, Did you hear it? It protested. And it's still dinner. It ate 3 cakes a day. Xiaxian smiled and shook his head. He took out a bag of osmanthus cake from his arms. I originally wanted to buy it back to eat myself. It's a bargain for you. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. And she took it and found that it was still warm. She gave Xiaxian a thumbs up while eating. And mumbled, You are a good friend. Xiaxian inadvertently blocked Su Wenqing's upper hand. Seeing Su Wenqing wolfing down her food, he smiled gently and helplessly. Don't worry. Go slowly. There is still more than half an hour before the palace is closed. Su Wenqing asked curiously while eating, Why haven't you gone home so late? Are you waiting for someone? Xiaxian's smile did not change, and various reasons flashed through his mind in an instant. Su Wenqing saw the unnatural look on Xiaxian's face, and suddenly an idea came to her mind. Are you waiting for the 5th prince? Xiaxian took the opportunity to say, Well, the 5th prince still has some things to deal with, and I am waiting for him to go back together. Su Wenqing inexplicably ate a mouthful of dog food. She looked down at the osmanthus cake in her hand, and suddenly felt that the osmanthus cake was not sweet at all. Chapter 31. Seeing Su Wenqing's confused expression, Xiaxian asked in confusion, What's wrong? Su Wenqing hurriedly shook his head and changed the subject. Nothing. I just remembered that you said earlier that the fact that I annoyed concubine Shu and the third prince had not been spread. So how did you know? Xiaxian thought about it and decided to simply push it all to Xiaoyun. There is no impenetrable wall in the harem. I heard the 5th prince casually mentioned it during lunch. The 5th prince again, and had lunch together. Su Wenqing felt that this child might not be saved. Seeing that Su Wenqing had almost finished eating, Xiaxian said, Can your knees still walk? Otherwise, I will call a sedan chair for you. Su Wenqing almost choked to death on the sweet-scented osmanthus cake in his mouth. Boo! Isn't the sedan chair something that only the royal family can use? Where are you going to get a sedan chair? Xiaxian said, It's okay. You wait here for a while. Su Wenqing hurriedly grabbed Xiaxian. Wait. Are you going to find the 5th prince? No. I'll just walk slowly. With my current status, dragging the 5th prince into it may cause trouble for him. Xiaxian raised his eyebrows and looked at Su Wenqing. What is your current status? Su Wenqing deliberately smiled, very cocky. The woman who is about to marry the third prince as a concubine. Xiaxian's eyes flashed many emotions in an instant, like a calm lake suddenly raising waves. But before Su Wenqing could see clearly, the waves fell into the water, and everything returned to calm. Okay. Then I'll take you out of the palace. Walk slowly, and take a break when you're tired. Su Wenqing looked back. Aren't you waiting for the 5th prince? Xiaxian remained calm and raised his voice. It's okay. He won't be able to come out for a while. I'll take you out, and then come back to wait for him. On the other side of the wall, the 5th prince Xiaoyun was holding a piece of grass in his mouth, holding his head with both hands, leaning against the wall. Hearing this, he made a tisk sound. He was a dignified prince, but he was called over to help clear the place in the middle of the night. And he was also used as a younger brother. He sighed, glanced at the sedan chair hidden in the bushes, and ordered the eunuchs on standby. It's not necessary. Move the sedan chair back to my mother's palace. As Xiaxian walked slowly out of the palace gate with Su Wenqing, he casually said, If I guess correctly, you deliberately angered concubine Shu and the third prince. Don't you want to marry the third prince? Su Wenqing smiled and said, Should I praise you? You are worthy of being the eldest son of Xia? Xiaxian was not joking. Why? Isn't the third prince good? Su Wenqing smiled bitterly and said, Give me some reasons why I should marry the third prince? Xiaxian said calmly, The third prince is ambitious and has means. He is one of the candidates for the throne. If he gets the help of the Su and Pei families, he will definitely be even more powerful. Su Wenqing looked up and stared at Xiaxian's eyes, and whispered in a voice that only the two of them could hear, Is this what you really mean? Xieshan met Su Wenqing's gaze with interest, and a cunning smile flashed across his lips. What do you think? Su Wenqing snorted. Are you helping me choose a husband or a master? Putting these aside, do you think the third prince is a good man? Xieshan walked forward slowly with the lantern. And after a long time, does what I said count? Su Wenqing believed in Xieshan's judgment of people. Of course. Xieshan looked at Su Wenqing deeply. The third prince loves new things and dislikes old ones, values profit over righteousness, and is unkind and ungrateful. If you want to entrust your life to him, he is not a good man, even if you ignore his personality, Xieshan said meaningfully. With the third prince's current power and status, if he fails to win the throne, he will be doomed. Su Wenqing sighed. Xieshan's sincere words made her already dark future even darker. She asked with a glimmer of hope, if the third prince fails and is killed, will his wife and children be implicated? Xieshan said, he will definitely be implicated. But the crime should not be punishable by death, as long as the third prince does not rebel. Su Wenqing suddenly felt more depressed, because if she remembered correctly, the third prince rebelled in the end. And not only did he rebel, but he also joined forces with the northern barbarians to rebel. Xieshan saw that Su Wenqing's face was not good. He glanced at Su Wenqing's knees and tightened his hands under his clothes. In the end, he did not reach out, so he could only slow down his pace. Why not rest for a while before going? Without a name or status, he doesn't even have the qualifications to help. Su Wenqing didn't notice Xieshan's expression. She waved her hand. She was almost dead. Why should she rest? Do you think there is still a chance for me and the third prince to turn around? Xieshan said, you angered the third prince and the concubine and made them hate you. This method was originally a good idea. But the problem now is that the three daughters of the Su family have no other choice except you. Your eldest sister has the support of the Hugwogong mansion, and your second sister has your aunt to deal with. Now they are negotiating a marriage with the Wang family. If they want to marry into the Su family, they can only choose you. Su Wenqing said, it means that even if the third prince and the concubine hate me, they will have to marry me for the sake of the situation? Xieshan said, that's right. After all, compared to love affairs, the third prince has always put the country first. Su Wenqing was amused by Xieshan's half-sarcastic words. Thank you. If I die of myocardial infarction in the future, your words today will definitely be indispensable. Xieshan raised his eyebrows. Myocardial infarction? Su Wenqing. I used to see a barefoot doctor who named the disease of being angry to death as myocardial infarction. Xieshan laughed. What are your plans next? Continue to compete with concubine Shu and the third prince? Su Wenqing rolled his eyes at Xieshan. You said it's useless. If I continue to make trouble, I will only be asking for trouble. Am I mentally ill? Xieshan's teasing eyes clearly said 4 words. Don't you? Su Wenqing laughed and scolded, get lost. After scolding, both of them were stunned. They had known each other for less than half a month. But when they talked, they felt like they had known each other for a long time. They could do whatever they wanted and be unscrupulous. They didn't need to worry about intrigues or be on guard against each other. Su Wenqing smiled. Yesterday my grandmother asked me to go to her room and talked about a lot of court affairs. I also listened to a little bit of it, so I won't give you blind advice on the country. But I think the saying a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind does make some sense. Xieshan understood that Su Wenqing was reminding him. He appreciated it in his heart. But there was a hint of ridicule on the corner of his mouth. Your sudden concern makes me very panicked. If you are too attentive, you are either a traitor or a thief, based on my understanding of you. Do you want to ask me for something? Su Wenqing pretended to be hurt. Brother Xian, how can you think of me like this? I really care about you. Xieshan looked panicked. Ha ha ha. Su Wenqing held her stomach and laughed so hard that she fell backwards. She felt that Xieshan's confused expression was enough for her to laugh for several years. Su Wenqing wiped the tears from her laughter and said seriously, but I do have something I want to ask you for help. Xieshan, Su Wenqing said, don't make that expression. The main thing is that I think it's too polite to say beg given our friendship. Xieshan glanced at her. Tell me about it. Su Wenqing whispered, can you help me get some medicine to pretend to be sick? I want the kind that looks very sick. And it's best if others will think that I don't have much time left. You want to delay time? Xieshan thought. This is a good way to deal with emergencies. Su Wenqing spread his hands optimistically and said, It's okay to delay as long as possible. What I'm most afraid of now is that I wake up one day and suddenly told that I will marry the third prince tomorrow. I'll feel more at ease if I have a way to rely on myself. Xieshan smiled. You are open-minded. Okay. I will help you find a way to get the medicine. Su Wenqing saw that the palace gate was close at hand, and the imperial guards outside the gate were patrolling back and forth. She didn't want to cause trouble for Xieshan, so she stopped and smiled. Just send it here. I don't thank you for your kindness. I'll treat you to dinner when I have the chance. Xieshan glanced at the carriage of the Su mansion outside the palace and didn't send it again. He smiled and said, Another meal at Ningxiang Pavilion? Su Wenqing wanted to laugh, but suddenly thought of Xiao Yun. She opened and closed her thin lips several times, but finally said nothing. She raised her hand and patted Xieshan on the shoulder. Friend, take care of yourself. Xieshan mistakenly thought that Su Wenqing was worried about the third prince, and he comforted her. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. It's not the last step yet, and no one knows what will happen. Su Wenqing's face suddenly became complicated when he heard this. Xieshan gave him a puzzled look. Su Wenqing sighed melancholy. No one could persuade her in such a matter. She half-jokingly said, Anyway, I have to thank you tonight. If that eunuch led the way, my leg would probably be broken now. Xieshan looked down at Su Wenqing's knees, with a few complex emotions in his eyes, and finally said lightly, Kneeling for a long time can easily cause congestion in the meridians. You'd better rub the blood stasis before you rest. Otherwise you may find it difficult to stand up tomorrow. Su Wenqing followed Xieshan's gaze and looked at her knees. Is it so serious? She tried to lift her knees slightly, and she grimaced in pain. Xieshan took a small porcelain box from his sleeve and handed it to Su Wenqing, saying casually, This ointment is very effective in promoting blood circulation and removing blood stasis. I originally brought it for the fifth prince, but he is not in a hurry, so you can use it first. Su Wenqing took the ointment with mixed feelings, muttering, TSK. The fifth prince is really short-sighted. Xieshan was thinking about something else, so he didn't hear clearly. What's wrong with the fifth prince? Su Wenqing said, Oh, it's okay. The fifth prince is fine. Thank you. Xieshan smiled with a forced smile, and stopped Su Wenqing at the moment she turned to leave, with a serious expression. Do you really not want to marry the third prince? Su Wenqing didn't understand why Xieshan asked again. She smiled. Do you have to poke my heart? I really don't want to. Xieshan's expression on his face was like the first sun melting snow. His eyes were slightly curved. His eyes were gentle and deep. Okay. Su Wenqing was confused, and was helped into the carriage by the servant. She didn't understand why Xieshan was laughing, nor did she understand what his last word okay meant. Chapter 32. The carriage of the Su mansion moved slowly. The imperial city was about to be under curfew. The streets around the city wall were already empty. The movement of the wheels was particularly harsh in the silence. Xieshan watched the carriage disappear into the street corner without moving. Don't look anymore. The carriage is gone. Soon after Su Wenqing left, Xiao Yun slowly climbed up the palace wall from the other side. He didn't want to ruin the atmosphere, but he was afraid that his brother would stand like a statue looking at his wife. You still have a chance if you haven't received the 3 letters and 6 engagements. Xieshan put his hands into his sleeves calmly. The gentleness in his eyes disappeared completely. His expression was silent, and he no longer smiled. Xiao Yun climbed down from the palace wall. What are you thinking about? So serious. Are you studying how to snatch the bride? Xieshan rolled his eyes at Xiao Yun unhappily. I was wondering how such a short-sighted person could become the head of the Su family and the Minister of Revenue. Su Yu? Xiao Yun thought seriously and asked uncertainly. Maybe it's just luck? Xieshan's tone was cold. The emperor let the third prince marry the Pei family. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that the third prince will have no chance of the throne. This is just a move by the emperor to use the third prince to get rid of the cancer of the Pei family. As a result, this Lord Su can't wait to jump in with the entire Su family. Is he afraid that he will be missing a scapegoat in the future? Xiao Yun heard a little bit of anger in Xieshan's slightly sarcastic tone. Not much. Just a little. A bit like the disappointment and resentment of being angry at someone for not fighting. But this little bit was enough to surprise Xiao Yun. He and Xieshan have known each other since childhood, and watched Xieshan grow from a spring breeze and proud horse hooves. See all the flowers in Chang'an in one day, to the current Xia Lord who can do anything with ease. No longer shows his emotions, and is praised by the world. When did it start? Xiao Yun recalled carefully. It seemed to be after returning from the northern border. In fact, it is difficult for outsiders to find any difference. Because after all, whether it is Mr. Xie or Master Xie, who always looks gentle and friendly in front of others. However, Master Xie will not refuse anyone who comes to toast at the celebration banquet after the first victory, and then shamelessly use his literary talent to write a poem about his deeds of commanding and defeating the barbarian army, and secretly carve it on the long pavilion after nightfall. And Master Xie will only say a few sincere and thoughtful words to the soldiers who delivered the letter after receiving the battle report of the great victory in the northern border, fooling the soldiers who delivered the letter so much that they want to sacrifice their lives and shed their blood to serve the country, and then bury their heads in official documents again. Many people's ease of ease, and not showing emotions on face. It's because of cold heart. But Xie Xian is not a cold-hearted person by nature, so he can only use layer upon layer of masks to package himself impeccable. However, wearing the same mask for a long time deceives others and himself at the same time. Xiao Yun hasn't felt such obvious emotional fluctuations in Xie Xian for many years. Xiao Yun's original interest was immediately raised to 10 points. He asked excitedly, "Are you standing up for Miss Su San?" Xie Xian raised his eyes lightly. "I'm just lamenting that there are such stupid people among the first-class officials." Xiao Yun smiled and said, "Please be reasonable. According to your standards, the entire southern dynasty is almost full of fools. Now that the third prince has the support of the three great families of Pei, Wang and Su, most people have already believed that the future crown prince must be the third prince," Xie Xian said, "because most people think that if the emperor wants to move against the aristocratic families, the first one will definitely be the Xie family?" Xiao Yun teased. "That's right. After all, it is your father who is always competing with the emperor in the court. And it is also your father who has repeatedly embarrassed the emperor. In addition, what happened with your mother back then? It is reasonable for everyone to have such an idea." Xie Xian fell silent. The emperor and his father were both taught by Grand Tutor Liang when they were young. The two not only grew up together, but also had a friendship as classmates. Grand Tutor Liang was well educated, but he had the nobleness and innocence of a scholar in his bones. He thought everything was too idealistic. It's not that the emperor doesn't see the harm of the policy, nor does he want to reform, but Liang Taisher and his people are too anxious to completely eliminate the corruption. But things in the world are not so easy. The land property involves the interests of many vested interests. It's not easy to separate the interests in your hands from them. The Pei family holds a large number of troops in the southwest. Liang Taisher bites the Pei family's embezzlement of land property. The eldest son of the Pei family is imprisoned. The barbarians in the southern border have broken through the 6 towns in the southwest. The Pei family refuses to send troops. The emperor can't watch the southern dynasty ruined in his hands. He can only follow the wishes of the Pei family and execute his teacher. The world only sees that the Xie family is disobedient and disrespectful, and married the daughter of a guilty minister with a 10-mile red makeup. But why no one thinks that if there is no tacit consent from the emperor, what can happen even if it is forced to marry? The crime is not so easy to eliminate. Xie Xian sighed and said, "The emperor's life is not easy." Xiao Yun's smile faded when he heard this. Yes, everyone says that the emperor is glorious, but only after he sat on the throne did he realize the constraints of that position. He couldn't protect his teacher or his queen. Even if he wanted to do something, he had to rely on your father's power. He had to let everyone see a powerful minister forcing the emperor before he could overcome all objections. Sometimes looking at him, I really feel that the emperor is meaningless. The royal family has its own difficulties, and the common people have their own sufferings. Xie Xian did not comment. Xiao Yun said, "It's not Su Yu's fault that he doesn't understand. After all, the emperor hasn't shown any intention to move the Pei family again in these years." Xie Xian was silent for a moment after hearing this. The Pei family excluded dissidents, occupied land, and had their own army. In fact, as early as the incident with Grand Tutor Liang, the emperor had already had the intention to move the Pei family. In recent years, the emperor has promoted the Pei family in public, but demoted them in private. On the surface, they are ranked among the 3 dukes. But in fact, they support various families to seize the military power in the hands of the Pei family. The third prince is now in great demand. If he fails to win the throne in the future, he will definitely backfire. The emperor allowed the Pei family to marry the third prince in order to make the Pei family completely lose power, with the fall of the third prince in the future. Xieshan said, even clay people have tempers. Not to mention the emperor. So you can't see the Pei family? Can he also see the lotus lanterns that the emperor puts on every Shanxi festival? Xiaoyun remained silent. His third brother was destined to have no chance of becoming emperor when he was born in concubine Shu's belly. Even if his third brother was outstanding, his father's character would never pass the throne to the descendants who killed his beloved. Concubine Shu has been deceiving herself all these years. Xiaoyun said, do you think the third brother knows about concubine Shu and the late queen? Xieshan said, even if he didn't know before. He must have asked about it after the emperor asked him to marry the daughter of the Pei family. Xiaoyun whispered, the third brother has been strong since he was a child. He will definitely not accept such a result. Xieshan raised his eyes and said, so he wants to marry the daughter of the Su family as a concubine. Xiaoyun was surprised. If he used the power of the three great families of Pei, Wang and Su, it was not impossible to rebel. Will the third prince really do this? Xieshan's expression was calm. It may not go to the last step. The third prince may just want to unite the power of several major families to force the emperor once. Xiaoyun shook his head. Su Yu's move was really a mistake. He lost both his wife and his army. Xieshan reminded meaningfully, but such people have daughters who are smarter than each other. Xiaoyun was puzzled and said, give birth to daughters? What do you mean? Xieshan looked at Xiaoyun meaningfully. Why do you think the emperor suddenly thought of letting the third prince marry the Pei family? Xiaoyun understood immediately. You mean the Su family? Although he didn't know how serious Xiaoyun was about Su Jinsheng, Xieshan still hoped that he had an idea in mind. The third prince originally wanted to marry the Su family. His ideal candidate was the Su family's legitimate daughter. Because marrying the Su family's legitimate daughter would not only get the support of the Su family, but also the help of the Duke of the State. Originally, this matter was almost settled. But the Duke of the State came to the palace a few days ago to report on the border defense. The next day, the emperor expressed his attitude of wanting the third prince to marry the Pei family. Do you think this is just a coincidence? Xiaoyun touched his chin with interest when he heard this, dropping the firewood from under the cauldron. Smart. Really smart. Worthy of being the woman I like. Xieshan was too lazy to look at him and walked out of the palace. Xiaoyun chased after him. Don't go. You haven't told me what you're going to do yet. Xieshan said. What do you mean? The third prince and the Pei family? Don't give me that. Xiaoyun teased. You've been busy all day, trying to find out about the situation in the palace of concubine Shu, and getting to know the Su family thoroughly. You're not just trying to send someone else off. Are you? Xieshan ignored Xiaoyun. Xiaoyun hooked his shoulder and teased. Time waits for no one. If you hesitate any longer, you'll have to pay respect to the prince's concubine next time you meet. Xieshan couldn't stand it anymore, so he pulled Xiaoyun's arm off and wanted to get out. The word get out was written on his face. Xiaoyun, don't be upset. Don't be upset. I'm serious. The third brother is coming with great momentum. If you miss this opportunity, you will never get the chance again. What are you going to do? Do you need my help? Xieshan stopped and raised his eyebrows at Xiaoyun. Oh! How can you help? Xiaoyun rubbed his nose with an innocent and sincere expression. My spirit will always be with you. Xieshan hesitated for several times, and finally wrote the word get out on Xiaoyun's face. Xiaoyun smiled for a while and asked seriously, you have already made up your mind, right? Xieshan did not nod or shake his head. Things were not yet at the point of being 90% certain. Xiaoyun understood. Did you ask Miss Su clearly? Xieshan, Xiaoyun said. You've been struggling all day and didn't take action immediately because you're not sure about Miss Su's mind? But I saw you didn't ask her along the way. When mentioning Su Wenqing, Xieshan's eyes naturally showed a few smiles. I asked her, and she said she didn't want to marry the third prince. Xiaoyun was speechless when he saw Xieshan's smug look. He wanted to say, if she doesn't want to marry the third prince, she may not want to marry you either. But he thought about it and felt that after all, he had admired her since childhood. If he said this, there would be too many loopholes, and it would be easier for Xieshan to mock him. Chapter 33. Su Wenqing sat in the carriage in the rain all the way back to the Su mansion. The moment the carriage stopped, she thought she could finally have time to comfort her brother, who had suffered for her for a day. As a result, as soon as she entered the Su mansion and had no time to return to her room. She was called to the old lady's room by Aunt Zhao and was scolded by both men and women. Su Wenqing sincerely admitted her mistakes and cursed the 3 princes and concubines for 18 generations in her heart. The combined age of the 2 people is almost buried in the ground, and they still play this trick of suing their parents. Su Yu's face was very bad. I thought you were well-behaved and obedient, but I didn't expect you to be so ignorant and deliberately angered the 3 princes and concubines. Are you trying to push the entire Su family into the fire pit? Su Wenqing was numb in her heart, but she admitted her mistake tremblingly on the surface. Although she couldn't squeeze out tears, she still lowered her head and wiped the corners of her eyes. My daughter just didn't think it through for a while. Today, concubine Shu made me kneel on the cold ground of the Buddhist temple for a whole day. My daughter has realized that I was wrong. Please don't be angry with me anymore. The old lady was surprised and said, Concubine Shu made you kneel in the Buddhist temple? Su Wenqing bit her lip and tried to win over her teammates by playing a pitiful game. Concubine Shu made me kneel in the Buddhist temple to copy scriptures, saying that I should reflect on myself. The nanny also whipped me with a leather strap. Grandmother, Wenqing is in pain. The old lady pulled Su Wenqing to her side with heartache. You are the daughter of the Su family after all. You haven't even married yet. And they are so cruel. Su Wenqing's eyes, hidden by her sleeves, lit up, as if there was something going on. She held onto the stool and pretended to be dizzy. Madame Shufei didn't let me eat, not even a sip of water, and didn't say anything when the 3rd prince came. Wenqing really missed you when she was punished to kneel in the cold Buddhist temple. The old lady pulled Su Wenqing to sit down. Madame Shufei is the head of a palace, so it's understandable that she has a bad temper. I know you must have been wrong today, but I often tell you that women should be humble and submissive, and regard their husbands as the heaven. When you get married, you should be careful in what you say and do, and never be petty again. Su Wenqing. Alas, it turns out that any love is as light as a feather in front of family interests. Su Yu said in a bad tone, it's the parent's order and the matchmaker's words. If you didn't deliberately displease the concubine Shu and the 3rd prince, how could they punish you to kneel and copy scriptures? I see that the books you have read over the years are really going backwards. Even if the concubine Shu doesn't punish you for today's matter, I will punish you. It just so happens that you have a leg injury these days, so you don't have to go out. Just copy female commandments and NISN 5 times each in your room. Su Wenqing was really about to cry now. 5 times? The old lady patted Su Wenqing on the back and comforted her. Your father is also doing this for your own good. If you remember this lesson, you will suffer less in the future. Su Wenqing limped back to her room from the old lady's room with female commandments and NISN in her arms with mixed feelings. She sat on the bed and rolled up her trouser legs with difficulty. She tried to rub her swollen knees and almost cried out in pain. Suedia poked her head out of the door and asked, Miss, Aunt Zhao and the old lady sent ointments respectively. Do you need me to help you rub the blood clots? Su Wenqing bared his teeth. Come quickly. Come quickly. I'm worried that my lower body will be paralyzed now. Suedia was so scared when she saw Su Wenqing's knees that she burst into tears. She lay on the edge of the bed, tears dripping down. Su Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Are you going to shed all my tears and leave me with no tears to shed? Why do you cry all the time? Get up quickly. Suedia's eyes were full of tears. How could it be so swollen? Su Wenqing, the cold marble floor. Not even a cushion for me. I'm lucky it didn't break. Suedia's lips trembled. Does it hurt? Su Wenqing was too embarrassed to cry in front of a little girl who was crying like this. So she said with great pride, it doesn't hurt. It just looks scary. Suedia didn't quite believe it. She trembled and pressed Su Wenqing's knee. Is it really not painful? Su Wenqing's tears burst out directly, and she burst out with a shocking voice of grass. On the second day, Su Wenqing was lying on the bed with half of her body paralyzed. After a day of tossing and turning yesterday, she figured out 3 things. First, it is not easy to be a hero. A hero who endures the pain and does not cry in order to make a little girl happy is truly worthy of admiration. Secondly, the people in the Su mansion are simply crazy. She is so swollen, but they are still worried, afraid that the news that she has angered concubine Shu and the 3rd prince will get out. And they just refuse to call a doctor for her. Why don't they think about it? If she is really disabled, will the 3rd prince marry a disabled person with half of her body paralyzed? Finally. TSK. Xiaxian's medicine is really good. Worthy of being specially prepared for the fifth prince. Miss, the second young lady is here to see you. Suige's voice sounded outside the door. Second sister. Su Wenqing struggled a little, but didn't intend to get up. Just pretending. Su Jining pressed her on the bed. You are like this. Don't get up. Su Wenqing leaned on the bed with a clear conscience. I heard that Auntie has been discussing the marriage of the second sister with the Wang family. The second sister got what she wanted. Congratulations. Su Jining's face showed a few traces of shyness. You just tease me. The 8 characters haven't even started yet. Su Wenqing smiled. Yes. Yes. There is no stroke. Only a stroke. Su Jining's cheeks flushed. If you tease me again, I will never talk to you again. Su Wenqing tried to hold it back for a while, but couldn't hold it back anymore and laughed out loud. Su Jining was so embarrassed and angry that she threw herself on the bed and started tickling Su Wenqing. The two of them fought for a while, and finally ended with Su Wenqing's knees being pressed down and screaming. Su Jining lifted the quilt and took a look at Su Wenqing's bruised knees. Madame Shufei is really cruel. Su Wenqing smiled indifferently. The eldest lady of the Wang family is not an easy person to deal with. If my second sister really marries into the Wang family, I'm afraid she will also be wronged. Su Jining sat down on the bed. If I can really marry into the Wang family, even if my mother-in-law is not easy to serve, I will marry someone I like. I will suffer, and it will be worth it as long as brother Xiao Yan can feel sorry for me. But you? Su Jining sighed. Sometimes I really think that Daddy and the others are also very cruel. Su Wenqing smiled and said, being sentimental really doesn't suit second sister. Second sister, you should quickly put away this magical power. Otherwise brother Wang will change his mind. Pft, pft. Su Jining cursed. I am worried about you. But you are still making fun of me. Do you have a conscience? Su Wenqing thought it was very open-minded. From discussing the marriage to setting the wedding date, it would take at least 1 or 2 months. When she saw that they had almost finished discussing it, she started to take medicine and pretend to be sick. She didn't believe that the Su family and the third prince would carry a person who couldn't get out of bed into the bridal sedan. Su Jining sighed. Last time Madame Xia invited you to the Xia mansion, I was very happy for you, thinking that you would finally get what you wanted. But who knew that the third prince would appear halfway? However, the wedding date has not been set yet, so maybe everything can turn around. Don't worry. I know you are shy, and I have already talked to your grandmother and father on your behalf. Su Wenqing suddenly had a bad premonition, and she asked with difficulty, Second sister, what did you tell Grandma and Dad? Su Jining said, of course. It was about you and Mr. Xie. I said that the person you admired has always been Mr. Xie, and you have vowed that you will not marry anyone else in this life. I told Grandma and Father, hoping that they can reconsider your marriage with the third prince. For the first time in her life, Su Wenqing experienced what it meant to sit up in shock from a dying illness. But before she had time to talk and laugh, she was startled by the pain on her knee. She held Su Jining's hand with a grin, and she was about to cry. Second sister, what nonsense are you talking about? When did I say that I would not marry anyone else but Mr. Xie? Su Jining looked puzzled. Didn't you say that during the spring banquet? You said that you belong to Master Xie in life and to Master Xie's ghost in death, and you will not marry anyone else in this life. Su Jining suddenly realized as she was talking. You are worried about Master Xie, right? Are you afraid that the third prince will cause trouble for him? Su Wenqing was heartbroken. She felt that these people were the 99 and 81 difficulties set by the Buddha on her way to survive. What trouble would they cause? She was now worried that she might have to be beaten up by a mixed doubles team tonight. Su Jining saw Su Wenqing's face full of despair and hurriedly comforted him. It's my fault. I didn't think it through. But the Xie family is the head of the aristocratic family, and Master Xie is the legitimate son of the Xie family. Even if the third prince is angry, he shouldn't be able to do anything to Master Xie. Su Wenqing's heart was about to break. What trouble was she looking for? The third prince and Xiaxian were in a political drama, not an idle drama. Even if the third prince wanted to make trouble, he would only make trouble for her. The key was that if she took medicine to pretend to be sick, she would be suspected. Su Wenqing wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes and felt like a miserable little cabbage. Su Jining was worried that Su Wenqing would be upset and tried to persuade her. I know you are worried about Mr. Xie, but you should also consider yourself. If you marry the third prince, you and Mr. Xie will really have no chance in this life. Su Wenqing was speechless. If Xie Shan was forced to marry her, the two of them would really be strangers. Xie Shan kept his virginity for the fifth prince. Why would she marry him? Isn't this just forcing a couple to break up? Su Jining continued. Marriage is a lifelong thing. I know you have always been submissive. But if you don't fight for it now, you will have no chance in the future. Since you have feelings for Mr. Xie, and the Xie family is also interested in you, you can try harder while things are not set in stone. If it's up to me, you can go on a hunger strike. If it doesn't work, you can threaten to die. They will definitely give in when they see you like this. Su Wenqing was overwhelmed when she heard this. She couldn't explain to this little girl who had been protected by her mother since she was a child that the premise of hunger strike or threatening to die is that the other party cares about you. Su Jining thought hard for a while and rejected her own proposal. Forget about hunger strike. It's too hard. I couldn't stand it after half a day of hunger strike last time. Otherwise, threaten to die. You can stand on a stool with Bai Ling. But remember to kick the stool over when there are people around. Otherwise, when you really die. Bah. Bah. What am I talking about? Su Wenqing didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did Grandma and Daddy react after hearing what you said? Su Jining recalled, although they looked unhappy. They didn't scold me. They just told me not to talk nonsense outside. And then kicked me out. Su Wenqing's heart suddenly turned cold when he heard this. It's over. He can't escape the mixed doubles tonight. Chapter 34. People have some premonitions about what might happen in the future. For those who have all the good things in their premonitions, they have a name called birds of good news. And for those who have all the bad things in their premonitions come true, they also have a name called crow's mouth. Su Wenqing has been a bird of good news for more than 20 years. When she woke up, not only did the world change, but she herself became a thorough black crow. When she sent Su Jining away, she expected that she would be beaten up in the evening. But she didn't expect Su Yu to be so impatient that he came to her angrily to settle accounts before dinner just after returning from the palace. Su Wenqing deliberately let her hair down a little before Su Yu came in, pretending to be sick and trying to hold on. She leaned on the bed and said, Daddy? Su Yu was furious. You still have the nerve to call me Daddy. I don't have a daughter as shameless as you. If I hadn't had something to do in the Ministry of Revenue this morning, I would have beaten you to death this morning. Su Wenqing pretended to be panicked and puzzled. I don't know what I did wrong to make Daddy so angry. You don't know what you did wrong. Su Yu picked up the feather duster on the table and was about to hit Su Wenqing. I'll beat you to death to save you from embarrassing yourself in front of me. Shit. It's going to get cold. Su Wenqing fainted in a flash, rolled her eyes twice, and fainted on the bed. Wenqing. Wenqing. Su Yu patted Su Wenqing nervously. Come. Take my name card and ask the doctor. Su Wenqing heard a panic in the room. She was not sure if Su Yu was still there, so she didn't dare to open her eyes or move. As a result, she almost fell asleep while lying there. When she woke up, the room was much quieter. Only a little noise came from the outer hall from time to time, like the old lady scolding Su Yu. What I said to you this morning was in vain. Why don't you just find a white silk to hang your daughter to death? This is the voice of the old lady, and she sounds quite angry. How can I explain to the third prince for saying such shameless things? I really want to strangle her to death with a white silk. This is Su Yu's voice. The old lady said, whose daughter doesn't have someone she admires? I have already told Xi Ning not to talk too much. Only the servants in my courtyard know about this matter, and it cannot be spread to the Su mansion. Why are you so anxious and angry? If you beat her to death, will you have an explanation to the third prince? Are you planning to carry a corpse out and marry the third prince? Su Yu suppressed his anger and said, the problem is that the third prince already knows it. Today I was in the Ministry of Revenue, and the third prince came to me. He asked me indirectly about the relationship between Wenqing and the Xie family. The old lady pondered for a while and said, the third prince may not know this matter. Since he is asking indirectly, it means he is not sure. He probably heard that Madame Xie invited Wenqing to the Xie mansion for a chat several times. Su Yu's face eased after hearing this. He had been frightened after hearing Su Jining's words this morning. When he heard the third prince's question, he subconsciously thought about it, and forgot that Madame Xie invited Su Wenqing to the Xie family. Mother, what you said is not unreasonable. If the third prince really heard what Wenqing said, it is estimated that it is not as simple as asking indirectly, but questioning. the old lady said unhappily. Your anger comes and goes quickly. If Wenqing has any problems, I don't know where you can go to become a daughter to marry the third prince. Su felt a little regretful when he saw Su Wenqing unconscious. He waited restlessly for a while, then stood up and urged Xiao Si, who was serving outside the house. What's going on? Didn't I ask you to invite the imperial physician? Why hasn't the imperial physician arrived yet? Find someone else to take a look. Su Wenqing listened to the conversation between the old lady and Su Yi with his ears erect, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he pretended to faint in time. Otherwise, he would have been beaten into a dough twist by the feather duster. My lord. Old lady. The imperial physician Lu is here. Su Yu and the old lady hurriedly got up and went out to greet him. I'm sorry to bother the imperial physician Lu so late at night. My daughter suddenly fainted. Please help me take a look. Dr. Lu was hurried along the way by the servant, and his always neat white beard looked a little messy. He waved his hand while holding the medicine box, panting for a long time before he could say a complete sentence. It's okay. It's okay. I'll take a look at Miss Su's symptoms first. Su Wenqing felt nervous when she heard that the doctor was coming. She had not seen a few Chinese doctors since she was a child, and she didn't know whether the pulse could tell whether she was pretending to faint. After weighing several options, she finally fluttered her eyelashes at the right time when the doctor's fingers touched her pulse. Dr. Lu. I saw Wenqing's eyes move just now. Is she okay? The old lady asked cautiously. Dr. Lu touched his long white beard, and his tone was neither hurried nor slow, which made people want to click play at double speed. Miss Su has been weak since she was young, lack of qi and blood, but generally speaking, it's not a big deal. But I took her pulse today and felt that she had some qi stagnation and blood stasis, and heart-kidney disharmony. I'm afraid she's not doing well. Su Wenqing almost laughed out loud. Where did this quack come from? God really helped her. Su Yu stood up nervously. What does not do well mean? She was fine yesterday. Why is she not doing well today? Lu Tai shook his head and said, looking at Miss Su's symptoms. She should not have been doing well yesterday. But Miss Su was determined and had been struggling, so it only showed today. Su Yu frowned. What should I do if Wenqing doesn't get better? And San? Shut up. The old lady glared at Su Yu, then turned to ask Dr. Lu slowly. Dr. Lu, you only said it's not good, but you didn't say it for sure. Does that mean it can still be cured? Dr. Lu shook his head solemnly. It's hard to say. Miss Su got sick suddenly. There was no sign. I can only prescribe some medicine for conditioning, but whether she can survive, I'm afraid it depends on Miss Su's own luck. The old lady stood up with the armrest and said, How about this? Dr. Lu, let's go to the outside to talk and let Wenqing have a good rest. Okay. Dr. Lu stood up and put the pulse pillow into the medicine box. Please. Su Wenqing lay motionless until she heard the door close. Then she opened her eyes slyly. Could it be that she was about to turn bad luck into good luck? What kind of shit luck was this? This way, she could pretend to be sick. Xiexian was right. There must be a way out when the car reaches the mountain. Su Wenqing turned over excitedly, and suddenly felt a small package where the imperial physician had placed the pulse pillow. She sat up suddenly with a move in her heart. Sure enough, there were several small and exquisite bamboo tubes and a letter in it. The letter detailed the use and effect of each pill, and at the end, it was advised that these pills had significant side effects and could be used in emergencies, but it was best not to use them frequently. Su Wenqing couldn't help laughing when she saw the last line of Xiexian's letter. Lu Tai is trustworthy. The benefits have been given. You can use him without worry. She carefully hid the medicine bottle under the quilt, feeling a warm current flowing from the bottom of her heart to her limbs. With Lu Tai's protection, Su Yu no longer dared to speak harshly to Su Wenqing, for fear that one careless mistake would make her daughter unable to survive the day of marriage. In order to let Su Wenqing rest, and to completely eliminate the rumor that she would not marry Xiexian, the old lady set people to surround her yard inside and out, and even replaced the maids and servants with her own confidants. Su Wenqing either lay in bed in a daze, or sat in the yard in a daze all day long. Every time Lu Tai came to the house to take her pulse, it became her only hope in life. After sending Dr. Lu away, she sent all the maids away. She lay on the bed, and excitedly took out the letter she had just sneaked into Qinsong from her sleeve. In the past, it was a small piece of paper, but this time it was particularly thick, and no one knew what was written. Su Wenqing carefully unfolded the rice paper layer by layer, and saw that the painting was full of tongue flowers with pink faces, and the birds and butterflies were standing among them or dancing. The wind blew and the flowers fell, and it seemed that the faint sweet fragrance of tongue flowers could be smelled through the painting. A note fell from the painting. I heard that you have been recuperating in your room recently. The spring scenery in the western suburbs is in full swing. I am afraid that you will miss the good scenery, so I save it in the painting for your enjoyment. Su Wenqing held the painting and looked at it for a long time. He looked at each tongue flower in the painting dozens of times before he got up and went to the desk to reply with an unsatisfied feeling. The spring scenery is beautiful, but my painting skills are limited, so I can't return the favor. I was punished to copy the Nuji recently. I feel that my handwriting has improved a lot. If I copy it a few more times, I may be able to create my own style of calligraphy. Xia Mansion. Xie Xian saw the wild and unruly words on the rice paper and laughed. He picked up the pen. The handwriting is really unique. If you want to frame it, I suggest you hang it in the inner room. The book Nuji is full of nonsense. It's okay to practice calligraphy, but you must not remember it deeply. Su Mansion. Su Wenqing rolled over on the bed happily after seeing the note. It seems that in the future, she may be able to make a good living by selling calligraphy on the street when she is desperate. Su Wenqing was about to pick up the pen to praise Xie Xian for his vision, but halfway through writing, he suddenly realized, no, hang it in the inner room? Doesn't this mean that it should not be seen by others? Su Wenqing drew a simple picture of a man kicking a ball away in anger after complimenting him. Xie Xian laughed out loud when he saw the picture. The picture is good? Better than the calligraphy. My mother asked me to convey her feelings of missing you. She said that the mahjong is ready, and you are just waiting for you to come to Xia's house. Su Wenqing did not reply in a hurry after reading it this time. She lay on the bed with her legs spread out, staring blankly at the bed beam. In fact, she also knew that pretending to be sick could only delay time and not cure the root cause. Moreover, she was just a pawn in the marriage. If the situation was critical, even if she had a breath left, she would be carried to the third prince's house. Su Wenqing sighed, did not mention these difficulties, and just smiled and replied with a word of okay. Xie Xian's eyes softened when he saw the word good written in a flamboyant style. Outside the carriage, Xiaoxi reported in a low voice, Sir, Lord Su is here. Xie Xian put away the note, and the moment he looked up, he had already hidden all his emotions under a delicate mask. Xie Xian lifted the curtain. I have always admired Lord Su's demeanor. The restaurant in front has prepared tea. I wonder if Lord Su is free to chat with me. Chapter 35. Su Yu was slightly stunned and could only let the driver follow the carriage of the Xia mansion. He couldn't refuse. And he couldn't refuse. They were officials in the same dynasty, although one was in the Ministry of Revenue and the other in the Ministry of War. But Su Yu had worked with Xie Xian several times. Xie Xian was different from his father Xie Min. Xie Min was tough, but Xie Xian was a smooth person. What impressed Su Yu the most was that last year, the emperor asked Xie Xian to handle the case of the rebellious king. He was in the center of the storm, but the result of his handling satisfied people from all walks of life. Xie Xian always looked gentle and polite, but Su Yu knew that he was more difficult to deal with than his father Xie Min. He didn't show his emotions, and his likes and dislikes were not expressed. No one could figure out what he was thinking. Su Yu thought about everything that happened during this period of time, and vaguely felt that Xie Xian came to him for the third prince. The Xie family and the Pei family have always been at odds. If the Wang family and the Su family stand on the side of the Pei family, then the situation of the Xie family will be very dangerous. Xie Xian smiled and said, If Lord Su is not used to this tea, I can also ask someone to change a pot. Su Yu came back to his senses, and he smiled politely. My nephew, you are here for the Pei family's affairs. In fact, you also know that the Su family has no intention of interfering in the grievances between the Xie family and the Pei family. Xie Xian smiled and interrupted. Lord Su is wrong. I came here not for the Xie family, nor for the Pei family, but simply to tell Lord Su two pieces of news. Su Yu was stunned. News? What news? Xie Xian took a sip of tea and said slowly, Lord Su, you may not know yet. The Wang family intends to marry their daughter to the second prince. Su Yu's hand shook and the tea in the cup spilled out. Second prince? Xu Fei's grandmother was from the Wang family. The Wang family used this relationship to get in touch with the third prince. Although it was not stated explicitly, Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the Wang family was on the side of the third prince. Now that the third prince was in high spirits, why did the Wang family want to marry their daughter to the mediocre second prince? Xie said, the second prince accidentally fell off his horse when he was young. So he has always had a serious illness in his right foot. You and I both know that the possibility of the current emperor appointing the second prince as the heir is almost zero. Lord Su, do you think the Wang family is taking this action because they want to take a gamble and suppress a prince that no one is optimistic about? Su Yu reacted as fast as anyone else in these matters of forming alliances and choosing sides. Hearing this, his heart sank. It was an obvious fact that the second prince had no hope of being the heir. The Wang family wanted to use the opportunity of marrying the second prince to draw a line with the third prince. But why? The current situation is obviously in the favor of the third prince. If he unites the three major families of Pei, Wang and Su, who among the princes can compete with the third prince? Xie gently used the lid to remove the tea leaves on the surface of the cup. Lord Su, you don't need to look at me with such suspicion. You should know that I can't talk nonsense about such things. Su Yu suppressed the shock in his heart and frowned. You said there were two pieces of news before. What is the other one? Xie said slowly. The one who proposed that the third prince and the Pei family marry was not the concubine Shu. Nor was it the third prince himself, but the present emperor. Su Yu was surprised and said, the present emperor? Why is it the present emperor? Doesn't the present emperor always dislike the marriage between the noble families and the princes? Xie smiled softly. Yes. But the present emperor just thinks that the daughter of the Pei family is worthy of the third imperial concubine. Su Yu's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. In fact, the present emperor has always been a person who misses the past. Think about the Liang Taisher back then. And think about the lotus lanterns on the Shanxi festival every year. Xie smiled meaningfully. Master Su, don't you understand yet? Su Yu's face turned pale immediately. One wrong step. All wrong steps. The third prince is not a person who is willing to fail. If he regrets now, if the third prince ascends the throne in the future, their Su family will also suffer a catastrophe. Now that things have come to this, it is better to burn the boats and go all out. Xie saw Su Yu's thoughts. He smiled and said slowly, Brother Qiming is the Minister of Works. I heard that he is in charge of water conservancy in Jiangzhou recently. Su Yu's heart sank suddenly. His bastard son was in charge of flood control and dam building in Jiangzhou. Who would have thought that he would listen to the slander of villains and cut corners on the materials for dam building for a little money? As a result, the flood broke the dam and destroyed several villages. Su Yu pretended to be calm. That's right. I don't know why my nephew brought this up. Xie took out a stack of confessions and secret reports from his arms. Brother Qiming comes from a noble family. I didn't expect that he would care about such a small profit. Hundreds of lives. How is Lord Su going to explain to the emperor? Su Yu picked up the confession on the table, which was all accusing his son Su Qiming of corruption, bribery, embezzlement of public funds for water conservancy, and carelessness of human lives. Su Yu put the confession back on the table and sneered. My nephew has lived in Anjing City for a long time, and he doesn't know much about these unruly people. People are greedy. They rely on their weakness and try their best to suck the blood of the public. They made these confessions just to get more money. Xie expression remained unchanged. So, the legal advisor beside Brother Qiming abandoned his wife and children, and took great pains to escape with the evidence. Also for the public compensation? Su Yu's lips turned pale when he heard this. Only the legal advisor was unwilling to take the blame, and fled with a lot of correspondence. He has not been found so far. Do you have him? Xie smile remained unchanged. This legal advisor is really loyal. In order to restore justice to the world, he fled all the way from Jiangzhou to the capital, avoiding rounds of pursuit. Fortunately, he was met by my men and was able to save his life. Su Yu said, he is just a traitor. Do you think that the emperor will attack the Su family because of a few rumors? Xie said with a smile, the Su family is the pillar of the country, so the emperor will not attack the Su family. But the other branches of the Su family have been eyeing the position of the head of the Su family. Brother Qiming is the only son of Lord Su. If they knew about this, would they go to the emperor to kill their relatives for the sake of justice? Su Yu's eyes were red with anger. You want to threaten me? Xie put down the teacup and walked out the door slowly. It's too serious to say that you are threatening me. Lord Su is a smart man and should know how to deal with it. If Brother Qiming is sentenced to exile because of this, even if the Su family moves up a level, it will only be a wedding dress for others. What's the point of it to you? Su Yu's face was frighteningly gloomy. He sat in an empty private room and threw the teacup in his hand to the ground. Broken porcelain pieces and tea stains were scattered all over the floor. After leaving the restaurant, Xiaxian rubbed his brows. The carriage driver looked a little embarrassed. Young master. Before the servant finished speaking, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and the fifth prince Xiaoyun supported his head. Oh! What a coincidence. Come! I'll give you a ride. Xiaxian, if I remember correctly, this is my family's carriage. Xiaoyun was very shameless. What's the difference between you and me between us? Come on up quickly. Master Su will come out later. Xiaxian sat down in the carriage. What are you doing here again? Xiaoyun said, you really don't know how to appreciate kindness. I turned down the drinking party of the Prince of Jin to comfort you, but I didn't get a word of comfort in return. Xiaxian leaned against the car window, saying indifferently, what do I need to comfort? There are powerful enemies all around, and termites are everywhere. If it weren't rotten to the root, how could there be so many corrupt officials like leeches? Xiaoyun sighed. If you plan it well, you might be able to use this incident as an opportunity to get the emperor to crack down on corruption. Xiaxian said with some fatigue. The dam burst occurred in the middle reaches of the village. Most people were drowned. The few who survived were dealt with by Su Qiming and his gang because they wanted to file a complaint in the state government. Even if I want to start with this incident, there is no witness and no physical evidence. Even if I file a complaint in front of the emperor, it is just a bullshit lawsuit. Not to mention, a trace of self-mockery flashed across Xiaxian's face. Xiaoyun remained silent after hearing this. He understood what Xiaxian had not said. Moreover, hundreds of lives were nothing in the eyes of the dignitaries living far away in Anjing City. The flood breaking the dam meant the destruction of their families. But for the emperor and the dignitaries, it was just a piece of news that was not painful. Xiaxian, okay. If you have nothing to do, go to your banquet. This matter is not urgent, and there will be opportunities in the future. Xiaoyun said, wait. You said before that there is no human witness and no physical evidence. But didn't you say in the restaurant just now that Su Qiming's master is here with you? Isn't he the witness with physical evidence? Xiaxian's head hurt even more after hearing this. He really didn't understand what happened to a good prince during his growth. Why he liked to eavesdrop all day long. Xiaxian said helplessly, there is no such thing as a master. The master was shot by an arrow and fell into the river while escaping. He may have been reincarnated now. Xiaoyun, Xiaxian said, all is fair in war. They are guilty, and they have not been able to find the master's body. This gave me an opportunity. Xiaoyun opened and closed his mouth several times, and finally felt that he had nothing to say. He patted Xiaxian on the shoulder. You are cheating a person who may become your father-in-law in the future. Don't you feel guilty? Xiaxian smiled a little. It doesn't matter. Even if Miss Su knew, she would agree with it. Xiaoyun, brother, you may have forgotten that although the engagement letter and gift letter have not been issued, the girl is still nominally the concubine of the third prince. Xiaxian tapped the windowsill with his index finger. Don't worry. It won't be soon. Xiaoyun hesitated. I heard that Miss Su swore in front of the elders of the Su family that she is yours in life and your ghost in death, and she will not marry anyone else in this life. Xiaxian's eyes flashed with surprise, and then gradually became gentle. Xiaoyun felt a little bit of pain. TSK. What kind of fun are you playing? Unconventional and shocking love? Get lost. Xiaxian rolled his eyes at Xiaoyun. You should know where the source of the news is. Help me control the rumors. Xiaoyun was puzzled. What's there to control? You have been busy recently just for Miss Su. Now that she has expressed her feelings, isn't it more legitimate for you? Are you afraid that the third prince will come to trouble you? Xiaxian said. It's fine if the third prince comes to trouble me. But given the third prince's personality, do you think he will come to me? Xiaoyun understood. Are you worried that he will trouble Miss Su? Xiaxian looked at the people coming and going outside the car window, not knowing whether he was talking to Xiaoyun or himself. She is actually having a hard time, but she is used to not saying anything. Chapter 36. April 15th. Council Hall. Xiao Haodong, the king of the Southern Dynasty, sat on the main seat in the main hall. He was nearly 50 years old, with gray hair on his temples and a kind face. When he was silent, he could still give people a sense of majesty. But when he smiled, he looked like an old man who was trying to smooth things over. Seeing that all the matters to be discussed had been discussed, Xiao Haodong said, "Since there is nothing else." At this time, Xie Shiren, who had been standing aside and watching, suddenly stood up slowly. "I have something to ask the emperor for." Xiao Haodong became interested. He put down the memorial in his hand, his small eyes hidden in the smile. "It's rare for you to ask me something. Tell me." Xie Shan bowed politely and said, "Your Majesty, I have a girl I have admired for many years, and I would like to ask your Majesty to grant me a marriage." The third prince suddenly had a bad feeling when he heard this. He glanced at Su Yu, who was in a panic, and frowned slightly. Xiao Haodong asked with a smile, "I wonder which girl is so lucky." Xie Shan couldn't help but reveal a gentle smile at the corner of his mouth. The third girl of the Su family. Xie Shan's words were like a stone, stirring up ripples in the originally quiet hall. It was no secret that the third prince wanted to marry the Su family. Now that the Xie family publicly requested the present emperor to grant a marriage, everyone seemed calmer than the other. But in their hearts, they were more eager than the other to see the reactions of the third prince and Su Yu. Xiao Haodong knew all about these situations. He was actually the one who was most reluctant to see the third prince and the Su family marry. He looked at Su Yu with a pleasant face. "What do you think?" Su Yu's forehead was covered with cold sweat. The third prince's murderous eyes were about to stare through him. He originally wanted to delay both sides and not offend either of them. He would make a decision based on the final situation. However, Xie Shan was really cruel. He directly brought the matter to the emperor. This was to completely sever his relationship with the third prince and make the third prince hate him completely. On one side was a knife hanging over the head of the Su family in the future, and on the other side was a knife hanging over his son's head now. Su Yu had no choice but to give in to the latter. No matter how mediocre Su Qiming was, he was still his only son. If Su Qiming got into trouble, even if the third prince ascended the throne in the future, he would only be a stepping stone for the people of the other branches of the Su family. Xiao Haodong looked at Su Yu with a smile. "Su Qing's family." Su Yu lowered her head and gritted her teeth and said, "My daughter is not very talented and has a plain appearance. It is a blessing from my previous life that I can be favored by Mr. Xie." Xiao Haodong's eyes were buried by the wrinkles from laughing. "Su Qing's family is too modest. The daughters of Su Qing's family are all talented and beautiful. I have heard of them even across the palace walls. Since you are a perfect match, I will be the master today and grant you a marriage." Those who can enter the council hall to discuss matters are all old foxes. When Xiao Haodong said this, everyone smelled an unusual smell. However, even if they had their own calculations in their hearts, they all acted more indifferent on the surface. After leaving the council hall, many court officials came to congratulate Xie Shan and Su Yu. Xie Shan and Su Yu were surrounded in the middle, although they were all smiling. The difference was that one was satisfied, and the other was forcing a smile. The third prince Xiao Yin had cold eyes, and a fake smile on his face. He almost squeezed out a few words from his teeth. "Congratulations, Mr. Xie." Xie Shan smiled unchanged and bowed to Xiao Yin, saying, "Thank you, third prince. In fact, I have to thank Mr. Su for this matter. If it weren't for Mr. Su's approval, I'm afraid this marriage would not be so easy to accomplish." Su Yu was so angry when he heard this. Didn't Xie Shan mean that he had the intention of betraying him a long time ago? Xiao Yin glanced at Su Yu coldly, laughed coldly, and walked away. Xie Shan looked at the back of the third prince, who was trying his best to suppress his anger. There was a distant smile on his gentle face in a place where no one noticed. His tone was neither heavy nor itchy. "Lord Su should know that I am thinking about the Su family. Since we have been hated, we might as well burn our boats." Su Mansion. Su Winching was sitting on the swing, swinging boredly. She had been trapped in the yard for more than a month. During this period, she embroidered 3 or 4 wedding dresses, killed 5 or 6 roses, destroyed 7 or 8 ant holes, and made a swing by herself. Her swing was very simple. In fact, it was a low-profile version of the outdoor net swing. Why was it a low-profile version? Because there was no strong net in the yard, so she could only use linen instead. "Miss San." Su Winching raised her eyes gloomily and glanced at the maid who came in. Since Su Jining had cheated her, all the maids and servants in her courtyard had been replaced by people from the old lady's courtyard. The people in the old lady's courtyard had a common characteristic. That is, they were calm in the face of danger. In layman's terms, their facial nerves were paralyzed. Apart from completing the work at hand, they would not take the initiative to respond to anything that happened in this courtyard. Whether you acted crazy or threw a tantrum, they would always only respectfully reply that the old lady hoped that Miss Anne would rest in the courtyard. Su Winching swung on the swing and yawned. I have finished the medicine, and the empty bowl is in the room. The maid lowered her head and repeated the old lady's order expressionlessly. The imperial edict for the marriage has arrived. The old lady asked you to pack up and go to the front yard to receive the edict. Su Winching fell off the swing upon hearing this. She covered her sore buttocks and pulled away the sackcloth that hit her, and said in shock, "What the hell? An imperial edict?" The maid's face was calm. The old lady wants the third lady to pack up and go to the front yard to receive the edict. Su Winching wanted to spray 1,000 national curses on the third prince's face. Why must a good person be a beast? Forget about the marriage. But she even asked for an imperial edict. Is she afraid that she can't force her to death? Su Winching became seriously ill in a second. She held the sackcloth and covered her chest weakly. I'm a little breathless. The maid glanced at the maids working around. The maids put down their things in unison and carried Su Winching, who had fallen to the ground, back to her room to dress and change clothes. The whole process was smooth, and there was no extra expression or words. Su Winching tore the third prince into pieces in her heart, while insisting that she was sick and had not much time left. The eunuch who announced the decree was shocked to see Su Winching being supported by the maids to the front yard with weak legs. No wonder Lord Xie said he wanted to get married as soon as possible. It turned out that Miss Su was so sick. The eunuch who announced the decree gently wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes with his sleeves. This kind of sad and beautiful love really moved people. Why do lovers in this world have to part in death or in life? Su Winching covered her lips with silk and coughed weakly a few times, and a bright red blood spread on the snow-white silk. The eunuch who announced the decree was shocked. This. Su Winching quietly put the needle stuck in the silk into her sleeve, held back the tears of pain, and panted a few times as if she couldn't breathe. She knelt down with the hand of the maid, and said in a weak voice, Your servant is fine. Please announce the decree." The eunuch who announced the decree had a face full of worry. He hesitated a little, and wanted to look at the old lady who was kneeling beside him. The old lady nodded respectfully and said, "Please announce the decree." Eunuch. The eunuch who announced the decree suppressed the ups and downs in his heart, coughed lightly, and read the imperial decree. By the will of heaven, the emperor decrees. Su Winching didn't pay any attention to what the imperial edict said. She was calculating the situation frantically in her mind. The imperial edict had been issued. As long as she didn't die, she would definitely be carried to the third prince's mansion. It was impossible for her to die. It would be better to marry the third prince and enjoy a few years of life in the palace before going to the guillotine. I heard that Su Winching, the daughter of the Minister of Revenue Su Yu, is both talented and beautiful, gentle and elegant. Damn. If she had known this, she shouldn't have angered the third prince and the concubine. If she hadn't angered them, she would have had a few more years of good life. Now that she's married, she wouldn't be tortured to death by them together. The Queen Mother and I are very pleased to hear this. There is no other way. Run away. Even a secret passage can be dug out of Shawshank prison. She doesn't believe that she can't dig a dog hole in the Su mansion. I hereby appoint Xie, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War and a Hanlin scholar, as my wife. The officials are ordered to choose an auspicious date on May 8th for the wedding. I decree this. May 8th? Less than a month? What kind of dog hole is this? A rat hole is more like this. Wait, who did he just say? Su Winching looked up suddenly. Her voice was out of tune. Xie? Shut up. Where are the rules I taught you? The old lady shouted, and then hurriedly convicted the eunuch who announced the decree. The eunuch who announced the decree didn't care at all, because he was surprised to find that Su Winching's pale face was glowing. The power of love is indeed great. It can make the living die, and it can also make the dead live. Master Xie asked you to marry me in front of all the masters today. Congratulations, Miss Su. Master Xie really put a lot of thought into you. Su Winching felt a little dizzy. Wasn't she going to marry the third prince as a concubine? How did it become marrying Xie? And why would Xie want to marry her? Didn't he like the fifth prince? It was a dream. Definitely a dream. Su Winching pinched the palm of her hand with her fingernails. But it didn't hurt much. It was indeed a dream. The eunuch who announced the decree smiled with wrinkles all over his face. Miss Su, would you accept the decree? Su Wenqing stared at him blankly. Her fingers slowly groped for the embroidery needle pinned to her sleeve. She took out the embroidery needle and stabbed it into her palm. Woo 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 woo. Half an hour later, the eunuch who announced the decree wiped the sweat from his forehead and walked out of the Su mansion with mixed feelings. He did not go back to the palace directly, but turned and walked to the back alley. In a secluded alley next to the Su mansion, an inconspicuous carriage was parked. The eunuch who announced the decree bowed to the carriage. Thank you, sir. Xie Shuren lifted the carriage, smiling approachably. You are too polite, sir. I have no choice but to trouble you with this matter. I hope I have not caused you any trouble. The eunuch who announced the decree said sincerely, Thank you for saving my life. Not to mention such a small matter. Even if I want you to repay it with my life, I will not regret it. Moreover, the emperor also hopes that Sir Xie and Miss Su can get married as soon as possible to prevent other variables from happening. Xie Shuren glanced at the Su mansion in the distance, with a smile on his lips. You went to the Su mansion to announce the decree. What was Miss Su's reaction? The eunuch who announced the decree recalled the chaotic situation just now, and finally left 4 words that spoke loudly, crying with joy. Xie Shuren was satisfied. Chapter 37. Su Mansion. After walking around her yard 10,000 times, Su Wenqing still couldn't figure out how things turned out like this. At first, she thought Xie Xian must have been forced. But then she thought, if he was forced, he wouldn't have asked the emperor for a marriage in front of all the civil and military officials. Su Wenqing grabbed Lian Xiao, who was almost bald by the flower bed. The situation of the Xie family was far from critical. Even if the 3 great families of Pei, Wang and Su stood on one side, as long as the 3rd prince did not ascend the throne. The 3rd prince would not let the Pei family deal with the Xie family. She believed that with Xie Xian's ability, there were many ways to prevent the 3rd prince from ascending the throne. She didn't think Xie Xian was a person who would choose marriage for the sake of the situation. So Xie Xian voluntarily asked the emperor to grant her marriage. Su Wenqing hugged her knees and squatted in front of the golden and gorgeous Forsythia with mixed feelings. Xie Xian wanted to help her. He recognized her as a friend. He knew that she didn't want to marry the 3rd prince. And he also knew that she would not have a good ending if she married the 3rd prince. So he asked the emperor to grant her marriage, because there was no other way to help her. Ah, are you a pig? Su Wenqing picked up a stone on the ground and threw it into the soil in front of him. Do you need to be so good to your friends? This is your lifelong event. 3rd sister. What are you doing? Su Jining looked at Su Wenqing with a look of extreme fear. Su Wenqing had no desire to live. Just vent. Su Jining understood. I know that it will feel unreal when something you have been thinking about for many years comes true. It is good to vent. It is said that people are easily crazy after great sorrow or joy. Her 2nd sister's words are always unreceptive. Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly. Why is the 2nd sister here? Su Jining, oh, yes. I came to congratulate you. The news that Mr. Xie asked the emperor to grant a marriage at the court meeting has spread. I always thought that you were interested in him, but I didn't expect that you two were actually in love. No wonder Mr. Xie jumped in to save you without hesitation when he saw you fall into the water at the spring banquet. It has spread. Su Wenqing's heart ached even more after hearing this. It's not that she didn't appreciate Xie Xian's help, but she felt that this favor was too great, and she couldn't repay it. Who she married, and whether she lived well were her own business. She had no reason to sacrifice others' happiness to fulfill herself. Her friends didn't do that. Su Jining stuck to Su Wenqing's face and asked in confusion, You are about to marry the person you have loved since childhood. Why do I feel that your reaction is not joy but distress? Su Wenqing coughed and pulled Su Jining closer. 2nd sister. I have a question for you. Su Jining asked curiously, What's the question? Why are you still so mysterious? Su Wenqing, have you heard of Long Yongji? Su Jining stood up suddenly. Her face flushed. You, how can you say this? Dad will break your legs. Su Wenqing pulled Su Jining's clothes. Speak softly. I'm just curious. Su Jining blushed and glared at Su Wenqing, but finally succumbed to the gossip in her heart, and squatted in front of the golden Forsythia. Su Wenqing, why doesn't anyone dare to mention this word now? Su Jining whispered, the previous dynasty was destroyed because of this matter. So the southern dynasty has strictly prohibited it since its founding. and the royal family and court officials are not allowed to touch it. Su Wenqing asked tentatively. What if he touches me? Once I'm found out. Su Jining wiped her neck. Su Wenqing dismissed Su Jining and returned to her room worriedly. Her mind was full of Su Jining's last move of wiping her neck. If Xieshan never married, rumors would spread sooner or later. If the person he married in the end was unwilling to keep it secret for him, it might even lead to a disaster of killing. In this way, marrying Xieshan was the best option. For Xieshan, she would never harm him and would definitely help him keep the secret. For her, the Xie family didn't have so many messy rules. Just being able to sleep in was enough to make her excited. Moreover, she and Xieshan played well together and got along well. It would be nice to be good brothers or sisters who respected each other for life. If she really met her Mr. Right in the future, with the reasonable character of the Xie family, they would also be able to divorce her and let her pursue true love. Su Wenqing's sorrows suddenly dissipated, and her bleak future suddenly became prosperous. During dinner, the whole Su family looked at Su Wenqing holding a bowl and smiling foolishly. 3 days later, the Xie family sent a betrothal gift of 3 streets, and instructed that the emperor had issued a special decree to promote the Ministry of Internal Affairs to be responsible for the wedding dress. From then on, Su Wenqing had nothing to do. That night, Su Wenqing tossed and turned in bed, but couldn't fall asleep. She saw half of the cakes left on the table and found a ready-made excuse for herself. She ate too much and was full. Not that she had any worries. Su Wenqing, who was full, put on her coat and went to the backyard of the Su mansion to walk around to digest her food without disturbing anyone. She knew that Xieshan must have asked the emperor for the gift of the wedding dress. She had complained to Xieshan in a letter about her ruthless destruction of flowers, and the fact that she had embroidered several wedding dresses. Xieshan knew that if the Xie family directly sent the ready-made wedding dress, she would inevitably be criticized. So he asked the emperor to come forward. The emperor gave the wedding dress to her, which was the only time in the entire southern dynasty. Such a favor from heaven. The Su family would not say anything, and others would not say anything either. Su Wenqing sighed. In fact, there was no need to spend so much time on it. Other people's criticism had nothing to do with her. She never cared about it. Besides, she was married to help her. Could it be that the 5th prince wants to bully others by taking advantage of his power? Su Jinqing's cold voice came from the other side of the corridor. This is the Su mansion. Your home. What kind of power can I take advantage of? Xiao Yun's lazy voice was full of ridicule. Since the 5th prince knows that this is the Su mansion, he must also know that trespassing is a serious crime. Su Jinqing's cold voice did not have any emotional ups and downs. I know you want to deal with the 3rd brother. We may be able to become allies in this matter. Su Wenqing stopped and turned around to leave. Why does she always see the heroine when she is a tryst? If she meets Su Yu later, her passive White Lotus skill will be activated, and she will bring Su Yu to catch the adultery while crying and making a fuss. That would be a miracle. Xiao Yun heard the noise, and he silently looked in the direction where Su Wenqing left quickly. Su Jinsheng didn't notice the movement behind her. She raised her eyebrows slightly. How could the 5th prince, who always kept himself safe and devoted himself to love and romance, participate in the fight for the throne? Is the 5th prince doing this for Master Xie? Xiao Yun smiled lightly. If it weren't for the Pei and Su families, he wouldn't have to worry about Xieshan at all. But now is different from the past. Su Jinsheng understood. The 5th prince is really loyal to Master Xie. Xiao Yun smiled with a teasing smile. Miss Su, what are you talking about? I am loyal to him. But I am loyal to you. Su Jinsheng, the 5th prince is joking. I am just a woman who has lived in the inner house for a long time. I usually embroider for my own amusement. I am afraid that the 5th prince has misunderstood the 3rd prince's affairs. Xiao Yun smiled meaningfully at Su Jinsheng. I can understand that you think I have bad intentions towards you, and have been refusing my help. But gentlemen love gentlemen. And I am just pursuing you seriously. Why do you regard me as a scourge? Su Jinsheng had never heard such straightforward words in her 2 lives. A faint blush appeared on her bright and cold face. She was so angry and annoyed that she didn't know what to say. Xiao Yun blinked when he was scolded. It's better to have one more friend than one more enemy. You can think about it carefully. Su Wenqing was worried about meeting Su Yu, so she chose a secluded path to return to her room. A man and a woman had a secret meeting in the middle of the night. TSK. I don't know if there will be a Foshan Shadowless kick plot. Miss Su. Xiaoyun walked out of the shadow behind the pear tree. Su Wenqing's heartbeat soared to 180 when she suddenly saw the adulterer. Damn. It turns out that you can't talk about people behind their backs. Xiaoyun stood 5 steps away from Su Wenqing. What happened tonight? This is the future emperor. Su Wenqing didn't hesitate for a second, and immediately stood in line, like a dog-legged person, and said, I won't tell anyone about what happened tonight. Don't worry. 5th Prince. Xiaoyun didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't most people euphemistically say I didn't see anything tonight? This don't worry really made it difficult for him to be truly relieved. Miss Su. How come you are still interested in taking a walk in the middle of the night? Su Wenqing was in a complicated mood. She didn't want to talk about her little premarital troubles with her future husband. As sweetheart. However, she couldn't help but answer the future emperor's questions. Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly. Just pre-marriage phobia? Xiaoyun became interested. Phobia? You don't want to marry Xie 5th Prince? Can you be a little less gossipy? And why are you so excited when you hear someone doesn't want to marry Xie? No. Su Wenqing explained with difficulty. It's a very normal reaction. Many people will have it before their wedding. Xiaoyun wanted to tease his brother. But then he thought that it was not easy for Xie to get married after so much trouble. He should say a few good words for him. As a result, Xiaoyun pondered for a long time, and his usually eloquent tongue was actually tied up. What could he praise Xie for? Although he looks like a person on the surface, he is not a person at all? Actually, Xie, Xiaoyun racked his brains, is still pretty good. Su Wenqing couldn't explain her fear of marriage to Xiaoyun. It's not that she doesn't plan to get married, so she could only follow Xiaoyun's words. I know that Xie is a very good person. Very gentle. Very kind. And always considerate of others. Su Wenqing paused, thinking of Xie's hidden thoughts about Xiaoyun, and looked up and added, anyone with vision will not let himself miss such a good person. A very good person? Very kind? Very gentle? Xiaoyun was angry. He felt that he knew a fake Xie. That's good. Xiaoyun's smile was forced. He would definitely go back and discuss with Xie the 108 ways to break up. I know that Miss Su is living in the inner house, and it is not convenient. If you have any words, I may help you convey them to her. Be a man. 5th Prince. You are going to dig out his heart and sprinkle salt on it. He has chosen friendship with difficulty between friendship and love. Now he may be drinking somewhere. You are still helping me pass the message. Are you trying to force him to death? Su Wenqing's tone was mixed with a hint of resentment. I appreciate the kindness of the 5th Prince, and there is nothing to convey. Xiaoyun misunderstood the resentment in Su Wenqing's tone. Miss Su, don't blame him. It's not that he doesn't want to see you. There have always been rumors in the Southern Dynasty that men and women meeting before marriage will bring bad news. He doesn't care about these things on weekdays. But when it comes to Miss Su, he will inevitably hesitate a little. Su Wenqing knew about this rumor, because when the imperial edict was just issued, she had wanted to go to Xie. But Suedia said it seriously, and she couldn't explain it when asked what was unknown. Su Wenqing, who believed in scientific values since childhood, naturally didn't believe it when she heard such words. But the reason why feudal superstition hurts people is that it will subtly affect people. She is an alien species, and the unknown may not affect her. But the Xie family is a local native. What if? These 3 words firmly set Su Wenqing's footsteps in the Su mansion. Later, she also considered sending a letter, but she was afraid that the letter would not be clear and would only make Xie sad. After thinking about it, she was about to go to the Xie mansion anyway, and there would be plenty of time in the future, so it would be better to talk slowly later. Su Wenqing was angry, but dared not say anything. She secretly glanced at Xiaoyun. Xie might be sad somewhere, but this guy was still having a tryst with a beauty under the moon. 5th Prince? You are too kind. Su Wenqing immediately lost interest in the conversation. The idea of currying favor with the future emperor could not attract her to continue the conversation. Xiaoyun nodded, hesitated for a while before leaving, and finally said, Miss Su, I have another personal question I want to ask. Su Wenqing was not interested. Xiaoyun, does Miss Su have any misunderstandings about me? I always feel that the look in Miss Su's eyes when she looks at me is full of condemnation, such as beast and unfaithful man. Chapter 38. On the evening of the 7th day of May, the sun was setting, and the clouds in the sky were coated with a layer of gorgeous gold. On the business road outside Anjing City, a middle-aged man rode a red horse and galloped all the way. The long mane of the red horse was flying in the air, and the four hooves seemed to have never touched the ground. After working day and night for several days, except for a little beard on his chin, the middle-aged man's face did not show any fatigue. His handsome sword eyebrows flew like temples. His black eyes were sharp, and his thin lips were slightly pursed. The whole person exuded a murderous aura of a veteran. The red horse was stopped at the city gate by the newly enlisted soldiers guarding the city. The middle-aged man frowned slightly, and took out the token from his waist. The young soldier standing up straight hurriedly handed over the token with both hands. "Thank you, General." "No, thank you, Lord." Xiesheng nodded slightly. When the soldier opened his eyes again, he was no longer on the street. In Xia's house, Liang Yuan, Xia's mother, was doing the final check for tomorrow's wedding with a happy face. "I think this lantern seems a little crooked. Move it a little to the left." "Madam, the master is back, and is getting off the horse outside the door." Liang Yuan responded indifferently and continued to command. "The red knot on the door is also not symmetrical on both sides." "Madam, the master is coming this way. He seems to be in a bad mood. Does he look happy?" Liang Yuan turned back slowly, and saw Xiesheng standing by the moon gate with a gloomy face. The servants and maids working around immediately fell silent, trying to minimize their presence as much as possible. The master was different from the easygoing lady and the young master, and everyone was more or less afraid. Liang Yuan took the cloak from Xiesheng's hand and led him to the main house, saying, "Tomorrow Wenqing, your daughter-in-law will be married. You should control your expression. If you scare the little girl, I will never forgive you." Xiesheng listened and softened his expression a little, but his tone was still angry. "Where is that bastard boy?" Liang Yuan handed over the tea. "Didn't something happen in the north?" The emperor kept him in the palace to discuss matters. Xiesheng had heard a little bit about it, and he frowned. "The Xianbei king died?" Liang Yuan shrugged. "Maybe. You can wait for him to come back and ask him in detail." "Did you come in so angrily just to ask about this matter?" Xiesheng took out Xieshuren's letter from his arms and handed it to Liang Yuan. His face was angry, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Look at what this bastard wrote." Liang Yuan curiously opened the letter, and saw that there was only one sentence on the whole piece of letter paper. "The wedding will be on the 8th day of the 5th month, and it has been notified." Xiesheng gritted his teeth and said, "That bastard. He just wanted to piss me off on purpose. He thought he was reviewing official documents, and he said I have already notified. Do I need him to tell me? The tea houses in the streets and alleys of the entire southern dynasty are spreading the good story of his marriage proposal in front of the emperor." Liang Yuan held back his laughter and comforted him. "Look at it from another angle. At least he told me. Didn't he?" Xiesheng got angry when he thought of this. He was inspecting salt in the south. He first accepted the congratulations of a group of subordinates for no reason. After asking carefully, he found out that his son was going to get married. He had no idea what happened at home and why he got married suddenly. He gritted his teeth and accepted the blessings of his colleagues while waiting for a letter from home to explain the whole story. In the end, he didn't get a letter from home, but received an imperial edict to return to Beijing temporarily. He didn't leave immediately after receiving the imperial edict. He deliberately stayed in the local area for 2 days because he was worried about missing the letter from home. In the end, he waited for such a thing written by this bastard. He was really angry. He was holding his breath all the way back to Beijing. Seeing Liang Yuan opposite her looking like she was enjoying the fun, Xiesheng pulled her hand with a very aggrieved look. "Your son is getting married, and you didn't even send me a letter to discuss it." Liang Yuan raised her eyebrows slightly. "Did you discuss it with me when you knocked your son unconscious and sent him to the northern border?" Xiesheng shut up and immediately changed the subject. "Have you seen the little girl from the Su family?" Liang Yuan pulled Xiesheng's hand away and said with a smile, "I have seen her. She is a very interesting little girl. Oh, by the way, I have asked someone to clean up the study. Your Excellency is busy with official duties, so it's just right for you to sleep there." Xiesheng. In the Su mansion, the old lady patted the couch beside her. "Don't be so nervous. Come, sit down. You are getting married tomorrow. Grandmother has something to say to you." Su Wenqing stopped massaging the old lady's shoulders and sat down obediently. The old lady pushed the Namu box on the table in front of Su Wenqing. "The Xia family is a wealthy family, and you are a concubine's daughter. If you don't have any wealth, you will inevitably be looked down upon if you marry into the family. Here is your dowry list. Your father and his family prepared it for you according to the quota. And I also asked them to add the betrothal gifts sent by the Xie family. You have been close to me since childhood, so I also prepared some for you. Su Wenqing used all her strength to suppress the urge to open the wooden box immediately to check the value. She suppressed the corners of her mouth that kept rising, and tried not to smile too obviously. Thank you. Thank you, Grandma. The old lady looked at Su Wenqing, but it seemed that she was looking at someone else through Su Wenqing. After a long time, the old lady sighed and said, Go. The wedding is tomorrow. Go to bed early. Su Wenqing was stunned when she heard this. She felt that there seemed to be something inside, but the great joy of windfall temporarily overloaded her brain. She nodded and ran back to the room holding the wooden box like a miser. Miss, please slow down. Suedia chased into the room breathlessly. Real estate. Shop. Farm. Orchard. Su Wenqing laughed so hard that she couldn't close her mouth. Oh my God. Suedia, I'm a rich woman. Miss, the people of the Xie family will laugh at you if they see you like this. Suedia collected all the deeds on the table for Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing didn't care. She interrupted Suedia's action. Help me to sort out which ones are the dowries sent by the Xie family, and which ones are the private editions of my grandmother. Suedia asked the puzzled question in her heart while doing what Su Wenqing ordered. Aren't they all your dowry? Why are you dividing them? Su Wenqing thought very clearly that Xie Shan married her to help her, and she must return the things of the Xie family in the same state, and the old lady doted on the original owner. So these things should not belong to her. So she planned to use the old lady's things to be filial to the old lady on behalf of the original owner, and send gifts on holidays and birthdays to please her. If there is any left, she will return it on the day she passes away. She only planned to borrow the one that Su Yu prepared for her according to the quota. After all, she was now the daughter of the Su family. She was forced to work on weekdays to protect the face of the Su family. When she made enough money, she would return the principal and interest to the Su family. Su Wenqing thought happily that when she made enough money and repaid the favor, she would be free to do whatever she wanted. Then she could support a few more little boys. In ancient times, family traveled with Shi Shi to the 5 lakes. And now Wenqing traveled with many handsome men to the 5 continents. Cui Dai was horrified and speechless when she saw Su Wenqing looking forward to the future with an intoxicated look on her face. She held it in for a long time. Miss, please stop laughing. If you laugh, your saliva will flow out. Su Wenqing tried to suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised, trying not to laugh. Her whole face looked particularly distorted. Suedia didn't want to say anything anymore. So let it be. Could she still divorce the master she followed? The next day, Su Wenqing was dragged up early in the morning to dress up. And the Su mansion, which was decorated with lights and colorful decorations, was running in an orderly and high-speed manner under the command of Ed Zhao. And all the maids and servants walked with the wind. The marriage between the Xie and Su families was a big event. Not to mention that this marriage was proposed by Xie Shan in front of the emperor. And the emperor personally decided it, which had long been regarded as a good story in the streets and alleys. The sound of gongs and drums and firecrackers began before dawn, and the flowing banquet was set up all the way from the Xie mansion to the Su mansion with colorful lights and red knots. Su Wenqing stood in front of the mirror without saying a word. In fact, since she received the imperial decree granting her marriage, she has always had a feeling of unreality. It was not that she could not believe it, nor that she could not believe it, but that she did not have the sense of reality of getting married. Until this moment, she saw herself in the mirror wearing a red wedding dress. She was like a slow-reacting gear, moving a little bit with difficulty after dozens of days. Is this what marriage is like? Su Wenqing raised her hand with a little hesitation and touched the golden silk lotus and tassel beads on the phoenix crown on her head. Suddenly, she felt a little scared. She pressed her hand on her chest and felt the sound of her heart beating. Miss, it's time to go out. Suedia joyfully took down the red veil on Su Wenqing's phoenix crown. Suddenly losing the perception of the things in front of her made Su Wenqing panic. She didn't dare to lower her head, always worried that the unstable phoenix crown would fall off. She carefully followed Suedia step by step and slowly moved out of the house. She didn't know whether it was because she was too nervous or for some other reason. She felt a little tinnitus. She could hear the laughter outside, but she couldn't hear what the outside world was saying. She always felt like a panda exhibited in a zoo. Everyone was looking at her, and everyone was talking about her. The louder the laughter around her, the more panic she felt. She could feel her hand holding Suedie's arm trembling. Her joints were stiff, like an iron puppet that hadn't been lubricated for a long time. She didn't even dare to move her fingers. She was drowned in her own blank and chaotic world, not knowing how long it had been, nor how far she had walked. "Let me do it." She vaguely heard Xiaxian's voice beside her. Xiaxian took Su Wenqing's hand from Suedie's arm. He did not let her hold his arm, but directly held her hand. Su Wenqing reacted and subconsciously wanted to pull her hand out. However, Xiaxian seemed to have expected it. He exerted a little force. "Follow me. Don't worry." Xiaxian's voice is like him, warm and clean, always with ease and calmness. No matter what the occasion, it can make people feel at ease. Su Wenqing came back to her senses. Xiaxian's hand had distinct joints and was a little cold, but not cold without temperature. It was like a piece of Hetian jade that had been placed in the shade for a long time in summer. Cool and comfortable. He held her hand in his palm, not light but not heavy, which gave her the illusion of being cared for and held in the heart for the first time. She heard Xiaxian chuckle. The chuckle was short, and she couldn't tell what it was, but it made her cheeks slightly red. She lowered her voice and asked, "What are you laughing at?" Xiaxian said with a smile, "I'm glad that your soul has finally returned to your body." Xiaxian's teasing tone made Su Wenqing feel a little familiar with their daily interactions. She suddenly felt that her fear and panic just now were a little ridiculous. She was so old, and it was just a formality. It wasn't real. What was there to be nervous about? "Xiaxian, get on this sedan. Lift your feet." Su Wenqing subconsciously grasped Xiaxian's hand, like a drowning person who couldn't let go of the life-saving straw in his hand. "Okay. Take back what I said just now. For the first time in my life. Understand? She is timid. She is just nervous." Xiaxian supported her, and his gentle tone made Su Wenqing calm down involuntarily. "Go. There is food in it for you." So he thought she was a foodie? Su Wenqing felt that Xiaxian could not understand her hidden feelings at all. How could she eat at such a tense moment? Su Wenqing angrily shook off Xiaxian's hand. The red sedan was slowly lifted up, and Su Wenqing couldn't help it after glancing at the food box dozens of times. "I'll just take a look," Su Wenqing thought. "It's really, really delicious." Chapter 39. Su Wenqing had always thought that getting married meant that she would just sit in the room with a red veil on her head and wait after worshipping the heaven and earth. It was not until she followed the bridesmaid through the entire process that she understood the purpose of Xiaxian's box of pastries. Fortunately, she ate them. Otherwise the bride would have fainted in the middle of the wedding. Swordsmen seizing love, proposals in front of the emperor, and short-lived beauties. She could imagine how the street tea-house would discuss. Xiaxian was still kind enough to have someone prepare food in the room in advance. Su Wenqing was contentedly eating a chicken leg while thinking about how to thank Xiaxian later. After a full meal, Su Wenqing leaned on the bed and played with the phoenix crown in her hand. The crown was mainly decorated with lotus flowers, which were welded with gold wires and hollowed out. It was very three-dimensional, luxurious and elegant. It was obvious that it was carefully made. She couldn't imagine what kind of mood Xiaxian was in to prepare for this wedding so carefully. She knew that he did this just to prevent her from feeling wronged. She was not wronged. But what about him? Perhaps it was because he could not repay the life-saving grace. Or perhaps it was because Xiaxian had sacrificed so much to help her. Or perhaps it was because in her heart, Xiaxian was more or less different from others. Now, whenever she thought that Xiaxian might be sad for Xiao Yun, she felt a little uncomfortable. The kind of discomfort that was wrong with her whole body. Like stomach acid flowing into the heart. Sour and astringent. But nowhere to relieve it. Su Wenqing said with disgust. Maybe this is friendship. She felt for her friends. Felt sorry for her friends' mistakes. And felt that it was not worth it for her friends. Hey. She was really a good friend of China. Forget it. She would comfort his broken heart when he came back. It was pitiful to force a smile all day. As soon as Xiaxian came in, he saw Su Wenqing curled up on the bed, with the phoenix crown casually placed aside. Half of the long skirt of her red wedding dress hung on the ground, entangled with the red gauze bed curtains. Perhaps because she was afraid of the light, she covered the upper part of her face with a red veil embroidered with a phoenix and gold thread. Her fair face was half hidden under the red brocade, making her look even more beautiful. Su Wenqing heard the noise. and she rubbed her eyes in a daze. You're back. Is it over outside? Back? These two words touched Xiaxian for some reason. His heart skipped a beat, and his eyes unconsciously softened a little. His voice was nasal. Su was deep, as if coming from his chest. Well? Are you tired? Su Wenqing sat up, covered her lips with her hands, yawned, and joked, It's okay. But if it happens a few more times, I really can't stand it. Xiaxian leaned against the bed holding the phoenix crown, wearing a scarlet wedding dress that set off his slender figure, adding a bit of noble elegance to his gentle temperament. He looked down at Su Wenqing for a long time. I haven't lifted the veil yet. Su Wenqing felt that Xiaxian might be a little drunk, because it was rare to hear a little willful feeling from him. It was just a small matter, and Su Wenqing was willing to play with him. Then come on. Let you lift it again, Su Wenqing said, and reached out to take the phoenix crown from Xiaxian's hand. Xiaxian raised his hand slightly, with a smile in his eyes. I'll do it. Su Wenqing didn't quite believe in Xiaxian's knowledge of women's makeup and clothing. But seeing that he was so excited, she thought about it, and finally didn't want to spoil his interest. Xiaxian was very serious about everything he did. He first carefully observed the structure of the phoenix crown in his hand, and thought that the way to wear it should be not much different from the hair crown. Su Wenqing saw that he was calm and unhurried, so she put her mind at ease. However, at that time, Su Wenqing didn't fully understand Xiaxian. She didn't know that being at ease and calm was just the skin of Mr. Xia's daily bluffing that even fooled himself. Xiaxian, who looked very confident, fiddled with the phoenix crown on Su Wenqing's head for nearly 10 minutes. Xiaxian's fingertips were calloused, and occasionally brushing Su Wenqing's hair always made her scalp itch. Su Wenqing endured it for a while, but couldn't bear it anymore. So she smiled and dodged. Can you wear it? Xiaxian's eyes flashed a little embarrassed. The inlaid flowers on the phoenix corona had been entangled with the black hair of Su Wenqing's bun. Now it was not right to put it on, and it was impossible to take it off. Su Wenqing glared at Xiaxian with a smile. She knew it. Xiaxian stood aside holding the phoenix corona, with a smile mixed with a bit of cheating. Mistake? How about giving me another half a quarter of an hour? Su Wenqing hurriedly stopped the loss. What half a quarter of an hour? Seeing that he couldn't take it off for half an hour, Su Wenqing held her hair. Stop making trouble. Go to the dressing table. I have to take off the bun. Xiaxian carefully held the phoenix crown to prevent the entangled part from pulling Su Wenqing's hair. He saw Su Wenqing taking off the hairpins one by one in front of the mirror. The soft and shiny hair like brocade poured down, passed through his palm, and scattered on the complicated and luxurious red wedding dress. The hair was scattered like satin, and the black and red formed a sharp contrast. The person in the mirror raised her eyes and smiled lightly. Her eyebrows were lightly dyed. Her lips were slightly red, and her white cheeks were lightly stained with rouge, like a red plum in the snow. Gorgeous but not charming. Xiaxian's Adam's apple moved obviously. He took off the red string on his wrist and gently tied the cut hair of the two together. I know that we are married, and we will be together until the end of our lives. Su Wenqing's heart suddenly palpitated. She hurriedly lowered her eyes and tried to calm her increasingly fast heartbeat. After a long time, she pretended to be nothing and raised her head to give Xiaxian a puzzled look. Xiaxian pulled Su Wenqing to the desk. On the purple-red sandalwood desk, a blank marriage certificate lay quietly. Xiaxian took the pen and gave it to Su Wenqing. He held her hand from behind and wrote on it stroke by stroke. I promise you on this piece of red paper, holding hands and growing old together. Look at the peach blossoms today, which are splendid, and you are suitable for the family. I predict that you will have a prosperous future, and you will be prosperous in weaving. This is a certificate, and we will be together forever. Xiaxian's faint white aroma enveloped Su Wenqing. She looked at the names of the two standing side by side on the red paper, and felt that she might be drunk too. The red silk candle curtain, the shadows of people lingering, and it was already noon when she opened her eyes again. Su Wenqing lay on the bed with mixed feelings. Feeling that there was nothing wrong with her body, she silently recalled what happened last night, and her cheeks were slightly red. She saw the empty bed beside her, gnashed her teeth, and ran away after eating. Men are really no good, no matter in ancient or modern times. Come here. Su Wenqing lifted the red curtain. Cui Dai hurried in with small steps and said, Miss, what's wrong? Su Wenqing gritted her teeth. Where is Xiaxian? Cui Dai said, Master Xia. No, no. I shouldn't call you Master Xia now. Su Wenqing, is this silly girl going to piss her off to death? Is this the point? Cui Dai saw Su Wenqing's murderous expression and quickly added, Master. He has entered the palace. Miss, do you have something to do with him? Su Wenqing, enter the palace? Cui Dai tried to recall. I don't know the details. I just know that the palace sent people here before dawn. And urged 4 or 5 times. Master had no choice but to go. With the master. Miss, do you have something to do with Master? Do you want to send someone to the palace to tell Master? No thanks. Su Wenqing hugged the quilt. The palace must have sent someone to invite him for an urgent matter. I want to take a bath. Let someone boil some hot water. Suedia quickly responded. The master instructed before he left. The hot water has been boiling. I will ask someone to bring it to you now. Su Wenqing had a complicated expression. I'm hungry. Let the kitchen prepare some food. Suedia, the master also instructed before he left. All of them are your favorite foods. Do you want to wash first or eat first? Su Wenqing. What else did he instruct? You can tell us all at once. Suedia thought for a while. The master instructed a lot of things. He said you were tired last night and asked us not to disturb you. He also asked me to help you trim your nails. Enough. No need to say more. Go get some hot water. Su Wenqing pulled the bed curtains and lay on the bed. Her face flushed. What a bastard. Su Wenqing finished the breakfast Xie Shan had ordered in advance with a bitter and resentful look, and dressed up a little despite the pain in her waist and legs, intending to pay her respects to Xia's mother. According to the rules, on the second day of their wedding, the two of them should offer tea to Xia's father and mother. Although Xie Shan and his father were called into the palace, she should still go to pay her respects to Xia's mother and fulfill her responsibilities as a daughter-in-law. In the study, Liang Yan was drinking tea while sorting out the manuscripts. She saw Su Wenqing coughing and spilling the hot tea at hand in the chaos. The tea soaked the manuscripts on the table, and the ink gradually blurred on the rice paper. Su Wenqing hurried over to help. There's not much water. It can be used after drying. What is this? The Prime Minister traveled thousands of miles alone to the place of marriage. Liang Yan reached out expressionlessly and accidentally knocked over the brush washer, and the table was flooded. The rice paper was soaked, and the ink was smudged on the paper, and the original shape could not be seen at all. Su Wenqing. Liang Yan was heartbroken, but she looked calm on the surface. It's okay. They are all useless old books. I just sorted them out for fun when I had nothing to do. Su Wenqing looked at the messy manuscript on the table hesitantly. Ah. Liang Yan couldn't look at it anymore. If she looked at her again, she was afraid that she would not be able to hold back the tears in her eyes. She pulled Su Wenqing to sit outside. Why did you come so early? Are you not used to living here? Su Wenqing saw the bright sunshine outside the window and thought that Xia's mother might have misunderstood the 3 words so early. She laughed awkwardly and said, I was free anyway, so I came to see you. Liang Yan was surprised and said, On the second day of your wedding, you can get out of bed so early? Su Wenqing. Liang Yan pulled Su Wenqing and whispered, Tell me the truth. Is there something unspeakable about my son? Su Wenqing? No. 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 You worry too much. Liang Yan saw a few complex emotions flashing between Su Wenqing's eyebrows, and understood in his heart. You don't have to be embarrassed to say it. If you have a disease, you must get treatment as soon as possible. I said why this kid never likes women. Su Wenqing was now in a state of confusion, thinking, I treated him as a brother, but he slept with me. Her brain was seriously lacking in blood supply. Besides, she couldn't explain this matter clearly. She couldn't describe the specific process to his mother. Could she? Su Wenqing's cheeks flushed. No. It's just that I heard that I would come to pay my respects to you on the second day of the wedding. So I got up. Liang Yan smiled and said, Those are all local rules. We don't care about these empty formalities in the Xia mansion. You can just sleep until you wake up naturally on weekdays. If you are bored, you can come and play cards with me. By the way, the mahjong you mentioned last time is also ready. You can come and teach me how to play it when you have time. Although the process was a bit tortuous, this kind of life where one can sleep until waking up naturally was not much different from what Su Wenqing had imagined. Su Wenqing chatted with Xia's mother for a few words with a feeling that was hard to describe, and then said goodbye and went back to his room. Liang Yan looked at Su Wenqing's confused and complicated back thoughtfully, and asked someone to find the kitchen manager. Chapter 40. In Xianzheng Hall, Xieshan watched the officials of the third prince's faction talking with an expressionless face. He was depressed for a whole day. He felt that the entire royal family of the northern barbarians was not compatible with him. It was rare for him to get married once in his life. But the northern barbarian Wolf King had been bedridden for more than half a year and chose to die before his wedding. In order to get married peacefully, he stayed up 5 nights in the Ministry of War and came up with countermeasures for more than a dozen possible situations. However, who would have thought that the third prince would hook up with Tobalilu, the foreson of the northern barbarian Wolf King, without anyone knowing? While Xieshan listened to the fat-headed official opposite him talking about the benefits of agreeing to help Tobalilu quell the civil strife in the northern barbarians, he was thinking about how to get this person, who was just a vain person, out of the Ministry of War. Since he learned that the northern barbarian Wolf King was seriously ill, he began to make plans, with the purpose of making the northern barbarian royal family fight each other and unable to take care of themselves. He spent a lot of effort to plan for several months here. The northern barbarians were in chaos, and those tribes that were dissatisfied with the northern barbarian royal family also rebelled. He wanted to add fuel to the fire in a while. But before he could add fuel to the fire, they caught fire in their own backyard, which directly gave Tobalilu an opportunity to cut off the fire. Send troops to help Tobalilu quell the civil strife in the northern barbarians? Help him free up his hands to deal with the southern dynasty as soon as possible? And what is opening up trade? Mutual benefit and win-win? He has fought with Tobalilu for several years and knows his cruel and vicious nature. The result of opening up trade is to open the country's doors and be slaughtered. The officials of the third prince's faction were well prepared and came with great momentum. They painted a big pie for the emperor that in time, the north and the south will be able to avoid war and coexist peacefully. The officials who opposed this move even quoted classics and wanted to accuse the officials who proposed it of selling out the country for glory and treason and collaborating with the enemy. The two sides argued fiercely for a day, and finally reached a consensus on agreeing to let Tobalilu's envoy come to the southern dynasty. Receiving envoys from other countries involves border defense, etiquette, and other aspects. When Xieshan came out of the Ministry of War, it was completely dark. He rode back to Xia's house in silence. The first sentence after getting off the horse was, "Madam, have you had dinner?" The servant took the reins and replied respectfully, "I haven't used it. The young lady has been waiting for you." The low pressure that had been hanging around Xieshan gradually dissipated after hearing this. The corners of his eyes curved slightly, revealing the first faint smile since he was summoned into the palace. Inside the house, Su Winching sat at the dining table with her head propped up and played with chopsticks boredly. She spent a day through countless self-verification and self-doubt, and finally accepted the fact that she had inexplicably become a wife. She thought about what happened last night dozens of times. Why did it develop like this? The reason she found for herself was that there was no way. Beauty misled people. Xieshan's appearance was impeccable. Looking at the entire Anjing city, I'm afraid there are few people more handsome than Xieshan. And Su Winching had to admit that there are thousands of men in the world, and her favorite is the type like Xieshan, who is handsome and gentle as jade. Food and sex are human nature, and Xieshan is quite a gentleman in bed. Life is short, and Su Winching has never been a person who likes to embarrass herself. Her original ideal was to be surrounded by handsome men, and now the handsome men have become Xieshan. Although the number is less, the quality is still increased, so she should be considered to have made a profit. Okay, food, sex, and love are the greatest desires of human beings. She should be calm. Su Winching sighed for a long time. If life deceives her, what else can she do except to make herself think about it? Su Winching shook her head and sighed 3 times. Just think of it as beauty misleading people. Xieshan lifted the curtain with a smile in the corner of his eyes. What misleading people? Su Winching choked. Ahem. Delicious food can mislead people. I mean, the dishes on this table are too delicious. If you don't come back, I will start eating. After washing his hands, Xieshan took the towel handed over by Su Winching, and his eyes softened naturally. It took a long time to deal with the palace affairs. Eat first and don't be hungry. Su Winching, why are you busy so late? Did something happen? Xieshan sat down at the table. The 4th prince of the northern barbarians wants to negotiate peace with us and plans to send an envoy. The emperor. Xieshan's words stopped abruptly after he saw the dishes on the table clearly. Astragalus stewed pigeon. Cotinopsis stewed black chicken. Steency base. You call me a pork kidney soup, and kidney nourishing and strengthening wine. Is there anything more unbearable in the world than his wife preparing a table of kidney tonifying and aphrodisiac wine, and food for him on the second day of his wedding? He felt that his dignity, as a man, had suffered a devastating blow. Xieshan suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead and forced a questioning look at Su Wenqing calmly. Su Wenqing was also wronged. This really had nothing to do with her. Under the kindness of Xia's mother, she had no way to refuse. Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly and took a piece of pork loin and put it in Xieshan's bowl to ease the embarrassment. Just tonic? Xieshan's face turned from cloudy to yellow and then to green. He took a few deep breaths, then took a piece of pork loin without changing his expression. He knew his mistakes and could correct them with a sincere attitude. I will pay attention in the future. Su Wenqing choked on a mouthful of soup. What should I pay attention to? What should I pay attention to? Su Wenqing didn't want to recall what happened next. After all, fainting in bed was a complicated life experience. It was hard to say whether she should be relieved or ashamed. The next day, when Su Wenqing woke up, she was surprised to find that Xieshan had not left yet. She slightly propped herself up and wanted to open the bed curtain to see the sky outside. But before she could get her hand out of the quilt, Xieshan pushed her back. Xieshan closed his eyes, holding Su Wenqing's hand and continuing to massage her waist. His voice was lazy and a little hoarse. It's still early. Sleep a little longer. Seeing that the sun was already high outside the window, Su Wenqing couldn't help but ask curiously, don't you have to go to the palace? Are you done with the affairs of the court? Xieshan hugged the restless person back into his arms and said lazily, let them quarrel for a few days. I will go after they are done quarreling. Anyway, I still have a few days of wedding leave. Su Wenqing enjoyed Xieshan's massage and felt relaxed in his waist and back without any pain. Your technique is good. Did you learn it specially? Xieshan's mind flashed through several childhood scenes of being mercilessly beaten by his father Xiesheng. His hands paused, and he said him vaguely. Su Wenqing recalled the old things and felt very regretful. If I had known that your technique was so good, I should have asked you to help me massage when I was punished by concubine Shu Teniel and met you. Hey, I could have suffered less for several days later. Xieshan opened his eyes silently. With his status that day, he had no right to help her, let alone massage her. He knew Su Wenqing was joking, but he still felt distressed. However, no matter how much he talked about the past, it was meaningless. He rubbed Su Wenqing's head and silently made up his mind that he would never do it again. Su Wenqing just mentioned it casually, and her attention was quickly diverted by him. She looked up and said, by the way, it seems that we haven't served tea to your father and mother yet. Xieshan was very dissatisfied with the word you in front of father and mother, but he did not forcefully correct it. He just subconsciously increased the strength of holding Su Wenqing. It doesn't matter. They don't care about these etiquettes. Let's serve tea together when we have dinner tonight. Su Wenqing nodded, thinking of something, and suddenly laughed. Xieshan, what's wrong? Su Wenqing smiled and said, I was just thinking that the rumors are all false. Xieshan understood what Su Wenqing meant, and his eyes added a few smiles. Rules and etiquette are for outsiders to see. In front of your family, you should do whatever you feel comfortable with. Xieshan paused, his chin resting on Su Wenqing's head. I hope you can also treat this place as your home. Whether you are sad or angry, you don't need to hide it. And you don't need to care about those red tape. You can do everything in the way you feel most comfortable. Su Wenqing squeezed Xieshan's hand with her backhand. Yeah, I understand. Xieshan knew from Su Wenqing's reaction that she had not taken this sentence to heart at all. Su Wenqing was not a very complicated person, compared with those twisting people in the officialdom. Su Wenqing's joys, sorrows, anger and happiness could often be seen through at a glance. But even if he could understand her emotions, she still gave him a sense of uncertainty, as if she was always ready to leave at any time. Xieshan's eyes dimmed a little. He kissed Su Wenqing's hair, and told himself to take it slowly. Su Wenqing suddenly pulled away a little. She looked up at Xieshan. Actually, there is one thing I have been puzzled about. Xieshan, Su Wenqing, do you remember the second time we met during the spring banquet? Xieshan had a warning line in his heart, and he said him calmly. Su Wenqing narrowed his eyes and stared at Xieshan. I have always wondered. Since you can press acupoints, you can just knock me out and make up an excuse that I fainted suddenly. Why do you have to kick me into the water? Xian. TSK. A bad start. Xian explained seriously. After all, pressing acupoints and fainting are not exactly the same. Although the reason of fainting suddenly is feasible, it is also easy to arouse suspicion. It is common sense to faint after falling into the water due to shock, and most people will not investigate it further. Su Wenqing looked at Xian with doubt and suspicion in his eyes. Xian sat up, his expression unchanged. Just now, I suddenly remembered that my father will go back to the south to inspect salt in 2 days. I don't know if he has anything else to deal with in the evening. Fortunately, we are all here now. Otherwise we too will go to their place to have lunch together at noon? Su Wenqing instinctively suspected that Xian was changing the subject. But when she saw his serious face, she felt that she was being mean. However, Su Wenqing was not a person who liked to hold on to the past. Seeing that the atmosphere was right and the two of them were talking happily, she decided to take advantage of the time to change clothes to have a good talk with Xian about Xiaoyun. It is said that problems cannot be delayed, because 80% of the bloody plots are the result of I don't ask, you don't tell. Chapter 41. Xian was a little panicked when he saw Su Wenqing suddenly fell silent. Who could have thought that the person he kicked without thinking would eventually become his wife? The truth must not be told, as it would affect the harmony of the family. Xian's brain was working at high speed, and countless reasons and answers were listed in his mind as plans. Su Wenqing, what are you going to do with the fifth prince? The question was beyond the scope, and Xian's brain was working at high speed and froze. Ah? Me and the fifth prince? Are you still thinking about the reputation of the fifth prince at this time? Su Wenqing sighed and tried to keep calm. I can understand why you didn't say it at the beginning. Because this matter is not good for you. The fifth prince? Or the relationship between the two of you? Xian thought of the man who looked a bit like Xiaoyun who came into Ningxiang Pavilion, and a bad idea slowly formed in his mind. Su Wenqing didn't notice the increasingly complex aura around Xian. She racked her brains to think about the words, in order not to hurt Xian's obscure young thoughts. She tried to say it as tactfully as possible. I know you will definitely say that no matter what happens between you and him, you will treat me well. Su Wenqing paused here and swallowed the inexplicable bitterness in her heart. She was really in a difficult situation. Not only did the marriage of form turn into a real marriage, but she also had to face the emotional problems between her husband and his white moonlight. That is, Xian. If it was someone else, she would have directly confronted him. Why is it only Xian? Off topic. Su Wenqing tried to pull his thoughts back. I heard that the last monarch of the previous dynasty ruined the country because of male favorites. So this dynasty has strictly prohibited male prostitution since the founding of the country, especially among the royal families. Su Wenqing saw Xian's lips move slightly, and hurriedly explained, I don't discriminate or look down on you. People are born equal. These are all your freedoms. It's just that we are grasshoppers tied to the same rope for the time being. You should tell me your thoughts and plans in advance, so that I can cover for you in the future. Right? Xian had gone from the initial shock, disbelief, and what the hell when he heard this. After recovering from the series of emotions, he suppressed the throbbing veins on his forehead and tried his best to keep calm. Why did you misunderstand me? Xian paused for a while before he could utter the following words. To the fifth prince. Xian could not continue. Su Wenqing sighed. I know your difficulties. On the one hand, you feel that you should not do this. And on the other hand, you are emotional. You think that there is no way for you and the fifth prince to have a result. So you just want to protect him silently. Wait. What? Misunderstanding? Su Wenqing was shocked. Xian tried his best to stay calm, but the uncontrollable twitching of the corners of his eyes always made people feel that the mask on his face might crack at any time. In an inexplicably dangerous atmosphere, Su Wenqing quickly reflected on why he thought Xian liked Xiaoyun. It was because in the original novel, whenever Xian and Xiaoyun appeared in the same frame, the comment section was filled with aha, like a groundhog. So, this is just a misunderstanding? This is a fucking misunderstanding? How can this be just a misunderstanding? Xian sat on the bed, looking at Su Wenqing. His tone was neither hot nor cold, but it gave people the illusion that this sentence was squeezed out from his teeth one word after another. Besides, why are we just grasshoppers tied to a rope temporarily? Su Wenqing swallowed timidly under Xian's smiling gaze. As the saying goes, Occasionally a white lie can maintain the relationship between people. And Su Winching decided to follow this truth at this moment. This mistake was too big, and it was beyond the scope of her explanation skills. Her intuition made her choose temporarily between explaining misunderstanding and temporarily. Although she didn't know why. Mr. Xie was obviously more bothered by the word temporarily. I'm worried. Su Winching carefully held the quilt and said the sky is high and the sea is vast. I am free as just for the sake of perfection. I'm worried that if you are with the fifth prince, you will divorce me. Xie Shuren's expression changed for a while, and finally put his hand into Su Winching's hair. I won't. And I haven't. Su Winching shrank her head and looked at Xie Shuren embarrassedly, thinking that he was calm and frightening. If he didn't explode in silence, he would die in silence. Su Winching was worried that Mr. Xie would not be careful and smash her head directly. Xie Xian suddenly felt distressed when he saw Su Winching's cautious look. In fact, it was because of his poor performance that she was so anxious. Xie Xian swallowed all kinds of complicated emotions. For the first time, he felt the frustration of having to swallow his anger. Yes, since he was already a husband, he should support the family and should not make his wife sad. He should not. Never mind. He couldn't say anything more. Xie Xian touched Su Winching's head in an unusually calm and gentle manner, and his tone was no different from usual. Wait. I'll go out for a while. Su Winching nodded timidly, trying his best to suppress his presence. Xie Xian put on his outer robe and closed the door. He took 2 deep breaths in the yard and tried to calm himself. 5 minutes later, Xie Xian called the servant. I remember that the fifth prince likes to eat the lotus root powder and osmanthus sugar cake made by Aunt Sun in the kitchen. The servant nodded. The fifth prince also praised Aunt Sun, saying that the food made by the imperial kitchen is not as delicious as hers. Xie Xian, go and ask Aunt Sun to make one, and then send it to the fifth prince's mansion, and say that I suddenly realized and want to thank him for his help over the years. The servant hurriedly agreed. I'll go and call Aunt Sun now. Xie Xian stopped the servant, who turned around and left. Tell Aunt Sun to put more croton powder when making it. Servants, croton? Xie Xian's expression remained unchanged. Do you have any questions? The servant swallowed his saliva, said yes with great momentum, and ran away. Inside the house, Su Winching was frightened by the aggressive yes, and felt that they were discussing how to make her into a human meat bun outside the house. Su Winching pursed her lips in grievance. In fact, she didn't do anything. She just occasionally made up her mind, occasionally comforted him, occasionally persuaded him to let go, and occasionally took him to. This is not even occasionally. She took him there once. Outside the house. After giving all the instructions, Xie Xian was finally able to let his brain continue to think. He recalled everything related to Su Winching from the spring banquet to now, and suddenly felt sad. She had loved him since she was a child but didn't dare to approach him. She could only watch him from afar, because she once misunderstood him. She hid her feelings deeply. No wonder she acted so unnatural when they first met. No wonder she said that some feelings were destined to have no results when she gave him ointment for the first time. It turned out that she was really persuading herself to let go. And taking him to Ningxiang Pavilion was also to tell him that even if he liked, she didn't mind. Xie Xian suddenly felt that a soft spot in his heart was poked. The joys, sorrows, anger and happiness of the world are not the same. He never thought that there would be someone who could care about him so much. So without him knowing, was she sad and upset countless times? A trace of regret flashed across Xie Xian's face, and he left her alone in the room now, which was really wrong. Su Winching had been waiting in a timid and obedient manner, but she waited too long and was actually waiting herself to sleep. However, Xie Xian had not yet settled his account, and she did not dare to fall asleep directly. What if he came in angrily and found that she was already asleep? Su Winching was worried that her anger value, which was only 5 points, might soar to 10 points. Whether it was a beating or a scolding. Su Winching yawned out of boredom. But as soon as she opened her mouth, she saw Xie Xian pushing the door in. Su Winching hurriedly swallowed the half-yawned breath, lowered her head aggrievedly, and pretended to be pitiful to be beaten and scolded. Xie Xian condemned himself fiercely in his heart, then sat down in front of Su Winching, went over the draft in his mind, and then slowly explained, although I don't know what caused you to have this misunderstanding. There is really nothing between me and the fifth prince. Xie Xian paused, then said solemnly, I will never divorce you if I marry you. Su Winching's dark pupils rolled around. What was this? Just, everything is fine. Su Wenqing cautiously tried. Are you not angry anymore? Xiaxian, it was my fault just now. I didn't react immediately. I'm not angry. Su Wenqing was relieved, and happily changed the label of Xiaxian in his mind. Vindictive. To quite generous. However, Su Wenqing didn't want to be too arrogant after just selling out his pity. So he asked very obediently and docilely, then are we still going to to have dinner in the mother's yard? Xiaxian's mood, which had been cloudy all morning, finally cleared up completely after hearing this. Fortunately, it was made clear. Look, even the address was changed. At this time, they are probably about to have dinner. Now send someone to say that they are still tired and wait for us. Let's go in the evening and eat in the yard at noon. Su Wenqing didn't have any objection to this. After all, it was his parents, whether in Su's or Xia's house. As long as she eats in her own courtyard. Su Wenqing has the habit of going to the small kitchen for a walk. Maybe people born in the year of the rat love to steal food, and always feel that the food on the table is not as delicious as the food on the stove. In order to act good, Su Wenqing circled around Xiaxian for a long time, and finally found that Xiaxian did not seem to blame her. So she felt relieved. She took advantage of Xiaxian's reading of official documents, and slipped into the small kitchen with familiarity. Everyone in the kitchen was no longer surprised by the newly married young lady's love of stealing food. Young lady is here again? Everyone laughed when they saw Su Wenqing poking her head at the door in a sneaky way. And her tone was obviously very familiar. Su Wenqing coughed lightly, and walked in with her hands behind her back, pretending to be a leader on an inspection tour. But within 2 seconds, she broke down. She looked around curiously. What did you make today? It smells so good. This young lady is easygoing, likes to joke, and has no airs. Within 2 days of marrying in, she has already won the recognition of the servants in the Xia mansion. Everyone joked. Steamed mandarin fish. The young master is here today, so you can't eat the fish eyes anymore. Su Wenqing smiled and stuck out her tongue, and opened a steamer at hand. Lotus root powder and osmanthus sugar cake. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. Then she took advantage of everyone's inattention and acted as fast as lightning, eating as fast as flying. Delicious, but a little hot. When the mouse stole the lamp oil, he didn't think that his friends who grew up with him would betray him. Just like when Su Wenqing stole the lotus root powder and sweet-scented osmanthus cake, she didn't think that her husband, who looked lifeless, would poison the kitchen at home. So the result of the mouse stealing the oil was that he fell into the oil tank and could never get out. And the result of Su Wenqing's stealing was that he almost fainted after staying in the toilet for a day. At night, Su Wenqing looked at Xiaxian's apologetic and guilty expression and gritted her teeth. She didn't believe him. He was definitely intentional. This must be his revenge. Chapter 42. The next day, Su Wenqing demonstrated to everyone what the fate of a lady, the body of a maid, meant. She was like a tenacious grass. As long as she was given a little sunshine, she would thrive. In less than one night, she had recovered from the pale face, cold hands and feet, and the appearance of a sickly ghost who seemed to have not much time left. Xiaxian touched her forehead with worry in his eyes. Are you feeling better? Su Wenqing slapped Xiaxian's hand away expressionlessly. Ha! Hypocrisy. Pretending. Xiaxian didn't check for a while, and cheated his wife. He felt guilty and regretful. He didn't fight back or say anything all day. When he saw Su Wenqing was about to get up, he was worried. Why don't you rest for a while? It's still early, and there's nothing to do. Su Wenqing rolled her eyes at him in anger. Her breath was weak. Brother, why don't you just give me a quick death? Are you trying to torture me to death by stabbing me like this? Xiaxian didn't understand. Su Wenqing slapped his claws away. I'm hungry. If I sleep any longer, I'll starve to death. Xiaxian got up regretfully and hurriedly asked the kitchen to make some light porridge and bring it up. Su Wenqing's anger came and went quickly. And she wasn't really angry, seeing Xiaxian being so careful all morning, afraid of bumping into her. She laughed. I'm really fine. Xiaxian finally let go of his heart after a day of worry when he saw Su Wenqing laughing. He secretly made another note of Xiaoyun in his heart, and then pushed the side dish in front of Su Wenqing. You've been hungry for a day. Don't eat too much at once. It's not good for your health. Su Wenqing was eating and mumbling. We agreed to go to your parents' house for dinner last night, but we didn't go in the end. They won't be unhappy. Right? Xie sighed silently in his heart. After one night, he was back to square one. However, his wife finally calmed down. So he couldn't be too greedy. It's okay. It's the same if we go today. Su Wenqing had been wearing a red veil when she was performing the ceremony on the wedding day. So to be precise, she hadn't really met Xie. But according to rumors, Xie was serious and very strict. Su Wenqing looked at the various clothes in front of her. Which one do you think your father would like to see me wear? Xie. I think you only need to consider which piece I like to see you wear. Su Wenqing took the clothes and squinted at Xie. Which piece do you like to see me wear? Xie paused while putting on the clothes. He intuitively felt that the answer to this question might affect the harmony between the couple. He thought deeply for a second and made a choice. As long as it's you. I like any piece you wear. Su Wenqing was satisfied. She was in a good mood and chose a light and elegant piece of clothing according to Xie's mother's taste. Then she asked Suedia to put on some light makeup for her, and followed Xie out. In Xie's mother's courtyard, Xie and Liang Yun were playing chess. After 3 days of hard work, he finally succeeded in moving himself from the study back to the bedroom before leaving. He was a little bit dazzled by the fulfillment of his long-cherished wish. The result of his dazzle was, of course, that the chess game in the morning was a complete failure. Liang Yun won again, and she put the white pieces into the box. It's getting late. Don't you have to deal with official documents today? Xie heard a strong disdain in Liang Yun's tone. He adjusted his mentality. Pressed Liang Yun's hand to collect the chess pieces. Play another game. I'll play well. Liang Yun, okay. No more. Originally scheduled to hand in the manuscript in 3 days. Now the manuscript is presented to the Dragon King. I have to rewrite it all. Master. Madam. The voice of the maid sounded at the door. Xie raised his eyelids, and his tone unconsciously carried a bit of sternness from outside. What's the matter? The maid was so scared that she trembled and couldn't speak clearly. Master. Master said they should come over here for lunch. Xie saw with his own eyes that Liang Yun, who was not interested just now, smiled immediately after hearing the words, and his mood was a bit complicated. As soon as Su Wenqing entered the courtyard, she saw Liang Yun coming out to greet her. She smiled and greeted. Thank you. Xie coughed lightly beside him. Su Wenqing changed her words seamlessly, and said obediently, Mother. Liang Yun pretended not to notice, but just looked at Xie with disdain when Su Wenqing was not paying attention. How could I give birth to such a useless son like you? Xie rubbed his nose and said, Don't be impatient. Take your time. Liang Yun almost rolled her eyes on the spot. Su Wenqing felt a strange air flow around her, and she was pulled by Liang Yun just as she wanted to turn around. Liang Yun smiled and said, You look like you've recovered a lot. We were worried about you yesterday. Su Wenqing smiled sweetly. She joked, I was actually fine last night, but I just looked a little weak. I've completely recovered after a good night's sleep. I'm just hungry now. I feel like I can eat a whole cow. Liang Yun was amused by Su Wenqing. I'm glad you're fine. I haven't seen my silly son so anxious for a long time. I suspect he must have secretly gone somewhere to wipe his tears last night. Xie. It turns out that his aloof image was broken step by step. Liang Yun smiled and said, Come in quickly. I asked the kitchen to make your favorite linglong shrimp dumplings. While responding to Liang Yun's words, Su Wenqing turned back and secretly glanced at the corner of Xie eyes. It seemed a little red. After entering the room, Su Wenqing saw Xie sitting in the seat at first sight. Unlike Xie and Liang Yun, Xie gave people the first impression of being invincible. There was a sense of majesty in his every move. He was the kind of person who was hard to ignore in any occasion. Su Wenqing didn't dare to be as casual as he was in front of Xie and Liang Yun. He quickly saluted politely and said, Father Kanyan. Xie nodded. And then the Lord Xie, who dared to directly challenge the emperor, stood up for the first time and said to Su Wenqing in a casual tone, You must be hungry. Come and eat. Su Wenqing was flattered. She felt that the people in the Xie family were really nice, and she felt that she was loved by everyone. Xie knew what she was thinking as soon as she saw her expression. After seeing Xie and Liang Yun sitting down, he picked up the teacup on the table and handed it to Su Wenqing. You have always wanted to offer tea. Come on. It's just right to offer tea while eating. Su Wenqing turned back and looked at Xie suddenly. Now? Offer tea like this? What should I say? Xie's eyes had a little smile. Just say what you want to say. Su Wenqing dared to guarantee that she saw a hint of ridicule and teasing in Xie Xian's eyes. She took the teacup with a stiff upper lip and beat Xie Xian in her heart. Who knows what people say when offering tea in this place? A light bulb suddenly flashed in her mind, and she handed the teacup to Xie Xiang in the way of toasting, smiling obediently and sensibly. I wish my father all the best. Happiness and longevity. Xie Xiang was stunned and hurriedly took the teacup. Okay. Okay. Su Wenqing saw Xie Xiang say okay, and put the teacup aside. She couldn't help but feel uneasy. What's good? You drink it. Isn't drinking tea a sign of satisfaction? How can I continue to offer it to you if you don't drink it? Xie Xiang saw Su Wenqing's face full of expectation. After a few seconds of hesitation, he reacted and drank the steaming tea in one gulp under the gaze of the whole family. Su Wenqing was stunned. Xie Xiang rarely saw his father being humiliated, and he was in a good mood. He held back his laughter and handed another cup of tea to Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing quickly adjusted his mentality and smiled sweetly. I wish my mother eternal youth and eternal beauty. Perhaps because of the previous experience, Liang Yun was quite calm. She took the tea, took a sip, took off the jade bracelet in her hand, and put it on Su Wenqing. Good boy. Be good. Come and sit down. Su Wenqing was quite satisfied with her performance on the spot. She sat down happily. When she picked up the chopsticks, she heard Liang Yun ask beside her, I remember that the Su family originated from Jiangdong. Is serving tea a custom in Jiangdong? Liang Yun's doubtful tone was not false at all, and it also carried a trace of the usual desire of intellectuals for unknown things. Su Wenqing turned around like a machine that had been out of repair for a long time and looked at Xie Xian. When she mentioned serving tea this morning, this bastard didn't say anything. Xie Xian was sitting at the table picking up food with chopsticks, looking as calm as a gentleman, if it weren't for the smile on his lips. Su Wenqing turned to Liang Yun's eyes full of curiosity. She wanted to cry but couldn't. She couldn't say that it was the etiquette she saw in the costume drama. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and laughed. Yes, yes. Liang Yun became interested. She asked, I really haven't heard of it. Is there any particularity in it? Su Wenqing. Let me go. I'm just a poor student who hasn't even finished reading the 5,000 years. Really can't make it up. After planting tea seeds, they cannot be transplanted. If the tea seeds are transplanted after planting, they will not survive. Offering tea to parents means that the newlyweds can support each other for the rest of their lives. Xie Xian was talking seriously, and after finishing, he picked up a piece of fish for Liang Yun. This fish is fresh. Mother, please try it. Liang Yun heard lifelong support and didn't say anything, but looked at Su Wenqing's head buried in the bowl meaningfully, and then went to discuss the fish soup with her old man. Su Wenqing saw that Liang Yun's attention was finally diverted, and she silently wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. Xie Xian picked up a delicate shrimp dumpling and put it in Su Wenqing's bowl, smiling. Eat more. Su Wenqing tilted his head and gritted his teeth in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Please be a human being. Xie Xian laughed out loud. Su Wenqing mistook the shrimp dumpling in the bowl for Xie Xian and took a big bite. She didn't even notice that the restraint and discomfort she felt when she first entered the house had disappeared in this misunderstanding. She gradually regained the feeling she had when she came to Xia's house. It was really comfortable to get along with the Xia family. They didn't have so many rules like the other wealthy families. The topics they talked about were very casual. Anyone could express their opinions, and there were not too many elders. After this meal, Su Wenqing roughly understood the way the Xia family got along. First of all, Liang Yun must have the highest status in the family, because as long as Liang Yun spoke, whether it was reasonable or not, Xie Xiang and Xie Xian would shut up and nod obediently. The second was Xie Xiang and Xie Xian, the father and son. Su Wenqing listened to their bickering with great interest while drinking soup. It was unknown whether the father and son were doing it on purpose or were just born to be incompatible. Anyway, from the court to the rivers and lakes, from military and politics to people's livelihood, from outlook on life to values, they had never been seen standing on the same side. Of course, the result of bickering was that Xie Xiang was so angry that he blew his beard and glared in anger in most cases. After all, Xie Xiang was born with a clever tongue that could defeat thousands of troops. Not to mention that this clever tongue was quite capable of calling a deer a horse. After finishing the meal, Liang Yun took Su Wenqing to the inner room to watch mahjong. Xie Xiang spoke only after he made sure that they could not hear him, What are you going to do about the matter between the third prince and Tuobalilu? Xieshan calmly drank tea. Whatever happens, let's take it one step at a time. Xiesheng, don't blame me for not reminding you. Pei Yin and his son have already set off to return to Anjing City. Xieshan, next month. The third prince will marry the daughter of the Pei family. It is natural for Pei Yin and his son to return to Beijing. I don't understand the value of this news. Xiesheng was choked. He angrily surrounded the 3 black pieces around the white pieces, implying, the enemy is already at the gate of the city. And you haven't even figured out who the general you are supposed to serve is. How do you plan to fight this battle? Xieshan sighed and put the chess pieces back into the chess box. You may be good at marching and fighting, but you are really not good at fiddling with the country. You should go back to the south as soon as possible and serve as a living imperial sword for those imperial envoys who inspect the salt. The veins on Xiesheng's fists were throbbing. If he hadn't just moved back to the dormitory from the study, he would have definitely taken action to teach this bastard a lesson. Xieshan handed a cup of tea in front of Xiesheng. Come on. Calm down. You are old. Don't get angry easily. Your daughter-in-law said there is a disease called myocardial infarction. I think people like you are very likely to get it. Xiesheng just drank a whole cup of hot tea, and the bubbles in his mouth were still aching. He looked at the tea and Xieshan in front of him, and felt that his children were all debts from his previous life. He held back his anger and said, Okay, I don't care about other people's affairs. How are you going to deal with the Pei family? Xieshan narrowed his eyes, and the joking color gradually faded, and his face became a little colder. Yugua. The Pei family is a moth and leech. You men. The Pei family is a jackal, tiger and leopard. You family. I will never forget what happened to my grandfather's family back then. Don't worry. Even if there was no such thing, I didn't plan to let them have an easy time. Chapter 43. The coldness on Xieshan's face disappeared without a trace when he heard Liang Yuan and Su Wenqing come out. He stood up very tactfully and took the wooden box of mahjong from Liang Yuan and Su Wenqing, and asked with a smile, Have you figured it out? Xiesheng, who was sitting on the side and had no tact, received a glare from Liang Yuan. Almost. Wenqing said that you can get the hang of it after playing 2 games. We plan to find 2 more people. Xieshan saw the excitement in Su Wenqing's eyes and smiled. I'll go with you. Xieshan's feat of fighting 2 people alone in Landlord that day was still vivid in his mind. Su Wenqing thought about his mahjong skills and pretended to be considerate and said, Don't you have to deal with official business? If you are busy, you don't have to accompany us. I'll let Suedia come. Xieshan smiled gently. It's okay. I'm on vacation today. Su Wenqing said with difficulty. Really? That's great. Xieshan laughed out loud. And when Liang Yuan turned around, he whispered, I'll give you the cards. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. And then she felt insulted. She was the little mahjong god of Puan West Village, but she actually fell to asking a novice to give up her cards? Okay. You said? Xieshan nodded, smiling meaningfully. The mahjong 4-person team finally consisted of Liang Yuan, who had been looking forward to it for many days, Su Wenqing, who wanted to show off her mahjong skills, Xieshan, who didn't know what his mentality was, and Xiesheng, who was forced to participate. In the first few rounds, Su Wenqing used her rich experience gained from 10 years of playing Masao to easily beat the newbie. She touched her gradually bulging purse and smiled. However, the good times did not last long. From the 5th round, Xieshan showed her what it meant that a smart person would not be bad at anything. He successfully touched a small hand by observing Su Wenqing's winning skills. Su Wenqing looked at Xieshan's smug expression and handed over the silver without caring. After 2 more rounds, Liang Yuan took the cards, but did not move for a long time. After a long time, she hesitated with a hint of uncertainty in her tone. Wenqing, come and help me. I think I've won. Su Wenqing leaned forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Fa. Fa. Bay. 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 What the hell? Mixed color? Liang Yuan. Xiesheng, mixed color? Xieshan, what the hell? Su Wenqing coughed and pretended not to hear Xieshan's words. Mixed color is a 6-point big beard, which can be multiplied 32 times. Liang Yuan's face was full of surprise. Does it mean that each of you has to give me 8 taels of silver? Su Wenqing held his newly bulging money bag and nodded with difficulty. Xie Sheng, who had been uninterested until now, finally showed some interest after paying the money. He asked Su Wenqing, "Is this kind of card difficult to play?" Perhaps it was his appearance. Or perhaps it was his deep-rooted temperament of not smiling for many years. Every time Su Wenqing talked to Xie Sheng, she would have the illusion of being interrogated by the leader of the country. She adjusted her attitude and answered respectfully, from the perspective of probability. Yes. After all. Except for southeast, northwest, middle, white. The others are all of the same color, which is more difficult to match. If all are of the same color, it is even more difficult to match without a character card. That is called all the same color, which can be directly multiplied by 24 times. Xie Sheng nodded, and after a while asked again, "What is the highest number you can win?" Su Wenqing, "The highest is 88. And the common ones are 13 yao. Big for happiness and 4 gangs." Xie Sheng looked at the cards in his hand thoughtfully. Su Wenqing opened her lips slightly, hesitated for a while, and finally swallowed the words of persuasion back into her stomach. Forget it. How can a sparrow know the ambition of a swan? A small person like her who muddles through life may not understand the lofty ambitions of these big people who are in charge of the country. Of course, judging from the fact that Lord Xie said people to give money 6 times in the next game and did not win a single hand, Mahjong may only be suitable for small people to entertain themselves. Fortunately, Xie Xian is different from his father. Not only does he do well among the little people, he also has a tendency to use his wisdom when he was a big person to beat the little people. In less than 2 hours, he has mastered a series of skills such as making cards, discarding cards, remembering cards and counting cards that only 10-year veterans can do. Su Wenqing watched the silver in the purse gradually flow into Xie Xian's bag, while grabbing the cards. She thought angrily, men's mouths are deceiving ghosts. Dogmen. They still say to put down cards. Xie Xian seemed to have sensed something. He looked up at Su Wenqing's angry expression opposite him, and smiled and played at 20,000. Su Wenqing's expression lit up. Bang! Xie Xian opened the cards in his hand, smiling. 50,000. Su Wenqing, eat! Liang Yun looked at Su Wenqing on the left, then at Xie Xian on the right, and finally stepped on Xie Sheng under the table. Xie Sheng was seriously thinking about how to make his big card of 88 points. He was 6 cards short of big 4, and 7 cards short of 13 ones. Who knows what will come in the next round? He felt Liang Yun's action, and looked up at Liang Yun with a puzzled look. Liang Yun lowered his eyelids slightly, and pointed to the cards Xie Xian put on the table for Su Wenqing to see how others see. Xie Sheng looked at the unbroken 1 character spread out beside Su Wenqing's hand, thinking that Liang Yun wanted the 1 character. He gritted his teeth and played the 90,000 in his hand. He could not make the cards, but he still couldn't offend his wife. Su Wenqing was overjoyed. Bang! Liang Yun. Xie Sheng. Su Wenqing looked at the 4-1 cards in her hand and felt that her life had reached its peak. As long as she got another 10,000, she could win a Qin Yi Sei. The 20,000 had been cut off, and the probability of 10,000 being thrown out was still very high. She could turn things around. However, life is always full of surprises and setbacks. Just like Su Wenqing didn't expect Xie Xian to be so kind to give her a card, she didn't expect that she couldn't wait for her 10,000 brother until she drew the last card. No one won this round. Lord Xie was of course because of his lofty ambitions. Madame Xie was because of bad luck. And Xie Xian. Su Wenqing gritted her teeth and looked at the 3 10,000 left in Xie Xian's hand. He first gave her a little sweetness, making her feel that success was within reach, and finally let her in with the hope of being able to win all the money. What kind of fun is this? Isn't this just the fun of teasing a cat with a cat teaser? Xie Xian saw Su Wenqing's puffy cheeks and resisted the urge to poke her. While holding back his laughter, he carefully put a few cards in her hand. He couldn't tease her anymore. If she teased him again, the cat would ignore him. Life in the Xie mansion was both comfortable and easy. Su Wenqing ate and slept every day. Slept and played and ate again. She was so comfortable that she didn't know what year it was. The only regret was that Mr. Quayle's new work, which was scheduled to be published this month, did not come out on time. Xie's father still had work to do in the south. He left for the south a few days after attending the wedding banquet. Xie Xian's wedding leave was also in vain. On the 4th day after the wedding, he was taken back to work by the military officials, who came to invite him one after another. On the 3rd day after the family sent Xie's father away, Su Winching was sitting on the bed, with her feet up reading a book. Why do I say reading a book? Because she had been staring at the cover for half an hour. Suedia quietly replaced the cold tea at hand for Su Winching. Suedia, have you ever raised pigs? Suedia was startled by Su Winching's sudden voice. She pondered for a long time, but couldn't figure out Su Winching's thoughts. She could only answer cautiously and honestly, reporting to the lady. I have never raised pigs. Su Winching said, oh. Suedia held her breath and waited for the next words. After a long time, Su Winching said, I haven't raised any pigs either. Suedia staggered. Seeing Suedia's angry expression, Su Winching smiled. I heard that raising pigs is like this. Let the pigs eat well, drink well and sleep well, and finally send them to the slaughterhouse. Suedia was confused. Slaughterhouse? Su Winching turned over like a carp. Help me dress up. And help me find the dowry list. Suedia saw Su Winching's impetuous appearance and hurriedly chased after him. Miss, are you going out? What are you going to do now? Su Winching, go check the assets and figure out how to repay the loan. Suedia was confused, and only vaguely understood the last two words. She followed Su Winching with a worried look. Borrowing money from a bag is illegal. Miss, do you want to wait for the young master to come back and discuss it with him? Su Winching turned around and put his hands on Suedia's shoulders, his expression serious and bright. It's unreliable to rely on men blindly. Women, as a matter of fact, still need to have some careers of their own. Evening. After returning home, Xie Xian did not see Su Winching. While changing his court clothes, he asked the servant beside him, where did the lady go? The servant said, reporting to the young master. The young lady went outside to check the farm. Xie Xian didn't pay much attention to what he said, and asked casually, doesn't she always dislike managing these things? I remember that last time my mother asked her to help manage the house. She found a lot of reasons to refuse. The servant hesitated. Young madam is not checking the farms under the name of the Xie family, but the farms on her dowry list. Xie Xian paused while changing his clothes. Why did she think of checking these? The servant said timidly. I don't know, but I heard madam ask the steward this morning if the dowry she brought should belong to her or you. Xie Xian's expression was very complicated. He was silent for a long time, tied his belt, turned around and said, go and tell mother that I want to have dinner with her tonight. In Xie's mother's courtyard, Liang Yin laughed so hard after listening to Xie Xian's story that she lay on the table and twitched. It was the first time she saw this kind of expression of grievance on her precious son's face. Although it was only a little bit. So you mean that less than 10 days after the wedding, when Qing has already made plans for divorce with you? Xie Xian looked at the dishes on the table in front of him, and felt that none of them suited his appetite. Liang Yin smiled and comforted him. Actually, this is nothing. It's better to be prepared before it happens. Don't you often prepare for various possible events in the court? Xie Xian poked the rice in the bowl depressively. I don't think there is anything wrong with being prepared for the future. The main thing is that I don't understand what made her think of divorce. Liang Yin laughed. What's there to be confused about? It shows that you don't satisfy others. You are busy with court affairs every day, going out early and returning late every day. You left the bride alone at home on the second day of your wedding. How long have you been with her since your marriage? How many times have you had sex? Xie Xian. Mother, I heard that the manuscript you were supposed to submit is gone. Yes. I can't remember the original one. I plan to write a new one. So you plan to use your son and daughter-in-law as the prototypes for this book? Oh, you little kid. Why are you asking so many questions? Chapter 44. That night, Xie Xian was reviewing official documents while waiting for Su Winching. In the end, Su Winching did not come, but the servant brought her the news that she would not come back for a few days. Xie Xian put down his pen and looked at the cold bed with sadness. Did you say why? The servant thought for a while, and repeated Su Winching's original words. The young lady said she wanted to think about the industrial planning there. Industrial planning? Xie Xian, what happened? The servant, there are several farm heads in the Su mansion who have embezzled money and treated the tenants harshly. The young lady said she would take good care of them. Xie Xian frowned slightly when he heard this. Most of the village heads who dared to do this were old men in the Su mansion, and the internal forces of the Su mansion were intertwined. Did she ask you to convey anything else? The servant looked a little strange when he heard this. He lowered his head and replied respectfully, The young lady said that there might be elders from the Su mansion behind those people. She couldn't be too tough. So she wanted to borrow your name. Xieshan understood. He nodded, and a smile naturally appeared in his eyes. Okay. After a while, he added, take some more people with you to prevent someone from hurting her in desperation. The servant was a little hesitant after he agreed. Xieshan, anything else? The servant didn't dare to talk too much about the master's affairs, so he could only repeat the words again, expecting his master to ask, Madam wants to borrow your name. Xieshan thought about it carefully, and felt that borrowing his name was nothing more than a threat or inducement. As for his own wife, he smiled. Well, let her make a fuss. Just be careful not to let anyone hurt her. Xiaoxi swallowed his words and retreated. In the farm outside Anjing City, Su Wenqing and the farm owner were sitting and kneeling, looking at each other and crying. The farm owner's sallow and wrinkled face was covered with tears. He knelt at Su Wenqing's feet, kowtowed and cried loudly, Miss San, please forgive me this time. I was blinded by greed. I will never do it again. Please give me another chance because I watched you grow up. If you drive me back to the Su mansion, it will mean that we will have no way to survive. You are killing us. My wife is the eldest son's wet nurse. It's a small matter to punish me. But if it causes discord between you and your sister, then I deserve to die. Su Wenqing wiped his eyes, with the onion slices hidden in the silk. The tears that had just stopped flowed out again. His eyes were red, and he cried silently. He looked even more pitiful than the person crying on the ground. I have lived in the boudoir for a long time, not to mention reading these account books. I don't even understand what 1,000 taels of silver is. The village head hesitated. Then you. Su Wenqing shed 2 tears. I was forced to do so. Thank you. Ahem. My husband has taken a fancy to this farm, and wants to send his own people to take over. The village head was shocked. This is the Su family's land, and it is your dowry. How can the son-in-law take it away directly? Su Wenqing cried so hard that I felt pity. What can I do? He insisted on doing this. He originally wanted to send his servants to drive us away directly. I begged for a long time before he agreed to let me come and talk to you in person. You know, the servants and guards of the Xie mansion are all people who have fought in the battlefield with Lord Xie. Soldiers have heavy hands and feet. I am really afraid that they will hurt you. The head of the village showed disbelief. My son-in-law has gone through so much trouble to marry you. How could he treat you like this? What effort? He just wants to break up the marriage between the Su family and the third prince. Su Wenqing choked softly. He doesn't treat me as a human being at all. As long as I say or do something that doesn't suit his wishes. Su Wenqing cried even more sadly. He either beats or scolds. Uncle Wang, you are an old man in the Su mansion. You watched me grow up. Su Wenqing stood up and grabbed his sleeve and begged. You must help me. The village head was frightened by the amount of information in Su Wenqing's words and his actions, and fell to the ground. He quickly stepped back and distanced himself from Su Wenqing. This is all your master's business. How can I, a servant in charge, intervene? The master and the old lady have always loved you very much. Why don't you ask them to make the decision for you? Why didn't I ask them? A few days ago, I secretly sent a maid back to the Su mansion to tell my grandmother about my situation. But my grandmother said that since I have married into the Xie family, I should regard my husband as the sky. So I should be respectful and obedient. And then? Su Wenqing sobbed softly. Then that night, the little maid died suddenly. The village head was shocked when he heard this. These wealthy families look polite and respectable from the outside. But behind closed doors, they did more dirty things than one family. The Su family's attitude was clear that they didn't want to argue with the Xie family. The maid who died suddenly told the servants to keep their mouths shut. The Su family would not argue with the Xie family for a farm. Anyway, they couldn't stay here any longer, so they might as well think about how to get out. Su Wenqing saw this, and took advantage of the situation. She wiped her tears. Although he has agreed to let you go as long as you make up all the money missing from the account. And he also said that he would not tell the Su family what you did. Pay it all back? Zhuangtou exclaimed when he heard this. He had been greedy for many years. Where could he find so much money to fill this hole? Su Wenqing nodded in embarrassment. I know this is not a small amount of money. I have also begged him for you. But he disagreed. He said he would give you 10 days. If you don't pay it back, he will send Jingzhou Prefecture to arrest you. Zhuangtou was shocked. Both the Su and Xia families were aristocratic families. Xiexian would never go to court for such a small matter. Xiexian's words were obviously a warning. Because if this matter was really exposed, the Su family would never let him go. Su Wenqing cried with determination, "Uncle Wang, I know you can't get so much money in 10 days. But you watched me grow up. In my heart, you are like my family. So I decided that if it really goes to court, I will stand on your side and help you sue him for beating me, abusing me, and domestic violence." The village head was so frightened that he almost had a cardiac arrest. If that was the case, he would definitely be the first to be killed by the Su and Xia families. Since he couldn't stay here anymore, and Xiexian promised not to tell the Su family about his embezzlement, he might as well take advantage of the situation and keep his reputation. Maybe he can find another good job when he returns to the Su mansion. It's just money. He will pay it back. At worst, he can use the money to cover his coffin first. Miss San. The village head looked ashamed and regretful. The Su family treated me with great kindness, but I failed your trust. I am sorry for you. I should pay this money back. Su Wenqing couldn't suppress the corners of her mouth that were raised, and hurriedly covered her lips with silk. She tried to hold back the smile in her tone and pretended to be sad. "Uncle Wang, then you don't care about my affairs? He not only beats me and abuses me, but also has all kinds of strange habits." "Oh, my third miss," the village head interrupted hurriedly. He looked around the doors and windows in panic, fearing that there were ears on the other side of the wall. "I am just a small person. You nobles' affairs are really not my business. I will keep these things to myself. Please don't tell anyone that you told me these things." Su Wenqing's pale lips were hesitant to speak. "Uncle Wang, I really have no other choice. Can you really bear to see me continue to suffer in the fire pit? You have watched me grow up since I was a child. You can't." The village head's forehead was sweating, fearing that Su Wenqing would say something unpleasant again. "Third miss, tomorrow I will hand over all the affairs of this farm, and the silver will be ready within 10 days. Please tell the son-in-law that he thanks him for not remembering the villain's mistakes and giving me this opportunity to reform." Su Wenqing cried pitifully. "Uncle Wang, Uncle Wang." The head of the farm was so scared that he ran out of the house without looking back. Su Wenqing tried to hold back for a minute, and finally couldn't help banging the table and laughing. Cui Dai, who had been a wooden stake all night, looked at her young lady with mixed feelings. She couldn't imagine how big the shadow area would be in the young master's heart if he knew about this. Su Wenqing took out her draft of the industrial plan with great interest and ticked a box on this farm. In fact, the reason she did this was also for Xiexian's sake. If she directly used the power of the Xia family to drive people away, the Xia family might be accused of bullying others by taking advantage of their power. People's words are precious. The privacy of the inner courtyard of the deep house is something these people are afraid to avoid. They will not say a word even if they are dying in their stomachs. TSK. Su Wenqing silently gave himself an Oscar statuette in his heart. Since Su Wenqing left, Xiexian has started a 12-hour day, and 8 hours are spent in overtime work in the military department. Anyway, he will be lonely and lonely when he goes back. So it is better to finish the affairs at hand first, and wait for his wife to come back before taking a rest. The fifth Prince Xiaoyun saw that his brother suffered from loneliness shortly after his marriage, and had to devote himself to the government. He was afraid that he would do something to retaliate against society because of his depression. So he came to comfort him with delicious food every day at mealtime. One day, Xiaoyun just walked to the entrance of the military department and saw Xiexian coming out. He was surprised and asked, "Is the sun rising from the west today? You are planning to go back so early?" Xiexian was obviously in a good mood and started talking nonsense. "Yesterday I observed the stars at night, and saw the 7 northern stars moving eastward. The northern one is Xuanwu, and the eastern one is Qinglong." "Xiaoyun, speak human language." Xiexian smiled. "Xuanwu moves to Qinglong. It is good for fun, not for work." "Xiaoyun, is your man coming back?" Xiexian nodded. Although Xiexian's expression was not much different from usual, Xiaoyun always felt that every inch of his face was full of arrogance, which was really unpleasant. "Excuse me for being blunt." Xiaoyun looked at Xiexian with disdain. "Don't you think that your image of being deeply in love doesn't match your whole personality?" Xiexian raised the corner of his mouth and patted Xiaoyun's shoulder. "You are alone and can't understand the joy of marriage." Xiaoyun. After Xiexian teased Xiaoyun, he planned to ask someone to help him bring the horse over. As a result, after walking for a while, He saw Xiaoyun still following him, and it seemed that he didn't mean to go home. He raised his eyebrows and stopped. Do you have something to tell me? Chapter 45. Xiaoyun's joking expression faded. I heard that you agreed to let Tuoba Lilu come to Anjing City in person. Xie, peace talks are the right way. If you refuse without a legitimate reason, it will inevitably make the surrounding countries uneasy. Xiaoyun calmly probed. The Wolf King has just passed away, and the northern barbarians are in civil strife. Tuoba Lilu should have been in charge of the royal family, but he chose to come to Anjing City in person with a peace delegation at this time. There must be something wrong. Isn't he worried that the internal affairs of the northern barbarians will be completely out of his control during his absence? Xie looked normal. Tuoba Lilu has always acted like this. If a normal person can see through it, he is not Tuoba Lilu. Xiaoyun's face was not joking at all. He looked at Xie. You lured him here, didn't you? Xie smiled lightly. It's not luring. It's just fueling the flames. Xiaoyun's expression was slightly solemn, as if he didn't agree. Tuoba Lilu hates you to the core. It's very likely that he is cooperating with the third prince to deal with you. The northern barbarians regard the hanging eye wolf as a spiritual beast and believe in the wolf god. The royal family has many voodoo secrets that are not passed down from generation to generation. The situation in Anjing City is unclear. If you let him in at this time, wouldn't it be playing into the hands of the third prince? Xie sighed and looked at Xiaoyun deeply. What else can I do if I don't let him go? Xiaoyun was slightly stunned, and suddenly understood that among all the princes, the eldest and third brothers were originally more favored as the crown prince. The third brother was because of his outstanding ability, and the eldest brother was because he was loved by his father since he was a child. The Xie and Pei families originated from the same county. Whether it was a dispute over interests or personal grudges, they had reached an irreconcilable point. The emperor chose the Pei family for the third prince, which was equivalent to standing on the side of the Xie family. Unlike the third brother, the eldest brother was kind by nature, but lacked decisiveness. Recently, he was exhausted by the third brother because of the corruption and fraud of his mother's uncle. Xiaoyun frowned slightly. So you plan to use yourself as bait to help the eldest brother distract the third brother? Xie smiled when he saw the worry on Xiaoyun's face. He walked and said, It's not entirely for the eldest prince. Tuoba Lilu is fierce, cruel and moody. If the northern barbarians are really handed over to him, there will be no peace in the future in the northern border. Tuoba Lilu followed the delegation to leave the northern barbarians. Although it was dangerous, it also relaxed the control of the northern barbarian regime to a certain extent. Xiaoyun understood. You want to retreat to advance? Xie did not deny it. He looked up to the north. The dark clouds pressed down on the continuous green mountains. As if he could not breathe, he took the reins handed by the servant and jumped on the horse. Let's go to pick up the lady. Xiaoyun had not yet recovered from Tuoba Lilu and the third prince. He saw a faint toothache in Xie's expression. Then tomorrow. I'm on leave tomorrow. Xie raised his eyebrows. You know what I mean? Don't come if you have nothing to do. Xiaoyun. North of the Great Wall, yellow sand filled the sky. A blood-red sunset was slowly falling from the horizon, and the goshawk was soaring in the sky, and the hoarse long howl was frightening. In the northern barbarian territory, a group of barbarian warriors wearing animal skins and iron armor and holding scimitars surrounded the king's tent. The newly grown grass was covered with blood, and the battle-hardened war horses were grazing beside the pile of corpses. In the king's tent, the candlelight flickered like ghosts, and the fur carpet soaked in blood gave off a disgusting smell. A man, with an eagle nose and drooping eyes, and a fox fur on his waist sat high on the throne. The white wolf beside him was licking the blood on his scimitar. The man was tall, and had deep facial features. He looked good if it weren't for the deep knife scar from his lips to his chin. Big brother. The man's deep voice was filled with a hint of laughter. The two words that were clearly meant for brotherly love and respect made people's scalps numb for no reason. In front of the throne, a burly man with one arm cut off cowed out desperately, blood flowing down the broken part of his arm, and his hoarse voice was filled with sobs. Tuoba Lilu laughed, and the knife marks on his lips made his smile particularly terrifying. He lifted the kneeling man's chin with his scimitar, and his tone was like the love between lovers. You and my second brother joined forces with those bastards of Guifang to kill me. I haven't cried yet. Why did my big brother cry first? Tuoba only knelt and crawled to Tuoba Lilu's feet. His forehead was bloody. You can do whatever you want to me. I deserve to be cut into pieces and torn into pieces. But they are your nephews after all. Please spare their lives. Tuobalilu held his head and thought for a long time. His confused expression like an innocent child. Big brother and I grew up together. And your betrayal made me feel so miserable. I want you to try all the ways you just mentioned. But you only have one life. What can I do? Tuobalilu raised his head suddenly. His eyes full of fear. Tuobalilu smiled cruelly and clapped his hands. Bring them in. The warrior with a half-wolf face came in from outside the tent, pulling a heavy iron chain. There were 3 underage boys tied to the iron chain. The oldest was only 14 years old, and the youngest was only 4 years old. When they saw the man with a broken arm, they cried and struggled to run towards him, and their childish voices were full of tears. Father! Woo woo woo! Father! Save us! Tuobalilu's eyes were red. He struggled to pounce on Tuobalilu, his face ferocious and reckless. Tuobalilu! You beast! If you have the guts, come at me! Come at me! Tuobalilu kicked Tuobalilu in the heart, raised his hand, and cut off the nose of Tuobalilu's eldest son. He stepped on Tuobalilu's head with his feet accompanied by the child's crying, making his face face the nose and the blood on the ground. And his tone was as helpless as coaxing a lover who was in a bad mood. Don't worry, big brother. You are the last one. We are brothers. I want to give you some unforgettable gifts before you leave. As soon as Tuobalilu finished speaking, the silver knife was as fast as a shadow. No one in the dark and gloomy king's tent reacted. A moment later, the 4-year-old child tied with iron chains had turned into a bloody white skeleton. Tuobalilu reached out and wiped his face. He stared blankly at the blood and pieces of meat in his hand, and his hoarse voice made a heart-wrenching roar. I will kill you! I will kill you! Wolf God! I will make you die a miserable death even if I become a ghost. Tuobalilu carefully wiped the blood on the silver knife in his hand with fox fur. The smile on the corner of his mouth was cruel and gentle. The wolf god will not grant the prayers of the weak. Of course, I will not either. Come on, brother. Let's choose who will be the next gift. Report. The emotionless voice of the half-wolf warrior came from outside the king's tent. Tuobalilu's interest was interrupted, and he said in an unhappy tone, Come in. The half-wolf warrior knelt in front of Tuobalilu and respectfully presented the note. The reply from the third prince of the southern dynasty has arrived. Tuobalilu's mouth curled up slightly, and the silver knife was placed on the neck of the half-wolf warrior. His tone was half joyful and half dangerous. I hope he brought good news. The half-wolf warrior bowed his head and replied, Congratulations to the prince for getting what he wanted. The emperor of the southern dynasty has agreed that you can follow the delegation to Anjing City. Okay. Tuobalilu laughed and chopped off the head of the half-wolf warrior with a knife. He stroked the terrifying scar on his lips, and his eyes suppressed madness, like an abyss monster trying to break free from shackles. Long time no see. Thank you, sir. Outside the west gate of Anjing City, Xiexian, who was being missed, was riding leisurely on his way to pick up his wife. When he returned to the mansion to change his court clothes, he specially asked the servant to pick out a piece of clothes that was said to suit his temperament best. He went out with great enthusiasm, walked to the door, and then retreated. He dressed up specially, and looked like a peacock with its tail spread. He looked at himself in the mirror while changing his clothes. He couldn't hide his smile. Too unstable. He shook his head. Half a quarter of an hour later, the stable. Mr. Xie returned to the room and changed into his original clothes again. He nodded in satisfaction at the mirror. Still pleasing to the eye. Xiexian rode his horse and strolled by the long pavilion. He had calculated the time. At this point, Su Winching and the others could just walk here. He could use the excuse that he was going out to do business and came to pick them up, so that he would not appear too impatient. However, time passed by. The sun was about to set, and Master Xie, who was out on business, still did not take the opportunity to pick up the person he wanted to pick up. Xiexian looked at the business road in the west. If he hadn't come back at this time, he might have been delayed by something, and would not be able to come back today. Sir, why are you here? The servant, who was about to rush back to the mansion to report the news, saw his master walking on horseback outside the pavilion, and almost thought he was hallucinating. Xiexian ignored this question. Tell me, what did the lady ask you to say? The The servant pulled a shaking horse and reported, "There are still some things to deal with at the farm." The young lady said, "She will not be back until tomorrow." Xian rubbed the reins with his thumb, undecided between going back to the mansion to wait patiently or going directly to find someone. On the one hand, he felt that he should be more generous, respect her hobbies, give her the greatest freedom, and let her do what she wants. On the other hand, he might not be able to analyze it rationally. "Okay. Then you go back to the mansion to report." Xiaoxi was confused. Go back to the mansion? What to report? Xian pulled the reins and turned back very calmly. "I will go back with my wife tomorrow." In the farm in the western suburbs of Anjing City, Su Wenqing was not very skilled in fiddling with the abacus to calculate the accounts. 1,086 taels. What the hell? Why are the numbers not the same 3 times? Su Wenqing suddenly missed the days when she had a calculator. Miss. Father-in-law. Father-in-law. What's wrong with the father-in-law? Which father-in-law? Su Wenqing didn't even raise her head. No. Cui Dai panted heavily, obviously having just finished a 50-meter sprint. The young master is here. Su Wenqing paused while fiddling with the abacus, and looked up curiously. Why is he here? Cui Dai said, "Oh my lady. Why are you still so calm? Aren't you anxious?" Su Wenqing didn't understand. "Why am I anxious?" Cui Dai said, "You have arranged so many things for the young master these days. Now that the young master is here, aren't you worried that he will hear something?" Su Wenqing didn't think anything was wrong at first, but seeing Suedia so nervous, she suddenly felt guilty. Su Wenqing thought about what happened in the past few days and thought, it should be okay. "Miss, what do you think of this dress?" Su Wenqing came back to her senses and found Suedia rummaging through the house in a hurry. "What are you doing? Change your clothes and dress up." "Miss, are you going to meet the young master in this way?" Su Wenqing looked down at her round-necked robe with sleeves rolled up above her arms. It's not that she wanted to wear men's clothes, but mainly because the clothes of a lady were too inconvenient to work. In just 10 days, she had 4 skirts damaged by branches in the orchard, and she was almost tripped by these skirts that were useless except for looking good dozens of times. In the era without jeans, she could only wear men's clothes as a second choice. "Young master." The voice of the servant of the Xia mansion came from outside the door. Suedia was so anxious that she was about to put her powder box and powder puff on Su Wenqing's face. "It's too late to change clothes. Why don't you put on some makeup first?" Su Wenqing leaned back to avoid Suedia's clutches. "Oh, no. It's almost at the door." "What's at the door?" Xian pushed open the simple wooden door and looked at Su Wenqing sitting on the couch, with a smile on his face. Chapter 46. Su Wenqing held Suedia's claws with both hands and looked up at the door. Xian changed into a moon-colored casual dress today. The sleeves and collar were embroidered with silver piping with bamboo leaf patterns. His black hair was raised high by a jade hairpin. His sharp face was like a crown of jade, and his smiling eyes were deep and clear. Bright eyes, bright stars, and orchids and jade trees. Su Wenqing suppressed the throbbing in his heart, coughed lightly, and said calmly, "It's okay." Suedia insisted that I touch up my makeup. Xian narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, he did not miss the surprise that flashed in Su Wenqing's eyes just now. Very good. He decided to go back and increase the monthly salary for the servant who picked out this dress. "Young master." Suedia quickly withdrew her hand, holding the powder box and standing aside, bowing her head. Xian then noticed another person in the room. He reluctantly turned his eyes away from Su Wenqing and smiled at Suedia kindly. "It's okay. You can go down." Suedia looked at her young lady's makeup that was about to fall off and her coarse cloth hair tied with hair with concern, and said hesitantly, "But the young lady." Suedia closed her mouth when Xian looked at her. Xian's eyes were clearly smiling, but inexplicably made her feel that she had done something wrong. She tentatively changed the address. "Young madam." The smile in Xian's eyes changed from "I'll give you a look and let you experience it yourself" to "not bad. A teachable child." "Reward?" Suedia smiled awkwardly and finished her words. "But the young lady hasn't finished putting on makeup yet." Xian looked at Su Wenqing's face carefully, and asked the same question as all straight men from ancient times to the present. "Ah? Is it different from usual?" Suedia left in despair amid Xian's soul-searching, and Su Wenqing's face-covering laughter. Her figure behind the closed door was desolate and bleak. Su Wenqing wiped away the tears from her laughter, put down the account book in her hand, and leaned back on the couch. Why are you here? Xiaxian smiled and said, I was on my way out to do something, and happened to pass by here. So I came to see if there was anything you could do that I could help you with. Su Wenqing only noticed the passing, and didn't take Xiaxian's words of help to heart. She half-jokingly said, If you want to help, why don't you come earlier? At this time, the Tiamin have gone home to see their mothers. Forget it. I just happen to have an account book here. Otherwise, please trouble Mr. Xie to help me calculate it. Xiaxian's eyes lit up when he heard it. He took the account book and sat down opposite Su Wenqing. He smiled and looked quite calm. I'm off tomorrow. Su Wenqing was slightly stunned. Aren't you off on the 30th of this month? Why did you change it to tomorrow? Xiaxian was very dissatisfied with Su Wenqing's way of grasping the key points. Didn't she say that he was late? He would be off tomorrow, and could stay here for a day. Xiaxian tried to make Su Wenqing understand and persuade him to stay. What's the matter with the Tiamin? Is someone embarrassing you? Su Wenqing, it's not that difficult. It's just that a few village heads haven't handed over all the money they embezzled. Xiaxian continued. Do you want me to come forward? Su Wenqing smiled and said, I'm joking. These are all small matters. There's no need for you to come forward. And you finally have a day off. You should go home and rest early. Xiaxian was unhappy. He asked again, Do you really not need my help? Su Wenqing smiled and said, Really not. It's a rare day off. Have a good rest. Xiaxian lowered his head and flipped through the account book. His tone lonely. Yeah. Su Wenqing didn't understand why the person who was so excited just now suddenly lost his spirit. She carefully thought about the conversation just now, and suddenly realized that according to what Xia's mother said, Xiaxian studied literature and martial arts in his childhood and lacked entertainment. So he probably had no contact with the farm orchard. So he wanted to stay for a day, but was too embarrassed to ask because of his status? Su Wenqing was so soft-hearted that she quickly said, Actually, I still have a lot of things that need help. If you are not in a hurry, why don't you stay for another day and go back with me tomorrow? Xiaxian raised his head. He instinctively wanted to remain calm, but the smile that he couldn't suppress at the corner of his mouth betrayed his mood. Okay, let's go back together tomorrow. Su Wenqing rarely saw Xiaxian's slightly silly look. The smile between her eyebrows deepened a little. She took out the account book from Xiaxian's hand and put it aside. Look at the account book when you come back. I'll take you around the neighborhood. Xiaxian got what he wanted, and followed Su Wenqing to the outside of the manor with satisfaction. Su Wenqing did not let the servants accompany her. Anyway, with Xiaxian around, she was not afraid of encountering any danger. Su Wenqing had the folk flower shooting skills, and was not arrogant. After a few days of getting along, she became friends with the servants and guards of Xia's mansion. According to the people in Xia's mansion, Xiaxian was very skilled in martial arts, whether it was riding and shooting or various martial arts. But he rarely took action on weekdays, because her husband did not like to solve problems by force. To put it bluntly, he would never take action if he could force him. Su Wenqing took Xiaxian for a stroll in the fields, with the examples of Confucius and Tao Yuanming in front of her. Su Wenqing always had a stereotype that these talented cultural people in ancient times did not know the difference between the 5 grains and did not understand farming. So in order to give Xiaxian a happy farm experience, she enthusiastically and wholeheartedly introduced the crops in the fields to him all the way. This is sweet potato, which has not grown yet. But you can't see it when it grows because it grows in the soil. The one with light yellow flowers is cotton. When it matures, each flower will produce a small ball of white cotton. Although Xiaxian didn't quite understand why a good rendezvous under the moon turned into a crop exhibition, he still listened carefully to Su Wenqing's face when he saw that Su Wenqing looked like he was offering a treasure. The one climbing on the shelf over there is a cucumber. After the flowers fade, they will bear melons. Cucumbers have a short growth cycle and are said to be available next month. Xiaxian looked in the direction of Su Wenqing's finger. After searching for a long time, he didn't see the cucumber vine. He asked hesitantly, Are you talking about the one over the bamboo frame? Isn't that a gourd? Su Wenqing spent most of her childhood in the fields fishing for shrimps and fish. Her knowledge of crops was the result of her cramming these days. As a result, she was kicked over after swaying the half-bucket of knowledge she had learned for a few minutes. Su Wenqing was a little confused. Gourd? What is that? Xiaxian didn't understand and continued to make up for it. The petiole of cucumber is rough and has hard hairs, And the flowers are also yellow. Su Wenqing, who failed to dance with a big sword in front of Guan Gong, was in a very complicated mood. She opened and closed her mouth several times, and finally could only ask dryly, "Have you ever farmed?" Xieshan was amused by Su Wenqing's expression. "No. I learned it from books, and occasionally observed it when I passed by." Su Wenqing. There is a golden house in books. She should apologize to the intellectuals. Xieshan pulled the braid tied at the back of Su Wenqing's head. Is this the latest popular hairstyle? Why is it like a ponytail? Su Wenqing opened Xieshan's hand unhappily. Ponytail. Convenient for work. What's the latest popular? Have you seen any women in Anjing City tie it? Xieshan said him, and found that he didn't pay much attention to what hairstyles other women had. But it was not easy to ignore the lady's words. So he racked his brains and said, "It's pretty good looking." Su Wenqing touched the coarse cloth he used to tie his hair, and suspected that he and Xieshan had the same opinion on good looking. The understanding of this word may be a little different. Su Wenqing asked tentatively, "Do you think I look good in this?" Xieshan looked down at the round-necked robe on Su Wenqing. It looked like he had picked it up in a hurry from a fabric store. It was roughly made, loose, and not fit. It looked a little sloppy on Su Wenqing. The cuffs were half a section too long, so they could only be rolled up in an awkward way, just like a child wearing the wrong adult's clothes. The clothes alone were not good-looking. Facing Su Wenqing's expectant eyes, Xieshan abandoned his conscience in a second. Well, it looks good, and looks very heroic. What is conscience? A short separation is better than a new marriage. It is the serious matter to make the wife happy. Su Wenqing. She finally understood that this child's aesthetics might be problematic. Xieshan didn't understand why Su Wenqing's expression suddenly became indescribable. He thought deeply for a while, and felt that he might not have praised her enough. Xieshan racked his brains. Well, heroic and valiant. Quite like the style of General Wei Zhao of the previous dynasty. Su Wenqing. Wei Zhao was a female general of the previous dynasty. It was rumored that she was big and thick, and her face was as black as an ox. Su Wenqing patted Xieshan on the shoulder, and said sincerely and seriously, "Brother Xie, let's discuss it. Please don't make any good comments on my appearance in the future. I'm afraid I can't stand this stimulation." Xieshan was so confused by Su Wenqing's address that he didn't notice what she said afterwards. He couldn't suppress the smile on his face, and nodded instinctively. Okay. Su Wenqing covered her face, not understanding how her husband, who was always calm and at ease, had become a fool after just a few days of not seeing him. Alas, Su Wenqing sighed in her heart. What else could she do except forgive him? After all, he was handsome. Su Wenqing picked up the bamboo stick in his hand and explored the way, saying, "Let's go. I'll take you to the rice field in front." Xieshan had a rabbit running around in the sky and the ground in his heart, which made him always want Su Wenqing to call him again. But after careful analysis, he felt that both this feeling and this request were a bit inexplicable. While he was repeatedly verifying and doubting in his mind, he was carefully paying attention to Su Wenqing's feet to prevent her from tripping over the stones in the field. Su Wenqing stopped by the winding stream beside the rice field. She searched around on the ground and finally picked up a stone of medium size. She pulled Xieshan, smiling and showing off, like children offering treasures. "Look at it." Bang. The sound of the stone thrown into the water was particularly obvious in the silent night. Many blue and yellow fluorescent lights began to flash in the rice field, flickering, high and low. Gradually, the blue light slowly flew up from the lush green rice field. Fireflies gathered in groups, like a galaxy, like long lights, like the starlight of the Milky Way, scattered among the fields at night, like a dream. Chapter 47. Xieshan looked at the sky full of fireflies and felt his heart beating. "Did you bring me here to see this?" Su Wenqing smiled. "How is it? Is it beautiful?" The blue light of fireflies illuminated Su Wenqing's face. Her beautiful face looked even more beautiful under the flickering light. Xieshan's Adam's apple moved noticeably. He smiled gently. Yeah. In order to make up for his childhood regret, she even used all the tricks she had to help her friends pick up girls. And then there was just a yeah. Su Wenqing was not happy. "What yeah? Isn't it beautiful?" Xieshan laughed when he saw Su Wenqing's angry expression. He looked at Su Wenqing's fair face under the dim light. "Yeah, it's beautiful," Su Wenqing hummed. "That's more like it." Xieshan's heart moved. He pulled Su Winching into his arms, lowered his head, and kissed her forehead. Thank you. Su Winching felt the touch on her forehead. Her heartbeat suddenly accelerated. Her mind was blank for a moment. She subconsciously lowered her eyelids to avoid eye contact. Her face showed a panic, like a child who has confessed for the first time. Xie Xian was slightly stunned, not knowing why. He tried to kiss Su Winching's forehead again. Su Winching. She pushed Xie Xian away and rolled her eyes at him unhappily. Are you doing an experiment? The temporary setback did not dampen Mr. Xie's desire to learn about unknown things. He asked. Why? Su Winching. So the seemingly omnipotent Master Xie is actually a fool in love. Is there any reason for this? Su Winching felt it was a bit awkward to discuss this issue. She deliberately covered her mouth and yawned. It's too late. I'm a little sleepy. Let's go back. Xie Xian saw that Su Winching was trying to change the subject. He followed her steps and refused to give up. You seem to like it? Su Winching. Xie Xian, why? Su Winching. Su Winching looked up at Master Xie's eager expression and felt that if she didn't explain it today, Master Xie might not give up. There's no reason. Su Winching awkwardly gave Xie Xian a lesson on love with a bamboo stick in hand. Kissing the forehead has nothing to do with love/desire. It's just like parents treating their children. It represents a kind of warmth, pity and love, similar to the feeling of being kept in one's heart. Although Su Winching's explanation was vague, Xie Xian still understood it. It means being kept in one's heart. He wrote it down with great interest and wanted to pull Su Winching over to kiss her again. But he was afraid that Su Winching would think he was too deliberate. So he finally decided to do it more often in the future. Su Winching and Xie Xian walked back slowly. I heard that my second sister's wedding date with the Wang family has been set. Xie Xian nodded. It should be mid-July. But the specific date has not been determined yet. Su Winching was surprised. Why are you so anxious? Didn't the Wang family refuse to do it at first? Xie Xian, the regime is unstable. And the Wang family is also afraid that there will be some changes. Su Winching looked at Xie Xian suspiciously. Why do I feel like you are involved in this? Xie Xian laughed. He touched Su Winching's head. Help the Wang family determine their position, so that they don't always waver. And it can be regarded as a deal I made with your aunt to prevent her from doing anything to your marriage. Su Winching was slightly stunned when he heard this, and suddenly felt a warm current spreading from his limbs to his heart. No wonder the marriage went so smoothly. It turned out that it was not that everyone stopped making trouble, but that someone quietly cleared all the obstacles. Xie Xian noticed the touch of emotion on Su Winching's face, and suddenly felt a little proud. How to describe it? Anyway, it was happier than being promoted. Su Winching and Xie Xian talked about all sorts of things while walking, and the two of them played and quarreled all the way. Well, then they got lost. Su Winching looked at Shuangzi, who was getting farther and farther away from him, and glanced at Xie Xian with a hard-to-describe expression. Do you know astronomy? Xie Xian. Su Winching, do you know geography? Xie Xian. Su Winching, do you know the past and the present? Xie Xian. Su Winching, and don't you know the way? Xie Xian felt wronged. He thought he only needed to follow, and his attention was all on Su Winching. He didn't even pay much attention to where they walked. However, according to his father's previous bloody lessons, it is better not to argue about who led the way at this time. After Xie Xian looked around to identify the direction, he was about to turn back to discuss with Su Winching when he suddenly heard a snake hissing. The sound was very light, but it was particularly harsh in the quiet forest. Xie Xian was frightened and turned back in a hurry. However, before he could say the word be careful, Xie Xian saw Su Winching's move as fast as lightning. The bamboo pole in his hand hit the snake 7 inches. He was agile and had no hesitation. The whole process was smooth. Xie Xian and Su Winching looked down at the rat snake timidly burrowing into the bushes and disappeared. The two looked up at each other. There was a suffocating and weird atmosphere in the air. 5 seconds later, Su Winching made a prompt decision to throw away the bamboo pole in his hand and threw himself into Xie Xian's arms, pretending to be panicked. Oh! 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 I'm scared to death. I'm so scared. Xie Xian, who was in a complicated mood, and Su Winching, who had calmed down because he was almost exposed, chose to forget what happened just now in a tacit understanding. Xie Xian calmed down. It's late at night. I'm worried that there will be snakes in the deep woods. Xie Xian paused, then continued calmly. Why don't we go back the same way and take the main road? Su Wenqing nodded obediently. Yes, I'll listen to you. Let's go! Because of the accident of a rat snake, Xie Xian enjoyed Su Wenqing's obedience and gentleness for a stick of incense. Perhaps seeing that he had no intention of asking further questions, Su Wenqing gradually put his mind at ease, and poked his head out from behind the lamb's skin that he had put on temporarily. Xie Xian was both angry and amused. Forgetting once you've done something is a trait that his wife probably won't be able to change in her lifetime. You? Su Wenqing heard a sound, and quickly retracted her head back into the sheepskin. She looked up fearfully to meet Xie Xian's question, and went over the excuses she had been thinking about all the way as to why a lady from a noble family, who had lived in the inner house for a long time, would kill a snake. Xie Xian saw the nervousness and panic in Su Wenqing's eyes, and suddenly felt a little distressed. He swallowed what he wanted to ask, changed the subject, and deliberately asked, "Were you scared just now?" Su Wenqing paused while pulling the sheepskin. Huh? This direction is a bit wrong. Su Wenqing pretended to be weak. A little bit. Xie Xian was silent for a while, followed the words, and said with a double meaning, "I'm sorry. I didn't pay attention just now. I won't do it next time." Su Wenqing's eyes lit up, and he pulled off the sheepskin that he had pulled all the way. After a long time, Xie Xian didn't doubt it. So he was hesitant to say sorry all the way? Oh, it's really troublesome to be thin-skinned, making her worry for so long. Su Wenqing regained her vitality in a second. She patted Xie Xian on the back and comforted him. It's okay. Snakes are afraid of people, and generally won't attack actively. Xie Xian. He felt that his wife might not really intend to conceal it, since she had been thinking about how to explain why the lady of a noble family could be so calm when seeing a snake, and could find the snake's weak spot. Why didn't she consider that the sentence "snakes are afraid of people and won't attack actively" would also be exposed? Seeing Xie Xian's strange expression, Su Wenqing thought he was still feeling guilty, so she could only use other topics to divert his attention. The bed in the manor is a little small. Why don't you sleep in this one? I'll have someone clean up another. Xie Xian interrupted hurriedly. It's okay. It doesn't matter. What a joke. Did he come all the way here just to sleep in a separate room? Su Wenqing thought about it, and felt that although it was small, two people could sleep together, and she had finally gotten used to sleeping in the nest, so she didn't want to move. Okay. I'll ask them to get another pillow. Xie Xian was very casual about these little things, so he just let Su Wenqing arrange it. However, Xie Xian was casual, but Su Wenqing was worried. She was busy washing towels and preparing pillows and quilts, fearing that this precious young master would be wronged. The bed here is a bit hard, and the quilt is not as comfortable as the one in the Xie mansion. Fortunately, it's just one night, so you have to make do with it. Xie Xian hugged Su Wenqing, who was busy running around, into the quilt, and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. No matter how spoiled I am in your heart, you can live here. There is no reason why I can't live here. Su Wenqing looked up and smiled. I'm not afraid of wronging you. After all, the eldest son of the Xie mansion has been living a life of luxury since childhood. Xie Xian hugged Su Wenqing in his arms and laughed when he heard her words. I haven't been here since childhood, and I have also stayed in the northern frontier. Compared with there, this place is considered comfortable. Xie Xian's laughter trapped in his chest shook Su Wenqing's ears a little numb. She touched her ears and found a comfortable position in Xie Xian's arms. Is it the time when I was ordered to inspect the 5 states in the northern frontier and encountered the invasion of the northern barbarians? Xie Xian saw Su Wenqing yawning lazily. Not only that, when I was young, I was knocked unconscious by the old man at home and tied up to the northern frontier army several times. Go to sleep quickly. You are so sleepy that tears are coming out. Su Wenqing didn't know why she was so sleepy today. Usually, she would be energetic as soon as she got into bed, and she had to toss and turn before she could fall asleep. But today, she felt sleepy as soon as she touched the pillow. It was rare for Xie Xian to talk about the past, and she wanted to chat with him more. But thinking about it, she fell asleep directly. Xie Xian looked down at the sleeping face of the person in his arms, and a hint of complexity flashed in his eyes. He had traveled to Jiandong when he was young, and knew a little about the local customs and practices there. He had never heard of the custom of serving tea to newlyweds, as well as those chess and cards. Plus what happened tonight. There is nothing strange about being afraid of snakes. After all, some people are born brave. It's just that her action of hitting the snake's weak spot was too skillful and too accurate. He had never heard that the third daughter of the Su family had a hobby of raising snakes. Xie sighed, and saw the eyelashes of the person in his arms trembling slightly, as if she had not slept well. He flicked his fingers, and the oil lamp on the table suddenly went out. The room became dark, and only the moonlight that came in through the gap of the window was still shining silver. Su Wenqing's restless soul fell asleep completely after the oil lamp went out. Xie looked at her face for a long time, leaned over and kissed her forehead gently, and then hugged her tightly in his arms. Chapter 48. The next day, when Su Wenqing woke up, she found Xie had already woken up. She stretched in the quilt, and saw the bright sun outside the window. What time is it? Why didn't anyone call me? Xie put down the account book in his hand, and touched Su Wenqing's head. It's just past the 7th hour. I told them not to call you. I have already helped you read the account book. Su Wenqing was stunned. Are you not used to sleeping? So you got up so early? Xie smiled and said, I saw that you didn't seem to have a good rest during this period, so I wanted you to sleep a little longer. The more relaxed Su Wenqing was, the more he liked to talk nonsense. Why did you suddenly become so considerate? Did you like a girl and want me to agree to your concubine? Xie narrowed his eyes dangerously, and stood up to deal with Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing had a strange ticklish spot, which seemed to react only under Xiexian's hands. When she saw Xiexian coming, she immediately rolled herself up like a silkworm. Half of her face was hidden in the quilt, and her expression was pitiful. Brother Xian, I was wrong. Please forgive me. Xiexian's thick eyelashes trembled, and his eyes were dark. He wanted to deal with Su Wenqing, but in the end, he just patted her lightly through the quilt. After a long time, I won't take a concubine. Su Wenqing ruffled Xiexian's long hair mischievously, and didn't take this to heart. Every promise in the world is sincere at the moment it comes out. But it is said that people's hearts are changeable, and sometimes they won't be serious if they don't believe it. Xiexian leaned aside, and saw Su Wenqing handing over a towel after she finished washing. He asked calmly, I saw you separate the dowry purchased by the Su family, the land under your grandmother's name, and the betrothal gift sent by the Xie family in the account book? Su Wenqing was wiping her face with a towel. Well, have you finished calculating it for me? Xiexian said Why? Su Wenqing realized something was wrong. She dipped a little rose gel, an ancient skincare product that is said to be able to moisturize, and wiped it on Xiexian's face. Her tone was unclear. Why? They have different uses. Xiexian grabbed Su Wenqing's hand. It's all money. Why do you have to separate it so clearly? Su Wenqing sighed in her heart. It was fine if she owed more and more money. She couldn't keep it and pay it back in the future. However, she was not stupid. She knew that it was inappropriate to say such things, so she could only make herself justify the excuse she had thought of. It's easier to calculate this way. Su Wenqing counted on her fingers. Look, the betrothal gift part of the dowry is used specifically for the expenses of our courtyard. The part of my grandmother is used to honor her, and the part of the Su mansion is used for my own spending. When I count the money in the end, I can see at a glance how much was spent. Xiexian was silent for a while. The Xie mansion has its own share. The expenses of the courtyard don't need your dowry. You can put this part into your own spending. Su Wenqing. Xiexian pointed to the account book and said to Su Wenqing, and I see you want to buy a garden in Anjing City. Since you don't have enough money, why would you rather mortgage the Su family's farm than use the betrothal gift? Su Wenqing. Why did she ask Xiexian to help her check the account yesterday? She really wanted to go back and slap herself in the face for what she did last night. Su Wenqing racked her brains. Have you heard of the saying that eggs should not be put in the same basket? Although Xiexian had never heard of it, he could probably guess it according to common sense. Because it might all break? Su Wenqing nodded and smiled deliberately. I plan to use this part of the Su family for investment. If the investment fails, Brother Xie, you will have to support me. Xiexian's expression completely changed, with a smile in his eyes. A very bright smile. Okay. Su Wenqing sighed at Xiexian's smile. She felt that she also had the potential to be a tyrant. In the past, King Yu of Zhou led beacons to trick the princes in order to win the smile of a beautiful woman. And now Su Wenqing cursed her store to close before it even opened in order to win the smile of a beautiful woman. Little Cui Dai hurriedly changed her words when Xiexian looked at her. Young madam, Master Chu is here. Su Wenqing put down the porcelain box containing the rose gel. Tell him to wait in the side hall. I'll come right away when I'm done. After Cui Dai left, Xiaxian asked in confusion, Master Chu? Su Wenqing paused when he heard this. Young Master Chu was the man who looked a bit like the fifth prince, and was beaten by Xiaxian in Ningxiang Pavilion that day. Xiaxian saw Su Wenqing's hesitation, and was a little puzzled. Su Wenqing stood up, and said with a smile, the village head said that he would come to make up the missing silver today. It seems that he is about to come. Since you are here, please help me collect it. Xiaxian. Isn't this kind of dismissal too obvious and too deliberate? Su Wenqing, this person is a slippery guy. He originally agreed to pay the missing silver in one go within 10 days. But he dragged it out, and made it 3 times. When he comes to pay today, you must help me knock on the door, to avoid him not paying the remaining money. Xiaxian felt a little sad. Less than half a month after getting married, his wife had to leave him to meet a strange man. Who was Mr. Chu? I had never heard of him. Was there an official named Chu in Anjing City? Su Wenqing waited for Xiaxian's answer for a long time. And she looked up in confusion. This was the first time Xiaxian dealt with such a thing. He didn't know how most people would deal with it under normal circumstances. He knew that his ideas were not generous enough. So he shouldn't show his displeasure. Right? Xiaxian was silent for a while, suppressed his reluctance, and said, Okay. Su Wenqing breathed a sigh of relief. What happened that day was indeed a mistake. Although Xiaxian said he was not angry, Su Wenqing felt that it was impossible for Xiaxian to not care at all. She was really worried that Xiaxian would recall those unpleasant things after seeing Mr. Chu. TSK. How would a straight man react when being teased by another man? Su Wenqing felt that this would definitely not be a good experience. The two of them went out to receive different visitors with their own thoughts. Xiaxian sat in the front hall drinking tea to cool down. After waiting for less than a minute, he asked the servant beside him, Has the village head not come yet? The servant felt the hidden anger in his son, and was afraid that he would hit the edge of the knife. So he hurriedly replied respectfully, There is still half an hour before the agreed time. It should be almost here. Half an hour? Xiaxian's face darkened. Is this what his wife said about the time being almost here? The servant trembled and changed a new cup of tea for Xiaxian. Xiaxian calmed down for a while and asked, Who is Mr. Chu? The servant thought for a while and said, It seems that he is the partner of the young lady. I don't know the details. Every time Mr. Chu comes, Miss Suedia accompanies him. Xiaxian, every time? Does he come often? The servant nodded and answered honestly. He came often in the past few days, sometimes several times a day, and stayed for a long time. These days, he comes less often, and each time he stays for no more than a cup of tea. Xiaxian age, appearance, and personality. The servant, he is not very old. He should be a few years older than you. He looks good, with delicate features, and a pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes. As for personality, I haven't met him, but I feel that he is the kind of person who is easy to get along with. Xiaxian. There is really not a word he likes to hear. The servant saw Xiaxian's increasingly gloomy face, and stood aside awkwardly, not daring to say anything more, only praying that the village head, who paid the money, would come earlier to save him from the sea of suffering. Perhaps the servant's prayers to the gods worked, and the servant outside the door came in, and reported that the village head was waiting outside the door. Xiaxian's face was calm. Bring him in. The village head came with 1/3 of the silver, and along the way he thought about various ways to deal with Su Wenqing. He couldn't figure it out. These people were rich and didn't lack such a small amount of money. So why did they force him to pay it back? However, life is not as expected. The village head didn't expect that it was not Su Wenqing but Xiaxian who was waiting for him in the hall. Thank you, Master Xie. Xiaxian looked at him with a half smile, and put the teacup in his hand beside him. I heard that you were entrusted by Lord Su to look after and manage this farm for the Su family? The head of the farm didn't understand what Xiaxian meant, so he could only bite the bullet and answer, That's right. Xiaxian glanced at him. In the past 10 years, you took advantage of your position, deceived your superiors and subordinates, and put 1,280 taels of silver into your own pocket. The head of the farm had a first-class attitude of admitting his mistakes. He knelt down immediately after hearing the words, cowed out and begged for mercy, tears streaming down his face. I know I was wrong. Please forgive me this time. Please give me another chance. Xiaxian's face was calm. according to the laws of the Southern Dynasty. If a slave steals more than 3 taels of property from a family, he can be beheaded, and if he steals more than 10 taels, he can be beaten to death. You use slaves to make money. Up to 1,000 taels. If I take you to Jingzhou Prefecture, will the prefect of Jingzhou Prefecture sentence you to be beheaded in the market? The village head panicked. He couldn't tell how much truth there was in Xie Xian's words, but he instinctively felt that Xie Xian would not make a big deal about it. After all, if he made a big deal about it, the Su family would inevitably lose face. Xie Xian saw his thoughts and sneered. My wife is the daughter of the Su family, so she may not be able to say anything to Lord Su. But it's different for me. You don't have to worry about the Su family losing face. Lord Su would like to kill a parasite like you as soon as possible. The village head was sweating profusely. Xie Shuren, I don't care what reasons or excuses you have. You must collect the remaining money tomorrow. Otherwise, I will let Lord Su come to talk to you in person. The village head turned pale and cowed out repeatedly, saying, Yes, sir. Rest assured, I will definitely collect the money tomorrow. Please give me another chance. Xie Shuren, I will definitely intervene in the affairs of the Su family. You just need to pay my wife's part of the money, and I won't ask or care about the rest. After thanking him, the village head did not dare to stay any longer, and hurriedly got up and went back to pay the remaining money. Xie Shuren looked at the figure of the village head leaving for a long time without saying anything, and the servant was puzzled. Sir? Xie Xian, what does the madam tell you to do on a daily basis? Do you give the money directly to her after receiving it? Seeing this, the servant could not help but understand his master's thoughts. The master just wanted to go to the side hall to take a look, but he was worried that it would make the young lady unhappy. The servant chose the explanation that his master wanted to hear the most and said, it was all handed over directly. Xie Xian nodded, picked up the banknotes on the table happily, and went to the side hall. Chapter 49. Mr. Chu's real name is Chu Taohong. The 2 characters Taohong were given by a wandering Taoist priest. It is said that he has too much yin energy in his life and is difficult to raise. He needs a female name to suppress it so that he can grow up healthily. However, it is not known whether the name worked or the wandering Taoist priest was a charlatan. In the end, he was the only one who survived in his family of 8, who was sold because he was difficult to raise. Because of his outstanding appearance, he was transported to Anjing City. In order not to be laughed at by the distinguished guests he received, he gave himself a stage name called Chu Taoyao. The difference of one character made him a gentleman from a low-class person. The Madam of Tianxiangla felt that he and Su Wenqing were destined to be together, so she appointed him as the contact person for business cooperation between the 2 parties. Su Wenqing didn't know whether they were destined to be together or not, but every time she saw this person, who looked a bit like the 5th prince pinching his throat and raising his orchid finger to speak, Su Wenqing would feel a little sorry for Xie Xian. Chu Taoyao tapped her orchid finger lightly, and her voice was charming. Madame Sheng said that the chess and cards you wanted have been made. A full 30 sets. And the price of the courtyard has been negotiated. Now all that's left is to pay the money and get the deed. Due to her limited status, Su Wenqing was not convenient to show up in many occasions. If she really wanted to do business, a suitable partner was indispensable to her. After the last conversation in Ningxiang Pavilion, Su Wenqing felt that the Madam Sheng, was very talented in business, a person of character, and worthy of cooperation. After repeated thinking and discussion over the past few days, the 2 of them felt that it would be a good idea to open a chess and card room in Anjing City for the ladies of various mansions to relax and entertain. First of all, there is no doubt that mahjong and poker can kill time. Secondly, the noble ladies of this dynasty have the most time. Finally, Su Wenqing has verified the attraction of mahjong and poker to the noble ladies of this dynasty on Xia's mother. So no matter from which aspect, this garden will have a very good market in Anjing City after it is built. But the initial investment is indeed not a small amount, because the objects are all noble ladies of various mansions. This garden must be built elegantly and with style, so that others can express a kind of admiration when they mention it. Only in this way can it attract these noble ladies to step in. However, no matter elegance or class, it all depends on money. Su Wenqing has been running around to collect money these days, and she feels that her hair is falling twice as fast as usual. Madame Sheng is trustworthy in her work. Su Wenqing took the box of banknotes from Suedia and pushed it across the table. Here is the money for the garden. Please pass it to her. Chu Taoyao raised her orchid finger and nodded at Su Wenqing. There is no need for madam to be so polite. It's all my job. Don't worry. Su Wenqing looked at Chu Taoyao's eyebrows and shook off goosebumps on her arm. She was very curious. Do all the gay men in Anjing City like your type? Chu Taoyao sneered. How can that be possible? When doing business, you naturally need to please the customers. How can so many customers adapt to me? Su Wenqing was interested. Can you play different styles of people? Chu Taoyao raised his eyebrows proudly. Of course. If I don't have any special skills, how can I be worthy of such a high price you offer? Su Wenqing saw that the business was done, and he also became playful. Come on. Show me one. Chu Taoyao. Seeing Su Wenqing's admiration, he immediately became proud. Watch carefully. Chu Taoyao put down the box of banknotes. His eyelids drooped slightly. His chin propped up. His eyes half closed. The lazy temperament unique to the fifth prince was vividly displayed on him. And the eyebrows and eyes that were originally only 1 point like him were also 3 points because of his temperament. He looked at Su Wenqing with a smile. His eyes were like hooks, which could easily make people addicted, and would make the person being looked at have the illusion that this is the fifth prince looking at you. After a glance, he immediately turned back into the Chu Taoyao, who was curling her orchid fingers, twisting her waist, and throwing seductive eyes. How is it? Is it similar? Su Wenqing applauded inside. Great. It's really great. Chu Taoyao was in high spirits after being praised by Su Wenqing. In addition, Su Wenqing was used to being casual, so he forgot the etiquette for a moment. Fifth prince? You are not familiar with it. Just watching the fun. Come. I will show you something you are familiar with. Su Wenqing's eyes lit up. You can do this too? Chu Taoyao did not reply. He smiled lightly, straightened his back slightly, stretched his shoulders, and sat in a posture between casual and upright. There was a trace of elegant smile at the corner of his eyes. The whole person suddenly had an indescribable temperament, which made him really look a bit like Xie. Su Wenqing was stunned. Chu Taoyao looked at Su Wenqing. Her eyes were Xie's usual smile and warmth, but that warmth also hid indescribable tenderness and depth. Su Wenqing suddenly felt her heartbeat quicken, and before she could react, she heard the sound of the servant outside the door bowing to Xie. If Xie was not mistaken, the situation in the room just now was that a man was looking at his wife affectionately, and his wife was also moved by this look. Su Wenqing saw Xie hurriedly stand up, and in a panic, he accidentally knocked over the teacup at hand. She was afraid that Xie would think of Ningxiang Pavilion when he saw this person, so she gave Chu Taoyao a look. Okay, you can go back first if you are fine. Chu Taoyao's temperament had disappeared without a trace. He was trembling like a drowned quail, although Mr. Xie had never given him a glance since he entered the door. From his angle, he could see the veins on Mr. Xie's forehead throbbing under his smile. He was grateful and returned a thankful look to Su Wenqing and was about to slip away. Xie felt a surge of anger in his chest, so angry that his internal organs were about to burn to ashes. Not only did they defend him in front of him, but they also winked at each other in front of him. Xie tried his best to maintain his usual demeanor, staring at Su Wenqing with a smile on his face. Won't you introduce me to him? Chu Taoyau's steps of running away were stopped in place, and cold sweat ran down his back, feeling that he was going to die soon. Su Wenqing was a little confused. Xie didn't recognize him. No way. It was the first time that a man teased him, and it should be a very deep memory. Xie saw the hesitation and protection in Su Wenqing's eyes. What is that disease called? Yes. Myocardial infarction. Su Wenqing smiled awkwardly. There is nothing to introduce. Unimportant people. After that, he urged Chu Taoyao. You go down first. Seeing that Su Wenqing still did not forget to protect him at this time, Xie suddenly felt a little boring. He resisted the sourness in his heart and lowered his eyes dejectedly. No. Since you still have things to do, then you can chat first. Su Wenqing suddenly felt something when Xie turned around. She grabbed Xie's arm and explained with a smile, We've finished talking and are playing. Xie didn't feel that this answer comforted him. Su Wenqing smiled and said, Don't you ask what we are playing? Xie tried to keep his face calm, suppress the bitterness in his heart, and try not to affect Su Wenqing. Su Wenqing, he is performing you for me. So much like you. So lifelike. Xie? Su Wenqing turned to Chu Taoyao and said, "Come on. The real master is here. Show me another one." Chu Taoyao was so frightened that she shrank aside. She was imitating the real master's flirting in front of the real master. And the person she flirted with was still the real master. Did she think his life was not long enough? Su Wenqing slammed the table, deliberately put on a stern face, pretending to be very fierce. "Act quickly." Chu Taoyao was about to cry. He shouldn't have agreed to be a contact person. He might not be compatible with the Xia family. Xie Shan raised his eyebrows and looked at him, with a slightly puzzled look in his eyes. Chu Taoyao cried, "Mr. Xie, if I offend you later, can you spare my life?" Xie Shan glanced at Su Wenqing. "Okay." Chu Taoyao cried and made up her mind. When she raised her eyes again, she had a Xie Shan-style smile on her face, and there seemed to be endless affection in her eyes. Xie Shan. He regretted it. Can he kill this person now? Su Wenqing was satisfied. She smiled and said, "Okay. You can go down. And Sui get too." Chu Taoyao was grateful and ran away before Xie Shan could say anything. She even closed the hall door for them when she left. Su Wenqing leaned back in the chair and looked at Xie Shan. "Are you not angry anymore?" Xie Shan. He is a grown man. Why should he be angry about such a thing? "I'm not angry." Su Wenqing sighed and patted the stool beside him. "Come. Sit down." Xie Shan felt a little uneasy when he saw Su Wenqing's attitude, but he didn't show any sign on his face. He just sat a little more serious than usual. "Su Wenqing, you are getting married for the first time, right?" "What kind of a question is this?" Xie Shan nodded. "Su Wenqing, it's my first time getting married too." Xie Shan. "I know." Su Wenqing, "It's just like being a human for the first time, because you have no experience. So you are all groping. But it's obviously a matter between two people. Why do you have to grope separately?" Xie Shan understood immediately. "You mean if you were more honest, there will be fewer misunderstandings?" Su Wenqing felt that Xie Shan was teachable. She smiled and said, "Yes. So you can tell me a lot of things, such as what you like, what you hate, why you are happy, and why you are unhappy. Relationships are mutual. If you don't say it, and I don't say it, it will only make the distance between the two of us farther and farther. Because guessing is a matter that is both troublesome and prone to mistakes." Xie Shan understood. His eyes lit up, looking at Su Wenqing, his expression eager to try. "Can you say anything?" Su Wenqing met Xie Shan's gaze, and a hint of pampering naturally appeared on his face. "Yes, you can say anything." "Xie Shan, the fish you made last time, the chopped pepper fish head, can you make it for me again tonight?" Su Wenqing thought for a while. "No, I don't want to move today. I don't have the interest to cook." Xie Shan was wronged. "Can't you say anything?" Su Wenqing nodded and said, "The relationship is mutual. You can say it, and I can also refuse." Chapter 50. After returning from the farm, Su Wenqing and Xie Shan were busy. Su Wenqing didn't know what Xie Shan was busy with, and Su Wenqing was naturally busy with her chess and card garden. Mahjong and poker were two new entertainment activities. Su Wenqing and Madame Sheng were worried that the noble ladies in Anjing City would not be able to accept them for a while. So they decided to lead a trend before the garden opened. No matter which dynasty or generation, the trend always rises from the aristocratic families. So Su Wenqing decided to hold a small flower viewing banquet in Xia Mansion half a month before the opening of the garden, and invite several women in Anjing City who can lead the trend to come, and then promote Mahjong and poker at the flower banquet. As soon as Xie Shan entered the room, he saw Su Wenqing lying on the bed in her underwear, flipping through the calendar. Her long black hair was spread out, and her fair face looked like mutton-fat jade. Xie Shan walked over and sat down beside the bed. He saw Su Wenqing's bitter and resentful look and laughed. "Why did this calendar offend you?" Su Wenqing sighed. "I don't understand. What are the auspicious days in July and August? Why are these people so anxious to get married in these 2 months? The third prince and the Pei family, the second prince and the Wang family, and my second sister are all more anxious than the other. Xie Shan, the Northern Barbarians delegation will enter the capital in September, and it will inevitably cause changes in the court. They probably want to finalize everything before then." Su Wenqing pouted. Xie Shan touched her head. "What's wrong?" "Su Wenqing, these 3 marriages are more eye-catching than the last. I'm afraid that the opening time will be too close and the limelight will be stolen. In this way, The garden will have to be delayed until October before it can open. Forget it. Su Wenqing stuffed the calendar into Xie Xian's arms. October is also good. The autumn is clear and refreshing. Turn off the lights and go to bed. Xie Xian smiled and shook his head. Put the calendar on the dressing table beside him. Put down the bed curtains and hugged Su Wenqing in his arms. Su Wenqing's hair is very soft and smooth, and it feels like silk in the hand. There is a fragrance in her hair, like the smell of orchids in the valley after rain. Xie Xian rubbed her hair and bit her earlobe. Su Wenqing, have you heard about the hunger strike of Miss Wang a few days ago? Xie Xian paused. This topic is a bit dangerous. He pretended not to care, and said him vaguely. His fingers inserted into Su Wenqing's hair, kissing from the earlobe to the neck. Su Wenqing let Xie Xian toss. His tone was calm, obviously not emotional. It is said that she doesn't want to marry the second prince. Xie Xian gave up in frustration. He hugged Su Wenqing and changed a position to make her more comfortable. The second prince has a calm personality. He is simple and foolish, but he is actually a very wise man. Su Wenqing, I don't know whether the second prince is very wise, but Miss Wang is trying to kill herself just to marry you. Xie Xian, fortunately, I'm already married. Su Wenqing glanced at Xie Xian. Miss Wang said that she would rather wait until the day I die to marry you than marry the second prince. Xie Xian laughed without giving him any face. Su Wenqing touched his face and said with a hint of dandyism, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Xie Xian smiled and followed Su Wenqing's words. So my wife should treat me better. Su Wenqing stood up and supported Xie Xian, smiling like a bully who oppressed a good woman. How do you want me to treat you well? Xie Xian's eyes lit up, and he put his arm around Su Wenqing's waist, with a hint of expectation on his face. Su Wenqing patted Xie Xian's forehead, turned over and wrapped herself up with the quilt, and said with a smile, You wish? Xie Xian smiled and hugged her into his arms, and kissed her forehead. Su Wenqing nestled in Xie Xian's arms, and soon she felt a little sleepy. She yawned. I heard that you quarreled with the eldest prince today. Hearing this, Xie Xian's smile faded a little. It's not that serious. Just a few words. Su Wenqing, is it about the government again? Xie Xian, the eldest prince wants to go to the local area to investigate the cheating in the imperial examination. Su Wenqing smiled and said, Be diligent in government and love the people. And do it yourself. Isn't that good? Xie Xian, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. Now the battle for the throne between the eldest prince and the third prince is getting more and more intense. The place is not worse than Anjing City. Even the personal guards will inevitably fail to take good care of him. Moreover, once the eldest prince leaves, Anjing City will definitely be dominated by the third prince. Su Wenqing was puzzled. If this is the case, it will be a thankless task. Why did the eldest prince choose to go? Xie Xian, the third prince has the upper hand in several major events in the court recently, and the eldest prince is also anxious. Su Wenqing saw the worry between Xie Xian's eyebrows. She wrapped Xie Xian in a quilt and got into Xie Xian's arms. Her tone was lazy, and there was a little bit of sticky feeling. So the eldest prince wants to take this opportunity to fight a comeback? Xie Xian felt that Su Wenqing was like a ray of sunshine, always making him feel warm. He nodded. In fact, I can understand the eldest prince's anxiety. The opportunity is rare, and the officials involved are related to the third prince. If this matter is handled well, it will not only gain the support of the court officials, but also the hearts of the people. Su Wenqing thought for a while. Do you think that pie in the sky is usually not meat pie but iron cake? Xie Xian knew that Su Wenqing was very clear-headed. Yes, the third prince did not fight for such a good thing. There must be something wrong. I always feel that the third prince is a bit of a pushover in this matter. Su Wenqing, the third prince did not compete with the eldest prince for the right to take charge of this matter. Xie Xian, we did argue. And we argued in front of the emperor until we were red in the face. But I think if the third prince really wanted to argue, this matter would never fall on the eldest prince so easily. Su Wenqing understood. But you don't have reasonable evidence to prove your intuition. And the eldest prince thinks that this matter was obtained by his full efforts? Xie Xian hugged Su Wenqing and sighed. The trust between the monarch and the minister cannot be established overnight. He can make suggestions, but he cannot put his will above the master. He is just worried that the third prince will not give him the time to slowly adjust. Su Wenqing doesn't remember what the ending of the eldest prince was in the original book, but just looking at the end of the dispute between the third prince and the fifth prince, There is no mention of the situation of the eldest prince. The eldest prince's end must not be too good. But now the plot has obviously collapsed. She dare not be smart and point out the situation. What if she fails to help and interferes with Xiaxian's own judgment? Seeing Su Wenqing's tangled face, Xiaxian suddenly regretted telling Su Wenqing about these troubles. He suppressed these things in his heart and smiled lightly. Now that the eldest prince has made up his mind, there is no point in making these assumptions. We can only make more preparations for the eldest prince's safety. Do our best. And leave it to fate. Maybe the eldest prince will bet right. Su Wenqing nodded, and suddenly became curious. She tried to probe. I remember that you and the fifth prince have always had a good personal relationship. Why did you help the eldest prince instead of the fifth prince? Xiaxian felt that Su Wenqing's eyes were particularly familiar. At that time, she thought he had some other thoughts about the fifth prince. Every time she talked about the fifth prince with him, he had this look in his eyes, cautiously probing, and with eager curiosity. Xiaxian thought of those inexplicable comfort and sympathy. His face darkened, glanced at Su Wenqing, and remained calm. Public is public. Private is private. Why do you think I will definitely help him? Because I have a good personal relationship with the fifth prince, Su Wenqing said as if it was natural. Although the fifth prince seems to be addicted to sensual pleasures and unlearned, and looks like a dandy all day long, he is actually good at civil and military affairs, and has a lot of ambitions in his mind. He is not only talented in civil affairs, but also able to govern the country and keep the people safe. If he becomes the emperor in the future, it will be a blessing for the people of the world. Xiaxian was not very happy when he heard this. He was also good at civil and military affairs, and also talented. Why had he never seen Su Wenqing praise him so admiringly? Su Wenqing saw that Xiaxian's face was not very good, and she was puzzled. What she said was clearly what Xiaxian said about the fifth prince in the original book. Logically, there should be nothing wrong. Why did Xiaxian look unhappy? Su Wenqing thought for a long time before she understood. In the original novel, Xiaxian and the fifth prince admired each other, and the king was a wise minister. It must be that she didn't praise him enough. Su Wenqing racked her brains. The fifth prince knows people and appoints them to positions, and is willing to accept advice. In terms of talent, the fifth prince is definitely not inferior to the third prince. Moreover, the fifth prince has a handsome appearance and extraordinary bearing. At first glance, he has the appearance of an emperor. Xiaxian, in terms of appearance, doesn't the third prince have the appearance of an emperor? Su Wenqing, is this testing her ability to lie with her eyes closed? It's okay. Isn't it just flattery? She can do it. The third prince doesn't have the appearance of an emperor. That's mean. Look at the fifth prince. Although his eyebrows and eyes are smiling, he has thousands of valleys. Even if he is not angry, no one dares to be presumptuous in front of him. Moreover, he is tall and straight, graceful, and elegant, giving people an indescribable noble elegance. Xiaxian couldn't bear it any longer. He gritted his teeth and interrupted. What about me? Su Wenqing was using all his brain cells to try to praise the fifth prince to the sky. But Xiaxian's sudden question was beyond the scope and directly knocked Su Wenqing down on the spot. Su Wenqing looked very confused. Huh? Xiaxian. Very good. It's so difficult to praise him. I can't even say a word. Su Wenqing, who would be so shameless to ask others to praise themselves in person. And the words she just said to praise the fifth prince have exhausted all her accumulated words of extreme praise. Su Wenqing held back for a long time. You are also very good. Xiaxian narrowed his eyes dangerously, rubbing the bones on Su Wenqing's wrist with his fingers, with a half smile on his face. Su Wenqing swallowed her saliva. The situation was urgent, and she could not think carefully. She could only reverse the order of the words she had used to praise the fifth prince. However, it turned out that for Xiaxian, who had a photographic memory, it was useless to reverse the order and reorganize the words. Su Wenqing did not want to recall the following events. She once again saw what it meant to be vindictive in the face of Mr. Xie. The soft and faint moonlight sprinkled in the room through the window paper like flowing water, with the carved patterns on the window, pouring on the surface of the bed curtain, which was slightly colorful. Xiaxian's eyes were bright, as if he was calculating something. He suddenly felt that Su Wenqing and his arms unconsciously drilled towards him. The calm and cold mask on his face faded, revealing a few traces of tenderness. He quietly looked at Su Wenqing's sleeping face in his arms, and gently brushed away her slightly messy hair that was stained on her cheeks because of sweat. Su Wenqing was so tired that she didn't even want to move her fingers. She hummed, turned her head, and shrunk her head into the quilt. Xie was both amused and annoyed. I won't bother you anymore. I heard that the lotus flowers in the western suburbs are in full bloom. I have a day off the day after tomorrow. Let's go and see. Su Wenqing vaguely remembered that Xie didn't have a day off the day after tomorrow. She wanted to ask a question in her half-awake state. But she thought so. But she fell asleep again before she could ask the question.